Seeing that he didn't answer, Qin Weimin stepped forward quickly and reached for Qin Shiu's bag. Qin Shiu slightly tilted his body to avoid Qin Weimin's hand. Qin Weimin's face darkened, and he scolded, "Third son. Why are you in such a hurry, Dad? I've come back. The money isn't going to run away. Some things need to be clear first. You keep insisting that my wife ran off with a wild man. Yunhe village is so small, there must be some name to it." Qin Shi looked at Qin Weimin with a half-smile. "There's no rice left in the house. Are you trying to starve us?" Qin Weimin's face was grim. At the same time, Qin Weimin realized that some things seemed to have changed a bit. Previously, whenever he returned, Qin Shiu wouldn't directly search his bag. This was the first time Qin Shiu defied him like this. "Really? I see that you and Mom look healthy, not like you haven't eaten for 2 months, Qin Shiu said, pressing his hand on the bag and looking at Qin Weimin with deep eyes. "Dad, why do you keep avoiding this question? Who did my wife run off with?" Qin Weimin and Zhao Sulian didn't expect him to be so persistent. He definitely wanted to find out who it was. It seemed he was determined to make Qin Weimin reveal the other person's name.
How could he say that?
After Yun Jiji disappeared, they also went to the brigade to ask. They were shocked to learn that Yun Jiji was going to the army to find Qin Shiu. But thinking about it, Yun Jiji had no money or tickets and couldn't even take a train. Traveling from Haishir to Yunhe village by train would take a day. If Yun Jiji wanted to find Qin Shiu, she could only walk on foot to Haishir. Later, they also called the army to ask, and the reply was that Yun Jiji hadn't gone there. Zheng Qin went to the post office in the morning and also made a phone call to the military, asking about Yun Jiji's whereabouts. He was told that Yun Jiji was not in the military either. This made them more sure that Yun Jiji probably didn't reach Haishir and might have starved halfway there. Thinking this way, they felt a bit more at ease. "Third brother, why are you forcing your dad like this?" Yun Jiji ran away with a troublemaker from another village. "We can't afford to be embarrassed by such a shameful thing," Zhao Sulian quickly said. "From another village? Which village? If that person exists, we should be able to find out who he is. Jiji is married to the army, and if he dares to abduct a military wife, that's illegal," Qin Shiu said seriously. "Third brother, she ran away already. Do you really want the villagers to laugh at us?" Qin Weimin, seeing this, shouted at Qin Shiu. "Dad, do you think this isn't a joke now? The wife of the Qin family ran off with a wild man. Isn't that embarrassing enough?" Qin Shiu mocked. Qin Weimin was so angry he couldn't say a word and sat down angrily, smoking a dry pipe. Zhao Sulian glared at Qin Shiu. "You just got back, and you're causing trouble again? Don't let this young comrade laugh at us." When Yun Jiji heard this, she chuckled softly. "Dad, Mom, I'm also curious about which wild man I ran off with. Why won't you tell me?" "Mom and Dad, you can't just say." Zhao Sulian was caught off guard. Halfway through speaking, she suddenly looked up at the young woman in front of her. Yun Jiji took off her military cap and looked at Zhao Sulian. "Mom, I'm also curious. Who is the wild man I ran off with?"
Who is he?
Qin Weimin, who was sitting and smoking, suddenly stood up, knocking ash onto the ground. He looked at Yun Jiji in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't Yun Jiji supposed to be at the military district? How did she become a military doctor? And how did she come back with Qin Shiu? And what were they just doing? Jumping around like clowns in front of us, but we actually knew everything. Looking at Yun Jiji again, her complexion was much better than 2 months ago, clearly well-fed and carefully nurtured. This shouldn't be happening. Yun Jiji should have died halfway there. Only then would Qin Shiu's allowances and bonuses be fully theirs.
How?
How are you with third brother? Zhao Sulian finally found her voice after a long time, confused about where things went wrong. How did it come to this? Mom, I seem to have not run away with a wild man. I hope you're not too disappointed. Yun Jiji looked at Zhao Suliang with a forced smile. Zhao Suliang's eyes shifted, then shouted at Yun Jiji, where Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan?
Did you sell the kids?
Before Yun Jiji could answer, she reached out to grab Qin Shiu's hand. Third brother, do you know your father now? For the twins, Yun Jiji must have sold the children. Otherwise, where did she get the money to find you? Mom, didn't you say Yun Jiji ran off with the family money? Qin Shiyu asked with a half-smile. Zhao Suliang froze for a moment, then her eyes widened in shock. She had truly forgotten about this matter. Seeing Yun Jiji suddenly appear in front of her, Zhao Suliang was so surprised she couldn't think straight. All she could focus on was proving Yun Jiji was a bad woman, so she didn't remember what they had said earlier. She spends money recklessly. She must have run out of money and sold Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Otherwise, where did the two children go? Zhao Suliang's eyes shifted, and she quickly explained. Qin Shiyu closed his eyes briefly, then pulled Yun Jiji behind him, avoiding her malicious gaze. Zhao Suliang didn't expect Qin Shiyu to protect Yun Jiji like this. Did he not believe what they said at all? Third brother, I am your mother. Do I need to lie to you? How long have you been with her? Zhao Suliang asked calmly. She used to underestimate Yun Jiji, thinking she was obedient and easy to control, but now she realized it was all an act. In front of Qin Shiyu, her true nature was revealed. Qin Shiyu, who used to be obedient, no longer listened to them. It was really infuriating. Do you really think I don't know anything? Qin Shiyu looked at Zhao Suliang with a serious face. Zhao Suliang felt a jolt in her heart under his gaze. Did Qin Shiyu know? How was that possible? Third brother, are you back just to argue with us? Qin Weimin pointed at his nose and asked angrily, red in the face. Zhao Suliang quickly pulled Qin Weimin aside and said, Third brother, you and your wife are tired from the journey. Come inside and rest. We can talk later. After saying this, Zhao Suliang gave Qin Weimin a look. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Everything happened so suddenly, catching them off guard. They thought Yun Jiji had died outside, and the men couldn't accept their wives running away with other men. This was a huge shame for them. Cloud Jiji not only survived but also became a military doctor. Now they must quickly discuss their next steps. Cloud Jiji was incredibly lucky, almost at the point of death, yet she came back to life.
Yes.
Third brother, there must be some misunderstanding here. You too must be exhausted after a whole day on the train. Let's go inside and rest for a while first. Qin Jingye also recovered from his initial shock. They all believed Cloud Jiji had died outside, but who would have thought she would appear right in front of them, even? At this moment, they should speak less. Talking too much might cause trouble and give Qin Shiyu more reasons to hold against them. It's better to stay calm and think carefully about what to do next. In this short time, they also realized that Qin Shiyu had come back to settle accounts with them.
Probably.
Cloud Jiji had already found Qin Shiyu at the military 2 months ago, which was why Qin Shiyu hadn't sent money home during these 2 months. Qin Weimin glanced at them, snorted coldly, and turned to go inside. Cloud Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked softly, Shall we go in first? Qin Shiyu nodded. Some issues needed to be dealt with. Arguing here wouldn't solve anything. Also, some matters required someone to step in. Otherwise, nothing would be settled. Thinking this, Qin Shiyu led Cloud Jiji into the house.
But
when they saw the room that used to belong to Qin Shiyu, it was already empty. No belongings left. You've been away at the military for years, and Jinglin is already grown up. You should have your own room. Zhao Sulian didn't see any problem with this. Qin Shiyu didn't live at home anyway, and his grandson Qin Shuelin was already 16. Next year, he would be getting engaged. Without his own room, what would happen when his future wife moved in? Wife, where did you live before at home? Qin Shiyu asked Cloud Jiji. Cloud Jiji pointed to the woodpile nearby. There. Nonsense. You've always lived here. It was only after you left that Shuelin moved in. Don't make it sound like we mistreated you. Zhao Suolian immediately said, then looked at Qin Shiyu. Third brother, don't listen to her. Her parents are from the same village as us, just across a river. If we treated her badly, wouldn't her parents cause trouble? Yunha village is divided into Yunha Upper Village and Yunha Lower Village, separated by a river, both part of Hongxing Brigade. Yunjia is located in Yunhashang Village, while Qin Shi's family is in Yunhexia village. However, outsiders see the two villages as one. Didn't my wife's parents cut ties with her? Qin Shi looked at Zhao Sulian with a serious face. Do they really think he knows nothing? Zhao Sulian was secretly frightened. She never expected Qin Shiyu to know everything.
Tonight.
You two should go to the room at Lin's house. It's getting late, so I'll start dinner first, Zhao Sulian said nervously. She was worried about how much Qin Shiyu might have found out. She was mainly afraid he would discover everything they had done to Yun Jiji over the years. He hadn't come back at all, not even a phone call. Zhao Sulian hurried to the kitchen, frowning as she thought. Then she suddenly realized that Yun Jiji must have told Qin Shi something. Otherwise, how would he know all about what happened back then? Maybe Yun Jiji tricked Qin Shiyu into believing her words completely. If they had known earlier, they should have been stricter, set fire to the barn then. Yun Jiji and those two children wouldn't have appeared in front of Qin Shiyu. Old lady, how is it? Qin Weiman saw Yun Jiji and the others enter the house and quickly came to the kitchen to find Zhao Sulian. That wicked woman must have told third brother everything. He still believes her nonsense. If it weren't for Yun Jiji, he wouldn't have been forced to marry her. I thought he hadn't come back in these 3 years because he disliked Yun Jiji, but I never expected. Zhao Sulian's face was cold. But they were experienced people. Men are often easily swayed by slightly attractive women. As long as she looked good, they couldn't control themselves. Qin Shi looked indifferent to everyone, but he was probably already captivated by Yun Jiji. As long as Yun Jiji took good care of him, he would be completely smitten and believe whatever she said. Third brother is usually cautious. I think someone might have already checked on him, Qin Weiman said, not agreeing. They knew Qin Shi well. He was not easy to fool. He wouldn't believe Yun Jiji's side of the story alone. Suddenly, Qin Weiman remembered that shortly after Yun Jiji left their village, a few unfamiliar faces came into the village. But at that time, Qin Weiman didn't think much of it. They believed Yun Jiji was too hungry and weak to carry those two little troublemakers to the military district. But it was clear they had underestimated the situation. What should we do now? Zhao Sulian felt a sudden worry when she heard this. She secretly looked at Qin Shualin's room, which was his precious grandson's room. Although Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji wouldn't stay at home for long, they were in that room. Where was Qin Shualin supposed to stay? It would be terrible if Qin Shualin had to sleep in the barn. Thinking about the idea of her precious grandson sleeping in the barn made Zhao Sulian feel very sad. No rush. Since they are back, let's first see what they are planning, Qin Weiman said with a grim face. He had lived most of his life and still couldn't handle 2 young people. Zhao Sulian had no choice but to walk outside. However, just as she reached the kitchen door, Qin Weiman suddenly remembered something and said, "Tonight, let's make some simple rice and vegetable porridge to eat. Our family's money has all been spent by Yun Jiji, so we can't afford fancy food. Also, hide the piece of meat I bought today. Don't let them see it."
Got it.
Zhao Sulian understood perfectly. Qin Shiyu hadn't sent money home for 2 months, and he still wanted to eat the family's meat? No way. All your Qin family grandchildren, look at my round and full dumpling, and your big brothers. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yun Jiji was inspecting the decorations inside the house. From the bed to the tables, chairs, and cabinets. Everything was brand new. The mattress on the bed looked freshly made, and the quilt was soft and warm, clearly a new cotton quilt made this year. Yun Jiji turned slightly to Qin Shiyu and said, "Is this the family you've been working so hard to support all these years?" The big brick house of the Qin family was built with the allowances and bonuses Qin Shiyu sent back after joining the army. Only after receiving these funds did the Qin family manage to build this house. But Qin Shiyu didn't even have his own room. More than 3 years ago, after Qin Shiyu returned, he had sent them a letter in advance. To please Qin Shiyu, the Qin family specially prepared a room for him. When Qin Shiyu left again, Zhao Sulian drove him out to the outside barn, and he never got to live in that room. This time, they returned suddenly, caught off guard, and didn't have time to prepare. And their lies were gradually uncovered by Qin Shiyu. That's why they forgot about the room. Or maybe they simply didn't care if Qin Shiyu discovered their false faces, thinking that even if he knew what they were doing, as long as the word filial was on top, he wouldn't say anything. Do you believe it? Your dinner tonight is worse than pig feed. Perhaps at this moment, Qin Weimin and his wife are starting to realize the truth and are trying to confirm her suspicion that she ran away with the family's money. Qin Shiyu's face darkened. Later, I'll take you to the captain's house for a meal. Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow but nodded, thinking about what Qin Shiyu planned to do. The house where Qin Shuilin lives is very clean. It seems the best rooms in the Qin family are reserved for Qin Shuilin. Since Qin Shuilin isn't back yet, there will be a good show when he returns later. Keep your valuables safe and close to you. Don't bring them home if you can carry them, Qin Shiyu whispered. He handed all his money to Yun Jiji. He only had 10 yuan for pocket money, and he didn't need money while in the army. But he kept it close, and now that he understood some things, Qin Shiyu was no fool. I understand, Yun Jiji replied. Her money was stored in her space. Even if someone stripped her, they wouldn't find her money. She looked at the brand new furniture inside the house. When she leaves Yunhe village to return to the army, she won't leave any of these things for the Qin family. But she would wait until they were about to leave before doing that. Otherwise, losing some things at home would be too obvious. And then there's the Yun family. Using her father's money to mistreat her as his niece, Yun Hongmin and Chen Monxiang wouldn't think this was over easily. Nothing in this world comes for free. After tidying up, the two of them left the house. Yun Jiji took out a lock from somewhere and locked Qin Shuilin's room, giving one key to Qin Shiyu. This move made the Qin family's eyes twitch. Qin Shiyu's bag was inside the house, containing his bonus and allowances. And now, they had locked the house, clearly to keep them out. It was extremely annoying. Qin Weimin's face looked terrible. What are you doing? Treating our family like thieves? Qin Weimin angrily asked. You call us thieves? Yun Jiji sneered, glancing at Qin Weimin and the others in the Qin family. She added, calling you thieves is an insult to real thieves. It's not wrong to call you bandits either. Cloud Weaver looked at everyone with a teasing smile, feeling they were all quite silly. When Qin Shiyu returned, he didn't even have a warm cup of tea. Instead, he immediately tried to grab his bag and questioned him about allowances and bonuses. He didn't ask about his well-being at all. If only they had asked him kindly about how the past 3 years had been, whether he was hurt during missions, or if he was tired or hungry after sitting in a car all day. But no, they only cared about how much money Qin Shiyu brought back. Cloud Weaver, how can you talk to Dad like that? Qin Jingye shouted at her when he heard. Cloud Weaver's cold eyes swept over Qin Jingye. What kind of good person are you? Qin Jingye was stunned. He never thought that the girl who used to be bullied by them and looked like a mouse when they saw cats, suddenly daring to speak to them one day, would make him so angry. He immediately stepped forward to hit her. But as Qin Jingye took a few steps forward, it was as if he tripped on something. He fell forward, hitting his face the ground. Ah! Qin Jingye cried out. When he looked up, everyone saw blood on his mouth and a lot of mud on him. It was clear he had hit a stone on the ground. Dad. Qin Jingye's wife, Lua Hong, was shocked when she saw this. She hurried to help him. But just as Qin Jingye was about to spit out the blood in his mouth, he spat out 2 of his teeth. My teeth. Qin Jingye mumbled unclear. Seeing this, Cloud Weaver burst out laughing. Qin Shiyu didn't laugh, but the slight smile at the corner of his mouth showed he was in a good mood. Cloud Weaver raised an eyebrow at him. The man's eyes showed helplessness. He knew he had to have a serious talk with her soon. He had already told her not to use that ability in front of others. Others might not know, but he saw that Qin Jingye was tripped by some weeds growing in the yard. Otherwise, how could the rest of the story happen? Big brother, you're such a grown man, yet you walk so carelessly. Look at this fall. Cloud Weaver shook her head and then said, he even lost 2 teeth. His looks weren't great to begin with, and now he's even uglier without teeth. Even uglier. Qin Shiyu raised his eyebrows. Just now Cloud Weaver said, he looked good. Qin Jingye was so angry, he almost fainted. Seeing the smug looks on their faces, he got up angrily and wanted to go and teach them a lesson. Big brother. Qin Weimin finally came out.
Bah.
Qin Weimin spoke with difficulty, words not clear. Old boss, take your man to clean up. Although Lu Ahong was reluctant, her father-in-law had spoken, so she dared not refuse. She responded with a nod, then helped the bloodied Qin Jingye to tend to his wounds. As she was leaving with Qin Jingye, Lu Ahong shot a fierce glare at Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji didn't mind at all. She smiled warmly in return, which made Lu Ahong even angrier. It was strange how someone who was easy to handle before suddenly became so difficult, like a rolling pin. Yun Jiji glanced at Qin Shiyu. When the man caught her gaze, he immediately understood and turned to go into the kitchen. Why is a grown man going into the kitchen? Qin Weimin was initially stunned, but then quickly shouted. However, Qin Shiyu had already entered the kitchen, and Zhao Sulian was just about to put the meat into the cabinet. Mom, there's meat at home. That's perfect, Qin Shiyu said. He quickly stepped forward and, before Zhao Sulian could react, grabbed the meat and headed outside. When Zhao Sulian realized and chased after him, Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji had already reached the yard. My meat. Zhao Sulian didn't think much and hurried over to stop Qin Shiyu. Where are you taking the meat? Although their family was relatively well off, they needed tickets to buy meat. They couldn't eat it every day. This piece of meat had been saved for a long time and was exchanged with a meat ticket meant for New Year's Eve tomorrow. The squad leader invited us to his house for dinner. We can't go empty-handed. I sent a lot of money and tickets earlier, so I can buy more now, Qin Shiyu said. He then grabbed Yun Jiji's hand and headed out quickly, not giving Zhao Sulian a chance to respond. They intentionally quickened their pace, so Zhao Sulian couldn't catch up. Besides, this meat was for the squad leader. Even though their family was somewhat prominent in Yunhe village, village head treated them politely. The squad leader was the leader of the Red Star Brigade. If she dared to cause trouble or shout loudly, who knew if the squad leader would retaliate against their family later? Their family already had a poor relationship with the squad leaders group. They were often assigned dirty, tiring jobs just to make things difficult for them. Zhao Suliang was very angry. She turned around and saw Qin Weimin standing there with a grim face. She quickly stepped forward and asked, Old man, what are they going to do at the squad leader's house? I feel uneasy. Maybe you should also go there for a meal? Just over half of the first month has passed. Babies, please give a 5-star review and some free flowers heart emoji. Qin Weimin didn't speak. His eyes narrowed dangerously. The couple's recent return was very strange, and Zhao Suliang felt uneasy. He wasn't feeling any more at ease either. Qin Shiyu lost control. He was no longer the same Qin Shiyu who used to be easy to manipulate.
Perhaps.
Find a way to open Xiuelin's room. I'm going to smash that lock, Zhao Suliang said. Take anything valuable. Okay. Qin Shiyu took Yun Jiji to Qin Shujing's house, the squad leader of Hongxing. When Qin Shujing saw that Qin Shiyu and his wife really came, he was a bit surprised but quickly welcomed them inside. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu handed over the meat they had in their hands to Qin Shujing, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. You came just in time and you're bringing things too. This was meat, and with the new year approaching, meat coupons were very scarce. This year, the surrounding villages were in a bad mood. After autumn, several villages' pigs contracted swine fever. Their squad's good reputation was gone, and they couldn't even slaughter pigs this year. For the villagers under Hongxing, meat was extremely hard to come by. Uncle, I must thank you for what you did earlier. If it weren't for you giving Gigi and the kids the proof, agreeing to exchange work points for money, and helping her get train tickets, my family. Qin Shiyu looked gratefully at Qin Shujing. On the train back to Yunhe village, Yun Jiji told him everything about that time. Also, 2 years ago, when Qin Weimin and his family drove Yun Jiji out of the house, Qin Shujing decided to let them stay in the cattle shed. Otherwise, their family of 3 would have no shelter from the wind or rain. The past few years had been tough for Hongxing. Especially 3 years ago, during a heavy rainstorm, mudslides on the mountain collapsed several houses. The few empty houses that remained were temporarily given to those families. The village was poor, and since everyone had a house to live in, No new houses were built, and naturally, there were no empty rooms. Although Qin Shiyu was in the army, he understood clearly in his heart. Having a cattle shed was already a very good option. Having a pigsty doesn't mean he isn't angry with Qin Weimin and his family for driving Yunjiji and her mother and son out of their home. The big house Qin's family now lives in was built with his money, yet his wife and children are still being forced out. Qin Shuzheng feels gratitude. Qin Weimin feels hatred. They're different. I haven't helped their mother and children much. I did mention your parents a few times, but you know the history between our families. Though we're related, our families split apart generations ago. Qin Shuzheng didn't say more because he knew Qin Shiyu was smart. He had said enough for her to understand. Brother, I know. My husband and I came today not only to thank you, but also to ask for your help with something, Qin Shiyu said to Qin Shuzheng. Hearing this, Qin Shuzheng didn't hesitate. He took some pork from his hand and handed it to his wife, saying, Shiyu and Gigi rarely come back. Tonight, let's fry this pork and add some vegetables. Okay. Qin Shuzheng's wife, Fang Yuezhen, quickly agreed. She said, Shiyu, Gigi, sit down. I'll go cook. Thank you, brother-in-law. Fang Yuezhen waved her hand and left, glancing at Yunjiji for a moment. When she saw her in military uniform, she felt a bit puzzled. What are Zhao Suliang and the others really thinking? They have such a good daughter-in-law, but they don't cherish her. Instead, they treat Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi's wives very well. Look at Yunjiji. She's so accomplished. But these are other people's affairs. Even if Fang Yuezhen is curious, it's not her place to interfere. She looked at the fatty meat in her hand, feeling pleased. The meat was greasy and rich. She thought about rendering some lard to cook later, so the family could enjoy some savory flavor. In the main room, after Qin Shuzheng invited the couple to sit, he went to the cabinet and took out a tea jar. He brewed a cup of tea for each of them and said, This is tea we picked and dried ourselves from the mountains. It's not as famous as other teas, but it smells good. Brother-in-law, please sit. Qin Shiyu said. Seeing her expression, Qin Shuzheng guessed that what she came to talk about today was probably not simple. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and then looked at Yunjiji. Yunjiji understood. She reached into her bag and took out a paper bag made of cowhide. She handed the bag to Qin Shuzheng and said, Brother-in-law, please take a look at this. Qin Shuzheng felt confused, but seeing the serious expressions on the couple's faces, he looked at them briefly before reaching out to take the documents. However, when he looked through the contents, his face grew darker and darker, until he finally slammed his hand on the table. How dare Qin Weimin do this? Qin Shuzheng never expected it to be like this. They had always been unable to understand why Qin Weimin, who had such an excellent son like Qin Shiyu, looked down on him and his family. Instead, he was more doting on brothers Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi. Since when did you start investigating this? After finishing reading, Qin Shuzheng carefully put away the documents and handed them to Yunjiji. After Gigi and the kids came to the army to find me, I started to have people look into it, Qin Shiyu honestly explained. Qin Shuzheng thought carefully and finally understood. Why Qin Shiyu didn't investigate earlier or later, it was probably because he only began to suspect everything at that time. They say that love crosses generations. Even if Qin Weimin and Zhao Sulian truly disliked their son, thinking he was not as good as brothers Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi and couldn't care for him daily, it was normal for him to feel distant. But they drove Yunjiji and the child out of the house, letting them fend for themselves, and even took all of Yunjiji's food, showing they had no intention of leaving Yunjiji away to survive. It's normal for Qin Shiyu to suspect his own background, but he never imagined it would turn out like this. Shiyu, what do you want to do? Qin Shuzheng asked. Since he came to see him, he must have already made plans, but he wasn't sure what Qin Shiyu intended to do. Uncle, I haven't been back for 3 years. I've been on missions outside, but every month I asked my comrades to send money home. I sent 30 yuan to my parents and 30 to Gigi each month. But in these 3 years, Gigi and the kids never saw a penny of that money. Qin Shiyu slowly explained. Qin Shuzheng listened and felt shocked. Qin Weimin was truly terrible, 60 yuan a month. That's 720 yuan a year, and over 3 years, it adds up to 2,160 yuan. That's more than the savings of all the villagers in Yunhe village combined. Probably even more than what Qin Weimin and his family had. And that was just the money. What about the other things? The more Qin Shujing thought about it, the more shocked he became, feeling that Qin Weimin's family was simply extremely malicious. Qin Yu slowly explained what he needed to do, then looked up at Qin Shuzheng and said, "Elder cousin, you don't need to get involved, but I hope you can say a few words for us when the time comes. Besides, I want to recover this money and I want to cut all ties with their family for good." At the Qin family, Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi, the two brothers, finally managed to break open the door lock of Qin Xuelin's room. Inside, they only saw a military-style shoulder bag on the desk, the same one Qin Xiu had carried earlier. Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi exchanged a quick look, then rushed forward together, neither willing to let the other take the lead. Both reached out at the same time to grab the bag. "Let go." Qin Jingye, acting as the eldest brother, showed his authority. Since he had lost 2 front teeth, his speech was a bit muffled, and his spittle flew everywhere. Qin Jingyi, feeling disgusted, turned his face aside and wiped his face, saying, "If anyone's going to let go, it's you. This bag is for Dad." At the door, Qin Weimin listened to this and felt deeply satisfied. His youngest son was thoughtful. As for the eldest son, what was he thinking? Qin Weimin knew very well he just wanted to see what was inside the bag first. Only after he knew what was there would he take some for himself. "Qin Jingyi, I am your older brother." Qin Jingye, having suffered a great injustice today, felt he deserved more benefits. No matter what, he wouldn't give it up. "Dad is still here," Qin Jingyi said with a serious face. Neither brother was willing to back down. They both tightened their grip on the bag and stared fiercely at each other, showing no intention of retreating. Qin Jingye looked at him with almost fiery eyes. If he could, he even wanted to swallow Qin Jingyi whole. He usually favored Qin Weimin more, giving him the family's small benefits first. And now, the room was occupied by Qin Xuelin's son, Qin Xuelin. Why was Qin Jingyi's son the eldest grandson? It was because Qin Jingyi married earlier than him. Otherwise, that grandson would be his own son. "Enough fighting. Give me the bag, Jingyi," Qin Weimin said with a cold face, glaring at Qin Jingye before speaking. Qin Jingyi, hearing this, proudly looked at Qin Jingye. Still not letting go? Qin Jingye, already irritated, saw Qin Jingyi's smug expression and was furious. He tightened his grip on the bag and pulled it back fiercely, glaring angrily. Qin Jingyi didn't let go. The two brothers both pulled hard, and the already somewhat worn shoulder bag couldn't withstand their force.
Rip.
The bag was torn in half, and the brothers also stumbled back 2 steps. They looked at each other in surprise, clearly not expecting the bag to be so fragile. They hadn't used much strength. "Are you trying to die?" Qin Weimin saw they hadn't come out for a long time and went to check. He saw the bag torn apart by the brothers. "Dad, it's an empty bag." Qin Jingye also realized this and threw the torn cloth aside. Who would have thought Qin Xiu and the others had left an empty bag? Could it be that Qin Xiu knew what they were planning? Qin Weimin didn't believe it. He went inside and looked around for a while. Besides the torn bag, there was nothing useful. The 3 of them looked very unhappy now. Qin Xiu definitely did it on purpose. They had just broken the lock open with great effort, but found nothing. This made Qin Weimin very angry.
"Time to eat."
Zhao Suliang called from the kitchen. The 3 men then left the room with stern faces. When they saw the wild vegetable porridge on the table in the main hall, their faces looked even worse. "Mom, is this food for people?" "It has no oil at all," Qin Jingye said unhappily. He had a tough day today, even losing 2 teeth. He should eat something good to recover. "Eat if you want, if not, get lost," Qin Weimin shouted. Everyone fell silent, afraid to say more. They looked at the wild vegetable porridge in front of them. None of them had much appetite, but they were really hungry. In the end, they had to force themselves to eat. They had never eaten such rough food before. It was all Qin Shi's fault. Why did he come back for no reason? In past years, they only sent money home. They didn't care if he came back or not. Each of them had their own worries as they finished eating. After Zhao Suliang sent Lu Ahong to wash the dishes, she pulled Qin Weimin back to their room. Zhao Suliang looked around cautiously, making sure no one was nearby, then closed the door. She pulled Qin Weimin to the bed and lowered her voice. "Old man, do you think the third son knows something? Otherwise, why would he?" Qin Weimin quickly covered her mouth with his hand and glared fiercely. "What's the matter?" "Nothing's wrong." "Shut up." Zhao Suliang nodded repeatedly. Seeing that she understood, Qin Weimin finally let go. Zhao Suliang sat on the bed. Otherwise, what does he really want to do? This time when he comes back, I feel like there's nothing good going on. Everyone who knew about what happened back then has already died. He probably doesn't know. Don't scare yourself. If neither of us says anything, no one will know. You better keep your mouth shut tightly. If I find out that something has been leaked from your words,
How can I say anything?
Zhao Sulian quickly said, frightened by her husband's sharp gaze. Unless she wanted to risk her life. It's best if you keep quiet. Zhao Sulian added, do you know what he's really planning? Who cares what he's planning? I'm his father. If he still wants to stay in the army, he better behave himself. Otherwise, I could ruin him with a report. Qin Weimin's eyes looked fierce. Zhao Sulian shrank back, a little afraid to meet her husband's eyes. She had always known Qin Weimin was ruthless, but she had never seen him like this before. If she hadn't seen this moment, she would have almost forgotten how harsh he could be. Bring some dishes. I'll go to the second brother's place to get a couple of dishes. I'm still hungry, Qin Weimin said. Okay. Qin Weimin didn't say anything more. Thinking about how now even eating at home had to be done secretly, he felt more frustrated than ever before. Zhao Sulian searched the kitchen for a while, then took some dried meat and fish, wrapped them in a cloth bag, and handed it to Qin Weimin softly.
Go now.
I'll stay here. If they come back, I won't let them get away with it. Qin Weimin, with his hands behind his back, took a few steps out. Then he seemed to remember something. Tell the second brother to come pick me up later.
Got it.
Zhao Sulian watched him leave before turning back into the house. Because of this, Zhao Sulian didn't notice the couple standing in the corner of the other room. Lua Hong curled her lips, looked at her husband, and said, Mom and Dad are really biased. They're both sons, but he goes out to cheat and still remembers the second brother. You suffered so much today, and he didn't even ask how you're doing. Qin Jingye's face was dark. Of course, he knew his parents favored their son. But he didn't expect them to be so cruel, only thinking about Qin Jingye, while he and his wife worked hard at home but gained nothing. Seeing the anger on her husband's face, Lua Hong said again, Jingye, let's split up the family. Lua Hong pulled him back into the house and lowered her voice, saying, Parents favor some children, and if we don't separate, we won't get any good. Look at Uncle San and his wife. They'll probably cause trouble when they come back. Let's take this chance to divide the family quickly. You see, Shualin has his own house now, and our son and daughter are grown up. Yet, we're still crammed together. Are you willing to accept that? Qin Jingye certainly wasn't willing. Since the third child is home this time, even if they blame us, they can't blame us directly. Let's take this chance to split the family. Last time, I saw where Mom hid the money. I tell you if we do this. Lua Hong leaned close to Qin Jingye's ear and whispered something inaudible. Qin Jingye's eyes brightened more and more, clearly accepting his wife's suggestion. All right, let's do it this way. Baby, happy Lantern Festival. Wishing you good health and all the best. Recently, the flu has been severe, so remember to wear your mask and protect yourself when you go out. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiu walked toward the Qin family under the moonlight. Qin Shiu usually doesn't drink much when he's in the army. Today, in Yunhe village, he had 2 glasses of white wine with Qin Shujing at dinner, and he still carried a faint smell of alcohol. Since leaving Qin Shujing's house, he had been holding Yun Ziji's hand tightly, not letting go at all. The village still had no electricity, and the moonlight was very dim at night, making it hard to see the path clearly. She let him hold her hand and walk forward. "Wife, I might have to trouble you these days." Qin Shi stopped and turned around, his gaze precisely fixed on her small face. Because of the cold weather, she almost hid her head inside her military coat, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. "Finish packing these people early, and we can go back sooner. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are still waiting for us in the county town," Yunjiji whispered softly. They had brought their 2 children back, but after returning to the village, there was too much to handle, so they asked Yang Linxiang to let Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan temporarily stay at the house of Qin Shiu's retired comrade. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan didn't like Yunhe village. In their impression, they couldn't get enough to eat or wear warm clothes there, and they were often bullied by the children in the village. So, they didn't want to go back to Yunhe village at all. Although they didn't want to be separated from their parents, in the end, they stayed in the county. What if there's nowhere to stay tonight? Yunjiji thought about the people from the Qin family. They had long lost their shame, and there was nothing they wouldn't do. In short, Yunjiji felt that there was nothing they couldn't accomplish. Both of them were sure that when they returned home, the lock on Qin Shualin's room had probably been smashed, and they wouldn't be allowed to stay there. "Don't worry, there's a place to stay." As they spoke, they arrived at the Qin house. From a distance, they saw 2 people talking near the wall. Qin Shiu raised an eyebrow, took Yunziji's hand, and tiptoed closer. After they returned inside, the 2 stood in the house for a while. Then, the couple exchanged a look and went to Qin Shualin's room. Sure enough, the lock they had used before was discarded nearby, and the door was now secured with a large iron chain. "Wait here for me," Qin Shi whispered. Then he turned and went to the woodshed. When he returned, Yunjiji saw him holding an axe, swinging it at the iron chain on the door.
Clang.
The chain broke apart with a loud noise, falling to the ground. Zhao Sulian, hearing the noise, had already come out of the house with an oil lamp. When she saw the couple returning, her face turned pale. "Staying up late at night, banging around. What are you doing?" Zhao Sulian scolded. Yunjiji shot a mocking look at Zhao Sulian. She didn't mention that she had locked the door. What a joke. "Go inside first. I'll boil some hot water for you," Qin Shi softly said. Yunjiji nodded and went into the house. Inside, she saw her torn bag and scattered cloth on the floor.
"Ayu,"
Yunjiji called softly. Hearing her call his name so affectionately, Qin Shiu was momentarily stunned. Usually, she addressed him formally by his full name, so this was the first time she called him like that. Qin Shiu felt happy, as if he had eaten honey. He quickly left the kitchen and ran into the house. "Wife, what's wrong?" Qin Shiu asked anxiously. "Ayu, your bag. The money inside is gone." Yunjiji gave him a subtle signal. Qin Shiu immediately understood. He took a few steps forward, picked up the torn bag from the ground, and looked at Zhao Sulian, who had also come to the door. "Mom, where's the money in my bag?" Qin Shiu asked in a deep voice. Zhao Sulian was momentarily stunned, feeling confused, but quickly reacted. She hurriedly said, "Money? What money? Your bag was empty to begin with. Forget about the money. I haven't even seen a single mosquito. How dare Qin Shiu claim there is money in her bag?" Their family struggled hard to cut off Yunjiji's lock, hoping to find some money or tickets, but there was nothing in the bag, and they even damaged her axe. Zhao Sulian felt very upset. She was unhappy to be questioned like this by Qin Shiu. "Money? Nonsense. Your bag is so empty, not even a mosquito could hide in it." Zhao Sulian said angrily. Qin Shiu frowned and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? I have my allowance for the past 2 months and my bonus from the past 3 years. It adds up to 1,500 yuan. I also have some rice coupons, meat coupons, and an industrial ticket, all in this bag." Zhao Sulian didn't believe her, but seeing Qin Shiu's confident look, she started to wonder, could there really be money inside? Did her 2 sons deceive them? Both Qin Shiu and Yunjiji saw the doubt on Zhao Sulian's face. "Mom, haven't you seen it? With so much money, it must have been stolen. We checked the bag before we left, and the money was definitely inside. Yun Jiji looked anxious and then hurriedly looked at Qin Shiyu, saying, Ayu, we should report this to the police. These people are so bold, they even stole from soldiers. We must catch them and lock them up to teach them a lesson. Yes. I will go borrow a bicycle from the captain's house, Qin Shiyu said. Zhao Sulian watched them talk and seemed to believe there was some truth to it. Qin Shiyu was about to report to the police, so she was sure the money was in her bag. Only Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi had entered earlier to take the bag.
Could it be that?
Qin Jingye took it? Zhao Sulian trusted her younger son completely. He was obedient and well-behaved. If he took the money, he would have secretly given it to her and Qin Weimin. When Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu saw the doubt on Zhao Sulian's face, Yun Jiji secretly took out a meat coupon, tore a piece off, and tossed it under a nearby table leg. Mom, look, this meat coupon fell out too. Hearing about the meat coupon, Zhao Sulian almost rushed in. When she saw the torn meat coupon near the table leg, her eyes turned red. Sure enough, her son had secretly stolen the money. They had thought Qin Shiyu didn't bring any money back, but it turned out to be a huge sum of 1,500 yuan. There are still many tickets inside. Just one industrial ticket, resold to someone else, can sell for over 100 yuan. Next year, her beloved grandson will get engaged, and with this industrial ticket, the 3 major items will be settled. Mom, think carefully, who was the first to go inside? The window was locked, but the door lock was broken. It must have been the first person in who took the money and tickets, Yun Jiji sighed, and added. It seems that even among so many people at home, some are dishonest. Zhao Sulian, holding the torn meat ticket in her hands, was furious, her eyes red. She glared angrily at Yun Jiji, then turned to walk outside, shouting at Qin Jingye's room, Big brother, come out. How dare you hide money from Mom? Are you feeling mischievous? Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow at Qin Shiyu and said, I'm tired. Qin Shiyu gently patted her head with affection. Wait a moment, I'll get some hot water. Okay. As for how the Qin family argued at night, that was their own business and had nothing to do with them. Qin Shiyu went to the kitchen to boil hot water and carried it back in a bucket. Meanwhile, the room where Qin Jingye and others were still arguing. Yun Jiji listened with great interest, sitting on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs, looking very adorable. Aren't you afraid that when they face each other, they'll realize there's no money in the bag? Qin Shiyu whispered. What do you think their trust level is? Qin Shiyu wasn't really sure, since he wasn't home often. In this family, who do you think Qin Weimin and Zhao Sulian favor the most? Qin Jingyi? He didn't know much, but after hearing Qin Jingye and his wife talk that evening, he realized they favored Qin Jingyi more. Their minds are all heavy, especially when it comes to money. They get anxious quickly, not listening to each other's arguments. Yun Jiji looked outside with a half-smile. Given the situation in the Qin family, their apparent harmony is just surface level. At this moment, Qin Jingye wanted to take advantage of their return to split the family, showing that life at home wasn't as good as it seemed. If Qin Weimin and others favored Qin Jingyi wouldn't want to split the family. And the money. Qin Shiyu clearly knew whether there was money in the bag. Does it matter? As long as we insist there's money inside, who would doubt us? Yun Jiji asked. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu nodded with a smile. He is not a good person, especially after understanding what kind of people the Qin family are. Qin Shiyu is even less likely to be kind to them. Yun Jiji's actions are purposeful. Traveling these days has made Yun Jiji quite tired. Now, soaking her feet has finally eased her fatigue. While Qin Shiyu was boiling water, she quickly entered her space, took a shower, and changed all her autumn clothes. Watching Qin Shiyu diligently help her boil water and pour out the foot bath water, her gaze fell on the man's broad back, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. He is indeed a good man. Maybe she could try to accept him. If they develop feelings, this man might be worth trusting with her life. Any misunderstandings between them are mostly caused by a lack of communication. During this time, Qin Shiyu's care and concern for her have been evident. Since that's the case, why not try to get along and see what happens? But when Qin Shiyu returned, Jiji started to worry. There was only one bed in the room, so they would have to sleep together tonight. They had slept together before, but that was over 3 years ago. But in this cold weather, he couldn't just send her away. She moved closer to the bed, opened her mouth, and said, "Sleep now." After saying that, she curled her body inward, pulled the blanket almost entirely over her face, and didn't dare to look at Qin Shiyu's expression. Qin Shiyu felt a bit happy, but he knew he couldn't be too impatient. He laid down properly beside her, in a very straight posture, as if standing at attention, not daring to move at all. Jiji felt like she was inside a warm stove. As soon as he lay down, she felt warmth enveloping her side. She turned her head slightly to look at the man, but in the darkness, she couldn't see clearly, so she gave up trying. "Are you cold?" Qin Shiyu's voice sounded softly in the dark. His voice was gentle, as if it could melt water. "A little. The cold in the south is biting cold. No matter how strong the daytime sun is or how warm it feels, by evening, the biting cold makes her want to stay close to the stove. In the countryside, the temperature is even lower. Usually, she would have entered her space to sleep, but with Qin Shiyu beside her, she didn't dare to act recklessly. This man could see her wooden spirit, which was already very strange. Even now, she still doesn't understand what is happening, and she can't find any information about it in the space. She doesn't know whether Qin Shiyu can also enter and leave the space like she can, perhaps during some opportunity when she uses the space. No matter how many tricks she has or how good her self-protection skills are, she can't fully reveal her cards to others. Even if the other person is her beloved or her child, that is not allowed. "I'll bring in a fire basin," Qin Shiyu said, preparing to get up. Seeing this, Jiji reached out and held his arm, stopping him. "No need. Once it warms up, it won't be cold anymore." Qin Shiyu didn't dare to move again, afraid that a sudden movement might make her colder. "Sleep now. We have a tough battle tomorrow," Jiji softly said. Qin Shiyu responded with a sound, turning his head to look at the small woman who had already closed her eyes to rest. He gently turned his body. She had already closed her eyes, but he was sure she hadn't fallen asleep. They rarely slept together in the same bed, and now both of them were very nervous. Jiji could only close her eyes and try to fall asleep. She thought she would have insomnia, probably because she had been traveling by car and rushing these past days. After a comfortable shower and soaking her feet, she lay down and soon felt sleepy. Listening to the gentle breathing of the woman beside her, Qin Shiyu couldn't sleep. He turned on his side, looking at her delicate face. After some time of nurturing, she had gained some weight. Although her skin was no longer as fair as before, her overall temperament had improved a lot. She no longer looked older than him, unlike before. Unconsciously, Qin Shiyu didn't realize when he reached out his hand. When his rough palm touched her small face, he suddenly snapped back to reality. But it was too late to withdraw his hand. Perhaps because the warmth of his palm was too comforting, the sleeping woman instinctively reached out and grabbed it. Her body also leaned slightly toward the heat source, as if afraid the warmth would disappear, clutching tightly. Qin Shiyu never expected she would suddenly make such a move. His body froze, not daring to move. He looked at the small woman holding him tightly in her arms. She was sleeping soundly, but his mind was becoming clearer. With her warm, soft body in his arms, he knew he was not like Lu Xiaohui. His wife was in his embrace, and he couldn't resist. But she didn't seem to have any feelings about it, sleeping peacefully in his arms. Qin Shiyu sighed and forced himself to close his eyes, trying to shift his thoughts away from things he shouldn't think about, to avoid acting impulsively and doing something he would regret later. He didn't know how long he had been lying on the bed before falling asleep. In the countryside before dawn, chickens and dogs were already making noise. Jiji was awakened by the commotion. Feeling the warmth inside the quilt, she let out a comfortable sigh. The new quilt was really warm, and she knew she would have to move out soon. But soon, she realized something was wrong. The feeling of the quilt against her skin seemed different. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw a large expanse of tan skin. Her gaze slowly moved upward to a man's firm jaw. She also noticed she was wrapped around the man like an octopus. The intense warmth was clearly coming from the man. "You're awake?" Qin Shiyu's hoarse voice sounded from above. Yunjiji was slightly stunned and quickly pulled back her feet, but she widened her eyes and looked at Qin Shiyu, her face turning bright red. Qin Shiyu also realized something and cleared his throat, explaining softly, "I didn't mean to." "I understand. Men are like that in the morning," she said. Yunjiji quickly got up, grabbed the clothes at the foot of the bed, and put them on, not daring to look at Qin Shiyu. She deeply understood how domineering men could be. Although it was just once, even one time was enough to be unforgettable. Qin Shiyu, knowing he was a doctor and aware of these things, saw her panicked attempt to put on clothes and felt a bit helpless. He moved slightly closer to her, almost pressing his chest against her back, then stopped. He took the clothes from her hands and said, "Turn around." Yunjiji tried to the clothes back, but the man had already flipped the garment and helped her put it on. Before she could react, he had already dressed her and pulled her arms through the sleeves. She didn't expect that one day she would need this man to help her dress. "I can do it myself." She quickly grabbed the clothes back. After dressing, she saw the man leaning there, watching her.
Why are you looking at me?
Yunjiji felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Last night, she had only instinctively moved closer to the source of warmth, forgetting that the man was sleeping beside her. She secretly glanced at Qin Shiyu, noticing his deep eyes, unsure of what he was thinking. He took a coat from the side and draped it over her, saying, "It's cold outside, don't catch a cold." Yunjiji put on her clothes and was about to get out of bed. At this moment, she was a bit afraid to stay in the same bed with this man, always worried that something else might happen. But Qin Shiyu was still sitting there. To get down, she would have to step past him. When she tried to get up, Qin Shiyu suddenly reached out his hand. "What's wrong?" As soon as she spoke, she fell into Qin Shiyu's arms. He lowered his head and gently kissed her on the forehead, softly saying, "Wife, let me hold you." She was stunned for a moment. The man's mood seemed very strange. Thinking about what was going to happen today, Yunjiji's heart softened. In some ways, they were both suffering. Perhaps, for Qin Shiyu, it was even more painful. She let the man hold her, her hands unconsciously patting his shoulders as if comforting him. She only felt his hand around her waist tightening little by little, almost wanting to melt her into his bones. "Qin Shiyu, are you scared?" Yunjiji asked softly. He paused for a moment. "Jiji, I only have you now." Yunjiji's heart tightened.
How could that be?
"You still have Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan and Aunt Second and Shin Feng." Qin Shiyu sighed helplessly. Finally, he released her, looked into her eyes, and pressed his forehead against hers. He closed his eyes without speaking. She didn't move either. The sadness and loneliness radiating from this man's body were impossible to ignore. She couldn't bear to push him away at this moment. There was a flicker of secret happiness in Qin Shiyu's heart. She didn't push him away or show disgust at his closeness. Could this mean she also cared for him? He slowly lowered his head and gently kissed her on the forehead, whispering, "Wife, I'm glad you're here with me." Yunjiji reached out and touched her forehead, only to see the man already standing up and putting on his clothes. She pursed her lips, thinking she should quickly go outside to get some fresh air and clear her mind. When she tried to leave, Qin Shiyu reached out and pulled her back.
"You.
What are you going to do now?" Yunjiji was startled. Seeing her reaction, Qin Shiyu gently tapped her forehead and took a military coat from the side to put on her. "It's cold outside, put on your coat." Yunjiji suddenly realized she had forgotten to wear her coat in her panic just now. "Oh," she responded dryly. The man chuckled and gently buttoned her up, then softly said, "I'll go out for a while." "Where to?" she asked, confused. "To get some food for you." Yunji understood immediately. This morning, Qin's family probably didn't have good food. "No need, I'll cook for you later," Yunji replied. Seeing her like a clever little fox with a hint of mischief in her eyes, he thought she was very cute. "Honey, after I return from the army this time, I want to move in with you, okay?" Qin Shiryu looked at her expectantly, worried she might refuse, and quickly added, I have a high fever, and at night, the bed is warmer when I sleep with you. Seeing him so eager to sell himself, Yunji couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Honey?
The man looked at her sadly, like a little stray puppy with no one to love. Yunji reached out to straighten his collar, then, on a whim, tiptoed and quickly kissed his cheek before he could react. Return the favor. Qin Shiryu. Watching the little woman run away quickly, he reached up to touch his cheek where she had kissed him, smiling like a silly person weighing 180 jin. After realizing what happened, he quickly dressed and ran outside. Honey, I'll help you light the fire. When Zhao Suolian woke up, she smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen. Startled, she quickly got up, put on a piece of clothing, and rushed into the kitchen. Mom, you're awake. I saw you hadn't gotten up, so I didn't make your portion, Yunji said as she brought out breakfast. Zhao Suolian saw that the locked cabinet in the kitchen was wide open, the lock missing. The flour she kept in the cabinet was taken out, with a big hole, and she could tell that more than half was gone. Meanwhile, 6 eggs from the basin were missing, and some of the green vegetables and scallions in the yard had been pulled out. Zhao Suolian rushed out of the kitchen and saw Qin Shiryu and Yunji sitting face to face, eating breakfast. There were egg and scallion pancakes, stir-fried cabbage, boiled eggs, and seaweed pickled vegetable soup. Seeing such a rich breakfast, Zhao Suolian's eyes turned red. Yunji and Qin Shiryu seemed unaware of Zhao Suolian, happily eating and occasionally adding some dishes to each other's bowls. To outsiders, their love looked extremely strong.
It's a sin.
You two really don't value money at all. You keep wasting flour so recklessly. This is just wasteful, typical capitalist behavior. Zhao Suolian couldn't bear it anymore. She ran inside, pointing at the two of them and scolding them angrily. Yunji took a bite of the egg pancake, then looked at Zhao Suolian. Mom, the money was earned by my husband. We just had a bite of noodles, and you're so upset? Did you find the 1,500 yuan yesterday? If not, we should report it to the police. Zhao Suolian choked, thinking about the 1,500 yuan and the other receipts. Last night, she questioned Qin Jingye, but he insisted he didn't have it. No matter how Zhao Suolian scolded, they both insisted they didn't have the money. Later, she asked Qin Jingye, who said it was in Qin Jingye's room. If there hadn't been that torn receipt, she might think Qin Shiryu and others were lying. But how could she explain that receipt? It was found in Qin Shuolin's room. Qin Jingye must have been in such a hurry yesterday that he left the receipt behind, and during the struggle, it got torn. Where did the money come from? Your older brother and second brother didn't see any money in your bag. Hearing this, Yunji immediately frowned. Then we should report it to the police. Stealing 1,500 yuan is a big deal. Qin Shiryu nodded in agreement. All right, after dinner, I'll call the police station. Zhao Suolian's face looked even worse. Seeing the couple eating happily, she wanted to scold them but held her tongue. She glared fiercely at them and then turned back to the kitchen. Seeing that most of the flour was gone, she was so angry she almost fainted. This time, Qin Shiryu and Yunji must have come back to ask for money. She was already uneasy, and now her heart was more anxious than ever. What's going on? Qin Weiman, who had drunk some wine at Qin Yue's last night and returned home late, saw Zhao Suolian's bad expression when he entered the kitchen. Seeing Qin Weiman, Zhao Suolian felt like she found her support. She quickly pulled him aside and whispered, Old man, think of a way to make them leave quickly. I really feel uneasy, like something big is going to happen. Qin Weiman glared at her irritably. What trouble can two young ones cause? You're just worrying too much. Last night, while drinking at Qin Yue's place, Qin Yue said his worries were unnecessary. He used to be able to handle Qin Shiryu well. As long as he acted like he used to, he wasn't afraid Qin Shiryu would cause trouble. Regarding Yunji, at worst, they could admit their mistake as parents. He's just a younger generation. He shouldn't argue so much with elders. A word about filial piety weighs heavily on him, but he wants to see what kind of storm Qin Shiryu and Yunji can stir up. Yunjiji didn't die. It caught them off guard. But some things are true or false, fake or real. It's just a matter of talking and debating a bit more. How can Qin Shiyu be 100% sure that everything Yunjiji said is true? Old man, have you already thought of a plan? Zhao Sulian asked quickly when she saw this. Qin Weiman sneered and lowered his voice, saying, buy some extra dishes at noon and prepare a good meal. Don't scold the couple. I have my own way. Hearing this, Zhao Sulian was curious but responded, got it. Make breakfast. I'm starving. Okay. Anyway, Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu knew there was food at home. Zhao Sulian didn't want to serve a bad breakfast, especially since they hadn't eaten such tasteless wild vegetable porridge in years. She couldn't steal some food like Qin Weiman could. Now that she could eat something good, she wouldn't let herself be shortchanged. After preparing a hearty breakfast, the family finished eating. Qin Weiman was the first to get up, looked at Qin Jingye, and said, come outside with me. Qin Jingye's face darkened, but still got up and followed. Soon, a quarrel broke out in the backyard. Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji, who hadn't gone out, exchanged glances, both noticing the slight upward curl of the other's lips. Is Qin Weiman at home? Around 9 in the morning, there was a noise at the door. Zhao Sulian had just returned from buying vegetables. When she saw several men in uniform being brought over by Qin Shuzheng, she quickly stepped forward. Captain, who are these comrades? Zhao Sulian wasn't sure what was happening, but her uneasy feeling was stronger than before. They're here to see your old Qin. Let these comrades in first, Qin Shuzheng said. Seeing their uniforms, Zhao Sulian didn't dare stop them outside and quickly opened the courtyard gate, shouting inside, old man, someone is looking for you. Then, Zhao Sulian grabbed Qin Shuzheng, who was about to go inside, and asked with a smile, Captain, do you know what's going on? No, I don't. After saying this, Qin Shuzheng turned and walked inside. Hearing this, Zhao Sulian's face darkened with anger. She quickly followed him inside. Although she was also confused about what was happening, since everyone was here, they would have to explain it sooner or later. Zhao Sulian hurried to put the dishes in the kitchen, then ran out after them. Comrade, who are you? Qin Weiman also came out of the house. When he saw the uniformed comrades, he was momentarily stunned. One middle-aged man stepped forward, looked at Qin Weiman for a moment, then spoke. We are from the Safety Inspection Bureau. My name is Zhou Zheng'an. Hearing that the man was from the Safety Inspection Bureau, Qin Weiman's heart skipped a beat. Although he was just an ordinary villager in Yunhe village, he knew what the Safety Inspection Bureau did. It was said that they usually handled old cases, not major crimes, and it wasn't common for them to get involved. Qin Weiman was feeling uneasy but asked, Director Zhou, we are just ordinary people. Our third son is a soldier. We are honest and upright. Could there be a mistake? Yes. Our family always follows the law and never acts recklessly, Zhao Sulian quickly added. Director Zhou. At the same time, Qin Shiyu came out of the house. His gaze swept over Qin Weiman and his wife's faces, clearly noticing a hint of nervousness. Director Zhou, look, this is our third son. He's a battalion commander in the army, Zhao Sulian said quickly. She thought that once Zhou Zheng'an learned Qin Shiyu's identity, he would be more polite. But his face remained stern, with no intention of being friendly. This made Zhao Sulian feel a bit upset. Their family was well known in Yunhe village and the entire Hongxing brigade. No one dared to be rude to them. Zhou Zheng'an was too ungrateful. Comrade Qin Weiman, today we came to ask you about something that happened 26 years ago. Was your wife, on July 23, 1950, in the county health clinic, giving birth to a child? Zhou Zheng'an asked. Hearing that they came for something from 26 years ago, Qin Weiman's face instantly turned pale. But he quickly composed himself and said yes. Yes, that's right. That day was the day our third child was born. His mother had a difficult labor, and I stayed up all night taking her to the health clinic. Many years have passed since then. Although I don't understand why they suddenly started investigating these matters, it's been 26 years. What could they possibly find now? You remember clearly, even after 26 years, as if it just happened? Of course, I remember. That day was when our third child was born. His birth was quite exhausting for his mother, and many elders in the village know about it, Qin Weimin said. The noise that night was loud. If you ask the village elders now, they all know these details. Zhou Jing'an nodded and continued to ask, after your wife gave birth, was there a couple with the Qin surname in the same ward? Was the wife of that couple born on the same day as your wife? Qin Weimin lowered his eyes, his heart pounding. He finally understood why Zhao Sulian had always said she felt uneasy. Now he knew. Director Zhou, I'm not really sure about that. When my wife finished giving birth, she was very exhausted. I was worried and didn't pay attention to others' affairs, Qin Weimin said honestly when he looked up at Zhou Jing'an. Really? Then maybe you should look at this photo first, Zhou Jing'an said. He took out a photo from his bag. Everyone's attention was drawn to the photo in Zhou Jing'an's hand. Someone exclaimed, Dad, isn't that our third child? Happy Valentine's Day, little ones. May your love be as beautiful as spring flowers, blooming forever. Wishing for a free flower gift. When Qin Jingye saw the vintage-looking photo, he was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. Who else could the person in the photo be, if not Qin Shiyu? But Qin Jingye kept staring at the photo, feeling something was off. The person in the photo looked much older than Qin Shiyu, and the photo seemed to have been taken decades ago. When Qin Weimin saw the photo, his face also turned a bit grim. It's been 26 years. Why are they suddenly investigating these old matters? Shouldn't someone already know about them?
But
the person in the photo looks a bit older than the third child.
That.
Shut up. Qin Weimin snapped at Qin Jingye with a stern look. No one would mistake him for a mute, but did he really understand what he was saying? Will he bring himself unnecessary trouble? The matter back then was known by heaven, earth, him, and Zhao Sulian. Even regarding his deceased parents, Qin Weimin never said much, fearing that the more people knew, the worse it would be for them. He forced himself to hide his panic, and after scolding Qin Jingye, he approached Zhou Jing'an. He took a deep breath and asked, Director Zhou, can I look at this photo again? Zhou Jing'an didn't refuse and handed him the photo. Qin Weimin looked at the photo repeatedly, even holding it up to compare with Qin Shiyu. Every time he saw Qin Shiyu, Qin Weimin felt like he was being crushed under a heavy weight. He always felt frustrated. She was his daughter, but whenever he stood in front of Qin Shiyu, he felt like a grandson, always feeling inferior. Director Zhou, what exactly is going on? Qin Weimin looked at Zhou Jing'an with confusion. His confused expression made others want to cheer for him. If Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu didn't know the truth, they might have been fooled by Qin Weimin's excellent acting. Comrade Qin Weimin, do you really not know? Zhou Jing'an looked at him with a strong sense of curiosity, staring intently. He had all the evidence. If Qin Weimin didn't admit what he did back then, he wouldn't have come here. He would have just ordered someone to arrest Qin Weimin directly. Qin Weimin looked honest, with cloudy, narrow eyes squinting into a slit, hiding his schemes. Director Zhou, I really don't know. Qin Weimin hurriedly said, then looked at Zhao Sulian and asked, Old lady, what's going on? Why does the person in this photo look so much like the third son? Zhao Sulian's heart skipped a beat. She had been married to Qin Weimin for over 30 years and knew his character well. When he said such things, her face turned pale. I don't know. Zhao Sulian looked tense, quickly shook her head, then looked at Zhou Jing'an. Director Zhou, I don't understand what you're saying. She looked panicked. Jing'an saw that things were almost settled, and then he spoke, Comrade Qin Weimin, after our thorough investigation, we found that 26 years ago at the county health clinic you personally swapped your child with the child of another Qin family. We have confirmed both witnesses and evidence. Now you need to come with us for questioning. Zhao Suliang's face had turned pale and bloodless. She stood trembling on the side, her eyes darting around, unable to understand how the events from 26 years ago had suddenly been brought up again. Qin Weimin looked at Jing'an with a surprised expression and stammered, Director Zheng, what do you mean?
Old.
Old Sin isn't my child? Qin Weimin seemed unable to accept this and was visibly shaken, swaying as he leaned on a nearby chair. Overwhelmed by shock, he sat down heavily, then, unable to get up, He simply collapsed onto the ground and sat there, struggling to stand. Jungin had been with the Safety Inspection Bureau for a long time and had seen many criminals, but someone with acting skills like Qin Weiman's was rare. Still, he could see through it clearly. "Captain Qin, we need 2 rooms," Jungin said, turning away from Qin Weiman and addressing Qin Shuzheng. Although Qin Shuzheng had read the documents Qin Xiu gave him last night and was shocked for a long time, hearing about this now still felt unbelievable. Seeing Qin Weiman acting so intensely, Qin Shuzheng couldn't help but admire him a little. "Yes, I will arrange that immediately," Qin Shuzheng replied quickly and went to make the arrangements. Seeing that they were not paying attention to her, Zhao Suliang moved closer to Qin Weiman, hoping he could give her some advice. But as soon as her gaze met Qin Weiman's sharp eyes, she froze in place, too frightened to approach any further. Zhao Suliang understood Qin Weiman's thoughts, which made her feel somewhat discouraged. Even if she was already close to death, she had never experienced anything like this. Moreover, they had clearly found out the truth. She was worried that if her story didn't match Qin Weiman's, what would happen next? When Jungin and the others arrived, many people in Yunhe village had already gathered and started whispering. They were even more shocked when they learned that Qin Xiu had been swapped back by the Qin family. At the same time, regarding the Safety Inspection Bureau's identity, they looked quite confused. They kept staring at a few people in the yard and lowered their voices to discuss. "Director Zhou, everything is arranged," Qin Shuzheng said loudly when he returned. Zhou Jing'an responded with a nod, instructing 2 colleagues to take Zhao Sulian away. He and 2 others took Qin Weiman to another place. As soon as they left, the crowd suddenly erupted into chatter. "Qin Xiu isn't Qin Weiman's son? No wonder he's been treated badly all along. His family is so poor, how could they have a son as successful as Qin Xiu? Turns out he's not even from the Qin family. If I had such a successful son, it would be a blessing for generations. But the old Qin family treats him so badly, so he's not even their biological child. Look at the photo that Director Zhou is holding. The person in it is dressed quite well. Do you think Qin Laojia's real father does what for a living? Whatever his father does, Qin Weiman is immoral. He swapped his own child to another family to enjoy life, and he even mistreated Qin Xiu. He's truly a heartless scoundrel." Everyone was talking about Qin Weiman and his family, expressing strong disapproval and disgust. They couldn't accept what he did, taking away someone else's good life and then mistreating their child. Such actions made him seem utterly unworthy. At this moment, Qin Jingye finally recovered from a shock. He looked at Qin Xiu, who stood there calmly, seemingly unbothered by today's events. Qin Jingye stepped beside him, clenched his teeth, and finally asked, "Third brother, did you know all along that you were swapped by your parents?" Yun Jiji glanced at Qin Jingye. Qin Weiman was quite clever in his schemes. The son he had was indeed quite foolish. This statement was basically confirming that Qin Weiman had swapped his own child with Qin Xiu. "Even the Safety Inspection Bureau has come to our door. What do you think?" Qin Xiu looked at Qin Jingye with a half-smile. Qin Jingye's face was full of disbelief. How could this be? If Qin Xiu wasn't their biological child, who would send money to them in the future? Qin Xiu's allowance was probably quite substantial. Qin Xiu used to send back 60 yuan every month, so his allowance must be at least 100 yuan. He didn't believe Qin Xiu was that foolish. He couldn't possibly send all his money back every month. Qin Xiu looked cold and indifferent, but he thought that Qin Xiu was too scheming. "Third brother, our parents, even if they swapped you when you were young, raised you with hard work. You became an officer in the army because they sent you there. You can't argue with Dad over this small matter. You must be kind-hearted and let it go. Whatever happened before, that's how it is now. Right?" Qin Jingye looked like he was thinking of Qin Xiu. Yun Jiji heard this and sarcastically said, "You really care about Ayu?" "Of course, I'm his older brother." Qin Jingye didn't notice the sarcasm in Yun Jiji's words and looked quite proud. "You're out of breath just from calling you fat. You really care about Ayu, but you're just afraid he won't support your family anymore because of the past swap. That's why you're pretending to care about him. The Qin family has relied on a Yu's allowance to build this big house over the years. While others eat simple food, you all feast on fine dishes. In the end, you've raised a bunch of ungrateful people, Yun Jiji said disdainfully, looking at Qin Jingye. She was just worried that Qin Shi wouldn't support their family anymore and they'd run out of money. In Yunhe village, everyone's living conditions weren't as good as Qin's family, even combined. Shameless. How can old Qin say such things? Qin Shi's biological father seems to have a good family background. Even from the photos, you can tell they're wealthy. They let the real third son of the Qin family enjoy life. They don't need to love Qin Shiyu more, but at least treat him like a person. Exactly, look at how they treat Qin Shiyu's wife. They'd love to starve her. Of course, they want her to starve so that Qin Shiyu's money can all be spent on their family. Hearing this, Yun Jiji really wanted to applaud the villager, as she was speaking the truth. Qin Weiman and his family just wanted to think that way. Everyone's faces darkened when they saw Qin Jingye and the others' expressions. They never expected such people existed in the world. Stop talking nonsense. Aren't my parents good to him? Qin Jingye shouted when he heard this. Their thoughts were their own, but they would never let outsiders speak about them. Even if they truly wanted to harm Yunji and the two children and make Qin Shi support them for life, they knew it only themselves. They must never let outsiders find out. I saw several times when Yunji and the others divided the grain, Qin Jingyi went to the cattle shed and took their food away. That's not all. He also warned our village people that anyone helping Yunji would be against their family. Once, I saw his second aunt bring a small piece of cornmeal to Yunji and the others. Before she even reached the cattle shed, Qin Yue dragged her back home and beat her so badly her nose was swollen. I really wanted to see him get what he deserves. Now, they seemed no longer afraid of Qin Weiman. They spoke passionately, expressing strong dislike for what the Qin family had done over the years. Thinking about it, they realized they had been under Qin family's control all this time, always trying not to offend them. Instead of causing trouble with the Qin family and inviting trouble, they chose to stay out of others' affairs. It was as if they wanted to vent all their resentment towards Qin Weiman's family accumulated over the years. Qin Jingye was usually indecisive. Seeing everyone pointing fingers and standing there with a pale face, he didn't know what to do. Lu Ahong, still shaken from the shock, quickly stepped forward and pulled Qin Jingye aside. She glared at him angrily. Are you stupid? Why are you making a fuss now? Even if Qin Shiyu sends money home later, how much do you think you'll get? It's foolish to come out as a target at this moment. Everyone would just blame Qin Jingye, wouldn't they? Qin Jingyi was also present but remained silent the whole time, standing to the side, lost in thought. If he sends the money, we'll at least get some broth. If not, we'll have nothing. Qin Jingye lowered his voice. Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian did favor them, but not entirely without reason. At least, they had received support back then. But if Qin Shiyu truly cut ties with their family completely, where would they get money in the future? Over the years, with Qin Shiyu supporting them, they had become very lazy and complacent. Since Qin Shiyu started earning money for the family, they only did the lightest work every day and earned the least points. After all, they had Qin Shiyu supporting them with money and tickets. Going to work was just for show. They didn't rely entirely on earning points to support their family. In the future, Qin Shiyu and his family might starve if Qin Shiyu really doesn't send money. Lu Ahong also has this worry because she has a capable younger brother-in-law. Over the years, she has enjoyed a good life at her parents' home. Even though she and Qin Jingye are treated with favoritism in the Qin family, outsiders don't know this. Because of this, they absolutely do not want Qin Shiyu to cut off contact with their family. Lu Ahong had also understood that years ago, the child swapping was done by Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian. They saw that the couple had good conditions and wanted their own third son to enjoy a better life. Coincidentally, the other family also had a son, a newborn that looked like a kitten. Hard to tell who is who. Director Zhou and the others are back. At this moment, a villager shouted. Everyone looked in the direction they had left earlier and saw Zhao Sulian being led out, looking ashen. Qin Weimin appeared heartbroken. Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow and quietly asked, "The scapegoat is here." Although Qin Shiyu had never heard this term, seeing Zhao Sulian and Qin Weimin's expressions, he understood everything. Zhao Sulian had taken all the blame. Qin Weimin was hiding behind the scenes. She didn't believe Qin Weimin truly didn't know about what happened back then. Zhao Sulian was very sacrificial, probably Qin Weimin's idea, and she was just taking the fall. Director Zhou, is Qin Shiyu really the child of a wealthy family and Qin Weimin swapped him? A curious villager asked loudly. Zhao Sulian, seeing this, rushed directly in front of Qin Shiyu and was about to kneel. Qin Shiyu moved slightly to the side and reached out to help her up. "Third child. Mama's sorry. It was all my fault. It has nothing to do with others. I saw that family had good conditions and was worried my son would suffer. So, I did the child swap." After saying this, Zhao Sulian covered her mouth and sobbed, seeming very regretful about her actions. People pointed and whispered. Qin Weimin, however, looked heartbroken and self-blaming. He walked sadly to Qin Shiyu and looked at him with love. He reached out to hold Qin Shiyu's hand but hesitated, tears in his eyes, and said, "Child, it's our old Qin family's fault. Do you really know nothing?" Qin Shiyu looked at Qin Weimin with a half-smile. His acting was very convincing, as if he truly didn't know anything. "If I had known, I would never have let your mother do that. Please, considering we raised you for so many years, can't you forgive your mother?" Qin Weimin's voice was full of tears, and his old body seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Yun Jiji reached out and pulled Qin Shiyu aside, looking at Qin Weimin with a mocking expression. "Why don't you talk about how your biological son enjoyed 26 years at Ayu's parent house? And Qin Shiyu has been supporting your family all these years with only a 60 yuan monthly allowance. Don't you feel guilty when you take the money?" Everyone, seeing Qin Weimin's state, thought that since they had raised Qin Shiyu for 26 years, they shouldn't truly turn against them. But now, hearing Yun Jiji's words, they looked at each other in silence. 60 yuan a month. That's only 720 yuan a year. And what about the various vouchers? His annual allowance was only a small amount, yet they took 1,000 yuan to support their family. When he returned home, he didn't even have his own room. If I remember correctly, that house was built after Qin Shiyu joined the army. TSK. They ate Qin Shiyu's money, spent his money, and now they talk about gratitude for being raised? What did they do for him? Did they take his money to kick his wife and child out? Did they let people steal grain from the barn every time they changed supplies?
Or,
when Qin Shiyu returned home, before even entering the door, he was demanded to bring his allowance and task rewards. Or did they falsely accuse his wife of running away with another man? Yun Jiji knew Qin Shiyu couldn't say many things, but she was different. After marrying Qin Shiyu, she never had a day of happiness in the Qin family. She worked like a beast, and it wasn't an exaggeration. Why should he remember their kindness in raising him? His son was born with a noble destiny, stolen from someone else's life at birth. Qin Shiyu is born to be a beast, to be eaten and drained by their family. And yet, he still remembers their kindness in raising him. How can you have the face to say that? Yun Jiji sneered coldly. At this moment, Qin Weimin's face looked very ugly. Yun Jiji's words completely exposed all his dirty thoughts in front of everyone. The villagers, who previously believed that raising him was the greatest kindness, now thought that the Qin family was truly shameless after hearing Yun Jiji. All these years, Qin Shiyu supported the family alone. Originally, he was from a wealthy family and should have enjoyed a good life. It was Zhao Sulian who arranged for her son to enjoy life, and in the end, she still wanted to use her nurturing kindness to forgive Qin Shiyu as if nothing had happened. She is really scheming. So shameless. This old Qin family is really shameless. He's afraid Zhao Sulian will be caught, and Qin Shiyu won't recognize them anymore, so no one will give money to support this family in the future. It giving Qin Shiyu only 1,000 yuan a year, then forcing his wife and children out to the cattle shed. That's basically starving them to death. It would be better if Yun Jiji and the kids died of hunger. Then all of Qin Shiyu's money would belong to that greedy old Qin family. At this point, everyone clearly lost their inhibitions and pointed fingers at the Qin family. Qin Weiman, out of the 60 yuan Qin Shiyu sends back each month, 30 yuan is for his wife and kids. Over 3 years and 1 month, that totals 1,110 yuan. Also, about the money and vouchers, you should give Gigi 1,300 yuan first, Qin Shujing said at the right moment. What money? We have no money. Qin Weiman also realized they couldn't manipulate Qin Shiyu anymore. After today's events, Qin Shiyu probably won't care about them at all. Since that's the case, they can't take a single cent of the money they have. From now on, they will have to rely entirely on that money. Team leader, I have all the remittance receipts here. Each receipt clearly shows 30 yuan and some vouchers meant for my wife. Qin Shiyu looked at Qin Shujing. Yun Jiji also took out a thick stack of remittance slips from her bag. These are from the past 3 years. Additionally, this one is the money Qin Shiyu sent back in the previous 5 years, excluding his allowances, plus vouchers and bonuses from missions. Over 8 years, he transferred a total of 5,210 yuan, including grain coupons, cloth coupons, meat coupons, and more. Yun Jiji handed all the proof to Qin Shujing. She felt a bit relieved. Qin Shiyu had kept all these receipts over the years. It shows he knew what kind of people the old Qin family was and kept these as strong evidence in case they ever did something bad. Everyone listened with wide eyes. Qin Shiyu had been in the army for 8 years and had earned so much money. Team leader, there's one more thing. Yesterday, when we went to your place, Qin Shiyu's bag was in the house. Inside, there was his bonus from missions over the past 3 years and his allowances for the past 2 months, totaling 1,500 yuan. After we returned yesterday, the lock on the house was broken, Qin Shiyu's bag was torn apart, and the money inside was gone. Yesterday, Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi, the brothers, broke the door lock. Yun Jiji continued. Nonsense. Qin Shiyu's bag didn't have any money or tickets. It was empty. Qin Jingye quickly shouted when he heard this. Exactly, there was nothing inside. Qin Jingyi also yelled. The story about Qin Shiyu's bag containing 1,500 yuan made them feel very upset. Even though the bag was completely empty, Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji insisted last night that there was money inside. So, you admit you broke the door lock? Qin Shujing asked calmly, looking at the two. Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi were stunned at first, speechless, standing there for a long time without responding. Captain, Zhao Suliang still has the torn meat ticket we found in the house yesterday, Yun Jiji added. Zhao Suliang looked pale, especially after Qin Weiman told her to face everything clearly. Now she looked like a walking zombie. Mom, say something. Qin Jingye shouted at Zhao Suliang. Zhao Suliang looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Meat ticket? Yes. I took a torn meat ticket from Zhao Suliang this morning. It really was torn, someone confirmed. In Yunhe village, someone works at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, which is located in Hongxing Brigade. When Zhou Jing'an and others entered the village earlier, she used a stomach ache as an excuse to leave, but unexpectedly, she saw a big scene unfold. Now, hearing this, she immediately shouted, "It's Zhang Yijin's meat ticket." Zhao Suliang's face turned pale. A young officer went into the kitchen and found a piece of pork weighing 1 jin, about half a kilogram, among the vegetables Zhao bought this morning. Qin Jingye, Qin Jingyi, do you have anything to say? Zhou Zheng'an asked seriously. Qin Jingye took it. Qin Jingyi took it. The brothers both said at the same time that they didn't take it, each blaming the other. Qin Weiman was furious. Weren't they basically admitting it? Director Zhou, Captain, and all uncles, aunts, and elders, please be witnesses today. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and looked at everyone. Because Qin Shiyu asked so seriously, the villagers looked more attentive. Shiyu, if there's anything I can help with, just say it. I won't refuse, someone said. You are a good child. Encountering such family members is unlucky for you. Fortunately, the truth is now clear. If there's anything you need, just tell us. We will definitely help. Everyone expressed their support. Since I have no relation with the Qin family, today I want to officially cut ties with Qin Weiman and his family in front of everyone. They also need to return 1,300 yuan to my wife, plus the 1,500 yuan that was stolen last night, totaling 2,800 yuan. As for the remaining 4,010 yuan, although they are not honest people, I cannot be unkind. So I will consider the remaining money as a thank you for raising me for 18 years. Qin Shi looked at them with a serious face. When Qin Weiman heard this, his face looked worse than a black pot. The money Qin Shi sent back over the years was mostly used to build this house with 800 yuan. Besides that, his family actually had over 3,000 yuan left. Even if Qin Shi cut all ties and stopped sending money, their life wouldn't be too bad. But now, they are asked to give back 2,800 yuan to Qin Shiyu. Not to mention that the 1,500 yuan from last night is missing. Even if they had it, they wouldn't want to give it back. Zhao Suolian's act of switching the baby years ago was illegal. I asked the comrades from the Safety Supervision Bureau to investigate this carefully. Who knows? Whether it was entirely Zhao Suolian's idea. Seeing Qin Weiman's expression, Yun Jiji guessed that he didn't want to give the money at all. Since that's the case, some bargaining chips are needed. Furthermore, after 26 years, Zhao Suolian really didn't reveal anything? Who knows if she was intentionally taking the blame, just to let the real culprits go free. Third brother. I want to talk to you alone, Qin Weiman said with dislike. Feeling Yun Jiji was just being deliberate. His gaze then fell on Qin Shiyu. After all, Qin Shiyu is the main person involved. It's most reasonable for him to speak directly to Qin Shiyu. Okay, Qin Shiyu nodded at Qin Weiman. He was the first to walk into the house. Yun Jiji didn't follow. Qin Shiyu understood the situation. After all that had happened, Qin Shiyu was deeply disappointed in the Qin family. It was because of them that he was separated from his parents. And Tuan Yuan had suffered a lot of abuse. Even if it wasn't for her, Qin Shiyu wouldn't forget what happened and forgive the Qin family easily. Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi looked at each other with unhappy expressions. Cloud Weaver did not speak, but slowly approached Zhao Suolian. She looked at Zhao Suolian and lowered her voice, saying, "Tsk, why do you have to do this? Some things can't be easily admitted. Once you do, it could cost you your life. Are you sure you want to risk your life for a man who would push you out to take the blame?" Zhao Suolian stood there, her head lowered, silent. Cloud Weaver was not in a hurry and continued, "You're really something. Look at your two sons. At this moment, all they care about is arguing over who stole the money. They haven't even shown a bit of concern for you. Tell me, if you die, will they shed a single tear?" Zhou Zhengin and others saw Cloud Weaver standing beside Zhao Suolian and speaking. During their earlier interrogation, Qin Weiman had stubbornly refused to admit anything. He was also thinking of other ways. Now that he saw Cloud Weaver standing with Zhao Suolian, he didn't stop her. Maybe Cloud Weaver had her own plan to make Zhao Suolian come forward and accuse Qin Weiman? If that was true, it would be very interesting. Zhao Suolian kept hearing Cloud Weaver's words in her mind. They seemed casual, but each one hit her hard, like a heavy to her chest, making her more and more anxious. Her gaze fell on Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi. At this moment, the brothers were arguing fiercely, each blaming the other for the 1,500 yuan. Qin Jingye said Qin Jingyi took it. Qin Jingyi said he found the bag first in the house. Neither brother was willing to admit anything. Earlier that morning, Zhao Suolian had told Qin Weiman about this. He had said there was no such thing and suspected it was a trap set by Qin Shiyu and Cloud Weaver to lure them into a trap. He had been sitting outside the house. If there really was money in the bag, Qin Jingye would have looked guilty. But yesterday, he didn't show any signs of guilt. Qin Jingyi was his most trusted son. If he had taken the money, he would have handed it over to him. After hearing Qin Weiman say this, she also thought it was very likely that Cloud Weaver and Qin Shiyu had deliberately done this to make them suspect each other. But now, because of this quarrel, even if there was no money in the bag, it seemed like there was. They would rather argue than care about her at all. Watching the scene, everyone's faces looked extremely grim and hard to describe. You say you've lived most of your life, but honestly, it seems like you've lived it badly. Now that you're old, you don't even have a son who cares about you. I wonder, could Qin Weimin be planning to tell Qin Shiyu that he can send you away or cut ties, just so he doesn't have to involve himself in this matter anymore? Yun Jiji smiled happily as she looked at Zhao Sulian. She's been married to Qin Weimin for over 30 years, yet she truly doesn't understand her husband's character? Yun Jiji thinks that's not the case. She fears she knows her husband very well, so they can understand Qin Weimin's thoughts without much talking. Their previous communication was very little, but Zhao Sulian understood, which shows they have a strong understanding between them. No, he wouldn't do that. Zhao Sulian's eyes turned red as she stared at Yun Jiji and said, "He wouldn't treat me like that." Yun Jiji smiled slightly and suggested, "Why don't we go closer and listen?" Zhou Zhengin understood Yun Jiji's plan. She took Zhao Sulian to the wall at the corner of the room where Qin Shiyu and the others were. Maybe they were lucky, because when they crouched there, they soon heard Qin Weimin speaking inside. "Third brother, do you really want to ruin our family? I know it was wrong of your mother to switch you when you were young, but she's in prison now. Our family is falling apart. I can pay you back the money, but can't you just let me go?" Hearing her husband's words, Zhao Sulian's face turned pale. She didn't expect to hear such a thing. Qin Weimin really planned to send her away. He could have just given the money to Qin Shiyu and let her go, ending all contact. But Qin Weimin didn't do that. He meant to give Qin Shiyu the money, but once Qin Shiyu locked her up, he wouldn't have to deal with her anymore. He pushed her out, but kept himself clean. So, the switch back then was a conspiracy between you two? Qin Shiyu's cold voice came from inside the room. Qin Weimin chuckled softly and said, "Your mother already admitted it was her doing. What does that have to do with me?" To Qin Weimin, they just wanted someone to take the blame. Since Zhao Sulian had already come forward, there was no need to bring anyone else into it. Hearing this, Zhao Sulian's body wavered and almost collapsed. Her husband was truly heartless. They did the same thing together, but in the end, it all became her fault. Qin Weimin's face changed dramatically when he heard this. He immediately rushed out and shouted at Zhao Sulian, "What nonsense are you talking about?" After speaking, Qin Weimin looked at Zhou Zhengin and hurriedly explained, "Director Zhou, this woman must be crazy. She's afraid of being locked up, so she's talking nonsense. I only found out today that Shiryu isn't my biological child. This has nothing to do with me. It's all this woman's secretly doing things behind my back." Qin Weimin wasn't sure what had happened during the time he was inside. Zhao Sulian had already understood his meaning earlier, but now she suddenly changed her story. "Director Zhou, I just gave birth and was very weak. Ask the village elders. During that time, I was always in a daze and I didn't produce enough milk. My mother-in-law kept scolding me for being delicate. When I had my third child, I lost a lot of blood. At the health clinic, I was too weak to move. He said he switched the babies. The child was also taken when he tricked his husband's man while the woman on the next bed was sleeping. If you find that nurse, you'll see I'm telling the truth." Zhao Sulian hurriedly shouted. Some elders in the village remembered the past after hearing her, and Zhao Sulian was indeed very weak at that time. Their family's arguments had never stopped during that period. Now, some people were talking about the past, and their eyes on Qin Weimin changed. "Director Zhou, it's not me." Qin Weimin desperately wanted to explain, but Zhao Sulian stared at him fiercely. "Director Zhou, that nurse also took 10 yuan from us. I remember her name was Zhou Xueli from Nyoto village. If you find her, you'll definitely find the truth," Zhao Sulian said anxiously, afraid she couldn't compete with Qin Weimin. Qin Weimin was completely out of control now. This foolish woman. Does she even know what she's doing? Suddenly, he rushed at Zhao Sulian and reached out to grab her neck. "You wicked woman, what are you talking about? This has nothing to do with me. Hurry up and tell the truth to Director Zhou and the others." Zhao Sulian felt hopeless. Her husband truly wanted her dead. At this moment, Qin Shi stepped forward and grabbed Qin Weiman's wrist. Qin Weiman felt a sharp pain in his wrist and instinctively loosened his grip. Zhou Zhengan immediately ordered someone to come forward and control Qin Weiman. Meanwhile, Qin Shuzheng, who had gone to write the severance document, returned. He handed the document to Qin Shiyu and said, "Shiyu, look it over and see if anything needs to be changed." Qin Shiyu took a look at the document, then asked Yun Jiji to review it again. After both of them confirmed there were no issues, they signed their names at the top and handed it to Qin Shuzheng. Qin Weiman was reluctant to sign and kept struggling and resisting, but no one gave him a chance. They controlled him, pulled him, and pressed his fingerprint on the document. Under Zhou Zhengan's pressure, Qin Jingya also signed Qin Weiman's name as a proxy. Additionally, Zhao Suliang and some elderly villagers from Yunhe village, who held some influence, also signed. Qin Weiman looked at Qin Shiyu and the others with a vicious gaze, refusing to admit to anything. But Zhao Suliang stepped forward and accused Qin Weiman. Even if he wanted Zhao Suliang to take the blame, it was clear she was standing up for herself. The Safety Inspection Bureau didn't plan to let Qin Weiman go easily. They just needed some time to get him to speak. However, Yun Jiji quickly and confidently broke Zhao Suliang's psychological defense, saving everyone a lot of trouble. "Zhao Suliang still has 2,800 yuan. Where did you hide it? You should return it to the couple," Zhou Zhengan said. Qin Weiman turned his head away and refused to speak. Yun Jiji smiled slightly and looked at Zhou Zhengan, asking Director Zhou, "I know where they hid the money. Can I go get it myself?" Yun Jiji had lived at the Qin family for a year. Although she didn't steal money, the Qin family was full of all kinds of shady characters. She remembered Qin Xuelin stealing Zhao Suliang's money. She had been feeding chickens in the backyard and saw him steal the money through the window. At that moment, Zhao Suliang happened to come inside. When she saw Qin Xuelin take the money, she wasn't angry but only scolded him briefly and then took a big piece of unity to Qin Xuelin herself. Looking at Zhou Zhengan, Yun Jiji's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was really eager to know how much money was left. She blinked her bright eyes, full of anticipation. "Sure." Zhou Zhengan hesitated a little, unsure how to refuse Yun Jiji. Her gaze was so eager that it made it hard to say no. "No," Qin Weiman shouted. How could they let Yun Jiji go get the money? If she did, then... "Second brother, you go. You go get it." Qin Jingyi looked at Qin Jingyi urgently. Qin Jingyi looked confused and said, "Dad, we don't have any money left at home." Qin Weiman was stunned. Given the situation, even if he didn't want to take out the money, it was impossible now. He took several deep breaths, trying hard to calm his complicated feelings. "Comrade Yun Jiji, you go ahead." Zhou Zhengan wasn't stupid. He saw clearly that the arguments between the father and son were obvious. This family really thought they were fools, really thought they could fool them. Yun Jiji responded with a nod and rushed straight into the house like an arrow. Qin Shiyu's lips twitched as he watched her figure, a look of affection in his eyes. She truly has many sides, each one making him happy. She seems gentle, yet she can argue with the tricky people of a Qin family and even make Zhao Suliang's mental defenses break down with just a few words. When lively, she's like a young girl who hasn't grown up yet, so adorable that he can't look away. But when she's caring for a patient, she's focused, serious, and responsible. No matter which side she shows, she's impossible to ignore. She's so charming, so capable of touching his heart. Qin Shiyu knew he was completely smitten. He liked her, really liked her a lot. After Yun Jiji entered the house, she activated her with spirit. Zhao Suliang and Qin Weiman were very cunning, and she never trusted her own children. So, the places where they hid money kept changing, but no matter how often, they only used a few spots. Using her with spirit was to find the real hiding place faster. She placed her hand on the ground and easily found where they hid the money, still the same spot where Qin Xuelin had stolen it. But Yun Jiji also made an unexpected discovery. Inside the iron box, besides a thick stack of banknotes, there was a piece of bright green jade pendant. The jade was very clear, transparent like crystal, pure enough to amaze anyone. How could the Qin family have such a fine jade pendant? She looked at the pendant in her hand and immediately saw a small, not-so-obvious character carved in a corner.
Qin.
Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow. This pendant was probably Qin Shiyu's. Seeing the short red string attached, it looked a bit old, but it was clear it hadn't been tampered with much. The string was old, but there were no noticeable marks, showing Qin Weiman and the others hadn't touched it much, or perhaps they dared not take it out. Without hesitation, Yun Jiji put the pendant into her space. Then she carried the iron box out. Director Zhou, all the money is here. Zhou Zhengyan saw the thick stack of money and took it directly. The villagers gasped when they saw the money. Old Qin's family really knows how to save money. They had so much. Unfortunately, all this money was earned by Qin Shiyu. Given their situation, they couldn't have saved so much. Zhou Zhengyan counted the money and handed 2,800 yuan to Qin Shiyu, saying, "Here, count it." Qin Shiyu handed the money to Yun Jiji and said, "Wife, you check it." Yun Jiji didn't hesitate. She took the money and counted it in front of Qin Weiman. Seeing Qin Weiman's twisted face, Yun Jiji felt satisfied. Director Zhou, just right. Zhou Zhengyan nodded. Yun Jiji then put all the money into a cloth bag hanging at her waist and quickly stored it away. There was still some change in the metal box. Zhou Zhengyan handed it to Qin Jingye. Qin Jingye looked at the remaining money in the box and almost cried. Money! That was all their family's money. Now it was gone. He angrily looked at Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian. If he had taken the money earlier and shared it with his brothers, Qin Shiyu, and the others wouldn't have taken it today. But they insisted on keeping all the money for themselves. Now look at the situation. Staring at the few coins left in the box, Qin Jingye didn't know what to do next. Yun Jiji glanced at Qin Jingye.
See?
Look at the money. Soon, she would take it all back, and there would be no chance to see it again. After everything was settled, Zhou Zhengyan and his team took Zhao Sulian and Qin Weiman away. They left the Qin family in a grand procession. It's over. It's all over. Lu Ahong collapsed onto the ground, her face pale. She angrily glared at Qin Shiyu and cursed. Mom and Dad raised a wolf in sheep's clothing. After 26 years of raising them, they just send them away. Disgraceful. Thinking about never having the good days they once had, Lu Ahong wished she could slap Qin Shiyu. What are you anyway? Over the years, you've been spending my husband's money and living in the house he built with his money. If he's a wolf, what does that make you? Hearing this, Yun Jiji turned to face Lu Ahong directly. Lu Ahong, who had previously been bullying Yun Jiji, was shocked by her strong response. She shrank back, too afraid to meet Yun Jiji's eyes. Many people couldn't help but point fingers, and after such events, they no longer sympathized with Qin Weiman's family. Sure you, I'm going inside to pack our things. It's time to go to the Yun family. Yun Jiji curled her lips, rubbed her hands, looking ready to fight at the Yun family. Rest, I'm going. Yun Jiji reached out to stop Qin Shiyu, then turned and walked into the house. Soon after, Yun Jiji came out, carrying a small bag. She looked at the Qin family house. During the day, it was too obvious. Let them stay a little longer at the Qin house. When night falls, she would sneak back quietly. But she had already taken all the valuable things from the Qin family. Given Qin Jingye and Qin Jingyi's personalities, the brothers would probably cause a fuss. Maybe soon, they would even fight over the family's belongings. Since that was likely, she decided to take them now to save them trouble. The couple didn't pay attention to the Qin family anymore and walked side by side out. But just as they left the gate, the backyard door slammed shut behind them. Qin Jingye shouted to Qin Jingyi, "Now that our parents are taken away, I am the oldest in the family. From now on, I will be in charge. Today I saw a snowy scene. Ah, so beautiful. I really want to go." Qin Jingyi wasn't willing. "Why should you be in charge? Since our parents are gone, let's split the family." "Split it if you want." Hearing their arguing, Yun Jiji curled her lips. Old Qin family should be like this, causing trouble. They didn't deserve peace. "Sure you, are you okay?" After walking a bit further, Qin Shuzheng looked worriedly at Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu shook his head lightly. Elder cousin, I'm fine. Qin Shuzheng sighed, patting his shoulder. They made mistakes. Don't blame yourself for some things. He was afraid Qin Shiyu wouldn't understand. Elder cousin, people who have long disappointed us, even if they do things too far, it's not surprising. I won't feel disappointed or sad because of it, Qin Shiyu said to Qin Shuzheng. Hearing this, Qin Shuzheng sighed softly, reached out to pat Qin Shiyu's shoulder, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately didn't say anything. Qin Shiyu seems to understand him well and said, Elder cousin, if I have free time in the future, I will bring Ji and the children to visit you. Qin Shuzheng sighed. Such a good young man, but he happened to meet a family like Qin Weiman's. Mrs. Shiyu, are you planning to return to the Yun family? Thinking of Yun Jiji's previous words, he guessed she was also planning to visit the Yun family. Yun Jiji responded, Yes, I want to go back and see them. It's also time to visit. Your sister got married, but you didn't come back. How can a father and daughter be like this? Captain, I am not Yun Hongmin's daughter.
Ah.
Qin Shuzheng was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. What is going on? If Qin Weiman isn't Jiyu's father, then Yun Jiji isn't from the Yun family either. What are these two families doing? Why does everyone like to switch children with others? Seeing this, Yun Jiji smiled and said, Captain, I am from the Yun family, but my father is Yun Hongmin's older brother. When I was 1 year old, my father entrusted me to my second uncle. I initially lived with my grandparents, but after they passed away, I was sent to my second uncle's house. Qin Shuzheng was stunned. When Gigi's father left, he gave money to Yun uncle to take good care of Gigi, but obviously, Qin Shuzheng was first surprised, then sighed. These people have no conscience at all. He had heard some about the difficult life Yun Jiji had in the Yun family. After Yun Hongmin and Yun Jiji married, Yun Hongmin cut off contact with her, probably afraid she would remember these things and ask for money. Another thing is, the reason Gigi entered the wrong room that night was also planned by Yun Wanrong, and that night the wine I drank was spiked. Qin Shiyu said in a deep voice. Qin Shuzheng's face turned pale with disbelief as he listened. Shiyu, about this. The military has already investigated. Today, someone will come to take the Yun family members away, Qin Shiyu said calmly. They're just waiting to see who will be pushed out to take the blame. With Qin Weiman's situation, Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji guessed that the person who would ultimately be blamed is likely Chen Manxiang. Qin Weiman is such a selfish person, and even more so Yun Wanrong and Yun Hongmin, their family is even more selfish than Qin Weiman. She has never understood why Yun Wanrong, if she didn't want to marry Qin Shiyu, couldn't just dissolve the engagement or refuse the matchmaking altogether. However, she did not do that. Instead, she risked being caught to drug Qin Shiyu, planning to get her into Qin Shiyu's bed. Qin Shiyu is a soldier, and her relationship with Yun Wanrong is not good. Yun Wanrong had bullied her since childhood, and she never thought Yun Wanrong would be so kind as to send her to become a soldier's wife. Unless, does Yun Wanrong know something? They were heading to Yunheshang village. Between Yunheshang village and Yunhexia village, there is a river. There is no bridge, only a single piece of wood in the middle of the river, allowing only one person to cross at a time. Darling, give me your hand. Qin Shiyu saw this and reached out to hold Yun Jiji's hand. Seeing the unstable piece of wood, Yun Jiji didn't dare to walk alone. When she saw Qin Shiyu holding her hand, she didn't refuse. Qin Shuzheng saw the couple like this and felt very pleased. Everyone knew why Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji became a couple. If it weren't for what Qin Shiyu mentioned today, they wouldn't have guessed that both of them had been schemed against by Yun Hongmin's family. As Yun Jiji and her group crossed the bridge, they saw a figure running from afar. When the person reached a point not far from Yun Jiji, they stopped. Yun Wanrong's eyes were fixed on Yun Jiji. When she learned at home that Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu had returned, she couldn't believe it. Wasn't Yun Jiji starving outside? How could she still be alive? But the villagers had been talking about Qin Weiman's family earlier. Although the two villages were separated by a river, Qin Weiman and his family were taken away along the path by the river. Some villagers, eager for gossip, came to the Qin family's side to watch the show. Afterward, they told everything that had happened. They went to Yunhexia village to see for themselves, and before they arrived, they saw Yun Jiji by the river. She had changed. No longer was she as thin as a skin-and-bone skeleton. She looked healthier, with some flesh on her body. Clearly, she had been living well since leaving Yunhe village. Her appearance had improved significantly. This was obviously thanks to Qin Shiyu. In her previous life, Qin Shiyu hadn't returned during this time. She had been gone for over 3 years, and by the time she received news of Qin Shiyu, he was already dead.
Why?
Is he back now? Big sister. Yun Wanrong was stunned for a while before calling out. Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow. I heard you married the lazy man He Mingyuan in the village? Yun Wanrong heard this and looked serious. Mingyuan is not the kind of person you all think he is. He's a good man. Actually, after marrying He Mingyuan, Yun Wanrong also found out that he had many flaws. He never helped with household chores. Sometimes, when she was busy in the kitchen and needed help, she would ask He Mingyuan to fetch something, but he would look annoyed, worried it might hurt his precious hands. If she didn't think about how He Mingyuan would become a wealthy man later in life, she might have just cut him off. But for the sake of her future life as a wealthy wife, Yun Wanrong endured it patiently, speaking kindly to He Mingyuan. Really? Then, I wish you happiness. Yun Jiji looked at Yun Wanrong with a half-smile. Yun Wanrong felt uncomfortable under her gaze, as if Jiji's eyes could see right through her, making her feel a strange chill. It was as if Jiji's gaze could reveal her secrets. I will be very happy, and I don't need your words to tell me that. My husband is a very good man, and he will give me a better, richer life than you. She was sure she would live a better life than Yun Jiji. Although Qin Shiyu was still alive now, it wouldn't be long before he was assigned a mission and would pass away. Yun Jiji would then become a widow, and in a few years, she would be a wealthy wife. She would have endless wealth, wear luxurious clothes, especially custom-made ones, and own many high-end international bags, each costing thousands. She would buy jewelry, jade, gold, and diamonds, filling her wardrobe with different pieces every day, never repeating. By then, she would wear her jewelry every day in front of Yun Jiji, eager to see her jealous and envious. She also wanted to see Yun Jiji kneel before her, sincerely begging for a little money. If that happened, she might kindly give her a small amount, just a penny or two. But anything more? People like Yun Jiji didn't deserve it. Really? Then I wish you success in advance. Yun Jiji's eyes sparkled with a smile, further confirming her suspicions. When Yun Wanrong talked about how He Mingyuan would give her a wealthy life, her tone was too firm. It was as if her soul could be split in two, with one part sent into the future. So why couldn't Yun Wanrong live a second life, too? Yun Wanrong probably knows that Qin Shiyu's future doesn't look good, which is why she thought of switching families. I will definitely succeed. Yun Wanrong glared at Yun Jiji. The recent days have been very hard. He Mingyuan is unwilling to help. If she didn't live at her parents' house, Yun Wanrong wouldn't feel so comfortable now. However, Chen Manxiang's opinion of He Mingyuan is growing more negative. In the past, Chen Manxiang didn't agree with Yun Wanrong marrying He Mingyuan. It was her and Yun Hongmin who insisted on the marriage. If Yun Hongmin hadn't protected her, Chen Manxiang might have already lost her temper. Yun Wanrong seemed to think of something, looked at Yun Jiji for a while, and asked, I heard you sent your in-laws to jail? This matter became quite big. Yun Wanrong has heard quite a bit about it along the way. But she didn't listen carefully. In her view, this was something Yun Jiji had caused, but she seemed to forget what kind of person Yun Wanrong was in her memory. Mrs. Mingyuan, you are mistaken. It was the Qin couple who, 26 years ago, at the hospital, swapped their own child with Shiyu's. They were taken away after committing a crime, and Aunt passing by immediately explained when she overheard Yun Wanrong's words. Hearing this, Yun Wanrong's brow furrowed slightly. Is Qin Shiyu not a member of the Qin family? In her previous life, after marrying Qin Shiyu, nothing like this happened until Qin Shiyu died in the line of duty. So, what is going on in this life? Could it be that because she was reborn and she planned for Yun Jiji to marry Qin Shiyu, some butterfly effect occurred, changing Qin Shiyu's life path? After all, in her previous life, Qin Shiyu had no children until he died, but in this life, Yun Jiji gave Qin Shiyu a pair of children. But soon, Yun Wanrong dismissed this idea. No, even if the butterfly effect is powerful, a person's lifespan is limited. Her rebirth was definitely because she had suffered too much in her previous life, never experiencing the joy of being a woman. That was why she was reborn. So, she is the main character of her life, while people like Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu are just supporting characters, small figures to push her to the top. His lifespan is only about half a year. Even if this life reveals he is not from the Qin family, so what? Death is just a matter of time. You're not a child of the Qin family? Then who are your biological parents? Yun Wanrong asked, very confused. Qin Shiyu's cold gaze swept over Yun Wanrong's face. He asked in an icy tone, "You said my wife ran away with a wild man. Where is the wild man?" Initially, Yun Wanrong had called him specifically and straightforwardly told him that Yun Jiji was bored and ran off with a wild man. Yun Wanrong's expression stiffened. She hadn't expected Qin Shiyu to suddenly ask such a question. She almost forgot about this matter herself. I also heard it from others. Yun Wanrong coughed twice, shifting the blame. Then she added, "Sister. Brother-in-law, I was just listening to gossip. I even asked you before if my sister went to the army to find you. You said no, so I mistakenly believed what the villagers said." Yun Wanrong was relieved that she hadn't spoken too definitively at the time. But she was also surprised and didn't expect Qin Shiyu to suddenly ask her. From others?
Who told you?
If someone said it, there must be a source.
Take me to find those people.
I want to ask clearly, who saw my wife run away with a wild man, and which wild man was it? Qin Shiyu's expression was neither smiling nor angry, but he looked at Yun Wanrong with a faint smile. If he hadn't investigated Yun Wanrong's character before, he wouldn't have much chance to understand women in the army. He didn't really understand their expressions and subtle hints. But after understanding Yun Wanrong's nature, Qin Shiyu kept in mind that this woman wasn't trustworthy, and he had little respect for Yun Jiji. So, he definitely couldn't believe what she said. It's been several months now. I can't remember who told me. Yun Wanrong avoided his gaze, feeling that Qin Shiyu was really annoying. It's been so long. Didn't Yun Jiji just run away with a wild man? What is there to fuss about? Just pretend nothing happened. Isn't that better? You should think carefully. Maybe I'll go to the village and ask everyone myself. What do you think? Qin Shiyu's deep eyes were hard to look into. His face looked as cold as frost now. Even if he didn't look directly at him, Yun Wanrong felt a chill. In her past life, although Yun Wanrong married Qin Shiyu, they never really spent time together, and she didn't know his true personality. Now, she felt genuinely scared. Then go ahead and check. I didn't say those words. Yun Wanrong lowered her head and, after thinking quietly, realized her worries were a bit unnecessary. It had been 2 months already. Could Qin Shiyu really find out about the past events? She didn't believe it. While she was thinking, she saw an old woman rushing over in a panic. When she saw Yun Wanrong still standing there, she was first stunned, then quickly said, "Wanrong, why are you still here? Some police came to your house and might take your parents away." Hearing this, Yun Wanrong's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Zhou Posey with confusion and hurriedly asked, "Aunt Zhou, what happened?" Zhou Posey shook her head. "I don't know. You should go back and check." Yun Wanrong glanced at Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu, feeling that this matter was probably related to the couple. Otherwise, why would it be so coincidental? Just before, Qin Weimin and Zhao Suliang had been taken away, and now police were coming to take Yin Hongmin and Shin Manxiang from their home. "Did you do this?" Yun Wanrong asked, glaring at Yun Jiji. A bit surprised, Zhou Posey looked at Yun Jiji. She hadn't seen her clearly earlier because Qin Shiyu's tall figure had blocked her view. Her mind was focused on Yun Wanrong, so she hadn't paid attention. Now, hearing Yun Wanrong's words, she finally looked at Yun Jiji. Yunjiji? You ran away with a wild man, and now you still have the nerve to come back? She looked at Zhou Posey with a faint smile. Aunt Zhou, I went to follow the army because I couldn't feed or clothe my children in Yunhe village. We were still living in a cow shed, and our grain was often stolen. If I didn't follow the army, my 2 children and I would have starved to death. Thinking of Yunjiji's previously emaciated appearance, Zhou Posey felt a bit awkward. However, she didn't like Yunjiji, thinking she was too dull. She was always too shy to greet people and seemed not very smart. Moreover, Zhou Posey and Qin Manxiang had been close friends since childhood. They grew up together, and later, they married into different villages. Their friendship was so close they might as well have been wearing the same pants. Wanrong, you should go back and check, Zhou Posey urged, ignoring Yunjiji. Yun Wanrong seemed to realize this and quickly turned around to head home. Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu exchanged glances.
Let's go see what's happening, they said.
Qin Shiyu responded with a nod, and the 2 of them headed toward Yun's house. At this moment, the yard and outside of the Yun family house were crowded with people. When Yun Wanrong saw her parents handcuffed, her face turned pale. She quickly grabbed an older police officer and asked nervously, "Officer, what did my parents do? You need a reason to arrest someone, right?" The older officer glanced at Yun Wanrong, withdrew his hand, and said professionally, "Based on our investigation and evidence, your parents are suspected of endangering public safety. You need to come with us for questioning." Yun Wanrong was confused. "Officer, where is this coming from? My parents have never left Yunhe village in their lives.
They're honest people. How could they do such things?"
She knew her parents well and was sure they wouldn't do anything wrong. Seeing her look like she was about to cry, the officer kindly reminded her, 3 years ago, your parents gave medicine to a military officer. Do you remember?" Yun Wanrong suddenly looked at Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu.
It was clear now that they were involved.
This made her very angry. She glared at Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji and quickly said, "Officer, 3 years ago, I was engaged to Qin Shiyu from our village. When he came to my house to propose, he drank a lot and got drunk.
It was my
shameless sister who sneaked into his bed at night. If we gave him medicine, that's impossible." Yun Wanrong was determined not to let them take her parents away. Even if her parents were guilty, they weren't very loving to her normally. But she knew that if Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang were taken away, she wouldn't be able to hold her head up in the village anymore.
And
how Mingyuan later became the richest man. Her mother-in-law would definitely force Hao Mingyuan to divorce her because her parents were in jail. How could she live as the wealthy lady then? Zhou Posey also realized what was happening and quickly spoke up. "Yes. Officer, everyone in our village knows this. Yunjiji shamelessly sneaked into her fiancé's bed at midnight. They're probably trying to clear their names now. Otherwise, why didn't they report this to the police 3 years ago?" Zhou Posey was a bit older than Yun Wanrong, so when Yun Wanrong spoke, she stepped forward quickly. "Exactly, officer. They're definitely trying to get revenge on our family." Yun Wanrong hurriedly said, "Yunjiji, you're so cruel. Of course, it's your own shameful actions. Your parents cut ties with you, and that's your fault. Now you're turning around and falsely accusing your own parents. That's truly unfilial." Mrs. Zhou pointed her finger at Yunjiji, almost poking her face. Yunjiji glanced at Mrs. Zhou and firmly grabbed her finger. "What are you doing?" "I am your elder." Mrs. Zhou claimed her elder status. Yunjiji was not gentle. Mrs. Zhou was not a good person. She relied on her close friendship with Qin Manxiang, pretending to be friendly. In the past, she couldn't bully Yunjiji because she was forgetful, but as long as she had something to eat, she would eat. Sometimes, she even used force, pinching or hitting Yunjiji. Qin Manxiang knew all this, but since she was not Yunjiji's biological mother, she had always turned a blind eye.
"Elder?
What kind of elder do you think you are? Just because you look old doesn't mean you can be my elder. I remember all the tricks you played on me when I was little." Mrs. Zhou looked a bit embarrassed, especially when she saw Yunjiji's expression. She had indeed bullied Yunjiji before, knowing her true identity. "Jiji mom knows. I know you resent your parents, but they did sleep with your future brother-in-law. Everyone in the village knows that. You can't just try to clear your name by falsely accusing your parents. Chun Manxiang was furious. She never expected that Yun Jiji, this unworthy girl, would do such a thing. If she had known that her father had handed Yun Jiji over to her, she would have strangled her immediately. That way, there would be fewer problems now. Especially after Yun Wanrong married He Mingyuan, Chen Manxiang regretted listening to the nonsense of this father-daughter pair. She wished she had kept Qin Shiyu as her son-in-law. If her daughter had become a military officer's wife, their family would have lived much better. Instead, Yun Wanrong, this foolish girl, gave such a good marriage to Yun Jiji. All the good days were now enjoyed by Yun Jiji. Now Yun Jiji was even turning around to accuse them. How hateful. That Yun Hongmin's eldest daughter is so wicked. She stole her sister's marriage, and now she's falsely accusing her own parents. She wants to send her parents to jail. Who would have such a daughter? She's cursed for life. No wonder Yun Lao wanted to cut ties with Yun Jiji back then. If I had such a heartless daughter, I would have drowned her at birth in a basin of. This isn't really a daughter. She's clearly a vengeful ghost come to collect debts. Parents raise her, and in the end, she still sends them to their graves. It's so infuriating. Having an older sister like Wanrong is bad luck enough. Her good marriage was stolen, and she married someone like He Mingyuan. She'll have to suffer for the rest of her life.
Sigh.
What bad luck. The villagers couldn't help but point and gossip. No one in Yunhe village spoke up for Yun Jiji. To them, she seemed like a heinous criminal. If the police weren't here to keep order, they'd have already rushed to tear her apart. Yun Jiji's face remained calm, her cold eyes fixed on Chun Manxiang and Yun Hongmin. For some reason, being looked at like that made the couple feel a strange chill, but they didn't understand what she was trying to do by staring at them so intently. Seeing that Yun Jiji didn't argue back, the crowd found it a bit dull. Their voices gradually lowered, and their gazes all shifted to Yun Jiji. She looked around slowly, then finally turned her gaze to Yun Hongmin and his wife, and asked slowly, "Second uncle, second aunt, are you sure that 3 years ago, when Qin Shiyu came to discuss the wedding date with Yun Wanrong, he didn't add a sow's breeding drug to Qin Shiyu's wine?" The villagers heard Yun Jiji's question and looked surprised. Adding sow's breeding drug to Qin Shiyu's wine? They looked at Chen Manxiang and Yun Hongmin, eager to see if it was really true. Grandma Zhou burst out laughing. That's hilarious. Why would they drug Qin Shiyu? He's a soldier, a military officer. Wanrong marrying him is for a good life. Why would they do such a thing? Giving such a good marriage to Yun Jiji, and she married someone like He Mingyuan, a lazy man. Do you believe that? Hearing this, everyone realized the truth and looked at Yun Jiji with suspicion. Wait, why did Yun Jiji just call Hongmin and his wife second uncle and second aunt? But some people's attention was still on something else. They were curious. Aren't these Yun Jiji's real parents? Why did their relationship suddenly change? That's because I'm his older brother's daughter. Otherwise, why would I call him second uncle? Yun Jiji said with a smile, looking at that person. After Yun Wanrong looked surprised, she instinctively blurted out, "How do you know that?" Madame Zhou was standing beside Yun Wanrong. Hearing this, she reached out and hit her lightly, giving her a stern look. This girl is so foolish. As long as they don't admit it, no one will know Yun Jiji's identity. But she spoke without thinking and asked directly, "So stupid." Seeing this, Yun Jiji chuckled softly. It seems that Madame Zhou also knows I am the daughter of the head of the Yun family. The head of the Yun family? Someone asked curiously upon hearing this. They were very interested in the so-called head of the Yun family. The head of the Yun family is quite capable. When the cherry blossom ghost attacked the village, she burned, looted, and committed all sorts of evil deeds. Many villagers died at her hands. Old Lu, your young aunt was taken by the cherry blossom ghost and humiliated to death by hitting the wall, wasn't she? Later, the head of the Yun family secretly sneaked into the cherry blossom ghost's base and set off their stored bombs, killing those ghosts and saving many of our villagers. Madame Zhou, Your husband was rescued by the head of the Yun family back then. An elderly man with silver hair spoke, sighing as he remembered those days. If it weren't for Yun, what was his name again? Old Master Yun asked on purpose. Great-grandpa. My dad's name is Yun Ting, Yun Jiji reminded him. Yes, Yun Ting. The old man looked at Yun Jiji, squinting his eyes for a long time. You really are Yun Ting's daughter? You do look a bit alike. Great-grandpa. I am. When my father was 1 year old, he entrusted me to my second uncle's family and then disappeared. When my grandparents were alive, I lived with them. After they died when I was 6, I was handed over to my second uncle's family. Before my parents disappeared, they left me 5,000 yuan, 2,500 for my uncle to raise me, and another 2,500 for me to use after I got married, Yun Jiji explained. She could tell that the old man had a good impression of her father. Since that was the case, she would use this relationship to get more benefits for herself. Over the years, Yun Hongmin's family had been living quite comfortably with her father's money. As for her, the niece, as long as they weren't starving, they could happily spend her father's money without guilt. You are talking nonsense. Where did the money come from? Over the years, our family has spent all our money supporting and taking care of you. You are ungrateful and forget all the good we've done for you. You even tried to interfere with your sister's marriage. If I had known back then, I shouldn't have thought of you as the daughter of the eldest uncle. I should have just raised you kindly. At this moment, Chen Manxiang also acknowledged Yun Jiji's identity. When she saw Yun Jiji today, she felt that Yun Jiji seemed a bit different, though she wasn't sure what had changed. Why did Yun Jiji suddenly find out her true identity? They never dared to mention it in front of her, to prevent her from knowing. But in the end, she still found out. Yun Jiji ignored them. She reached into her bag and took out a yellowed envelope. She walked to Grandpa Yun and said, Grandpa, this is a letter my father left me long ago. It clearly states that 2,500 yuan was for thanking Uncle for raising me and covering my living expenses. The same amount was meant for my wedding. You know my father, so please take a look. Grandpa Yun took out his reading glasses from his pocket and put them on. He opened the letter in front of everyone. When he saw the contents, his eyes turned a little red. This is written in Yun Ting's handwriting. I remember that my eldest son taught him how to write back then. Grandpa Yun looked very emotional as he carefully read the letter. It explained that Yun Jiji was temporarily fostered at Yun Hongmin's house. The expenses were split equally, half for Yun Hongmin's family and half for Yun Jiji. But it didn't mention where Yun Ting and his wife were, only saying that when the time was right, they would come back to pick up Yun Jiji. People who could read also gathered around to look. It's exactly what Yun Jiji said. Half of the money was for her to use after marriage. Since Yun Ting gave so much money back then, Yun Hongmin and his wife are being a bit unreasonable. We've watched Yun Jiji grow up. She's never worn new clothes, only hand-me-downs from Wanrong. A child can eat a lot, but even if all that money was spent on rice, it wouldn't add up to 2,500 yuan in 17 years. Yun Hongmin's house was probably built with the money his father took from Yun Jiji's family. The villagers of Yunhe village are generally poor. Hearing that Yun Hongmin's family had so much money suddenly made them feel jealous and sour. And right now, with Grandpa Yun present, everyone respected him as the village's elder and the most revered person. Seeing the situation, Yun Jiji didn't waste any time. She looked at the older police officer and said, Officer, since you're here to take someone, you must have enough evidence to prove that Yun Hongmin and his wife gave drugs to Deputy Captain Qin 3 years ago. Li Gong'an was a bit surprised at first, not expecting such a big scene. When he heard Yun Jiji's words, he finally understood and quickly replied, Yes. We wouldn't take anyone without proof. Yun Wanrong didn't believe it. This was over 3 years ago. How could they find evidence now? Moreover, every team that raises pigs has breeding drugs. It's not unusual. These drugs are kept in the team office, and only the team leader can access them. Thinking this, Yun Wanrong felt a bit more at ease. My parents didn't give any drugs. Yun Wanrong shouted. She absolutely couldn't let them take her parents away. But at that moment, didn't your parents give the drugs? Last time, when your dad was drunk, he told me himself. He Mingyuan came in from outside, acting clueless, suddenly saying this. Everyone looked at him sharply when they heard this, but he just looked confused. Dad also said that if he hadn't given Qin Shiyu drugs back then, it wouldn't have been my turn. Yun Wanrong almost rushed forward to cover He Mingyuan's mouth. She was furious and glaring at him angrily, saying, "What nonsense are you talking? You can't say things without proof." Yun Wanrong signaled him urgently. She knew that when her dad drank a few more glasses, he would talk freely, revealing everything. Because she knew this, she was also guessing whether Yun Hongmin had been drunk when he talked to He Mingyuan, possibly revealing what happened 3 years ago. If He Mingyuan listened, it would be trouble.
But
did He Mingyuan really know what was going on now? The police were still here. If he said that, wasn't he trying to get her parents taken away? A cold look flashed in He Mingyuan's eyes. He reached out and grabbed Yun Wanrong's hand, pulling it down. He looked at her with confusion and asked, "Wanrong, are your eyes uncomfortable? Why are you blinking so much?" After He Mingyuan finished speaking, he looked earnestly at Yun Hongmin. "Dad, you should be punished for your mistakes. And brother-in-law is an officer. Do you think it's right to do such shameful things? Do I have to say things I don't believe in just to go along with you? Wanrong, why are you so confused?" Without real evidence, the police wouldn't come out openly to arrest someone. Then he looked at Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang with concern. "Mom, Dad, just tell the truth. If you keep refusing to cooperate, you'll only make things worse. Just go with the police and honestly admit your mistakes. That way, you might get a lighter punishment. Otherwise, you'll face a harsher sentence." He Mingyuan spoke confidently, and many people watched him. They thought that having a daughter-in-law like Yun was really unlucky. Not only did she speak up for Yun Wanrong and the others, but she also advised Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang to confess and accept their punishment. It seemed like she understood the situation deeply, but it also felt very inhumane. Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow and looked at He Mingyuan. She reached out and tugged at Qin Shiyu's sleeve. The man bent down, his deep, pleasant voice making her ears tingle. She instinctively stepped back a little, turned her head to glance at Qin Shiyu, and felt that this man was deliberately using his nice voice to her. "Do you think He Mingyuan has any other plans?" Yun Jiji whispered. She didn't believe he was just being kind and willing to speak up for them. Surely, he had other motives. "What do you think?" Qin Shiyu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Yun Jiji and asked. Yun Jiji's lips curved into a slight smile. She softly said, "The He family lives in a house with holes in the walls." When they returned, they learned that Yun Wanrong had already moved back home. It was clear that because of He Mingyuan's house, Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang had grown up being spoiled. They ate the best and were the best in the Yun family. If she married He Mingyuan, she would have to live a hard life with him. Obviously, Yun Wanrong didn't want that. The best solution was to bring him back to live at Yun's house. But He Mingyuan, as a grown man, wouldn't feel comfortable living in Yun's house. Having lived in such a good house, could he really go back to that old, leaky house and endure such hardship? Now that a good opportunity had come, if He Mingyuan seized it, and since Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang had no sons, if something happened to them, who would get that house? He Mingyuan, those are my parents. Yun Wanrong was crying and glaring at He Mingyuan. "Because they are your parents, I advise them to turn back from their wrongdoings. If they make mistakes and hide them, and if it all comes out later, it will only make things worse. Admitting their mistakes now means they might only need to work on a farm for a while and then come back. When your family was doing those things, why didn't anyone say it was wrong?" He Mingyuan scolded, then angrily looked at Yun Wanrong and asked, "Or is it you who did this?" Yun Wanrong was startled and didn't expect him to accuse her.
how? How could that be?
Yun Wanrong avoided his gaze, afraid he might see something. He Mingyuan didn't think much and gently pulled Yun Wanrong aside, lowering his voice. "Rongrong, you said that the college entrance exam will open again in a few years. I plan to take the exam and go to university. I want to do business. If your parents' issues only come out then, have you thought about how it will affect me going to university and starting a business? Yun Wanrong's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly realized this. What if this incident affects He Mingyuan's chance to go to university? She clenched her teeth and looked at Yun Hongmin and Chen Manxiang. It was Chen Manxiang who did it. It has nothing to do with me. Don't they understand their daughter? Seeing Yun Wanrong's expression, they felt more disappointed. Who would have thought that their daughter would? Her eyes seemed to want them to acknowledge her. Yun Hongmin, what do you mean? Are you blaming me now? Chen Manxiang exploded when she heard this. She was not a patient person, and now her daughter was forcing them to admit it, with her husband eager to push her forward. Yun Jiji was curious. She wondered what Yun Wanrong and He Mingyuan had just said that made Yun Wanrong want them to admit it. Earlier, Yun Wanrong had refused to admit it, acting as if she was falsely accusing her parents to clear her name. He Mingyuan said that the college entrance exam will be restored in a few years. He wants to take the exam and do business, Qin Shi whispered, seeming to guess her thoughts, and lowered her voice to her ear. Hearing this, Yun Jiji found it even more unbelievable. But she was more certain now that Yun Wanrong had returned with memories from her previous life. That's why she was so sure He Mingyuan would succeed in the future and live a wealthy life, and she knew the college entrance exam would be restored in a few years. This is really interesting. So, in her previous life, did she marry Qin Shiyu? When thinking about this, Yun Jiji felt a strange swelling in her heart and a bit of discomfort. But soon, her attention was drawn to the scene of Yun Hongmin and Chen Manxiang arguing fiercely, and she no longer dwelled on that strange feeling. Yes, dogfights are really exciting to watch. Li Gong'an saw that their argument was almost over, so he stepped forward to take both of them away. Comrade Gong'an, wait a moment. Suddenly, old Master Yun spoke up. Many people looked at him with confused eyes. He was very patient with elders. Seeing this, Yun Hongmin and Chen Manxiang looked hopeful, hoping old Master Yun could speak up for them. Old sir, please tell us, Li Gong'an said. Old Master Yun looked at Yun Hongmin and Chen Manxiang and said, where's the dowry Yun Ting prepared for Jiji? 2,500 yuan. Before you leave, you should return this money to Jiji. It belongs to her. It seemed everyone just remembered these things. They had also heard everything just now. The scene of Yun Hongmin and his wife accusing each other of plotting to harm, which was very clear to them. Although He Mingyuan was acting out of justice, he was right. Comrade Gong'an wouldn't come to arrest someone without evidence. Besides, soldiers wouldn't falsely accuse people easily. After reading the letter and confirming that Yun Jiji was Yun Ting's child, everyone remembered the hardships she had suffered over the years. Their attitudes shifted quickly, and they felt Yun Jiji was the most wronged person. Yun Jiji never expected that she wouldn't have to do anything herself. Someone would directly help her get her money. And it was old Master Yun himself stepping in. This was so easy. No money. Yun Hongmin was furious, glaring fiercely at Yun Jiji, feeling she was the biggest troublemaker in the world. If not for her, he wouldn't have suffered so much, and he hated Yun Jiji even more. Comrade Gong'an, the Yun family is so big. Please help us find the money, old Master Yun said to Li Gong'an. Li Gong'an and his team looked down on Yun Hongmin. They saw he was using his father's money, claiming to help, but all the money was spent on his own family, and they didn't care about Yun Jiji. Their investigation into the drugging incident 3 years ago was thorough. They visited many places and learned about the hardships Yun Jiji had endured over the years. 3 years ago, they drugged her. Was it to keep all the money left by Yun Ting and not share it with Yun Jiji? When their plan succeeded, Yun Jiji was accused of stealing her brother-in-law's property, and the accusation became true. Then they forced Yun Jiji out of the house. Someone in the crowd suddenly said this, and everyone thought it made sense, just like they had said. Otherwise, why would Yun Wanrong refuse such a good military officer husband and instead marry someone like He Mingyuan? If Yun Wanrong had married someone with better conditions back then, who would feel sorry for her every time they saw her, and who would hate Yun Jiji even more. Over the years, They couldn't help but look down on Yunjiji because of what she did. Hearing this, everyone agreed more and more that it was true. During the 2 years when Yunjiji was driven out by Qin Weimin's family and had to live in a cowshed, her food was stolen. She and her son became so thin that their bones showed. Every time they saw her, they felt she might die of hunger at any moment. Later, they didn't dare come close to Yunjiji anymore, afraid she might collapse while passing by them. If she died, it would be over, and if she got hurt, they would be blamed. The more they thought about it, the more their eyes looked at Yun Hongmin's family with suspicion. When Yun Wanrong saw this, she clenched her teeth and stepped forward to Yunjiji. She looked at her with regret and said, "Sister. No, I should say, cousin. Sorry. I really didn't know all this. I thought it was because you saw that Qin cousin-in-law had good conditions, so I want to apologize for what I said before. Can you forgive me?" Yun Wanrong's eyes were red, and she looked at her with guilt. It seemed that if Yunjiji said no, she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears. "Forgive?" Yunjiji looked at her with a half-smile. "What right do you have to ask for my forgiveness? Forgiveness for letting people come and steal our food every time we share the grain? Or for when I find some wild game in the mountains and you send someone to take it away? Yun Wanrong, you are more hateful than your parents. They might just want to drive me out of the house, but you want my and my children's lives." Yun Wanrong's face turned pale, and then pale again after hearing this. She stared at Yunjiji with wide eyes, but for some reason, she seemed different. She used to be someone who could be easily controlled, but now she seemed like a different person altogether. I used to scold her for a long time, but she never responded. Now, just a few words, and she becomes speechless.
And
how does Yunjiji know everything about these matters? She clearly kept everything secret. Older cousin, that's not true. I was angry that you took my marriage years ago. I did not look kindly on you for a long time, but that was a matter of life and death. I would never do such a thing, no matter how upset I was. No matter what, Yun Wanrong would never admit that she wanted Yunjiji's life. Then, give me back the 2,500 yuan my father left for me. I am married now and have children. It's time you return it to me, Yunjiji said with a smile, looking at Yun Wanrong. Yun Wanrong never expected her to suddenly ask for money. She opened her mouth, wanting to say that their family had no money, but many people were watching. "Mom, Dad, what about the money your older brother left for my cousin?" Yunjiji could only pretend she didn't know anything. She was surprised to learn that Yunjiji was her older brother's daughter. Also, when their uncle gave money to their family, he said that half of it was for Yunjiji to grow up and start her own family. But that money ended up in her parents' pockets, so how could they give it back? They absolutely did not want to. But in this situation, she had to clear her name completely. What money? Nonsense. Chun Manxiang was very angry. Now she was being asked to give money, and she definitely didn't want to. Moreover, why should Yunjiji get money? Does she have the right to ask for it? She would burn the money if she could, but she wouldn't give it to Yunjiji. Hongmin, old Master Yun, seeing this, angrily struck the ground with his cane. He was very upset with the behavior of the couple. This money was left by Yun Ting for his daughter. How dare they claim it as their own? Child, go and get the money yourself. If they dare to say anything, let Grandpa Yun decide for you. After learning that she was Yun Ting's daughter, old Master Yun became especially close to her. To them, Yun Ting was a great benefactor of Yunhe village. When Yun Ting and his wife went missing a few years ago, they searched everywhere. But with limited ability, they couldn't find the missing couple. As time went on, fewer and fewer people mentioned Yun Ting. Gradually, everyone started to forget about him. Grandpa Yun now feels very guilty. During the years Yunjiji stayed in the barn, they didn't stand up to protect her at all, and she suffered so much. Now that he is half buried in the ground, he can only protect her a little, as a way to make up for the past mistakes. You can't go in. He Mingyuan wasn't stupid. When he heard that the Yun family had so much money, if Yunjiji took it all, what would they spend later? And those were two amounts of 2,500 yuan each. He had never seen so much money before and was already planning how he would spend it. But surprisingly, they let Yun Jiji go in herself to find the money. If Yun Jiji was dishonest and took all the Yun family's money, what would happen? Big brother, all of you come here. Grandpa Yun called out. Grandpa Yun has 5 sons, and they were all standing among the crowd. When they heard this, they immediately came over.
Dad.
Anyone who tries to stop Gigi from taking her own money, throw them out. A son-in-law now dares to interfere in his wife's family affairs? Be more careful. None of us are fools. Grandpa Yun had lived to this age, seen many things, and met many people. Although he couldn't say he fully understood everyone, he could tell at a glance that someone like He Mingyuan, who shows all his thoughts on his face, was easy to read. He just heard that the Yun family had a large sum of money and became suspicious. When Grandpa Yun's 5 sons heard this, they all stood at the Yun family's door, each looking strong. Yun girl, go in and find it yourself. Yun Jiji gratefully looked at Grandpa Yun and said, Great-grandpa, thank you. Grandpa Yun waved his hand. Many people's lives in our village were saved by your father.
We owe you.
Some older folks, hearing this, also lowered their heads with feelings of guilt and remorse. This made Yun Jiji very curious. What exactly did her father do back then? Was it just because of the cherry blossom ghost incident that he saved the villagers? Yun Jiji always felt there was more to it. But she didn't have time to think about it now because she had already entered the main hall of the Yun family. Chun Monxiang was very tidy and kept the house very clean. She went straight to Yun Hongmin's room. Chun Monxiang had a habit of hiding things under the bed. Everyone in the family knew this spot, but Chun Monxiang still thought she was the smartest. Her hand reached under the bed and quickly found a box stuck between the bed slats. She struggled a bit but managed to pull it out and opened it directly. Seeing the large bundle inside, a slight smile appeared on her lips. The biggest expense Chun Monxiang and Yun Hongmin spent was probably on this house. Back then, Yun Ting gave money, but no receipt, so many things Chun Monxiang and the others couldn't buy. Also, Yun Hongmin and his wife had been wanting a son for years, hoping to save money for his future marriage. Unfortunately, they never had a son. Yun Jiji counted and found there was still 3,500 yuan. She raised an eyebrow, secretly took 1,000 yuan into her space, hiding behind her body, then took the remaining 2,500 yuan and left. Great-grandpa, please count the money in front of everyone to avoid anyone saying I took too much, Yun Jiji said with a pointed look at Yun Wanrong. Great-grandpa Yun saw such a large sum of money and was momentarily stunned, but he still came over and counted it in front of everyone. At first, everyone counted silently in their minds, but later they counted aloud. It's 2,500 yuan. After counting, Great-grandpa Yun handed the money to Yun Jiji. Child, keep the money safe. Your parents went missing some years ago, probably due to some incident. He had arranged everything for you, but he didn't expect some people are simply not trustworthy. Don't blame your parents. Great-grandpa, my parents must have had something important to do. Otherwise, no parents could bear to leave their children behind. I don't blame them, she said wisely. Seeing how sensible she was, Great-grandpa Yun sighed. Come stay at Grandpa's house for a while. When you and your husband return, you might not even have a place to stay. Come and eat with Grandpa at noon. Li Gong'an saw that everything was settled and took Yun Hongmin and his wife away. Yun Jiji responded with a nod and helped Grandpa Yun out. Just as they stepped outside, a woman hurriedly ran in. Mingyuan, your parents-in-law have been taken away by the police? It was none other than He Mingyuan's mother, Tian Lanying. She greedily looked at the large courtyard in front of her, increasingly satisfied, and asked, Mingyuan, where does my daughter live? Yun Wanrong was slightly stunned, then angrily looked at He Mingyuan and questioned, Mingyuan, what does this mean?
Wanrong, what do you mean by that?
I am your mother-in-law. You and your husband left me alone in that broken house and came here to enjoy your happiness, leaving me in that straw hut. Aren't you afraid of thunder and lightning? Since your parents committed wrongdoings and you are the only daughter in your family, this house will only belong to you in the future. Now that you've married into our He family, you are one of us, so this house naturally belongs to the He family, Tian Lanying said confidently. She looked at the house in front of her and became more satisfied the longer she looked. At this moment, she no longer paid attention to Yun Wanrong. She had already run inside happily and said, "This is more like a proper house. Look how bright it is. Mingyuan can read here during the day, and it's so warm inside." Tian Lanying checked every room, finally pointing to the room where Yun Hongmin and his wife had slept earlier. "From now on, I'll sleep in this room." After saying that, Tian Lanying started rummaging through boxes. She wanted to find something valuable, but besides clothes, there was not a single penny in those cabinets. The Yun family's house looked quite big, so why was there no money at all? "Mingyuan, what does your mother mean? Are you deliberately saying that in front of the police officers just to send my parents to jail and take over their house?" Yun Wanrong was clever and quickly figured out the key point. Hearing her accuse her son, Tian Lanying stormed out and pointed at Yun Wanrong's nose, scolding her. "If your parents hadn't done those unkind things, would the police have come knocking? Do you think if my son didn't point them out, your parents wouldn't be taken away today? Mingyuan, they're your parents too. Why are you yelling at my son? Do you think you're still the old Yun Wanrong? If you want to live peacefully with my son, behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive." Everyone saw this scene and couldn't help but shake their heads. They knew Tian Lanying was just a loudmouth. At the same time, they realized that all these years, their cold attitude towards Yun Jiji and their misunderstanding that she stole their sister's man were all caused by Yun Hongmin's family misleading them. That's why they had been bullying Yun Jiji and her mother. Now that they learned Yun Jiji was also a child of the village benefactor, no one cared about Yun Wanrong's life or death anymore. Yun Jiji's gaze fell on Yun Wanrong. At this moment, Tian Lanying was grabbing her hair, rough hands hitting her face repeatedly, cursing loudly. "Yun Wanrong, is this the life you wanted? Let's go." Seeing the situation, Qin Shiryu spoke softly. Yun Jiji heard him and nodded gently, then turned to support Old Lady Yun as they headed toward Old Lady Yun's house. Yun Wanrong looked at the departing group with a resentful gaze. Once she reacted, she reached out and grabbed Tian Lanying's hair, and the two women immediately started to fight. As for He Mingyuan, he only took a quick glance before turning inside to look for something. Earlier, Yun Jiji had found 2,500 yuan, so he didn't believe the Yun family had no money left. It must be hidden somewhere they hadn't found yet. He had been living in the Yun family for a while. Although they didn't have lots of luxury, they ate well every day and had meat once a week. If they had no money, they wouldn't enjoy such good days. He was determined to find the money. He was sure he could. "Yun girl, we've let you down all these years. We didn't help you when you needed it, and we scolded you many times." When they entered Old Lady Yun's house, he glared at his sons. They knew his character well. He couldn't stand anyone speaking badly about Yun Ting. Now that he learned Yun Jiji was Yun Ting's child, he felt heartbroken. It was their fault for believing the false stories told by Yun Hongmin's family, thinking Yun Jiji was a bad person. Looking back, if Yun Jiji and her two children had really starved to death in the cattle shed, they would also be partly responsible. Even death row inmates are given a chance to defend themselves, but they never listened to Yun Jiji's explanations. They thought they were righteous, fighting against evil, but in truth, they were the real villains causing all this. What comfort he had now was knowing Yun Jiji was still alive. "Yun girl, where are your two children?" Old Lady Yun suddenly remembered something. She looked around but didn't see Yun Jiji's children and felt a pang of worry. Adults might manage, but what about the children? Could they already be? Otherwise, how could Yun Jiji leave such small children behind? "They are in town, temporarily staying at Comrade Shiryu's house. We'll go back to town soon to pick them up," Yun Jiji explained. Hearing this, Old Lady Yun finally relaxed. Then, seeming to remember something, she leaned on her cane and stood up. "Yun girl, since you are Yun Ting's daughter, some things should be returned to their rightful owner." When she heard this, Yun Jiji was also surprised and looked at Old Master Yun with confusion. Old Master Yun didn't say much. He stood up and went into the house. When he came out again, he was holding a large box that looked quite heavy, secured with an iron lock. He carried it with some difficulty. His son stepped forward to help but was pushed away. Finally, when he reached her side, he handed the box to Yun Jiji. She was slightly stunned, took it with her hand, and looked at old Master Yun with confusion. She heard him say, "This belongs to your father. Before he disappeared, he came to see me and asked me to keep this safe. No matter who comes, don't give it to them. I've been waiting all these years, hoping that before I close my eyes, your father would return. Luckily you're back now, so I'll give it to you. If I close my eyes now, I can rest peacefully." Old Master Yun sighed. Over the years, he kept waiting and hoping that Yun Ting and his wife would come back. But after waiting so long, his body was half in the ground, and he still hadn't seen them. But it was a good thing that, while he was alive, he could see Yun Ting's child. Although he owed her over the years, he was glad to have left her father's belongings in her hands. The wooden box was quite heavy. When Yun Jiji took it, she almost couldn't hold it. Qin Shi reached out to help her, so she didn't drop it. "Great-grandpa, my father must have trusted you a lot. Thank you for giving me the chance to learn more about my parents," Yun Jiji said gratefully. Old Master Yun sighed softly. He then fumbled in his clothes for a while, took out a bundle wrapped in red cloth, carefully opened it, and took out a key. He handed it to Yun Jiji. "This is the key. Keep it safe." Yun Jiji took it with both hands. It was clear that old Master Yun had been very careful to protect it and kept the key close to his body. He probably didn't fully trust everyone in the family, or was especially serious about what Yun Ting had told him. No matter what, Yun Jiji was very grateful to him. "Great-grandpa, thank you so much." Old Master Yun sighed again. "Sit down, let's talk." He suddenly realized they were all standing, so he called to his son, "Elder brother, bring 2 bowls of sweet water." In the countryside, the best way to entertain guests was with sweet water. "Great-grandpa, you don't have to trouble yourself." "No trouble at all, no trouble at all." Old Master Yun waved his hand. Then he sat down, seeming to recall many things, and started talking about them endlessly. The story also mentions a lot about Yun Ting. Yun Jiji is curious about her parents, but only knows her father's name, Yun Ting, and not her mother's. Grandpa Yun talked for a while and then said, "Your mother is Luo Yueling. She was taken from Beijing by someone, but your father saved her. They fell in love. I don't know where your parents are now, but if you get the chance, you can go to Beijing and look for them." After saying this, Grandpa Yun seemed a bit tired and leaned back to rest. Seeing this, Yun Jiji asked Great-grandpa, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Jiji, my dad has an old illness." Yun Jagwa sighed and stood behind Grandpa Yun to help him breathe easier. "Great-grandpa, can I check on you?" Yun Jiji offered. Everyone was surprised and looked at her, as if they couldn't believe what they heard. "Great-grandpa, Jiji is now a military doctor. She can check your pulse," Qin Shiyu explained. Grandpa Yun was surprised first but then said, "Good, good. No wonder she is Yun Ting's daughter." Grandpa Yun didn't think this was strange. He believed it was natural because Yun Jiji was Yun Ting's child. To him, Yun Ting was a genius, so Yun Jiji must be talented too. "Jiji, who did you learn your medical skills from?" Yun Jagwa asked curiously. "The 2 elders living in the barn are masters in medicine. I learned from them when I stayed there," Yun Jiji replied. She carefully checked Grandpa Yun's pulse. "Great-grandpa, you were shot in the leg when you were young, right?" she asked. Grandpa Yun was surprised and a little taken aback. "Yes. I was accidentally shot by a hunting gun when I was young," he sighed. "If I hadn't hurt my leg, I planned to go to the battlefield." "Has the bullet never been removed?" Yun Jiji asked. Grandpa Yun was shocked again. Yun Jiagua and his brothers were even more excited. They looked at Yun Jiji with amazement, as if she were a fairy. Yun Jiji only checked her father's pulse and didn't look at his leg wound, but she could tell the bullet hadn't been removed. They had thought about removing it back then but didn't have the chance. Later, seeing that the bullet didn't seem to affect his life much, they stopped thinking about it. Now, they looked at Yun Jiji with hope. "Grandpa, I can help you remove the bullet."
You.
Old Mr. Yun waved his hand and said, "No need to bother. We're already old. No point in fussing." When he was young, he also wanted to remove the bullet, but now that he's half in the ground and could pass away at any time, he no longer cares about these things. "I'll get some medicine to help you feel better and more energetic," Yunjiji said. She knew that surgery to remove the bullet was very troublesome for an elderly person. He is not like Elder Zhong, who is just over 60. Old Mr. Yun is 90, and although surgery can remove the bullet, if he doesn't recover well afterward, it could harm his health. If he needs surgery, Yunjiji would have to stay here for a couple of days to make sure he's okay before leaving. Old Mr. Yun wanted to refuse, but looked up at his worried sons. He sighed and said, "All right, I'll listen to you all." After leaving old Mr. Yun's house, Qin Shiryu carried a big box and walked beside her. Yunjiji had been silent, lost in her thoughts, not saying anything. Qin Shiryu guessed she was probably thinking about her parents, so she didn't disturb her. "Yunjiji, stop right there. Kids, please give a free little flower." Hearts. They walked a little further and saw Yun Wanrong rushing over with an angry face, blocking Yunjiji's way with her hand. Yunjiji pulled back her drifting thoughts and looked up at Yun Wanrong. Her hair was messy, and she had 2 bloody scratches on her face, which had already scabbed over and looked a bit scary. Her narrow eyes squinted slightly, burning with fierce anger. The hatred in her eyes almost overflowed, her face twisted and fierce. Why didn't Yunjiji die? She should have died outside. Why was she able to go to the military district to find Qin Shiryu? Since she was living with Qin Shiryu in the army, why did she come back? Her chest heaved violently, and her breathing was heavy and rapid. "Yunjiji, my parents raised you for over 10 years. Is this how you repay them?" Yun Wanrong hated her deeply. All of this was caused by Yunjiji and Qin Shiryu. Why did they come back? If they hadn't come back, Yun Hongmin and Qin Manxiang wouldn't have been caught, and Tian Laniying wouldn't have had the chance to seize their house. All the family's money was taken by Yunjiji. What should she do now? How will she get through this life? "Your parents raised me for over 10 years. Cloud Wanrong, don't your conscience hurt when you say that?" Yunjiji mocked. "My grandparents only passed away when I was 5. I didn't come to your house until I was about 6. Since I arrived, I was the one who tilled the land, fed the chickens and ducks, washed everyone's clothes, and lit the fire, right? When I was 8, I had to go cut pig grass to earn work points. What were you doing?" She and Yun Wanrong are only a year apart. Does she really not remember these things? "Every day, I wake up early to cook. Only after I finish do you all get up. In winter, my hands get cold washing clothes, so I heat some hot water. Your mother would take a bamboo stick and circle around the village to hit me." Yunjiji's expression is calm, but each sentence accuses their family of being unkind. She looks at Yun Wanrong with a half-smile. "While your family is enjoying good food and drinks with my parents' money, why don't you say that my parents supported your whole family? Could your house even be built just with your 2 useless parents?" When she speaks, a flash of Yunjiji's small figure and her busy scenes around the house cross Yun Wanrong's mind. Because Chun Manxiang loves cleanliness, Yunjiji would get beaten if she didn't clean the house properly. Every family kid helps out at home from a young age. Are you really a rich young lady who doesn't have to do anything? Yun Wanrong suddenly feels guilty and yells at Yunjiji with a stiff neck. You're just a rich young lady. Since you were little, you just wanted a glass of water. Didn't your mother always order me to pour it for you? Yunjiji looks at Yun Wanrong with a half-smile.
How dare you criticize me?
Wasn't he Mingyuan your choice? So what if his mother and son took the house? Didn't you say that in a few years he Mingyuan would bring you a happy, wealthy life? Giving them a house for free, so what? It's all your and your husband's business, Yunjiji mocks. She then looks at Qin Shiryu and says, "Let's go." Okay. Qin Shiryu has never spoken much, but her eyes have been on her. When she hears her past stories, her deep, charming eyes suddenly cloud over with a thin mist. Her sharp eyes are full of pity, and her heart feels like it's been painfully squeezed. She speaks calmly, but he knows she must have suffered a lot when she was young. A small figure unconsciously appears in her mind, standing on a stool in front of the stove, holding a spatula and stirring the food in the pot. Her tired and strained look makes him feel very sad. He steps forward gently and holds her hand, locking his eyes tightly with hers. Jiji is slightly startled. When she meets the man's gaze, her heart skips a beat again. He cares about her. Those eyes seem to speak, telling her firmly, from now on, I won't let you suffer even a little bit. Yoon Wonrong sees this scene and feels especially uncomfortable. In her past life, she married Chin Shiyu and never felt any warmth from this man. Because he was a soldier's family member, she was overwhelmed by that identity her whole life. What does Jiji have that she doesn't? Why isn't she facing the same ending as in her past life?
Ha!
Yoon Wonrong suddenly laughs softly, her eyes wild as she looks at the two of them. Jiji, how long do you think you'll be happy? Do you think Chin Shiyu can protect you forever?
Ha ha ha.
Just wait and see. Yoon Wonrong moves closer to Jiji and reaches out to grab her. Chin Shiyu's expression turns serious. He quickly pushes away Yoon Wonrong's hand. Yoon Wonrong's hand hurts, but she ignores it. Instead, she leans close to Jiji's ear, a sinister smile spreading across her face, her eyes crazed. Many people have sacrificed on missions. You say. She looks up at Chin Shiyu. How long can he live? Almost there, almost there. The time is coming.
Ha. Ah.
After speaking, Yoon Wonrong sways as if drunk, laughing wildly and walking away. Jiji's face darkens. So, in her past life, Chin Shiyu died during a mission? If that's true, then Yoon Wonrong in her past life probably married Chin Shiyu smoothly. Like her, Chin Shiyu left on an urgent mission on their wedding night and didn't return for 3 years. It's likely Chin Shiyu never came back later, especially since there were incidents with tomb raiders on the mountain and the victory at Xingui Mountain. Chin Shiyu probably had no time to return to the village. Perhaps Yoon Wonrong later received news of Chin Shiyu's sacrifice. She finally pretended to be a martyr's family member, receiving a martyr's commendation gold, housing benefits, living allowances, and other privileges. Given Chin Shiyu's abilities at that time, he was probably already a regiment-level officer. The benefits he enjoyed were certainly not small. Jiji isn't sure about all of this, but they were definitely substantial. Yoon Wonrong pretended to love Chin Shiyu forever and never marry, just wanting to stay by his memorial tablet. But inside, she was afraid she had long since resented Chin Shiyu for turning her into a widow, forcing her to wear a fake smile for the rest of her life. Thinking this, Jiji understood her feelings well. Don't listen to her nonsense. Some tasks are dangerous, but I will do my best to stay safe. Chin Shiyu saw her silent and guessed Jiji was worried because she had heard Yoon Wonrong's words. He quickly spoke to comfort her. Jiji turned to look at Chin Shiyu and smiled. Yes. Yoon Wonrong is just angry inside. You don't need to mind her. Just be careful when you go on your missions. Although she said this, Jiji secretly made a decision. Her feelings for Chin Shiyu were not deep, but he was the father of her child. Next time he went on a mission, she would prepare some things for him to take. If he really got into trouble, the child would be very sad. Even without love, Jiji hoped that such an excellent soldier like Chin Shiyu would have more chances to shine in his field, contribute to the land they loved, and build a brighter future together. I need to visit my uncle's house again. Will you come with me? Chin Shiyu asked. Jiji shook her head. I want to go see the cattle shed. My master and others secretly hid some medical books there. I want to bring them back. Chin Shiyu heard this and said, I'll go with you. He also wanted to see what the cattle shed they had lived in for 2 years looked like. You go to your uncle first. I'll wait for you at the cattle shed later, Jiji said, as she had other things to do and couldn't take Chin Shiyu with her. Chin Shiyu thought for a moment and agreed. Be careful. Okay. Seeing her agree, Chin Shiyu walked ahead, then looked back after a while. When he saw she was still standing there, he gave her a gentle smile. Jiji was momentarily dazzled by his smile. She quickly turned her back and dared not look at him again. Her face even started to feel hot. After a while, she secretly looked back and saw him walking away. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. After walking a bit further, she took a small path through the village to the Qin family. The yard was now empty. After looking around to make sure no one was there, she quickly slipped into the yard. She wanted to come back later at night, but she and Qin Shiyu were about to return to town. If she sneaked back in the middle of the night, Qin Shiyu might find out. After listening for a while and confirming that Qin Jingye and the others were arguing in the kitchen, she quickly entered Qin Shualin's room. She glanced at the desks and cabinets, then moved her mind to store everything into her space. Seeing the empty room in front of her, she was about to leave when she noticed a brick on the wall that was protruding. She stepped forward, opened it, and found a wooden box inside, containing some large bundles of cloth, all of which she stored away. Next, she visited the remaining rooms, sweeping everything inside clean. Satisfied, she left the rooms, but did not go immediately. Instead, she activated the wooden spirit to make the plant roots under Qin Weiman's house start to move wildly. This family did not deserve such a good house. When Qin Jingye and the others suddenly felt the ground shake violently, they were frightened and ran out of the kitchen. What's happening? Why is the ground moving? They shouted in fear. The ground shook so much that they staggered. Seizing the moment, Yunjiji quickly stored everything in the kitchen into her space. Some items might not be needed later, but she definitely didn't want to leave anything for the Qin family. Then she hurried away toward the cattle shed. As Yunjiji reached the cattle shed, the villagers heard a loud explosion, and the Qin family's house suddenly sank into a deep pit. Yunjiji felt quite pleased. She looked at the ruined cattle shed, then turned and walked inside. Zhang Pengcheng and Zhuang Wenhui had indeed left some medical books in the shed. They were always cautious and worried that those items might be found and destroyed by the people from the Cutting Tail organization, so they had been very careful. Yunjiji took a deep breath, found a she had used earlier in the shed, and started digging around. The ground was dug up into many pits, each quite deep. When Qin Shiyu and Qin Shujing arrived, they saw the inside of the shed full of holes, and Yunjiji was still digging furiously. "Do you know where they put the medical books?" "Let me do it," Qin Shiyu said as he entered the room. Yunjiji replied, "I don't know exactly where they hid the books. I can only check everywhere." Hearing her words, Qin Shiyu didn't think much and took them from her hand, saying, "Go over there and wait. Be gentle, the medical books are fragile," Yunjiji quickly said. Qin Shiyu responded with a nod and began to search inside the house. Yunjiji then took the opportunity to ask, "Elder cousin, I just heard a loud noise. Did something happen in the village?" She looked at Qin Shizheng with a confused expression. Qin Shiyu also looked up at Yunjiji, noticing her curious look. But thinking about how he and Yunjiji had just separated, and she had dug so many holes inside, it was clear that Qin's family affairs had nothing to do with her. It's Qin Weiman's house. It collapsed. Qin Shizheng also found it strange. Such a good house. How could it just fall? Really? That house looked fine and solid. How could it collapse? Yunjiji asked curiously. It was probably because when they built the house, they dug too deep underground and didn't fill it properly. It seemed fine at first, but recently, many mice appeared in the village. Maybe because they had good food, the mice all went underground in their house. Over time, the unstable foundation became even more unstable, and then the house collapsed. Qin Shizheng couldn't find any other reason. The house was perfectly fine, but suddenly it fell, and other houses didn't. Only Qin's house collapsed. I really didn't expect that. Maybe they've done too many bad things, Yunjiji said with a twitch of her mouth. This was a completely reasonable explanation. Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu, who was still seriously digging the dirt, and asked, "Aren't you going to check?" "There's nothing worth seeing. We're no longer connected to their family," Qin Shiyu replied. "Are you afraid they'll come and cause trouble?" Yunjiji raised an eyebrow. She was actually testing him, trying to see what he thought about Qin's family, or how deep his feelings really were. But when she saw his reaction, Yunjiji felt more at ease. It was clear that Qin's family had deeply hurt him, and he had already done his best. When I went to get the proof, I also severed all official ties, Qin Shizheng reminded her. Yun Jiji had forgotten about this, but luckily, they signed a formal separation document. With that document, it saved a lot of trouble. Even if Qin Weimin and the others came out later, they couldn't use the fact that they raised Qin Shiyu for many years as an excuse to cause trouble in the army. Even if they caused trouble, the army wouldn't take their side. Found it! Qin Shiyu's voice rang out. Hearing this, Yun Ziji's face lit up with joy. She immediately stood up and ran over, while Qin Shiyu had already brought a worn wooden box out of the ground. Don't touch it yet. Let me clean off the dirt first. Qin Shiyu looked around, then used some dry grass to wipe away the dirt on top. Only after that did he open the wooden box. Although the box was old and broken, the items inside were well preserved. Zhuo Wenhui and others had wrapped everything carefully with clean cloth, so nothing was damaged or even dusty. Inside were several medical books. From the marks, it was clear the owner often read them. But it was also obvious that the owner cherished them greatly. No corners were curled. There were 10 medical books and a bag of seeds. Why are there seeds too? Qin Shizheng, also a farmer, was surprised when he saw the seeds. These are medicinal plant seeds and many are rare species. Some are hard to find, Yun Jiji explained. My master and the others protected these medicines and books, and they must have suffered a lot for it. Qin Shizheng also felt very regretful. Although he didn't know much about medicine, he believed in traditional Chinese medicine. After all, from childhood, village barefoot doctors helped treat their illnesses. Jiji, since these belong to your master, you should take everything. Leaving them in the village would just be a waste. Qin Shizheng wasn't old-fashioned. Even if he took the books and seeds, they wouldn't be useful to him. It would be better to give them to Yun Jiji. When she plants those rare herbs, they could help treat more people. And she was a military doctor. The strength of soldiers makes the country stronger. Thank you, cousin. Qin Shizheng sighed and told them to pack everything up. As the three prepared to leave, Qin Shiyu stopped. He walked to the corner of the cowshed, pushed open the shaky wooden door, and inside, in the corner, was a bed of dry grass. Nearby, there was a neatly folded quilt, but it was old and patched in many places, with some patches revealing the cotton inside. The cotton had clumped together, and the quilt was thin and worn. Probably because it had been stored there for a long time and no one had lived in the shed for ages. Dust was thick inside. Have you been living here all this time? Qin Shiyu's voice choked with emotion as he looked at Yun Jiji's face, full of concern. Seeing the situation, Yun Jiji smiled and said, Yes, it's always good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. That's already quite nice. Qin Shiyu saw her looking so optimistic, and his heart felt even more pain. He looked at Yun Jiji, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He was afraid that if he spoke, he might lose control of his emotions. Qin Shizheng saw his expression and knew he must be very worried. He stepped forward, patted Qin Shiyu on the shoulder, and said, These things have already happened, but at least their mother and the three of them are still safe. Don't blame yourself too much. Take good care of them in the future. Use the rest of your life to make up for what their mother left behind. That's enough. Qin Shizheng sighed. Everyone in their village owed Yun Jiji and the others a lot. He was also worried that Qin Shiyu and the others might not want to come back, but he knew it was their own choice. Let's go. After finishing everything, let's head back to town. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan haven't seen us all day. They must be missing us, Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, trying to suppress his feelings. Let's go. Qin Shizheng took them to the village entrance. After watching them for a while, he said, You and your wife should stay safe in the future. If this kind of sadness happens again, if there's nothing urgent, don't come back. He truly felt that there was no need for them to return to this place. Qin Shiyu had already transferred his household registration to the Haisher military district when he joined the army. Today, he also took Yun Jiji and the children's household registration certificates. Clearly, He planned to transfer the household registration of the children and Yunjiji to Haishur. From now on, even if they became residents of Haishur, there was no need to come back here. What else was left in Yunhe village besides painful memories? Uncle. Qin Shuzheng's rough hand patted Qin Shuyu's shoulder. If you still want to call me uncle, I'll be happy. Then he looked at Yunjiji with regret and said, Niece-in-law, I'm sorry for everything over these years. He didn't know what more to say, but he knew he hadn't done enough for Yunjiji. Uncle, don't say that. If you hadn't agreed to write me a referral letter and help me buy a train ticket back then, I wouldn't have been able to join the army. Qin Shuzheng sighed. If I had helped you with these things earlier, maybe you wouldn't have let your family become so thin and weak. Back then, he thought that since Yunjiji hadn't come to find him, there was no need for him to interfere. Looking back now, I think I wasn't acting appropriately. If he had just spoken a little for Yunji in the village, maybe the villagers of Yunhe village wouldn't have dared to treat them that way. After all, she is still a military family member. Qin Shuzheng felt more ashamed the more he thought about it. Old cousin, it's already in the past. We're going back to the town now. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are still waiting for us. Yunjiji was grateful to him, but didn't say much. Go ahead. After watching them leave, Qin Shuzheng looked toward the direction of Qin Weiman's house and sighed. Then, he stepped toward their collapsed house. When Yunjiji and Qin Shuyu returned to the town, they didn't go straight to find Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Instead, they went to the supply and marketing cooperative. They bought some canned food, pork, candies, and vegetables, then carried their things back to the small yard. Mommy, Daddy Tuan Tuan, and Yuan Yuan were playing in the yard. When they saw the two return, they immediately ran over excitedly, each hugging their legs. You're back. Did you handle everything? Yang Lin Xiang saw them return and secretly relaxed. She had been very worried since they left for Yunhe village yesterday. Now that they were safe and sound, her tense heart felt a little more at ease. Yes, everything's done.
Qin Shuryu nodded.
Are you too hurt? Yang Lin Xiang still looked worried. She stepped forward and pulled Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan aside, saying, Let's go inside first. The children listened and let go of her, then took her hand to walk inside. Qin Shuryu put down the things and said, Second aunt, we're fine, no injuries. Hearing this, Yang Lin Xiang finally relaxed completely. She was curious about what had happened after they returned but worried they might be tired, so she didn't ask. Seeing this, Yunjiji told them everything in detail. When she shared these stories, Yang Lin Xiang was so shocked her jaw almost dropped. Then Yunjiji seemed to remember something. She reached into her empty cloth bag and took out the jade pendant from her space. This is what I saw in the iron box when I went to Qin Weiman's house to get money today. I don't think their family has such high-quality jade, so I kept it first. There's a character, Qin, on it. I suspect it was worn by them when they swapped you back in the day, Yunjiji said, then handed the jade pendant to Qin Shuryu. Qin Shuryu took it, examined the jade for a while, then handed it back to Yunjiji. Yunjiji was slightly stunned, her gaze falling on him.
Keep it.
I often bump into things during training, so you can hold and wear it for fun, Qin Shuryu said. He had previously gone on a mission to Yun City, which is known for its jade. The mission he completed was related to this piece of jade, and to learn more, he studied some information about jade. So, when he saw this jade pendant, he already knew it was of high quality and worth a lot. However, to him, it was just an inanimate object. If your parents gave you this, you'll probably need it when you meet your relatives in the future. You should keep it yourself, Yunjiji said. Hearing this, Qin Shuryu shook his head lightly and said, I don't plan to meet my relatives now. I'm fine as I am. Yunjiji was a bit surprised. From what she had heard today, she was sure Qin Shuyu's parents must be well off and have a certain status. He had never thought about meeting his parents. Sweetheart, I found more information than Zhou Zheng'an and the others have. Seeing Qin Shuyu's face turn unpleasant, Yunjiji was slightly stunned again, feeling that he had received more information, which probably wasn't very good. Otherwise, why would Qin Shuryu suddenly say that? She looked up at Qin Shuryu, opened her mouth, but didn't know what to ask. Yang Lin Xiang saw this and spoke, Shiyu, you and your wife are talking. It's almost mealtime. I'll go wash the dishes in the kitchen first. After saying that, Yang Lin Xiang didn't linger and took the dishes from the table to the kitchen. Second aunt, I'll do the cooking tonight. Please help me wash the vegetables and cut the meat. I'll make braised pork, Yun Jiji said. Since they were staying at someone else's house, they should cook a meal to show gratitude. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. They wouldn't have time to return to the military area now. They'd take the train tomorrow, and by evening, the troops would be back, so there was no time to prepare a New Year's dinner. This was the first prosperous year since Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were born. She still wanted to have a hearty New Year with her children. So, on the way back to town, she discussed with Qin Shiyu about staying in town for the New Year before returning to the military. The two children sat nearby eating candies. Their parents had returned, but they didn't cause trouble. The siblings played by themselves. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, "Can you tell me what was in the extra information?" "There's nothing I can't say," Qin Shiyu replied. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu, but did not speak immediately. Seeing her concerned gaze, Qin Shiyu took a deep breath before saying, "Qin Weiman swapped the children, and they agreed to it." Hearing this, Yun Jiji's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, "Why?" She truly couldn't understand what Qin Shiyu's parents were thinking. Why did they agree to swap the two children? Qin Weiman and Zhao Sulian's child was weak and sick from birth. According to our information, the child only lived to 2 years old before passing away. As for why they didn't want me, maybe it was because they had too many children at home. Yun Jiji felt this reason was too far-fetched. Having many children, what's the big deal? In that era, some families had 8, 9, or even 10 children. Even if life was hard, they still had enough to eat, so they wouldn't go hungry. Did they really dislike Qin Shiyu that much? Could there be another reason? Yun Jiji asked curiously, feeling sure there was more to it. She just couldn't think of it at the moment. Perhaps only by meeting Qin Shiyu's parents and asking them directly could she understand the true reason. "That's not important anymore," Qin Shiyu said, clearly indifferent. He didn't seem interested in discussing it further. Instead, he looked at Yun Jiji and said, "Do you want to see what your parents left inside that box?" Seeing him change the subject, Yun Jiji didn't ask more. She remembered how heavy the box was and became curious. She reached into her space, took out the key, and was about to unlock it. "I'll go out for a bit," Qin Shiyu said, standing up quickly. Yun Jiji rolled her eyes at him. There's nothing inappropriate in there. Qin Shiyu didn't expect her to see through his thoughts and felt a little awkward. With a click, the lock opened just as she finished speaking. She set the lock aside, but as soon as she opened the lid, she suddenly pressed it back down with a loud snap, looking panicked. "What's wrong?" Qin Shiyu didn't see her actions, which were too quick. "First, go close the door," Yun Jiji said. Although puzzled, Qin Shiyu obediently turned to close the main door. When he stood by the table, Yun Jiji finally opened the box. When they looked carefully inside, Qin Shiyu was also stunned. The entire box was filled with small gold bars. They had been curious about what was inside earlier, especially since it was so heavy. Now that they saw clearly, they were all so surprised they didn't know what to say. Yun Jiji didn't expect her father to leave a big box of gold bars. Did old Master Yun know what was inside? If he knew from the start that it was gold and never showed any special reaction, it means he really loved her father. If he never opened it, he is also a person who keeps promises. Be careful and keep this safe. Think about where it could be hidden. If someone finds it, it could cause trouble. Qin Shiyu was a bit worried. He quickly locked the box and looked around carefully. After checking that only their family of 4 was in the house, and that Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had been playing nearby and hadn't seen anything, Qin Shiyu felt relieved. Children are still young and might accidentally reveal things someday. Go outside and bring back a suitcase. We'll put the medical books and these things inside. If anyone asks, just say we brought some clothes from our hometown. She could put these items directly into her space, but Qin Shiyu was still here, and it would seem strange if the items suddenly disappeared. Okay, stay inside the house. Don't go anywhere until I come back.
Got it.
Qin Shiyu quickly left. Yun Jiji looked at the box for a while. After making sure the kids were happily playing, she took the box into her space. She took out all the gold bars and replaced them with stones of the same weight. Then, she carried the box back out. She also sealed the valuable medicinal seeds in containers inside her space, then took out a bag of ordinary seeds. As for the medical books, she couldn't do anything to them now, so she left them outside. Qin Shi left quickly and returned just as fast. He carried back a clumsy-looking suitcase.
There was nothing much to worry about now.
After packing everything into the suitcase, Yun Jiji put in 2 sets of their clean clothes, locked it, and handed it over to Qin Shiyu to keep. I'll go cook. You call your old comrade. The whole family will come over for dinner tonight. We're staying at their house, so we should show some gratitude. Yun Jiji said. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Qin Shiyu gratefully looked at Yun Jiji. In the past, when he had nowhere to go, he would stay at Yang Fengnian's house. When he first came, he even brought some candies and snacks. Yang Fengnian told him not to be so polite, and later, Qin Shiyu came twice but didn't buy anything. Now, seeing how Yun Jiji arranged things, he truly felt he had done wrong. He looked at Yun Jiji's figure, a slight smile on his face. Thinking that from now on, he would also be someone loved and cared for by his wife, Qin Shiyu felt incredibly happy. Mom, Dad's smile isn't worth much. Dear children, the part about the heroine's mother being a rural educated youth is a mistake. It has been changed to that her mother was kidnapped and rescued by the heroine's father. Thank you for pointing this out. When I was writing, I didn't notice it. Thanks so much. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched as she looked at Yuan, curious, and asked, Baby, who told you that? They hadn't said such things in front of the children, and Yun Jiji was very curious about where the child heard it. Brother Aqiang said so. Yuan replied seriously. Although Yun Jiji was curious about what had happened, she knew the child probably couldn't explain clearly, so she didn't ask further. It was just a joke among children, so there was no need to worry too much. Yun Jiji looked at the time and said, You play with the 2 kids. I'll prepare dinner. Later, go tell Comrade Yang's family that they can come over for dinner tonight. Okay, Qin Shiyu replied. Qin Shiyu originally wanted to help in the kitchen, but since Yang Linxiang was already helping, he didn't go. After all, there was still a box of gold, along with some precious medical books and seeds inside the suitcase, so he had to be careful. Tuan and Yuan rarely had a chance to play with their dad. Seeing Yun Jiji go into the kitchen, they quickly ran to his side. Once Yun Jiji entered the kitchen, she saw the dishes already cleaned up. There was fish, meat, ribs, and some vegetables, all bought from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. As New Year's Eve approached, the cooperative had more varieties of vegetables. So, today's meal was very rich. They planned to cook yam and rib soup, braised pork, pan-fried fish, garlic cabbage, egg custard, hot and sour potato strips, and golden corn. Yang Linxiang helped with the fire and occasionally washed some scallions for her. Jiji, your cooking skills are truly impressive. Yang Linxiang couldn't help but express her gratitude, looking at how delicious each dish was, one better than the last. Just smelling it made everyone swallow their saliva, and who would have thought that corn kernels stir-fried with salted egg yolk could look so appealing? Maybe I have a natural talent? Yun Jiji joked with a smile. Of course, it's very fragrant. Yang Linxiang said happily just from the smell. It really smells so good. Yun Jiji chuckled, thinking that tonight there would be many people and children, so there was no time to make buns. She decided to steam a pot of rice instead. That way, everyone could eat enough. When Yang Fengnian brought his wife and children into the yard, he immediately smelled the strong aroma and couldn't help but inhale deeply. It smells so good. The children were very curious and had already run to the kitchen door, peeking inside through the frame. Yang Fengnian scolded them, seeing they stayed outside and didn't push into the kitchen, so he didn't say more. Qiangzi, watch your younger brothers and sisters. Don't let them cause trouble in the kitchen.
Got it. Yang Ziqiang obediently responded.
At this moment, Qin Shiyu came out holding Yuan Yuan. He wasn't very good at communicating with his soldiers, so he simply said stiffly, "They're here." Yang Fengnian knew Qin Shiyu's personality well and didn't mind. He smiled and said, "Captain, is your wife cooking? It smells so good." Yang Linxiang just came out and heard this, smiling. "Comrade Yang, Shiyu has been promoted to deputy regiment commander now." Yang Fengnian immediately grinned widely and said, "Promoted? Congratulations, deputy regiment." A few years ago, Yang Fengnian transferred to a new unit. He was injured during a mission, which scared his parents badly. He was their only son, and his mother turned white overnight when she saw him in the emergency room. He knew very well that if Qin Shiyu hadn't saved him back then, he might not have seen his parents again. So now that Qin Shiyu was promoted again, Yang Fengnian was overjoyed, more excited than when he became a father himself. "Why didn't your parents come over?" Qin Shiyu asked, frowning as he saw only the couple. Seeing that he still cared about his parents, Yang Fengnian smiled happily and said, "My parents said they've already eaten and won't come." When he left, their family had already finished cooking, so they didn't want to come over. "I'll go help my wife." Yang Fengnian's wife saw them talking, and since she was a woman standing here, it was a bit inconvenient. "No need, no need. The dishes are already prepared. Once we bring out the food, we can eat," Yang Linxiang said, just coming out of the kitchen with dishes. She saw Yang Fengnian's wife, Zheng Guilin, about to go into the kitchen to help. Zheng Guilin felt a bit awkward not helping, so she immediately went into the kitchen to assist with serving the food. "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law," Zheng Guilin said shyly. "I should have come earlier to help." Yun Jiji was a little embarrassed to be called that. Zheng Guilin was much older than her, yet she was called sister-in-law. But Yun Jiji knew that in the army, ranks determined seniority. For example, she was young, but her husband was a deputy company commander. The company commander and his wife were older than her, and the company commander's wife also had to call her sister-in-law.
Coming.
"Dinner will be ready soon," Yun Jiji said with a smile. Zheng Guilin quickly washed her hands and helped carry the dishes. When she smelled the delicious aroma, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. It smelled so good. She usually cooked at home too, but why didn't her dishes smell this good? At this moment, Yun Jiji also served the fragrant pork rib and taro soup from the pot and was about to take it outside. But just as she reached the kitchen door, the bowl in her hand was taken away. Yun Jiji was a little surprised and looked up at Qin Shiyu. Wasn't he talking in the main hall? Why was he here so quickly?
"Give it to me," Qin Shiyu said.
The bowl was a bit hot, and Yun Jiji found it a little difficult to hold, but seeing him hold it steadily, she relaxed her grip. She reminded him, "It's very hot, be careful." "Okay," he replied softly, looking at her with gentle eyes. He felt very pleased with her concern. "Thanks for your hard work, wife." Yun Jiji glared at him. "Isn't it hot?" He still stood here talking. Qin Shiyu chuckled, thinking she was worried about him getting burned. His smile deepened. Seeing how happy he looked, Yun Jiji thought he was sometimes a bit strange. She didn't bother with him and turned back into the kitchen. She took out the bowls and chopsticks and called out to the children in the yard, "Kids, dinner is ready." The aroma from the kitchen was so tempting that the children, already eager from the smell, had lost focus while playing. Now that the food was ready, they all rushed to wash their hands. When the dishes were all on the table and they saw the delicious spread, Yang Fengnian's family felt a little embarrassed. "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law." Yang Fengnian smiled kindly and reached up to scratch his head, looking a bit shy. The day before yesterday, he went to the train station to pick up Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji. He was in a hurry to come back here, so he didn't get to talk much with Yun Jiji. Now they have officially met. "Big brother Yang, please don't say that. If it weren't for you guys, we wouldn't even know where to stay in town," Yun Jiji quickly said. Hearing this, Yang Fengnian happily replied, "I'm glad that Vice Regiment Commander thought of me." Yang Fengnian was really happy. Although he is older than Qin Shiyu has always taken care of him more. Qin Shiyu is also his lifesaver, and he always remembers this kindness.
This isn't the army.
You're older than me, and since Gigi calls you Big Brother Yang, I will also call you Big Brother Yang from now on. Yang Fengmian's big eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Yun Gigi looked at his honest face and found it quite amusing. Yang Fengmian is a straightforward person and grateful. He always remembers how Qin Shiyu saved him. Before Qin Shiyu returned, he didn't think much about the Qin family members. He just went directly to find Yang Fengmian to pick him up, showing how strong their brotherly bond is. Now that Yang Fengmian has also left the army, he doesn't need to call him in the army style anymore.
All right.
From now on, I will call you sister-in-law and call the vice regiment by his name? Yang Fengmian asked uncertainly. Calling him by his name? If he calls him younger brother, he feels it might be a bit disrespectful, since he's his leader. Okay.
Qin Shiyu didn't mind.
Since they are outside, Qin Shiyu is not a show-off person and wouldn't flaunt his status. Sister-in-law, you should eat more too. You've been busy these past 2 days. Yun Jiji looked at Zheng Guolan. Yang Linxiang already told her that the meals from yesterday and today were all prepared and sent over by Zheng Guolan. Besides Yang Linxiang's cooking, she also prepared suitable food for the 2 children, showing her thoughtfulness. Yun Jiji was genuinely grateful to Zheng Guolan. Don't say that. I just did it out of habit, Zheng Guolan said modestly. Yesterday, she was stunned when she saw Yun Jiji come out in military uniform. Later, when she learned that Yun Jiji was a military doctor, she admired her even more. Previously, Qin Shiyu helped with the matter of Yang Fenglian, so they, as a couple, also knew some things about Yun Jiji. In their view, she lived in a rough environment, not enough food or warmth, working during the day and caring for 2 children. Yet, she managed to learn medical skills from the old man in the barn. Zheng Guolan truly admires Yun Jiji's spirit. She is the most resilient woman she has ever seen and the greatest mother. Yun Jiji doesn't know what Zheng Guolan and her family are thinking. If she did, she might feel guilty. At first, she was worried that Zheng Guolan and her family might feel embarrassed to eat, but after tasting the delicious food, she couldn't stop eating and kept praising how good the food was. Today, Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu are in a very good mood. After resolving issues between Qin's and Yun's families, how could she not be happy? You must be exhausted. After seeing Yang Fenglian and her husband off, Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji with caring eyes. Although Yang Linxiang helped her, she prepared all the dishes herself. It's no wonder she's tired. It's okay, Yun Jiji replied. It's getting dark and cold outside. You should take Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan back inside. I'll clean up the kitchen, Qin Shiyu said. Actually, she had already cleaned most of it, but the stove and surfaces still needed wiping. All right, Yun Jiji agreed, without hesitation. After all, today was Qin Shiyu's old comrade's visit, and she shouldn't let her do all the cleaning. She was indeed tired. Yun Jiji took the 2 children into the house. Last night, she didn't stay with them, so now the little ones cling to her tightly, like little tails. Wherever she goes, they follow. Qin Shiyu watched them go inside with a gentle, loving smile before heading into the kitchen. She didn't start cleaning immediately. She lit the stove, washed the pots, and boiled 2 pots of water. Wife, can I come in? Qin Shiyu's voice came from outside the door. Yun Jiji was playing with the children, laughing happily. When she heard Qin Shiyu, she replied, Come in. Okay. The man pushed the door open and saw Yun Jiji lying on the bed, with Yuan Yuan sitting on her lap, both happily playing. I've boiled hot water. Do you want a foot soak?
Qin Shiyu asked.
Yun Jiji was slightly surprised and looked at him with some wonder. She had been thinking of soaking her feet after the children fell asleep, but now she realized she actually wanted to do it. From the town to Yunhe village, they had walked there. She was indeed a bit tired in her feet, so she didn't refuse.
Thank you.
Qin Shiyu felt a little helpless. There was no need for her to be so polite to him, but he also knew they weren't that close yet. Everything would come in time. Qin Shiyu placed the water beside the bed and said, Try the water temperature first. Yun Jiji obediently reached out to test the water, which was slightly hot, but for soaking feet, it needed to be a little warmer. Just right. Let Mom soak her feet first, and Dad can play with you for a while, okay? Qin Shiyu asked. Okay, the two children replied obediently. Yun Jiji sat down on the bed, about to take off her socks when a large hand reached over and grabbed her foot, startling her so much she almost kicked him away. Let me do it myself, Yun Jiji exclaimed, frightened. Qin Shiyu didn't respond. After helping her remove her socks, he carefully placed her foot into the hot water. The water was a bit hot, but not unbearable. After walking so long, soaking her feet a little was very relaxing. She leaned back and placed her feet in the water to soak. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu chuckled and shook his head, then covered her with a blanket and said, "Don't catch a cold." When she opened her eyes, her gaze met his. His gentle eyes flickered in the candlelight, like a lake shimmering with gentle waves of emotion. Yun Jiji's heartbeat unexpectedly quickened, as if a small drum was beating in her chest. She felt a little uncomfortable and avoided his gaze. She wasn't a naive little girl. She had lived 20 more years than others. Even if she hadn't fallen in love, she had seen enough to understand. She had watched those TV dramas, so she knew why she was reacting like this. When she saw the woman feeling a bit panicked and avoiding eye contact, Qin Shiyu felt a surge of happiness. At this moment, he was sure that Yun Jiji wasn't completely indifferent to him. Or perhaps, she was just a step away from feeling something. He believed that with a little more effort, his wife would accept him. Yun Jiji looked at his expression and was about to sit up, but she only moved slightly and was about to fall back. Qin Shiyu reached out and supported her waist, helping her steady herself. Her face turned red, and she dared not look directly at Qin Shiyu. Looking around and realizing there was no cloth nearby, Qin Shiyu had already crouched in front of her. He gently lifted her feet from the water and used a towel to softly wipe away the water droplets. She instinctively tried to pull her foot back. I can do it myself. Yun Jiji felt a bit uncomfortable, but the man was quick. He finished wiping her feet, helped her onto the bed, pulled the blanket over her, tucked in the corners, and asked, "Wife, where will I sleep tonight?" Old Qin's love story begins with self-approach. Yun Jiji was momentarily stunned, then remembered that this small courtyard only had 2 rooms. She couldn't possibly send Qin Shiyu to sleep with Yang Linxiang. She looked at the man and silently moved over on the bed to make space for him. The bed wasn't very big, but it was about 2 meters long. The 2 children were sleeping inside, each covered with a blanket. They seemed tired from playing. After brushing their teeth and washing their little faces and feet, Qin Shiyu had climbed into bed and was lying quietly. It was no longer realistic to carry the children to the middle of the bed to sleep. Once the little woman was settled and closed her eyes, Qin Shiyu slightly curved his lips. After quickly washing up, he also lay down on the bed. Although they had slept together last night, only the 2 of them were on the bed. But tonight, with 2 children also on the bed, it felt more crowded. After the man got into bed, Yun Jiji dared not move at all. Perhaps because her biological clock was already set, she soon felt sleepy and quickly drifted into dreams. Probably because it was very cold, she instinctively curled toward the heat source while sleeping. Qin Shiyu watched the little woman in his arms, not daring to make any loud movements. He knew she was asleep and instinctively seeking warmth. But for Qin Shiyu, this was a kind of torment. She lay there, not daring to move even a little. Qin Shiyu recited a long monologue in his mind before gradually falling asleep. Late at night, Yun Wanrong lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she felt. When she remembered He Mingyuan's foolishness in betraying his parents in front of so many people, Yun Wanrong was very angry. If it weren't for his words, she wouldn't have sent her parents away with him. Without giving them a chance, Tian Lanying had taken over her house. To show her authority, she even refused her dinner at night. This is her home. If it weren't for her, could their family live such a good life? At this moment, Yun Wanrong doubted whether He Mingyuan could really let her live as a wealthy wife. But thinking about how He Mingyuan became the richest man in her past life, she felt her worries were unnecessary. However, it would still be a few years before she could go into business. So could she face He Mingyuan like this for the next few years? She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. Meanwhile, He Mingyuan was lost in a sweet dream, imagining himself as a rich man surrounded by many beautiful women. They gently served him, fed him drinks, and enjoyed their tender service. He wore a proud smile, feeling this was the life he deserved. But suddenly, He Mingyuan felt a sudden chill and sat up abruptly from the bed. Yun Wanrong was standing by the bed, looking at him with a faint, serious gaze. Yun Wanrong, what are you doing screaming in the middle of the night? He Mingyuan shouted angrily, his voice full of dissatisfaction. He reached out to pull the blanket from her, but since he was not used to farm work, his strength was not much greater than hers. He struggled to pull the blanket, but couldn't succeed, and finally, he got angry and put on his clothes. Yun Wanrong's face was dark and stern, making He Mingyuan feel uneasy. What was wrong with her now? You're the one acting crazy? Shouldn't you give me an explanation for what happened today? Yun Wanrong asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, He Mingyuan suddenly realized what she meant and felt a bit guilty. His face darkened, and he said, an explanation? Are you saying your parents' drugging was fake? If they hadn't done such things, they wouldn't have been caught. I knew the truth all along, but you refused to let me say it. Are you planning to make me a scapegoat? Yun Wanrong, don't forget. You said you would take the college entrance exam again in the future. Do you still want me to go to university? He Mingyuan didn't have solid proof that the college entrance exam would definitely be restored, but Yun Wanrong had said it. As long as he could avoid farm work and study to take the exam, that was a good excuse.
You.
Yun Wanrong was so angry she almost couldn't breathe. She didn't expect this to be the reason she was shooting herself in the foot. Yun Wanrong was even angrier now, but she couldn't find the words to say. He Mingyuan saw her reaction and quickly stood up, walking over to Yun Wanrong. He affectionately hugged her and said, Wife, Rongrong, dear Rongrong, if this matter gets exposed now, with your cousin's husband being an officer, they definitely won't give up. It might be better to hand over your parents first. At most, they'll be sent to a farm for some reform. It won't look good publicly, but think about it. If we find out which farm your parents are on, we can secretly send them some things. But if we don't meet your cousin's family's wishes today, and the team leader tries to please them, do you think they might cause trouble for us in the village? If that happens, can we still be okay? He Mingyuan carefully watched her expression and saw her face soften a bit. Later, if the team assigns us all the dirty and tiring work, wouldn't it be better to go to the farm?
And
does this matter have nothing to do with you at all? Although they haven't been married long, He Mingyuan could see through Yun Wanrong's little thoughts. He stays at home every day, not going out, but his mother works at the team every day. He hears about any small movements or news. Naturally, he also knows what kind of life Yun Jiji has had in their village over the past 2 or 3 years. Could it really be just a coincidence? Every time Yun Jiji has some grain, it seems to get stolen. Clearly, Yun Wanrong or the Qin family have been secretly watching Yun Jiji just to steal her grain. How does this have anything to do with me? It's my parents who want to keep all the money left by my eldest uncle. I only found out today that when my eldest uncle handed over Yun Jiji to my parents to raise, he even gave them money, Yun Wanrong said evasively. Of course, she wouldn't admit the truth. She didn't expect He Mingyuan to think she was involved. She definitely didn't want to admit these things. Yes, it has nothing to do with you. But think about what I said. Our family has suffered, and maybe it's better for your parents to make up for their mistakes. He Mingyuan continued to coax her, adding, I know you're upset about my mother's actions today. I'll talk to her tomorrow, okay? My mother doesn't really want to take over your parents' house. If she hadn't done this today, your uncles and cousins wouldn't have had any bad thoughts about your parents' house if they saw trouble. It might be better to let my mother stay there first. If they dare to come later, my mother will stand up for you. Regarding the house, he paused thoughtfully and reassured her, when your parents come back, I will definitely return it to them. Seeing his words, Yun Wanrong finally felt a little more at ease and asked, Are you telling the truth?
of course I am.
Do you think I would lie to you? He immediately raised his hand and said, "If you don't believe me, I swear." Yun Wanrong saw this and reached out to gently pull his hand down. "Then I'll believe you for now. But if you dare to lie to me, I won't let you off." Hearing this, He Mingyuan reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Wife, I can't lie to you. Let's go back to bed. We haven't in many days." Yun Wanrong's mood improved, and when she heard his words, she blushed and playfully scolded, "You're so cheesy." The couple, who had been arguing, suddenly felt like thunderclaps and fire from the sky. Before long, the bed started creaking loudly. Just as they were enjoying themselves, suddenly, the door was slammed open forcefully, and Tian Laniying stormed in unexpectedly. The couple was startled half to death by this sudden intrusion.
Ah!
Yun Wanrong screamed in fright and quickly pulled the blanket over herself, wrapping herself tightly. He Mingyuan also sat up abruptly, half scared out of his wits, his voice full of anger. "Mother, it's the middle of the night. What are you doing?" Tian Laniying looked anxious, but was unfazed by seeing her son and daughter-in-law being intimate. Instead, she felt she was the one who gave birth to her son, and the things in bed were all taught by her. She looked at them and thought she was entitled to a piece of the action. "Mingyuan, I felt the ground shaking just now. Did you two feel anything?" Tian Laniying asked hurriedly. She had also gotten up in the middle of the night and felt dizzy from the shaking. But the couple was just being affectionate. There was no feeling at all. "Mother, you must be half asleep. There's no noise or movement at all," they replied. They hadn't stopped their intimacy earlier, so they definitely felt something, but now they weren't moving either and there was no sound. Tian Laniying was confused and wondered if maybe her getting up and walking around unsteadily caused her to feel that way. "Mother, go back to your room and rest. Next time, don't come into our room in the middle of the night," He Mingyuan said, still shaken. As a man, he couldn't handle being scared like this multiple times. His descendants would be scared to come out if he kept getting frightened. Who would carry on the family line then? Looking at the way the couple, behaved, Tian Laniying glared at Yun Wanrong and said, "Your man still has to study during the day. Don't always cling to him like a fox spirit and do those things." Yun Wanrong's face turned pale with anger.
Fine.
"Then I won't do it anymore." "Mother, there's no need to have grandchildren now." Tian Laniying was momentarily stumped. Thinking about her grandson, she decided to stop her thoughts for now. If she really angered Yun Wanrong and prevented her son from seeing her, she might never have grandchildren. "All right, I just said that. You two can continue." After saying this, Tian Laniying got up and headed outside. But just as she reached the door, a series of sounds came from below, like something was running around in the ground under their house. Then, the entire house began to shake violently. "Get out quickly." Tian Laniying was startled and shouted urgently. Yun Wanrong and He Mingyuan were also frightened. They hurriedly got out of bed. As the house shook more and more fiercely, Yun Wanrong grabbed a quilt from the bed, wrapped herself in it, and rushed outside. With a loud bang, just as the three of them reached the yard, the house suddenly collapsed, dust flying everywhere, making a deafening noise. They looked at the mess before them, their faces pale, legs weak, cold sweat pouring down, almost unable to stand. The loud noise woke many people in Yunhe village. When they came over with torches, they saw that Yun's house had also fallen. Well, karma. The people who arrived looked at the scene with a twitching mouth. Earlier in the day, Qin's house had just collapsed, and now it was Yun's turn at night. It was clearly karma. Yun Wanrong stared fixedly at the ruins of her house, unable to believe that their house, which was fine before, had turned into this. Her face was extremely grim. "Stop pulling." Yun Wanrong was also in a mess. Seeing He Mingyuan still pulling at the quilt wrapped around her, and worried she might be exposed, she shouted angrily. "Why are you shouting? Do you think your house was so great? It collapsed after just one night. That's hilarious. If I hadn't gotten up in the middle of the night, your broken house would have crushed me to death." Tian Laniying, before going to bed, was happy that she finally had such a big house. But who would have thought? The good house didn't last 2 days before it collapsed. Now she even suspected Yun Wanrong had done something to cause it. Do you think I want this to happen? This is my house. Cloud Wanrong was so angry, she almost fainted. The villagers were talking about how their house might collapse, saying it was their punishment. Because of this fuss, they would lose face in the village. Yun Jiji, I can't stand her. Our whole family has done so many bad things. My son married a woman like you. It's a curse that will last for generations, Tian Laniying thought angrily. She worried that after all this trouble, the villagers would keep mocking them. Are you done? Yun Wanrong shouted in anger. Hearing this, Tian Laniying raised her hand and slapped Yun Wanrong across the face. How dare you talk to me like that? Yun Jiji had never felt so wronged. She froze for a moment, even forgetting whether she was dressed or not, and suddenly pounced on Tian Laniying, grabbing her in a fight. As for what was happening in Yunhe village, Yun Jiji naturally didn't know. Right now, she opened her eyes and saw a man's strong chest. She was wrapped around him like an octopus, holding him tightly with her arms. When Yun Jiji realized what was happening, her face instantly turned bright red. She had slept so peacefully last night, and because of the warmth from the man's body, she didn't even notice she was sleeping in his arms. Now, she felt a bit helpless. It was almost dawn, and if she moved too much, she might wake Qin Shiyu. But if she kept holding him like this, it would only make things more awkward later. She carefully moved her leg, trying to pull it back little by little, hoping not to wake Qin Shiyu.
But
the man had already woken up. He was worried she might feel embarrassed, so he hadn't opened his eyes. However, her gentle and soft movements were almost torturous for him. He was holding his breath, not daring to move. Suddenly, Yun Jiji stopped her foot abruptly. Her face turned even redder, and she didn't dare to move anymore. She froze there, feeling truly embarrassed. It was so shameful. Qin Shiyu had no choice but to gently pull her leg off his and softly ask, "Are you awake?" Yun Jiji replied with a, feeling she was still not fully awake. Was it too late to say that? Seeing her adorable look, Qin Shiyu's heart softened completely. He gently tapped her nose and said in a husky voice, "Wife, we are married. This is very normal. Between a husband and wife, just normal closeness." He knows she hasn't fully adjusted to everything yet. Get up quickly and go to the market. Today is New Year's Eve, and if you're late, all the good food will be gone, Yun Jiji hurriedly said, preparing to get up and put on her clothes. However, the man suddenly reached out and hugged her waist, gently pulling her back, slightly supporting himself and trapping her in his arms. What are you doing? Yun Jiji was startled, blinking at the man. Qin Shiyu saw this and said, "Honey, you're shy." Yun Jiji stubbornly replied, "No, I'm not." "Your face is red." The man's warm lips brushed her ear, and his breath was on her skin. The warm feeling made her ears turn bright red instantly. Yun Jiji trembled, her heart beating faster, without control. She awkwardly looked away. "It's hot." Qin Shiyu chuckled softly, looking into her eyes. She wanted to avoid him, but he didn't seem to want to let her go. She quickly tilted her head aside and saw the two children sleeping peacefully inside. Her reason slightly returned, and she hurriedly said, "The kids will wake up soon." Qin Shiyu laughed softly, slightly sitting up, his broad hand resting on her face. She could only look at him. After a long, gentle gaze, the man lowered his head and lightly kissed her lips, then took her hand and placed it on his chest. Feeling the strong, steady heartbeat under her palm, Yun Jiji's heart felt a bit chaotic. Just as he was about to speak, there was a soft knock on the door. "Shiyu, are you awake? Colleague Yang says there's something urgent to see you. Baby, please give me a little flour." "Thanks." Outside the door, Yang Linxiang's voice was heard. Yun Jiji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Awake, I'll be right there." Qin Shiyu responded softly. When he looked at Yun Jiji again, he saw her quietly relaxing, and he felt a bit helpless but also understood that there were still some issues between them. He couldn't rush things. Before she reacted, he quickly leaned down and pressed a quick kiss on her forehead, softly saying, "Wife, I like you." Yun Jiji was sitting on the edge of the bed, still a little stunned. His words echoed in her ears, short but making her face flush and her heart race. Her heart was uncontrollably pounding. Qin Shiyu was undoubtedly a good man, and she couldn't deny that. Recently, she also realized that men are becoming more gentle with her, even starting to show strong affection. The two of them have been sleeping together on the same bed these past 2 nights. He is clearly more daring than before, often teasing her. Even the strongest person couldn't resist such flirtation from such an excellent man. When Qin Shiyu entered, he saw Yun Jiji sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Seeing her sitting there without even socks on, Qin Shiyu sighed softly and stepped closer to the bed.
Ah.
Yun Jiji was startled and snapped back to her senses. Her gaze fell on the man crouching in front of her, who was gently helping her put on her socks, holding her sock in his hand. Yun Jiji quickly pulled her foot back. I can do it myself. Qin Shiyu looked up with a gentle smile. Let me do it. The man didn't give her a chance to refuse and had already helped her put on her socks. Then he got up and brought in a hot water kettle and handed her a warm towel. Wash your face. Second aunt has prepared breakfast. Go eat first. Was it Brother Yang looking for you just now? Is there something urgent? Yun Jiji asked, curious if there was an emergency back at the army base that required his immediate return. But since today is New Year's Eve, it probably isn't that urgent. It's news from Yunha village. Hearing this, Yun Jiji paused slightly confused. Something happened again in Yunha village? After looking at Yun Jiji for a moment, Qin Shiyu finally said, the Yun family's house collapsed last night. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu in shock. The Yun family's house also collapsed? Actually, Qin Shiyu was somewhat suspicious of Yun Jiji, but when Qin's house collapsed, Yun Jiji was in the barn, quite far from Qin's house. The Yun family's house fell in the middle of the night. The little woman was sleeping soundly in his arms. She couldn't possibly have the ability to split herself and go directly to Yunha village in the middle of the night to cause the house to collapse. So, Qin Shiyu's suspicion was completely dismissed when he thought about it. Do you think I did it? Yun Jiji asked after seeing the man's expression. I did have doubts, but I thought it was unlikely. Even though Yun Jiji has extraordinary abilities, she had been in good condition today and hadn't overused her powers to the point of feeling unwell. Therefore, he thought he was overthinking. Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Shiyu, then asked, don't you think I might have given some kind of command to those plants? Qin Shiyu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, so what? They deserve it.
Why?
She asked. People who do wrong will face consequences. Yun Jiji rested her chin on her hand and looked at the man in front of her, smiling. I thought you were a very traditional man. I thought you would believe that even if someone does wrong, there are laws to punish them, not me taking matters into my own hands. Others haven't experienced the hurt you've gone through. Why should they be expected to always do good? Qin Shiyu replied. At this moment, Yun Jiji was truly very happy, especially after hearing Qin Shiyu's words. Seeing her in such a good mood, Qin Shiyu realized that his words had touched her heart. Are you hungry? Let's go eat first. Yun Jiji responded, I'll go brush my teeth first. After saying this, she stood up and headed outside. Just as she seemed to remember something, she quickly turned back. Before Qin Shiyu could react, she reached out and pulled him over, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. This is your reward for being so enlightened. Then she hurriedly left. Qin Shiyu looked at the 2 children on the bed, gently left the room, and closed the door before chasing after Yun Jiji. When she finished brushing her teeth and turned around to see him, her expression was still a bit awkward. Thinking about kissing this man just now, he probably floated on air. But what was done, and Yun Jiji had no regrets. In some ways, this man truly satisfied her, and her recent good feelings toward him had made her start to feel a fluttering in her heart. Moreover, they even had children together. It might be better to follow her heart and spend some time getting to know each other. If they were truly suitable for a lifetime, why not give it a try? Not to mention that in this era, divorces would attract gossip, and even if she wasn't afraid, some rumors might reach the children's ears. Or perhaps, even if she divorced, could she find someone like Qin Xiu again?
She knew very well how small that chance was.
Since she didn't want to grow old alone, and this person was decent enough, why not try to get along and see how it goes? Sweetheart, eat more, Qin Xiu said happily, placing some food into her bowl softly. Yang Linxiang saw their close relationship and felt happy. She could tell that, although they seemed harmonious during that time, there was still some distance between the couple. She also knew that during those 3 years, Yunjiji had suffered a lot and endured much pain. Their 2 children almost starved to death because of it. Who wouldn't feel some resentment in such a situation? Today, she noticed a subtle change in their relationship, even though she wasn't sure what had happened in the past 2 days. Yang Linxiang believed this was a good start. Second aunt, do you want to go back and check? Yunjiji suddenly looked up at Yang Linxiang while eating. Yang Linxiang was surprised for a moment, then shook her head gently.
No.
When they and their father drove me out, I decided I was no longer their mother. Feeling heartbroken, why go back? Maybe they would think she couldn't survive outside and come back for sympathy. Thinking about her children's faces, Yang Linxiang felt she was a failed mother, especially in raising children. Second aunt, Yunjiji looked at her with some concern. Yang Linxiang smiled and said, it's okay. Now, it's good like this. Being alone is light and free. Recently, Yang Linxiang has become much more open-minded. She used to think that if she gave more, her children would see her kindness, but it was all just her wishful thinking. It's good that you can think like that, second aunt, Yunjiji said softly, with a gentle smile. Although she knew what Yang Linxiang had gone through, they hadn't experienced it themselves. Honestly, she was very curious about what she had endured. The situation must have been heartbreaking for Yang Linxiang. Otherwise, how could a mother let go of her children and not care? After breakfast, Yunjiji took Yang Linxiang out. The supply and marketing cooperative was very lively today, but since it was New Year's Eve, they had plenty of goods. Seeing so many people made Yunjiji a bit overwhelmed. She was small and never faced such crowds before. Gigi, wait here for me. I'll go inside to buy something, Yang Linxiang said, then pushed her way into the crowd. Seeing her quickly squeeze into the crowd, Yunjiji was amazed and thought Yang Linxiang's movements were really fast. On their way here, they had already agreed on what to buy today. So when Yang Linxiang started grabbing things, she didn't hesitate at all and acted immediately once she saw what she wanted. Yunjiji looked around and saw that the clothing counter had few people, so she stepped forward to take a look. Since it was the new year, she didn't want to neglect her 2 children, and now she was holding several thousand yuan, which made her quite wealthy in this era. However, the clothes at the supply and marketing cooperative were old-fashioned styles. Suddenly, she remembered the Space Mall. Gigi, check if there's anything you haven't bought yet. Yang Linxiang appeared in front of her with a pile of loot, smiling happily at Yunjiji. Yunjiji nodded and gave her a thumbs up. Second aunt, if it weren't for you today, I really wouldn't have been able to grab anything. These people are like wolves. You have to fight hard against them. It's normal for young people to be a bit shy.
Yang Linxiang chuklet.
At times like this, whoever grabs the items first wins, and there's no need to be polite with these people. I'll learn more from second aunt in the future, Yunjiji said happily. Yang Linxiang rolled her eyes at her and asked, do you want to buy anything else? All the necessary things are bought. Let's go out first, Yunjiji replied. Okay. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Yunjiji and Yang Linxiang headed back. When they reached the alley where Yang Fingnian's courtyard was, Yunjiji paused and said, second aunt, I just remembered I forgot to buy some things. You go back first. I'll buy them quickly and come back. Without waiting for Yang Linxiang's response, Yunjiji turned and ran off. Yang Linxiang was momentarily stunned, looking at the things she held in her hands with some confusion. Weren't they supposed to buy everything? But she didn't think much of it and carried her things back home. After walking a bit further, Yunjiji looked back to make sure no one was following her. Only then did she find a quiet corner, slip into her space, and disguise herself. Only after that did she come out from the space. Songyu Town had a black market, and her goal today was to visit it. Although the supply cooperative had many items, their styles were limited. She wanted to smuggle some seafood out from her space, but that would require another trip. Besides, sometimes you could find good things in the black market. Yunjiji wanted to try her luck and see if she had such good fortune. Right now, Yunjiji looked like an old lady, carrying a basket on her back covered with a floral cloth. The black market was crowded with people, all moving carefully and watching their surroundings closely. Some seemed ready to rush toward the exit at any moment. Yunjiji imitated their cautious behavior, sneaking a peek around with a guilty look, as if she were a thief. However, the items in the black market were quite diverse, much more than in the supply store. Yunjiji didn't dare to exchange nothing, and she noticed that someone was watching her. As she entered from the street, she saw a lookout person. After walking around without making any exchanges, she clearly felt that she was being watched. Yunjiji was not in a hurry. She approached a middle-aged man selling fish and asked, "Brother, do you want to trade?" She spoke with a strong local accent from Songyu town, glancing around as she asked, "What do you want to trade for?" The man asked, "Brown sugar, maybe?" When he heard this, his eyes brightened.
Can you show it?
"Yes," Yunjiji replied, setting down her basket and reaching inside to take out a piece of brown sugar. "This is a piece sent by my nephew from Yun province. Do you want it?" The middle-aged man had seen such brown sugar before. He looked around and asked, "Can I taste it?" In this era, brown sugar was scarce. Even with money and a ticket, it wasn't easy to buy. The production was low, so it was very hard to find. Sure, Yunjiji wasn't stingy. She took out a small knife from her bag and scraped off a tiny piece. The man tasted it, and his eyes lit up. "Ma'am, I want the whole piece of brown sugar. As for your fish, pick whatever you like, any number of them." The man was also trying his luck. His wife and daughter were about to give birth, and this was a time when they needed to nourish their bodies. Brown sugar was a good thing, so he thought he might be able to exchange for some. The piece Yunjiji brought was quite large. If she used it sparingly, her daughter and daughter-in-law could enjoy it for a long time. "I have 2 black fish and 1 bass," she said. The man quickly responded, tying the biggest fish and the freshest bass with grass rope and handing them to Yunjiji. Yunjiji gave the man the brown sugar and then used the same method to exchange for some other items, including seafood. When she had exchanged enough, she quickly left the black market. Later, she reached a deserted place and quickly took out some food from her space. She also took 5 sets of clothes, 3 for adults and 2 for children, and 2 sets of autumn clothes and pants for the kids. After removing her makeup, she didn't linger and went straight back to the small courtyard. However, at the door, Yunjiji encountered the uncle who used to change fish. She was holding 2 fish, while the middle-aged man was still holding a basin. The uncle clearly recognized the fish in her hand. He glanced at Yunjiji, and both of them looked away at the same time, acting as if they didn't know each other. But the uncle thought well of Yunjiji. The girl was brave and clever, knowing how to disguise herself in such places. Maybe next time, he should learn from her and disguise himself too. "Dad, why are you here?" The door on the other side opened, and a young man came out. Seeing the middle-aged uncle, he looked surprised. "I came to see Jiao Jiao and the children, and to bring her some brown sugar and fish to help her recover." Yunjiji didn't stay any longer. She guessed from the uncle's happiness when he saw the brown sugar that the neighbor probably was the uncle's daughter and her family. Mom, as she pushed open the courtyard door and walked inside, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan ran over when they heard the sound. Qin Shi saw her holding fish and quickly went to take it. He said, "Give it to me." Yunjiji responded with a sound and handed over the basket. When Qin Shiyu felt the weight of the basket, he was a bit surprised. At this moment, Zheng Guilan hurried over. "Sister-in-law, can I trouble you with something?" "Dear children, it's been a while since I asked for a 5-star review. Please, I beg you." Yunjiji looked at Zheng Guilan with some confusion. "Sister-in-law, is there something you need?" Seeing Qin Shiyu still standing there, Zheng Guilan felt a bit embarrassed. Yunjiji noticed and said to Qin Shiyu, "Shiyu, I bought a few sets of clothes. You can take them inside first. Okay. Qin Shiyu was perceptive and planned to go inside with the things. Hearing Yun Ziji, he didn't hesitate and turned to walk into the house. The vegetables are downstairs. Okay. After Qin Shiyu went in, Zheng Guilin lowered her voice and said, Sister-in-law, it's actually not very appropriate for me to come find you today. It's just, there's a young girl in our village who just had a baby. Recently, she's been having trouble with milk supply. She went to the town hospital before, but it came back again, and it's happened several times. Zheng Guilin had no choice. She just visited her, and she was again blocked from milk, crying in pain on the bed. Zheng Guilin felt very worried. She cared deeply for her close friend and only wanted her to be well. She knew today was New Year's Eve, and it was not appropriate to come looking for Yin Jiji for a medical checkup during such a festive time. However, her chest pain was real. Zheng Guilin had experienced it herself and knew how terrible it could be, pain that could almost take her life. Now, she just wanted to help her friend quickly. I'll go check on her, Yun Jiji said, then turned and went inside. After telling Qin Shiyu a few words, she left directly. But when she stood at the door next door, Yun Jiji's lips twitched. Sometimes, things really were quite coincidental. Uncle Wu, I brought a doctor to see Jiao Jiao, Zheng Guilin told the middle-aged man. When he saw Yun Jiji, he paused briefly. Is she a doctor? Yes, I'll take her in to see Jiao Jiao first. She didn't explain much, as Yun Jiji's identity was quite special, and there was no need to tell them too much. Whether they believed it or not didn't matter to Zheng Guilin. After the consultation, whether it was effective or not was also not important. Jiao Jiao, how do you feel today? After entering the room, they saw the woman on the bed looking pale and weak, probably from the pain of blocked milk, which made her face look bad. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and she seemed close to tears. Let me check first, Yun Jiji said. Although she was a woman and hadn't experienced this pain herself, seeing Jiao Jiao's face still made her feel heartache. Mothers truly had it tough. She first checked Jiao Jiao's pulse and confirmed it was caused by milk buildup. Has the baby not finished eating normally? Jiao Jiao looked a bit embarrassed. I usually produce a lot of milk, but my son has a small appetite. Yun Jiji understood. I'll start acupuncture to help clear it, but this is only temporary. In the future, you need to pay more attention. If the baby doesn't finish the milk, you should also squeeze it out, Yun Jiji advised. Often, when the baby doesn't finish, it's easiest for milk to accumulate. Have your husband it out for you, Zheng Guilin said unexpectedly. That's a good idea, Yun Jiji nodded. Jiao Jiao, who had recently married, blushed deeply after hearing Zheng Guilin's suggestion. She lowered her head, too shy to look up. After finishing the acupuncture, Yun Jiji quickly moved to the next step. Zheng Guilin watched from the side, feeling that Yun Jiji's acupuncture looked like random stabbing. It made her scalp tingle and feel uneasy. She didn't dare to watch too closely, sneaking a glance now and then quickly looking away. Jiao Jiao, does it hurt? Zheng Guilin asked curiously. She has always been afraid of acupuncture because she fears pain, and Yun Jiji's quick movements made her wonder if she was really getting acupuncture. No, it feels warm and quite comfortable. Wu Jiao Jiao shook her head. She had felt like she was going to die from the pain earlier, but now, after Yun Jiji inserted 2 needles, she clearly felt less pain. Although the needles were cold silver, the warm sensation seemed to slowly melt away the hard block that was blocking her. Zheng Guilin found it amazing. After finishing the acupuncture, Yun Jiji massaged her around the nearby acupoints. When she removed the silver needles, Wu Jiao Jiao reached out to touch her back and looked at Zheng Guilin with a happy face. Lan Jia, it's not blocked anymore. It's really better. Wu Jiao Jiao had experienced blocked milk several times before. Each time it was very painful, and a few times she even had a fever. During those days, she didn't dare take medicine and was almost overwhelmed by the pain. Her mother-in-law had also massaged her before, but it always made her hurt terribly. Today, with Yun Jiji doing acupuncture and massage, She felt no pain at all. Don't drink the milk-boosting soup anymore. The baby is still small and doesn't eat much. Drinking so much of that soup isn't good for your health, Yunjiji said. After tidying up the needles, she added, and in the future, if you want a massage, use a hot towel to warm the area first. Don't press hard. Okay, I understand. Wu Jiao obediently listened. She didn't understand much about this, but hearing Yunjiji say so, she believed that listening to the doctor was the right choice. She had doubted Yunjiji because she was so young, but now that she wasn't in pain anymore, she thought no one was better than Yunjiji. Older sister-in-law, I'm going back now, Yunjiji said. She had been outside all morning, and it was almost lunchtime. She was ready to go home and prepare lunch. I'll see you off. Lan Jia, Wu Jiao quickly looked at Zheng Guilin. Zheng Guilin understood her intention and hurried to follow. Wu Jiao's husband saw them come out and quickly went outside, then hurried back with gratitude on his face. Doctor, thank you so much. Yunjiji gently waved her hand and said, I've already told your wife what to watch out for. If you pay more attention in the future, this won't happen again. Yes. Doctor, you can take this fish home to eat. Uncle Wu could tell from his son-in-law's expression that something was wrong, so he quickly went to Yunjiji's side, feeling a bit awkward earlier. But now, seeing how capable Yunjiji was, he no longer felt embarrassed. Neither of them would mention going to the black market so they could pretend nothing had happened. No need, I already bought fish at home, Yunjiji waved her hand. Sister-in-law, just take it. Otherwise, my uncle will feel bad, Yunjiji hurriedly said. Yunjiji couldn't refuse, so she accepted the fish. Then she thought of something and wrote out a prescription. If this happens again, you can give this to the child. The child can still drink milk. It's just some common herbs, which can be found in the mountains. You can also go to the barefoot doctor to get medicine. She couldn't just take their fish for nothing. Okay, thank you, doctor. Yunjiji didn't stay any longer. After leaving with Zheng Guilin, she handed the fish to her. Sister-in-law, you can take this home. I bought more this morning. You can eat it at noon. We'll have New Year's Eve dinner together tonight. That's too much. We've already eaten your food yesterday. Zheng Guilin quickly waved her hands, feeling genuinely embarrassed. I bought some vegetables, and since we have no relatives here, it's better for our families to celebrate together. More lively, Yunjiji said with a smile. Zheng Guilin clenched her teeth and said then, Shall we come over? Of course. We're leaving early tomorrow. If the food isn't finished, it'll just go to waste, right? Zheng Guilin couldn't refuse anymore, so she agreed first, planning to talk to Yang Fingnian later and figure out what kind of gift to give them. They couldn't keep taking advantage of them forever. Sister-in-law, I'll go in first. Okay. After entering the house, Yunjiji saw Qin Shiyu busy in the kitchen. She smiled slightly. Sometimes this man was quite thoughtful. You're back. Go rest for a while. Dinner will be ready soon, Qin Shiyu said with a smile when he saw her return. Yunjiji responded, okay. She had been running around all morning and was quite tired. Seeing Qin Shiyu say that, she didn't refuse. This man's cooking skills were pretty good, and she felt there was no need to worry. Inside, she took out the new clothes she had bought for Yang Linxiang. Second aunt, I bought you a new dress this morning for the new year. When Yunjiji spoke, Yang Linxiang was momentarily stunned and said, Child, why are you spending money on this? The clothes I'm wearing were bought recently by you and your husband. Why do I need new ones?
Yang Linxiang sighed helplessly.
These clothes are old after wearing them for so long. Yunjiji smiled and handed the clothes to her. Try them on and see if they fit. Yang Linxiang looked at the clothes in her arms, her eyes filled with emotion. She looked up at Yunjiji and couldn't help but sigh again. She never thought she would feel even a little warmth from her own daughter in this lifetime. Instead, she felt the filial piety from Qin Shiyu and her husband. Although she hadn't helped Yunjiji and the children during those 3 years, she remembered their kindness. In the future, she would take better care of the children and never let the couple worry about them when they are busy. It will fit perfectly, Yang Linxiang said with red eyes. Seeing this, Yunjiji smiled and said, After lunch this afternoon, wash up and we'll wear the new clothes. Okay. Yang Linxiang's eyes welled with tears as she happily nodded. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, Mom also bought new clothes for you. Do you want to see them? Yun Jiji looked at the two children with a bright smile. Does Mom have them? Tuan Tuan looked seriously at Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji paused slightly, then gently rubbed the little one's head and softly said, Yes, Mom has new clothes to wear too. When Tuan Tuan heard that Yun Jiji also had new clothes, a smile appeared on his face. Yun Jiji chuckled softly, feeling warm inside. After she took the children inside and took down the clothes, she saw that Tuan Tuan was wearing a blue cotton jacket with a high-neck sweater inside and black cotton pants. Yuan Yuan was wearing a small floral cotton jacket, also paired with a high-neck sweater and cotton pants with a little skirt design at the waist, so she wouldn't be cold even in winter. Mom. Pretty Yuan Yuan blinked her big, bright black eyes, happily holding her little skirt. Yun Jiji guessed the children would like this kind of skirt design. Although they didn't have fleece-lined leggings yet, even if they did, they weren't popular here. Little girls prefer skirts in winter and summer. Do you like it? Like Yuan Yuan happily reached out and hugged Yun Jiji's neck, giving her a quick kiss on the face. Seeing this, Yun Jiji also hugged the little one and kissed her. Noticing Tuan Tuan standing aside looking a bit shy, Yun Jiji decided to try something with the little guy. She gently tapped her own cheek and looked at Tuan Tuan expectantly. Baby, do you like your new clothes? She asked. Like Tuan Tuan replied. They hadn't had new clothes before, and in winter, it was so cold they didn't dare to go outside. This winter was the warmest they had ever had. Can I get a kiss from Mom? Yun Jiji tilted her face, waiting patiently. She didn't rush Tuan Tuan and wanted to see if he would be the one to take the initiative. Seeing that he didn't move, she closed her eyes and waited quietly. After a while, she felt a warm touch on her face. A slight smile appeared on her lips. She reached out and hugged the little one, giving him a kiss on his chubby face. She also hugged Yuan Yuan and kissed both children on their faces. Oh, my little babies, she said softly. The two little ones looked down shyly, not daring to look at Yun Jiji's expression, but inside they felt very happy. Mom loves you the most. Yun Jiji hugged the two children affectionately. Yuan Yuan loves Mom, Dad, and Auntie. Seeing how obedient the little ones were, Yun Jiji felt her heart melt completely. When Qin Shiyu came in and saw this scene, his eyes softened instantly. Dad, Yuan Yuan happily called out when she saw Qin Shiyu. Yun Jiji let go of her hold on the children. At this moment, Yuan Yuan ran up to Qin Shiyu and hugged his leg. Dad hugged Qin Shiyu, bent down and picked her up, gently tapping her nose curiously. He asked, What were you just doing with Mom, baby? Playing with Mom, Yuan Yuan said happily. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu's lips curved into a smile. Are you hungry? Dad will make some food. Yuan Yuan looked at Yun Jiji and reached out her hand, happily saying, Mom, big brother, time to eat. Yun Jiji took Tuan Tuan's hand and went to pull Yuan Yuan's small hand, but the little one immediately threw herself into Yun Jiji's arms. Yun Jiji was startled and quickened her steps, but Yuan Yuan rested her hand on her shoulder and another hand on Qin Shiyu's shoulder. With a serious look, she said, Mom, you still need to hug Dad. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. Who exactly is her little sweetheart? Always thinking about her dad. Qin Shiyu was also a bit surprised, looking at Yun Jiji with interest. His voice was gentle, but a little sad. Yes. Wife, you haven't hugged me yet. She twitched her mouth and glared at the man, annoyed. But he looked expectant. Seeing Yuan Yuan staring at her, Yun Jiji quickly reached out and hugged Qin Shiyu, hurriedly saying, I'm hungry. Let's eat. Then she took Yuan Yuan from Qin Shiyu's arms and quickly walked outside. Qin Shiyu's lips curved into a smile, feeling happy. He bent down and picked up Tuan Tuan, saying, Wife, wait for us. The man was in a very good mood and chased after the mother and daughter with Tuan Tuan. After lunch, Yun Jiji went in and out several times, then asked Qin Shiyu to watch the children while she stayed inside. Qin Shiyu was curious about what Yun Jiji was doing, but she didn't want them to disturb her. So, he didn't let the children bother her. After Yang Linxiang took the two children for a nap, Qin Shiyu went to the kitchen to boil water. He knew Yun Jiji had bought new clothes for the family, and today was New Year's Eve. After she finished, she would definitely give the children a bath. He occasionally looked into a nearby room, but Yun Jiji had the door tightly closed. He didn't know what she was doing inside. Though he was curious, he didn't disturb her.
Done.
Yun Jiji ran out of the room holding a small broom. Qin Shiyu quickly came out of the kitchen, walking a few steps to her. He saw some strips of something in the broom, dark in color, with iron wire underneath. He was stunned for a moment, curious, and asked, "Wife, what are you making?" Yun Jiji smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out when it gets dark." What do you think Yun Jiji took out? Seeing her mysterious look, Qin Shiyu was curious, but didn't ask much. He picked it up and looked at it, but after a long time, he couldn't tell what it was. Yun Jiji didn't explain but turned around and went into the kitchen to start preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Apart from the ingredients bought from the supply and marketing cooperative, she also took out some items from her space. If the timing hadn't been inconvenient, she would have wanted to move a luxurious dish like Buddha jumps over the wall directly. That dish was too impressive, and Yun Jiji was worried she wouldn't be able to explain it clearly later. She ultimately gave up on the idea. Moreover, in this era, indulging in such extravagance isn't very appropriate. If curious people saw it and reported them, it could cause unnecessary trouble. Although she could make it impossible for others to find any evidence, she didn't like to invite trouble for herself. Later, when there was a good opportunity, she planned to bring out some fine things again. Since time was limited, Yun Jiji didn't want to make things complicated. Qin Shiyu had already prepared all the ingredients. She just needed to cook them. She bought 3 fish, one of which was a black fish that she kept in her space's pond. When she bought it from the black market, the black fish was nearly dead, but the space's strong vitality and the spiritual spring water in the pond allowed it to survive as long as it was breathing. She planned to make pickled fish with the black fish, using fewer side ingredients, so it would be manageable to finish. She also prepared garlic ribs, boiled shrimp, Beijing-style shredded pork, lotus pond stir-fry, braised perch, cabbage and pork rolls, spicy shrimp with rice cakes, and many more dishes, totaling 18. Zheng Guilin wanted to help midway but ended up only assisting Yun Jiji, unable to do much else. Watching the delicious dishes being prepared in her hands, Zheng Guilin couldn't help but swallow her saliva. "Young sister-in-law, your cooking skills are truly amazing." Seeing each dish not only tasty but also beautifully made, Zheng Guilin felt like she was in a big hotel kitchen. Absolutely impressive. Yun Jiji smiled and said, "Dinner is ready. Everyone, wash your hands and come to eat." "Okay." Zheng Guilin responded and hurried to call others. For dinner, even Yang Fengnian's parents came. The large round table was full of people. Seeing the rich New Year's Eve feast, they were quite surprised and almost couldn't believe it. In previous years, their New Year's dinner was a bit more special than usual, but never as lavish as today.
Vice.
"Old Qin, where did you get so many dishes?"
Yang Fengnian asked curiously.
Earlier that morning, he had gone to the supply and marketing cooperative, which was more abundant than usual but still not as much as today. "My wife probably sneaked to the black market," Qin Shiyu said softly. Yang Fengnian gave Qin Shiyu a thumbs up and whispered, "Young sister-in-law is really impressive." During the Chinese New Year's Eve, Qin Shiyu hoped she wouldn't be so skilled in certain matters. The black market was a chaotic place, and who knew what might happen there? Although no one was caught today, she wondered who could guarantee that others wouldn't act on impulse. Sometimes, he truly wished Yun Jiji would rely more on him instead of handling everything alone. "I made some juice. The kids can have some tonight," Yun Jiji said as she carried a large bowl from the kitchen. Inside was orange juice, made from oranges she took from her space, choosing the particularly ugly but delicious variety. Taking advantage of the quiet moment when no one was around, she quickly squeezed the juice in her space. Qin Shiyu hurried over to take the bowl. When he saw the juice, he asked, "Why didn't you call me to help?" "It wasn't much trouble," she replied. "Yun Jiji, you've worked hard today. Thank you for preparing such a big table of food, Yang Fingyan said as everyone sat down. He quickly stood up to pour wine for Yun Jiji. Big brother Yang, I don't drink alcohol. I'll just have some juice with the kids. Yun Jiji refused politely. Even if she could drink, she wouldn't dare to do so recklessly. The small courtyard only had one bed, and she didn't want to wake up again in Qin Shiyu's arms like yesterday, or get drunk and lose control. Who knew what she might do? It was better not to drink if she could avoid it. All right, Yang Fingnian agreed quickly and reached to pour her a small glass of juice. But Qin Shiyu was faster, already pouring her a tiny cup before him. This first toast is for Yun Jiji. You put so much effort into this meal, and without you, we wouldn't have such good food. Let's toast to you. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Fingnian's words made Yun Jiji feel a little embarrassed. You're too kind, big brother Yang. Thank you for letting us stay in the small courtyard, she said gratefully. Yang Fingnian waved his hand. It's nothing special. If it weren't for the deputy team leader, I might not have made it back alive. This kindness will never be forgotten. Whenever you come back, you're always welcome at our home. Qin Shiyu patted his shoulder and said, Eat. All right, everyone, let's eat, they said as they raised their glasses and celebrated the New Year's Eve. They talked and laughed while eating. Yang Fingnian thought about his days in the army and the brotherhood he shared with his comrades. As he reminisced, tears welled up in his eyes. Yang Fingnian still misses the life in the army and his good brothers from back then. As he talks about it, his eyes turn red, but finally, Zheng Guilin kicks him gently, which makes him realize what just happened. Yun Jiji and the others didn't eat much. After finishing their meal, they left the table. The men are still there drinking and talking, and every now and then, you can hear their laughter. Kids, do you want to play something fun? Yun Jiji looks at them mysteriously. Auntie, what are we playing? Yang Ziqiang asks curiously, looking at Yun Jiji with anticipation. Yun Jiji has already taken down a small basket. When she sees the things inside, the children are very curious, blinking big, confused eyes at her. Wait a moment. She runs into the kitchen and comes out holding a box of matches. She lights one.
Wow.
The children exclaim in surprise, their eyes wide as they watch Yun Jiji. Mom, it's so bright. Yun Jiji smiles softly and says, This is a fairy stick. I made it this afternoon. Yun Jiji doesn't feel guilty at all, but she didn't make it herself. Where did it come from? She has been working in her space for a long time, making it look like it belongs to this era. Ziqiang, when you play, help watch your younger brothers and sisters. Don't let it touch clothes or hair, understand?
Yun Zizi instructs Yang Ziqiang.
Yang Ziqiang is the oldest among the children. When he hears her words, he immediately responds obediently, Don't worry, Auntie. I'll watch over my brothers and sisters. He's been eager to try it out. The fairy stick looks amazing, something they've never seen before. Now, the children are excited and full of anticipation as they look at her. Seeing this, Yun Jiji shares the fairy sticks with them and then lights them up. The yard suddenly becomes bright, attracting the people inside the main room who are eating. When Qin Shiyu comes out and sees this scene, he pauses slightly in surprise. Yun Jiji and the children are happily playing with the fairy sticks, holding one in each hand. Her pretty face is full of smiles. The children are gathered around her, cheering happily, showing their joy. For a moment, Qin Shiyu is captivated. He can hear her clear, bell-like laughter from time to time. Her eyes are curved like crescent moons, so beautiful they seem to melt the ice. He stood there with a slight smile, his gaze naturally following his figure. Her chest beat faster and faster, and her laughter seemed magical, as if it could chase away all his worries. At this moment, he felt incredibly lucky. Deputy Leader, have you ever regretted marrying her? Qin Shiyu's situation was known to Yang Fingnian. Seeing his expression now, Yang Fingnian gently patted her shoulder and asked curiously. Qin Shiyu's gaze always stayed on the little woman. His upturned mouth revealed all his thoughts. I am glad that I married her. Finally, we're here. Yun Jiji looked at the small courtyard in front of her and couldn't help stretch lazily. After several hours on the train, she was really exhausted. Seeing the cozy courtyard now, she felt especially warm. Let's go inside, Qin Xiu said, carrying several bags, all prepared by Yang Fengnian and his wife. Yang Fengnian seemed to anticipate they wouldn't accept everything, so he had Yang Laodai bring the things to the train station early. Just before the train started, Yang Fengnian threw the bags into the train from outside the window, leaving no time for them to react, then quickly ran away. They had no choice but to bring the things back to the family residence, planning to send some back later when they had more. Take the child to rest for a while. I'll tidy up the room, they said. They had only been back a few days. The house was a bit messy, but it didn't need a deep cleaning. Qin Xiu went straight inside, changed all the bedding to clean ones, then tidied up the room and wiped the cabinets. Yun Jiji sat down briefly to rest before heading to the kitchen. She boiled some water to warm the pot, preparing to boil more later. Qin Xiu finished tidying the house and came to help.
Jiji, you're back.
Yun Jiji just came out of the house when she heard Lu Chuantao's voice. Brother-in-law. Yun Jiji called out, we're back. Have you eaten? You've been on the road all day, so you probably haven't eaten yet. Come to my house for a simple meal tonight. Lu Chuantao didn't ask about their family affairs. Although she was curious why they came back on the first day of the new year, she remembered how Yun Jiji looked when she first arrived at the family residence. Probably her parents weren't very kind or maybe biased. Otherwise, how could their daughter-in-law and grandchildren look so thin? Brother-in-law, no need. When we returned, we brought some vegetables. Later, I planned to quickly make some noodles to eat. Yun Jiji quickly refused, thinking, on the first day of the new year, who would go to someone else's house to eat? It just doesn't make sense. Okay, just call me if you need anything. All right. Yun Jiji responded, then turned and went back inside to continue her chores. However, when she came out of the house, she saw Qin Xiu moving her things outside. Why are you doing this? Yun Jiji asked with a frown. Qin Xiu paused, then turned around and looked at her gently, saying, Wife, we agreed on this. Did you forget? Yun Jiji was a bit stunned for a moment. When she realized what was happening, she understood. It seemed that morning at Qin's house, Qin Xiu really did say he wanted to sleep in the same room with her. Did she refuse? Yun Jiji thought carefully for a long time. She didn't think she refused or agreed. So, this man probably took her silence as approval. Watching his diligent back, her mind unconsciously drifted to the things that happened in Yunhe village and her own feelings that had started to rise. She hadn't stopped him, after all. Since she was sure of her feelings, she didn't want to be stubborn. The more time she spent with him, the more she understood him. She also started to have some other thoughts. Since she couldn't guarantee that after divorcing him she would find a better, more outstanding man, why not just make do for now? Her heartbeat was real. When she was with him, she even took the initiative to kiss him, which showed her feelings clearly. She wasn't shy by nature, so maybe she should try to get to know him better first. At this moment, Qin Xiu had just put down his things and was standing by the door, watching Yun Jiji's direction. Actually, he was also nervous, afraid she would refuse. But when he saw the little woman turn and go into the kitchen, his previously tense heart finally relaxed. More than anything, he was happy and joyful his wife hadn't rejected him. This gave him full confidence. He quickly tidied up the house, cleaning what needed cleaning, washing what needed washing. He wanted to make the house spotless, not wanting Yun Jiji to feel wronged because of him. When Yun Jiji came out of the kitchen, she saw the man inside, busy cleaning and humming a military song. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Was he really that happy? Yang Linxiang also noticed, but she didn't interfere with the little couple's matters. In her view, young people have their own way of getting along. She had lived a long life herself. She used to live a difficult life, but now she just wants to live more comfortably. Her only job is to take good care of Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan and do her duty. As it was getting dark, she simply cooked some cabbage and vermicelli. From the things Yang Fengnian and others prepared, she took a piece of cured meat and stir-fried it. The family ate a simple meal together. Sure you, Jiji, I want to talk to you about something, Yang Linxiang suddenly said near the end of the meal. Hearing this, Qin Shi replied, "Second aunt, what do you want to say? I was thinking about whether we could find a carpenter to make a bed for the house. Before, I saw a two-story bed carried by others, and since Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are growing up, I thought maybe we could ask a carpenter to make one. That way, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan could sleep on different levels." Yang Linxiang wasn't sure how her idea would be received, or if they would agree. She just wanted to share her thoughts. How to do it was up to her little family to decide. "I think it's possible. Now we have 2 small beds. Although sleeping together with 3 people is enough, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan will grow more, and they can't always sleep together." Yun Jiji believed this idea was definitely feasible. The house in the compound was small. Even though each family had several children sleeping close together, Yun Jiji still believed that boys and girls should be taught to be cautious early, especially daughters, so they can learn to protect themselves. "Okay, I'll ask the master about it tomorrow." Qin Shiyu agreed immediately. Yun Jiji saw how easy it was to talk to this man. She looked at him for a moment and then said, "I have one more thing to ask you."
What is it?
Qin Shiyu asked, puzzled. "Can we now sell or buy a house? We probably won't return to Yunhe village in the future. The house in the compound belongs to the army. As long as you're in the army, we can stay, but I still want to have a house that belongs to us. During festivals or holidays, we won't have to be like Pingthing with nowhere to stay." Yun Jiji lowered her voice and asked. She knew that in this era, house transactions were very strict and private sales weren't allowed. Qin Shiyu's mind was full of her words, "A house that belongs to us," and he smiled like a fool. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched in frustration, speechless. It really was just like Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan said. She was smiling with a look that didn't seem very valuable. "Ask you," she said irritably as she kicked him lightly. After Qin Shi reacted, he felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, "There are quite a few restrictions on property transactions, but it's not impossible to do. I'll look into it." Many little friends guessed correctly. It's the fairy stick, but there's no way to make a Gatling gun. February is over, and now it's March, a new month. Everyone will get rich. The author also wants to get rich. Yun Jiji listened, but didn't say much. At this time, land was publicly owned, and she knew it was quite difficult. Still, Yun Jiji hoped to have her own house. In a few years, when property trading becomes legal, she planned to buy more houses. Although she had space, some things couldn't be used openly without a proper source. It would take 4 more years for private house sales to become legal, but now money was hard to come by. Once business was legal, she definitely planned to start a business, especially in medicine. If the army approved her pharmaceutical factory, she intended to focus on medicinal cosmetics later. Though her skills weren't very strong, she still wanted to do her best and contribute. "How big do you want it to be?" Qin Shiyu asked. "With a small yard, a kitchen, and all that, our family needs at least 4 or 5 rooms. The bigger, the better if I can find one," Yun Jiji said seriously after thinking. Qin Shiyu silently remembered her words and thought he should pay more attention to houses like that, finding one that suited her taste. "Am I asking for too much?" Yun Jiji seemed to think of something. Small courtyards like this are probably rare now. Especially now, many families live in the same yard. Even if they could persuade one family, what about the others? "Not too much, very reasonable," Qin Shiyu said seriously. Yun Jiji looked at him for a while. "No rush. These things can't be hurried." "Okay." Indeed, choosing a house couldn't be rushed. Yun Jiji also wanted to find a suitable place in the city. If it was in a village, she could just ask the village head for a piece of land and build a house directly. After dinner, Qin Shiyu went to wash the dishes on his own. Yang Linxiang took the 2 children to wash their faces and brush their teeth before leading them into the house. Yun Ji only just realized what was happening now. So, tonight she was sleeping alone with Qin Shiyu? After hesitating for a moment, she was about to turn around to get water and wash up, but Qin Shiyu had already brought water behind her. "Honey, water." "Thanks." Qin Shiyu simply helped her carry the water into the bathroom and said, "It's cold outside. Close the door tightly." "Okay." Listening to his caring words, she looked up at him and then went into the bathroom. Qin Shiyu turned back and went to the kitchen. Yang Linxiang had already taken the two children back to their room, so he was washing up in the kitchen. Although he knew they only slept on the same bed and nothing more, he had been with Yunji for so long and knew she was a very clean person. He really wondered how she managed those 3 years. Maybe she was so afraid of dirt that no matter how cold it was, she had to wash before sleeping every night. After closing the door, Yunji slipped into the space's bathroom, took a good shower, washed her hair, and dried it. She also did a full-body skincare routine before comfortably leaving the space. When she pushed open the bathroom door, Qin Shi stood up and came over. "Honey." As he approached, he smelled the faint scent on Yunji. Her small face was flushed from washing, looking like a peeled egg, which made her naturally attractive, and her heartbeat started to race uncontrollably. "Honey, you look so beautiful." The man's eyes were glued to her. Yunji cleared her throat a few times and shot him a sharp look. "Be normal." She quickly crossed past him back into the room to prevent him from having other ideas. Qin Shiyu didn't rush to follow her. After closing the bathroom door, he turned back and went to his room. By then, she had already taken off her outer clothes and lay on the bed. Worried he might say something surprising again, she quickly said, "I'm tired after a whole day of train travel. Go to sleep early." With that, she lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and stopped talking. Qin Shiyu couldn't help but laugh and cry. After closing the door and turning off the lamp, he got into bed. The cold wind entered the quilt with his movements, making her shiver. He lay down close to her. "Why are you so close?" She felt a bit uncomfortable. "It's cold outside, and I'm warm." Yunji's lips twitched, wanting to move but not daring to. Men are often tempted, and he was telling the truth. He was indeed warm. It felt like sleeping next to a stove, very comfortable. Seeing that she stopped moving, Qin Shi softly said, "Wife, I won't do anything crazy unless you agree." She understood what he meant. "Go to sleep." "Okay." In Yunha village, Yun Wanrong and her family moved back into their old, broken thatched house. At night, the countryside was colder than usual. Recently, they found some clothes in the Yun family's belongings. Luckily, the clothes were still good, and after cleaning off the dust, they could still wear them. But it was frustrating that their nice house suddenly collapsed. "Still not going to cook? What if your husband is hungry?" Tian Lanying came out of the house, saw her sitting there looking gloomy, and felt very annoyed. They had hoped to live in the big house of the Yun family, but before they even spent one night there, the house collapsed. Tian Lanying thought Yun Wanrong must have done something to make the house fall, because otherwise, how could a good house just suddenly collapse? Now she deeply regretted it. She thought that with so many problems in Yun Wanrong's family, she would never have let He Mingyuan marry Yun Wanrong if she had known. "Can't you do anything?" Yun Wanrong shouted at Tian Lanying. "Yun Wanrong, I am your mother-in-law. Serving me is your duty." Tian Lanying was unhappy to hear that. Yun Wanrong had always disobeyed her, which made her very upset. She felt her dignity as a mother-in-law was being challenged. "Are you helpless? Do you still want me to serve you?"
Dream on.
Before marrying He Mingyuan, Yun Wanrong rarely did any work at home. Now, Tian Lanying wanted her to serve the whole family. She thought that was ridiculous. Does Yun Wanrong look like someone who listens obediently? Tian Lanying was so angry she cursed and glared at Yun Wanrong, wishing she could swallow her alive. Yun Wanrong glanced at her and went straight to the backyard. She had to think of a way. With a house like the He family's, no one could live there. The weather was freezing, and staying there for a while might even freeze someone to death. But she had no money or tickets, so not only could she not build a house, but even feeding herself was uncertain. As someone who had been reborn, she wondered if she would really starve to death. She clearly felt that although the situation had changed a bit, the overall environment wouldn't change. So she needed to find ways to earn some money first. She wanted He Mingyuan to start a business someday, but they couldn't do that without capital. Thinking this through, Yun Wanrong immediately came up with a plan. No matter what, she wants to live better than Yun Jiji. If she wants to make money, she has to go to the black market.
But
What kind of things does she sell? Yunjiji didn't know much about Yunhe village. The next morning, when she woke up, Qin Shiyu was no longer in the room. However, she had slept very well that night and wasn't awakened by the cold. She lay on the bed for a moment, then sat up and got dressed. When she came out of the house, she saw several people sitting in the main hall. They all looked up and smiled warmly when they saw her. Yunjiji wondered if she had entered the room the wrong way. "Good morning, Comrade Yun." Hu Jianjun noticed her awkwardness and spoke first. Yunjiji forced a smile, then saw Qin Shiyu approaching and gave him a subtle signal with her eyes. "There's food left for you in the pot. Go wash up and eat," Qin Shiyu said as he came over, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. Yunjiji nodded lightly, smiled at Hu Jianjun and the others, then hurried out of the main hall into the kitchen. Hu Jianjun patted Qin Shiyu on the shoulder and raised an eyebrow. "It looks like you two are getting along much better lately. What happened on your trip back?" Hu Jianjun was genuinely curious. Their relationship could be seen from their actions. "Yeah, it's pretty good," Qin Shiyu replied, without going into details. He didn't like to talk about family matters openly. That's good. When a couple can discuss things and work together, life becomes easier. If they keep everything secret, misunderstandings can happen. "You know yourself best," Hu Jianjun said, patting his shoulder. But their personal matters had already happened, and he believed Yunjiji wasn't unreasonable. "I'm going to see my wife," Qin Shiyu said. Hu Jianjun glared at him, but didn't stop him. He guessed Yunjiji might be confused right now, and it was good for Qin Shiyu to clear things up. When Qin Shiyu left, everyone couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought this guy had another side? Exactly. Before, he seemed cold and distant. No wonder no women dared to get close to him. Now he has 2 kids, and his wife is still so impressive. They exchanged glances, feeling quite pleased. Honestly, Qin Shiyu hadn't married yet, so they were worried about his personal life. Why did Comrade Hu and the others come so early? Yunjiji quickly lowered her voice and asked when Qin Shiyu entered. Today is only the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. If they came to visit their family, it would be the Hu Jianjun family. It wouldn't make sense for leaders to visit their home during the holiday. "It's about the pharmaceutical factory," Qin Shiyu replied quietly. Yunjiji was a bit surprised and looked up at Qin Shiyu. "Has it been approved?" Qin Shiyu nodded. "It should be." The political commissar looked very happy today. If it hadn't been approved, he wouldn't be so pleased. Hearing this, Yunjiji raised an eyebrow. "Then I'll eat quickly and go see for myself."
Norut.
Take your time. Curious about the factory, Yunjiji didn't wait for Qin Shiyu's instructions. After finishing her meal, she hurried to the main hall with Qin Shiyu. When Hu Jianjun and the others saw her coming, they quickly called out, "Comrade Yun, come sit here." "Commander, Brigade Commander, Political Commissar, Happy New Year." Yunjiji greeted them one by one before sitting down to the side. She was no longer in a hurry. Since they came early and had been sitting for a long time, it was clear they were waiting for her. Every time Hu Jianjun saw her calm demeanor, he felt like he was still a rookie, feeling anxious. "Your wife is too calm," Hu Jianjun sighed helplessly. Then he took out some documents from behind him and handed them to Yunjiji. "The factory's approval has gone through. Here are the papers." Yunjiji took the documents without hesitation and looked at them eagerly. The more she looked, the more surprised she was. Zhao Chongzeng had clearly hired professionals and listed everything that needed to be included in the application. At the same time, the General Hospital of the Military District had already conducted clinical trials on the hemostatic powder they sent, or they wouldn't have granted such support. "Comrade Yun, the factory is starting construction. They've already fenced off a piece of land behind the troops' mountain. It should be finished in about a month and a half. But the General Hospital hopes we can produce a batch of hemostatic powder first, about 1,000 units. That's where you come in. You need to prepare a list of the medicinal materials required. The hospital will provide enough supplies," Zhao Chongjing said, looking at Yunjiji. 1,000 units is not a small amount. Relying on Yunjiji alone, Zhao Chongzeng was worried she might be overwhelmed. "How long will it take?" Yun Jiji asked. Half a month. Yun Jiji quietly calculated in her mind. I will send you the list of medicinal ingredients later. If the supplies arrive quickly enough, we can produce within half a month. However, if the materials are delayed in transit, I can't guarantee that we will have enough hemostatic powder for the main hospital within that time. Everything depends on the delivery schedule. Yun Jiji said she had already prepared a few hundred doses of hemostatic powder for the health clinic earlier this year, but those were specially made for the soldiers in the military. Those powders contained some herbs grown in space, making them more potent. The hemostatic powder she sent to the military district hospital used regular herbs, without any space-grown ingredients. The effectiveness was slightly different. After using her space-grown powder, patients recovered a day or two faster. She had considered using only space-grown herbs, but she knew her supply was limited and couldn't produce large quantities. She also believed that living in this world, one must follow its natural growth. Her medical skills weren't solely reliant on her space-growing abilities. Her real strength came from her knowledge and experience. I will inform the main hospital about this, Zhao Changjing said, realizing they hadn't considered this aspect. Comrade Yun, could you also make a list of the materials needed for the pharmaceutical factory? We'll prepare them in advance. Once the factory is built, we can start working immediately, Hu Jianjun suggested, giving Yun Jiji a meaningful look. Both the military headquarters and the main hospital highly value Yun Jiji's prescriptions. They strongly support the establishment of the pharmaceutical factory in Haiqing Military District. The goal is to provide better medicines for the soldiers defending the border so they suffer less pain and hardship after injuries. Besides the equipment, training the factory workers is also important. Political Commissar, many of our sisters in the main hospital are unemployed. Could we organize a special training class? Women interested in working at the factory can join. Before the factory opens, we can conduct a unified assessment. Those who pass can start working there, which would also help some of the sisters find jobs, she suggested. Baby, a new month begins. Be happy, healthy, beautiful, and joyful. Please give a 5-star review and send love. Yun Jiji doesn't really understand these things, but she knows that nowadays, each job is very competitive. Not everyone who wants a job can get it easily. She just shared her thoughts. How to proceed depends on Hu Jianjun and their plans. Hearing Yun Jiji's words, Hu Jianjun feels a bit touched. Comrade Yun, the wives in the family compound will definitely appreciate you, Hu Jianjun said seriously. She has thought a lot about this. Honestly, after the official document was approved, Hu Jianjun was so happy he couldn't think straight. He only cared about the success of this plan. He didn't consider other things. It still depends on the wives' own efforts. If they can't pass the assessment, they won't be able to enter the pharmaceutical factory, Yun Jiji reminded. That's right. The medicine produced by the factory, which is also from our military district, must be absolutely reliable. If someone doesn't understand the herbs, and if a certain ingredient is accidentally added, it could be dangerous. Zhao Changjing nodded in agreement. He also thinks that the people recruited for the factory must be very careful and cannot be chosen randomly. For training, they need to find doctors who understand herbs. Yun Jiji probably doesn't have time, busy making hemostatic powder for the main hospital.
So, who else can they ask?
Gu Wenbin, who had been silent, finally spoke when he heard this. It can't be that Yun Jiji has to do the training herself. She's busy enough. They should select another doctor to train those who want to take the factory assessment, he suggested. I'll ask Old Hua about it, Zhao Changjing said after thinking. I think the training shouldn't be limited to the wives in the compound. They can broaden the criteria. Youth from nearby brigades and villagers who are willing can also sign up. What do you think? I agree. If only the wives in the big yard participate, they probably won't take it seriously. The more competitors there are, the more pressure there will be, and they will study more diligently. Whether it's identifying herbs or understanding their effects, lacking knowledge can be dangerous. With this in mind, they understood the importance. Yun Jiji only reminded them of these things. How they proceed depends on their own arrangements. She has many things to do and can't handle everything herself. So, once she mentions something, she leaves it to them to take care of. Comrade Yun, please prepare a medication list, and you can request more quantities if needed. Hu Jianjun winked at Yun Jiji. Hearing this, Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow and replied, Understood. Hu Jianjun smiled happily. I like your straightforward attitude. Yun Jiji stood up to write the medication list and also listed the machines needed for the factory's operation. Thinking of something, Yun Jiji looked at Hu Jianjun and asked, Political Commissar, will our military district be able to get electricity this year? When Yun Jiji saw that the provincial military district still had no power, he found it a bit hard to believe. At night, if there was an urgent task, it would be very inconvenient. We've arranged it. When we set up the factory, we will also have electricity, Hu Jianjun said with a smile. They had applied before, but the process was always delayed. Once they submitted the stop bleeding powder, the approval speed increased significantly. Will our family housing also have electricity? Hu Jianjun nodded. Yes. Hearing this, Yun Jiji was also happy. Honestly, after getting used to the bright lights of modern times, the dark nights now felt unfamiliar to Yun Jiji. So, hearing this good news was very welcome. Zhao Changzheng and the others stayed for a while at Qin Shi's place. After discussing the factory matters, they left. Qin Shiyu was the person who sent them. Is everything settled? Zhao Changzheng asked. Qin Shiyu nodded. Yes, everything is handled.
Good.
There's no need to hurt yourself over those people. Focus on taking good care of your wife and children. Your wife is capable, and you're lucky. Zhao Changzheng patted his shoulder. 2 years ago, they had already installed the power poles, but the approval had not come through. Some electricity was needed urgently for the city, so their military district had not been connected yet. However, shortly after Yun Jiji submitted the stop bleeding powder, the power connection order was issued. Now, as long as some areas are sorted out and the wires are laid, their military district can have electricity. He knew that Yun Jiji played a big role in this. Without her medical skills, they probably wouldn't have been able to get power so quickly. She is very good, I know that, Zhao Changzheng said, shaking his head helplessly. This young man didn't seem very valuable right now. But as long as their little couple was happy, they felt reassured. A harmonious family could better contribute to the country. Zhao Changzheng has always believed in Qin Shiyu. His current military achievements are not enough, but with a little more effort, he will definitely reach that position someday. However, if he wants to go further, he will need to go to the capital city in the future. Since he is in charge of his own soldiers and is very capable, he naturally has more respect and faith. How about her? How is her family situation being handled? Thinking about Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji's backgrounds, Zhao Changzheng feels. Perhaps even heaven is tired of their misfortune, trying to make them unlucky enough to be forced together for mutual comfort. Growing up in such a family, they haven't been spoiled. Their strong characters are a result of that. Otherwise, in such an environment, they might have become dark and troubled individuals. But they are resilient growing up in such poor conditions and still learning good medical skills. Such talented people, reaching their military district is also a blessing for them. Before the new year, when he went to the capital for a meeting, everyone looked at him like wolves. Some even had thoughts of stealing his people. Luckily, their pharmaceutical factory approval came through, so they haven't had the chance to take anyone away. In the future, if supplies are insufficient, they might open a branch factory, but the main factory remains in their Haishur province military district. Thinking about this, Zhao Changzheng felt at ease. Everything is settled. They admitted to what they did back then. It was indeed their fault, Qin Shiyu said. How shameless, doing anything they want. Zhao Changzheng couldn't help but curse. Qin Shiyu replied, Actually, I am quite grateful to them for this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have married Jiji. Although Yun Wanrong was only met twice, someone like her wouldn't be a peaceful person even after marriage. She might cause a lot of trouble. You're so optimistic. If your wife didn't want to marry you and even accused you of misconduct, you'd know your life would be ruined. Zhao Changzheng said irritably. That didn't happen, did it? At least now, the result is good. My wife is wonderful, and we have 2 lovely children. It might not have been perfect at first, but in the future, We will be the envy of everyone, Qin Shiyu said with a sincere smile. Everyone looked at Qin Shiyu with a blank expression and said, "Just enjoy your pride." Qin Shiyu was not ashamed of this at all. Instead, he was proud and chuckled a little. He said, "Of course I should show off. My wife is so excellent." Zhao Chongzheng and the others saw him almost so proud that his tail seemed to lift into the sky, feeling both helpless and amused. But thinking about Yun Jiji, she really was an outstanding woman. Among all the women in their family compound, how many could compare to Yun Jiji? All right, go home and spend time with your wife and kids. Tomorrow, you need to return to the team.
Things will get busy, Gu Wenbin said.
Qin Shiyu nodded and saw them off to the gate of the courtyard before heading back. Zhao Chongzheng and Gu Wenbin walked together, and Zhao chuckled. This guy used to be so cold and quiet. Now, he's got some personality. Yeah, look at how proud he is. Honestly, he deserves a good punch, Gu said. Hu Jianjun, hearing this, teased, "If only you had a wife as excellent as Comrade Yin, wouldn't you be proud too?" The three of them looked at each other and then burst into laughter. It's true. If their wives were so outstanding, they'd probably be even more proud. Right now, all three felt very happy, especially since the pharmaceutical factory was starting to be built. Once it's finished, the Haisher General Military District will be the poorest among their districts. The government's annual allowance for military families isn't much different from other districts.
But
Zhao Chongzheng had always focused all his money on upgrading the most important equipment. He believed that good equipment would help soldiers perform better during missions and also better protect their lives. However, none of these military supplies were free. So, the Haisher Provincial Military District was struggling.
But
once the factory was completed and the hemostatic powder proved effective, other districts would come to ask for supplies. They could then invest more in upgrading military equipment. Thinking this, Zhao Chongzheng felt very happy. Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun had worked with him for many years and knew exactly what he was thinking. Honestly, they all felt very pleased. Let's go visit Old Hua first. Once we confirm the training staff, Old Hu, you should go home and talk with your wife. When the time comes, those interested in the factory training can sign up with her. Also, after everything is confirmed, we need to call over some battalion commanders for a meeting. Comrade Yun still has more to say today, so we'll wait and see her thoughts. The prescription was provided by Comrade Yun. I always feel that she still has some secret treasures she hasn't shown us. Usually, everyone advises me to be more observant. In the future, our military district pharmaceutical factory will definitely need to pay more attention to her. Zhao Chongzheng is also a clever fox. Yun Jiji was able to produce so many prescriptions. On New Year's Eve afternoon, he went to the health clinic and saw Shinfeng, who was just changing his dressing. He had seen how serious Shinfeng's injuries were when he first returned. So, when he saw Shinfeng's face had healed so well, with only faint scars and some shallow cuts, he was truly amazed. Zhao Chongzheng was stunned. He had lived most of his life, but he had never been so flustered before. Later, he learned that all the medicines Shenfeng used came from Yun Jiji. She had mentioned it to him before. One of the medicines was very precious, given to her by her master before he died. She used that medicine to treat Shenfeng's face. If it had been someone else, they might have been reluctant to use such a valuable medicine left by their master. But Yun Jiji was willing to use it freely. At this moment, Zhao Chongzheng saw Yun Jiji as a treasure of their military district. If possible, he would even want to keep her close, offering incense 3 times a day, fresh fruits, and everything she needed. Realizing his thoughts were drifting too far, Zhao Chongzheng awkwardly coughed twice. Just this one medicine, the hemostatic powder, is our military district's signature product, Gu Wenbin said happily. Yes, you should quickly contact the main hospital and ask them to prepare the medicinal materials Yun Comrade needs. Also, pass on her instructions. Zhao Chongzheng quickly looked at Gu Wenbin. This matter was the top priority now. Gu Wenbin responded with a nod, took the list of medicines, and prepared to leave.
Get more of it,
Zhao Chongzheng called after him. Don't worry. The three of them smiled slyly, like clever foxes, not at all concerned about asking the main hospital for more medicinal supplies. After seeing them off, Yunjiji sat at her desk with paper and pen, drawing and writing. Yang Linxiang was playing with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan nearby. She occasionally looked over, seeing Yunjiji focused on her work, and didn't disturb her. While Yunjiji was busy, Qin Shiyu also returned. Seeing her sitting alone and working hard, he looked at her curiously. "Wife, what are you drawing?" Qin Shiyu asked with interest. He was also surprised to find that Yunjiji could draw blueprints. This looks like some kind of tool, but he doesn't really understand it. He just sees Yunji weaving and painting and feels that this thing must be very useful. This is a herb grinder. For medicines like hemostatic powder, the herbs need to be ground into powder first. There are stone grinders, but they don't produce much in a day. So I want to make one to see if I can do it. Market-wise, there are herb grinders available, but most are imported, expensive, and take a long time to get here. If foreign suppliers delay even more, who knows when it will arrive? Yunji explained. Relying only on stone grinders would mean dozens or hundreds of people grinding herbs non-stop all day, which isn't enough. Herb grinders are not hard to make and have a simple structure: feeding hopper, powder chamber, hammer blades, screen, and outlet. But the current electricity isn't strong enough. To make it run fast, they need to wait until there's power to test it. Even if power is limited, they can make several machines, and they will definitely be faster than stone grinders. Wife, you're so amazing.
You know everything.
Qin Shi looked at her with bright eyes. Seeing this, Yang Linxiang quietly took the two kids outside, leaving space for the couple. Yunji rolled her eyes at the man. Go do your own thing. I still need to draw some other designs. I have nothing to do today. I'll stay here with you.
Qin Shiyu said.
After returning to the army tomorrow, he would have many things to do and couldn't stay with Yunji all day like today. Yunji glanced at him. Go play with the kids. Second aunt took them out. Yunji looked at him and thought, sometimes this man really has a thick face. Wife, just let me stay with you. I promise I won't bother you. Qin Shiyu knew she was busy and immediately made a promise. Be normal. Recently, she felt that this man was starting to feel a bit greasy. Wife, what's wrong with me? Yunji's mouth twitched. She could tell what he meant from his words and was utterly speechless. What are you thinking?
Just thinking about drawing plans.
Don't bother me. Yunji glared at him. She was sure he was definitely thinking something weird. She said this annoyed, then lowered her head to continue drawing. Qin Shiyu didn't really disturb her. He just sat quietly aside and started thinking about what Yunji had said. She wanted him to behave normally, but not in that way. So, it was his manners and actions that made her feel uncomfortable. Was it because she didn't like being so close or clingy? He thought carefully and tried to consider all possibilities. Gradually, he realized that Yunjiji probably didn't like feeling overwhelmed by closeness. After thinking it through, Qin Shiyu sat with her for a while, worried about disturbing her, and quietly got up to pour her a cup of hot water. He also worried she might get cold sitting for too long, so he took a small basin, lit some charcoal, and placed it near her feet to keep her warm. Yunjiji looked up and saw his busy figure. When she saw the basin of charcoal by her feet, the warmth emanating from it made her stiff body feel warmer. Seeing her cup nearby, she picked it up and took a sip. The temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. Qin Shiyu left without coming back, but she heard sounds from the kitchen. She looked outside and realized it was almost dark. She quickly finished the remaining few strokes on her drawing and looked at the completed design with satisfaction. A slight smile appeared on her lips. After putting away the drawings, she stretched lazily. Maybe because she had been sitting for a long time, her legs felt a bit numb. She quickly hopped around a bit to stretch her body, feeling more comfortable afterward. After Qin Shiyu finished preparing dinner, he came out to find her playing with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan in the yard. He asked, "Is the drawing finished?" "Yes. It's done." Yunjiji nodded.
Time to eat.
She responded and took the two children to wash their hands. When she returned, Qin Shiyu had already served the meal. Wife, can I see the drawings you made later? There are some things I might try to make, Qin Shiyu asked as she sat down, first serving her a bowl of soup. Yun Jiji was a little surprised and looked at him, saying, You can make it? Just give it a try. He couldn't guarantee success, but some parts seemed pretty simple. Okay, let's eat first. I'll show you the drawings later. The dinner was not very fancy, but it was tasty. Probably because she had used her brain a lot in the afternoon, she ate half a bowl more than usual. After dinner, Yang Linxiang volunteered to clear the table. Yun Jiji had already taken out the drawings and was explaining their structure to Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu listened carefully, glancing at Yun Jiji from time to time, noticing how serious she was. He thought to himself that his wife was really amazing. She seemed to understand everything. His father-in-law and mother-in-law must be geniuses. Otherwise, how could they have such a smart daughter like Yun Jiji? At this moment, he feels even more grateful that he married Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji doesn't know what the man is thinking. Only after he finishes speaking does she look at Qin Shiyu. Seeing that his gaze is fully on her face, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, she twitches her mouth and, feeling annoyed, gently hits him. Did you listen to what I said? Yes, I listened carefully, wife. Qin Shiyu genuinely heard her clearly. Then why are you staring at me? She asks, feeling speechless. Because my wife looks beautiful, the man says, with a silly smile. Yun Jiji. She directly hands him the blueprint and says, You look at it yourself. I'm going to wash up. After saying that, Yun Jiji turns and leaves. Qin Shiyu quickly catches the blueprint and carefully stores it away.
Fool.
She scolds him in annoyance. Qin Shiyu hears her, but doesn't get angry. He truly thinks his wife is beautiful. He's telling the honest truth. Wife, there's hot water left in the pot for you. I'll carry it for you, he says, putting away the blueprint and hurrying after her. Yang Linxiang, who is taking a walk with her 2 children, sees this scene and shakes her head helplessly. Qin Shiyu is completely smitten. His eyes only have his wife in them. But she thinks this is perfectly normal. If he had a daughter-in-law as capable as Yun Jiji, she would definitely be just like Qin Shiyu. Auntie, the young couple looks pretty good recently. Lu Chuntao, in the yard, notices Yang Linxiang's expression and immediately smiles. Yes, things have really improved lately, she replies. That's a good thing. They exchange glances, both happy for them. Aside from everything else, recalling how Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu first arrived at the family compound, Lu Chuntao was also worried about them. But luckily, their relationship is getting better and better, which makes her feel much more at ease. Yes, it's a good thing. Yang Linxiang sighs happily. When she sees Qin Shiyu coming out of the kitchen with a water bucket, the two act as if nothing has happened. However, they didn't lower their voices when talking, so anyone listening could hear everything. Spring Peach sister, are you going out tomorrow morning? Yun Jiji asks Lu Chuntao as she comes out of the kitchen.
No, not going out.
What's up? Lu Chuntao asks curiously. Yun Jiji responds, I'll come early tomorrow to check Xiaoman's pulse and see how he's doing. Oh, okay. When Lu Chuntao heard this, she quickly responded, Xiaoman's condition is improving more and more. Lu Chuntao is very happy every day. Now, when she hears Yun Jiji say she'll come to check Xiaoman's pulse, she feels even happier. Since taking the medicine Yun Jiji prepared, Xiaoman has not fallen ill again. His health is getting better each day. Recently, he can even do some simple running and jumping with the children in the courtyard. Every time she sees her lively and energetic son, Lu Chuntao feels happy and grateful that she trusted Yun Jiji to check Xiaoman's health. She thinks that now her son's face is rosy, and he no longer needs to stay inside all winter like in previous years, worried he might catch a cold. On this New Year's Eve, their family is very happy. Wife, the water is ready. Lu Chuntao looked at Yun Jiji and said, Go wash quickly. It's cold and the water cools fast. Yun Jiji responded and went to wash up. Seeing Qin Shiyu's careful attitude, Lu Chuntao also felt happy for them. After telling Yang Linxiang, Lu Chuntao went into the house. It was getting dark and colder. During the sunny days before the new year, the weather was clear, but now cold air has arrived, and it gets really cold in the evening. Last night, Yunjiji took a good bath, so she didn't go into the space that night. She just washed quickly. When it was time to change clothes, she still went into the space to change because it was too cold outside. She really couldn't stand the cold. When she finished washing and returned to the house, she saw Qin Shiu standing there taking off his clothes. She was momentarily stunned, but quickly stepped back out. "Why didn't you close the door?" she asked helplessly. Qin Shiu heard her and said, "I'm your husband. You can look anytime. Get out of here," Yun Jiji scolded. Qin Shiu, however, smiled mischievously and didn't rush to put on his clothes. Instead, he reached out and pulled Yun Jiji back as she turned to leave. "Why are you running?" "I'm not running, just closing the door," Yun Jiji said nervously, avoiding looking at his chest. It was so cold outside, but his body was like a furnace, hot and burning even without clothes. "I've prepared hot water for you to soak your feet. I'll go close the door," Qin Shiu said with a smile. "Then you should put on your clothes." Yun Jiji was speechless. How could this man be so shameless? "I'll put it on in a moment," Qin Shiu said seriously as he headed outside. "Let your wife take a good look." Yun Jiji. Shameless. After she finished scolding, she went straight to soak her feet. She saw a bucket of hot water beside the bed, with a towel nearby, and even a cup of hot water on the bedside cabinet. She glanced at the man who had closed the door. His back was exposed, broad and strong, like an unbreakable wall. The lines of his back were as firm as steel, resembling a sturdy copper wall that could resist the wind and frost, giving a strong sense of safety. This man's solid back not only supports the family but also symbolizes the peace of a country. His determined will and steady steps show his fearless spirit. When the man turned around, she saw him looking at her. He asked, "Wife, do you think I've been training well? Stop showing off." She glared at him. Honestly, his intense daily training made his body look amazing, better than many top male models. His attractive physique was impossible to ignore. He had six-pack abs, full and firm. She couldn't help but want to reach out and touch. She quickly looked away, focusing on her nose, then her heart. This man was clearly trying to tempt her. Now, she didn't even dare to look at him too much. Really, this man was just too flirtatious. Yun Jiji was holding a towel to dry her feet, but the man was faster. He already had the towel and was holding her fair foot with his broad hand. He trained regularly, so his skin was a healthy wheat color, contrasting sharply with her fair skin. "Qin Shiu, what kind of crops do the nearby teams usually grow?" Yun Jiji asked curiously. Hearing this, Qin Shiu paused for a moment.
Most of the grain paid as tax is rice.
"We're in the south, so wheat isn't suitable here. We also raise pigs. Next door, there's a team called Xiangyang, mainly growing vegetables. They work with the supply and marketing cooperative, so Xiangyang is the wealthiest among the neighboring teams," Qin Shiu explained. He gave a simple overview of the nearby teams. Hearing this, Yun Jiji understood the situation. "I've been thinking about something. After the pharmaceutical factory opens, we'll need a lot of medicinal herbs. The herbs from the main hospital definitely won't be enough. I've considered talking to a few teams about planting medicinal herbs, but I know we'll need approval from higher authorities, so I didn't bring it up today. I just wanted to ask for your opinion first." Yun Jiji shared her idea with Qin Shiu. Also, switching from farming vegetables to growing medicinal herbs might not be accepted by some villages. In their view, food is essential. But going to the doctor is not always seen as necessary. Nowadays, most people who get sick tend to endure it stubbornly, trying to save money. Is our environment suitable for growing herbs? Qin Shiu was not very familiar with the local conditions. Honestly, he knows how to farm and grow vegetables, but he really doesn't know how to grow herbs. Of course it's suitable. The weather here is good, and many common herbs can grow well. Rare and exotic herbs are not easy to grow and cannot be cultivated casually. Medicinal herbs like chaihu, ganchao, and jining tea can still be grown here, Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiu nodded understandingly and said, "Tomorrow, I will talk to the political officer about this. We need to discuss with the team leaders and see what they think. I believe this will benefit the villagers and most people are willing to try. Everyone is having a hard time now, but if there's a chance to improve their lives, he believes most will be willing. But switching to medicinal herbs might not be accepted by most. They think herbs can't replace food," Yunjiji added. Qin Shiu understood this logic. During times of shortage, everyone's life is tough. People are afraid they won't have enough to eat and are reluctant to try growing herbs. It's okay. It's all up to their willingness. The two continued talking for a while, and Yunjiji already had a rough idea. However, when she realized it, she felt warmth on her body. She didn't know when she had leaned into Qin Shiu's arms, probably because he was so warm. She felt a bit uncomfortable and quickly moved back after clearing her throat. It's late, time to sleep. With that, she curled up in the bed, lying with her back to the man. Qin Shiu chuckled softly, knowing she was uncomfortable, so he didn't say much. But she had to admit that leaving Qin Shiu's embrace made her feel less warm than before. This made her miss his warm hug again. Winter was really cold, and with the recent cold air, sleeping in the bed felt like she couldn't get warm. Just as she was drifting into sleep and felt a warm sensation behind her, she instinctively looked for the source of warmth. Seeing the little woman in her arms, Qin Shiu's lips curved into a slight smile. Now that the weather is cold, when it warms up again, she probably won't instinctively curl into his arms like she does now. During the summer, Qin Shiu first hoped that her body temperature wouldn't be so high.
Gigi, how is it going?
Lu Chuntao had been watching Yun Jiji closely. When she was checking Xiaoman's pulse, Lu Chuntao didn't dare to speak, afraid of disturbing her. Now that Yun Jiji had finished, Lu Chuntao asked anxiously, "It's recovering very well. You've taken good care of Xiaoman, so his recovery is better than I expected. He doesn't need to take medicine every day anymore," Yun Jiji said with a smile. Lu Chuntao truly cared for Xiaoman. If the parents hadn't been attentive, even if Xiaoman's condition was controlled, he wouldn't be fully well. Although he no longer needs medicine 3 times a day, he still needs to take it once daily. Then, he won't need to take medicine anymore? Lu Chuntao asked quickly. The medicine is still needed, but only once every 3 days from now on. I've prepared the medicine in pill form for you. Start with 3 months of taking it. If he recovers well, it can be changed to once a week. Eventually, he might be able to stop completely. We'll check him every 6 months, and as long as it doesn't come back, he'll be fine, Yun Ziji explained. Since it's a congenital illness, it's not easy to cure. Xiaoman's situation mainly depends on good care and maintenance. Besides Lu Chuntao and others carefully caring for him, Xiaoman himself must also avoid certain foods and contact with some things he can't eat or touch. Gigi, I don't know how to thank you. Lu Chuntao's eyes filled with tears. Thinking about Xiaoman's past condition and now his current state, Xiaoman was really happy. His son was recovering so well. It was all thanks to Yun Jiji. It's also because you took good care of Xiaoman. If he only took medicine, he wouldn't recover to this extent, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Lu Chuntao knew she was comforting herself. Jiji, how much are the medicine and consultation fees? I'll pay you. Lu Chuntao hadn't finished speaking when a few sisters-in-law came in. Chuntao, Comrade Yun is at your house, right? Lu Chuntao was slightly surprised. After exchanging a glance with Yun Jiji, she stepped outside. Jiji was just here for Xiaoman's follow-up. Is there something you need to see her about? Lu Chuntao found it strange. When did these sisters-in-law become so united? Led by Kai Chahua, a few sisters-in-law happily looked at Yun Jiji, who had come out with Lu Chuntao, and asked with a smile, Comrade Yun, I heard our military district is going to open a pharmaceutical factory. Is that true? Kai Camellia and the others were now staring intently at Yun Jiji, like hungry wolves eyeing meat, eager not to miss any expression on her face. Yun Jiji exchanged a look with Lu Chuntao, then asked, This is a matter from the army. Do you ladies want to talk to me about something? She looked at them with confusion, unsure what rumors they might have heard. It was only yesterday when the news spread so quickly today that was quite fast. Now Yun Jiji was very curious about where the rumor had come from. Dr. Yun, don't hide anything from us. We've all heard that the reason our unit managed to get approval for the medicine factory is because of you. One of the unfamiliar sisters-in-law said with a flattering smile. They only knew about this because their husbands told them. Once they found out Yun Jiji was involved, they all wanted to come and ask her if she could help them get some favors. Actually, they didn't really want to see Yun Jiji, specifically. It was mainly because of how she looked when she first moved into the family compound. Truthfully, some of these sisters-in-law looked down on her. After all, she was very thin, which suggested she came from a poor family or wasn't favored by the Qin family. But in just a few months since moving into the big courtyard, Yun Jiji had become a doctor at the military district health clinic and was quite well known. It was said that injured soldiers from the army always wanted her to treat them when they came to the clinic. And last time, when Shin Feng and his team were captured during a mission, they were all seriously hurt. Some of the men's families saw how bloody and frightening they looked. Usually, in such cases, the army would send the injured directly to the military hospital. But this time, they were kept at the district health clinic, and the recovery was even faster than usual. Some were bouncing around happily during the new year. They hadn't seen it themselves, but Xiaoman was always nearby, and Lu Chuantao's face was filled with a smile that never left this winter. In previous years, Xiaoman had fallen ill several times, sometimes even in the middle of the night, needing to rush to the hospital. But this year, everything was much calmer. Sometimes, they could even see Xiaoman playing with other children in the courtyard. Initially, they did not believe in Yun Jiji's medical skills. However, after experiencing so many things, they began to realize that Yun Jiji's medical skills were truly remarkable and almost unbelievable. The application for the pharmaceutical factory is decided by the military. I am a military doctor, and everything follows the organization's arrangements, Yun Jiji replied in a formal way. Many things are still uncertain now, and Yun Jiji isn't sure what they really want to say. Kai Chahua listened and looked a bit unhappy. Dr. Yun, we also think this is good news. If our troops open a pharmaceutical factory in the future, this job will definitely be for us military wives, right? She also wanted to confirm whether that was really the case. Yun Jiji glanced at Kai Chahua and roughly understood what they were trying to do. Today, they came to ask her about the pharmaceutical factory and the job opportunities. There will naturally be arrangements within the troops. Since it's a pharmaceutical factory, they will hire wives who understand medicine. If anyone is interested in working there, it's better to start learning now. No matter what kind of medicine it is, most of it involves human health, so safety must come first. When they heard Yun Jiji say this, their expressions became less excited and more subdued. How is that different from the hospital recruiting nurses? If we understand those things, do we still need to stay at home? Exactly. We thought that after our troops had their own pharmaceutical factory, it would solve the employment issues for us military wives. But it turns out they still prioritize those who are educated. What? Just a false hope. Some of them turned around and left immediately. Kai Chahua didn't expect it to be like this, but she was also a bit unwilling. Dr. Yun, aren't those medicines all made by you? Can't you pick a few workers to help? Just take a look.
No.
Yun Jiji refused firmly. I thought you had some real skills. You can't even get a job. Kai Chahua sneered with disdain. Lu Chuntao, hearing this, was so angry she almost scolded Kai Chahua. Why is Sister Chuntao so capable, yet she hasn't found a job? Yun Jiji asked back. Hearing this, Kai Chahua's face darkened. She glared at Yun Jiji angrily, snorted coldly, and then turned around and left in a huff.
What kind of person is she?
Lu Chuntao was very angry. If Yun Jiji hadn't stopped her, she would have gone up and slapped her face. Chuntao, why are you upset with her? Yun Jiji smiled. Maybe she's upset because she's dissatisfied with something. Since that's the case, there's no need for us to get angry about it. When Lu Chuntao heard Yun Jiji's words, she agreed and smiled. Jiji, sometimes I really need to learn from you. Yun Jiji is several years younger than her, but she lives more wisely. Of course, Lu Chuntao doesn't think less of Yunjiji because of this. Instead, she feels she should learn from her. But Jiji, what's going on with the army's medicine factory? Lu Chuntao couldn't help but be curious. She hadn't heard anyone mention it, so she didn't know where Kai Chahua and the others got their information. Yunjiji lowered her voice and said, "It's true. The army also considers the women in our family compound, but they need to recognize medicinal herbs first. If they don't recognize them, they can't get in. There will probably be training later. Now, Xiaomon's health is getting better. Sister Chuntao, if you're interested, you can sign up when the time comes." Lu Chuntao's face lit up with joy. "Jiji, to be honest, I know quite a bit about medicine. Since Xiaoman was born, she's been sick, and we've tried many medicines. I can't always go pick herbs myself, some are very expensive. Before I joined the military, I used to go up the mountain with our barefoot doctor to gather herbs. I collected different herbs that weren't available in our area and traded them with the barefoot doctor. I actually know dozens of herbs." Thinking back to those days, Lu Chuntao felt it was a dark time for her. Xiaoman was sick, her mother-in-law despised her, because she had a sick son. When she heard that Xiaoman might need to take medicine for a lifetime, her mother-in-law wanted to drown the child in the dung pit. If Lu Chuntao hadn't discovered it, Xiaoman might already have. Fortunately, her mother loved her and the child. When Lu Chuntao went up the mountain to gather herbs, Xiaoman would stay with her mother. Later, when Wang Cheng returned home to visit, she learned about Xiaoman's condition and applied for housing with the army, bringing her and the child there. Wang Cheng, upon learning that the child was in her, didn't receive proper care. Overwork and nutritional issues caused the child to be born with health problems. Wang Cheng has felt guilty about this all these years and has truly been good to her and the child. This year, Lu Chuntao's family finally started to have better days. That's good. If you want to join, just sign up when the training is announced, Yunjiji said, wanting to help her because they are close. She didn't hide the training opportunity. As for what Kai Chahua and the others think, what does it matter to her? Everyone has different levels of closeness. Since she and Lu Chuntao are close, she naturally wants to share this good news with her. "Thank you, Jiji. I will study seriously." Lu Chuntao really wants this job. Now, Xiaoman doesn't need her to worry. Over the years, they've spent all their savings on Xiaoman's medical bills. Wang Cheng also borrowed quite a bit from his friends and comrades. Since Xiaoman started taking the medicine made by Yunjiji, they've gradually paid back some of the debt. But Wang Cheng's allowance is limited, and relying on just him makes the burden too heavy. Lu Chuntao also wants to help where she can. The factory's salary isn't high, but even small amounts add up. "Sister Chuntao, I believe in you." Yunjiji saw her determined expression and knew Lu Chuntao would take the training seriously. From how she cared for Xiaoman, it was clear Lu Chuntao was a very attentive woman, well suited for working with herbs. It all depends on how far she can go. "Sister Chuntao, I need to go to the health center now." "I won't say more." Yunjiji looked at the time and said. Lu Chuntao quickly responded, "Go ahead, and do your work. Then I'll go first."
Wait.
Lu Chuntao suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "I haven't paid you the consultation fee, and those medicines. I'll bring the medicines once they're ready. You can just take them all at once." Then Yunjiji smiled. Lu Chuntao thought for a moment and agreed. Their relationship was good, so she didn't mind. After watching Yunjiji leave, Lu Chuntao turned and went inside. "Mom, did Aunt Yun leave?" Xiaoman asked curiously. Since there were so many people outside, he didn't go out. But when he heard their conversation, he knew they came to see Yunjiji, and it didn't seem to be a happy chat. "Yes. Aunt Yun still has to go to work at the health center." Lu Chuntao gently looked at her son, reached out, and touched his chubby face, feeling very happy inside. Fortunately, they met Yunjiji. "Xiaoman, I want to talk to you about something." Lu Chuntao sat beside her son, wrapping her arms around his small body. "Mom?" Xiaoman asked curiously. Lu Chuntao took a deep breath and said, "Xiaoman, if I want to go back to work later, can you go to school by yourself?" She wasn't sure how her work schedule would be arranged in the future, so she wanted to check Xiaoman's attitude early. Going to work was a big thing, but she also didn't want to neglect her family just for a job. Lu Chuntao is a traditional woman. Deep down, she still believes that a woman should stay at home to take care of her family and that her husband should earn the money. Mom, I can do it, Xiaoman said seriously. Xiaoman is already a big kid. Over the past few years, Dad and Mom have worked very hard, and Xiaoman feels sorry for you. Now that Xiaoman's health is better, and I can do many things, Mom can also do what she wants. Hearing her son's thoughtful words, Lu Chuntao almost cried. She reached out and hugged Xiaoman, saying, Xiaoman, even if I go to work, I love you the most.
Xiaoman loves Mom too.
Lu Chuntao hugged her son but didn't rush to talk about the medicine factory. Most of the women in the family compound probably already knew. With Kai Chahua's personality, she would likely gossip around the yard, so it's better to let everyone forget about this job for now. She didn't distrust her son, but she thought he was still young. If he had fun playing, he might accidentally mention this, causing unnecessary trouble for Yunjiji. It's better to wait until everything is settled before letting them know. However, she also thought that once the army really wanted everyone to participate in training, everyone would find out then. This matter could be shared within the army or the family compound, but definitely not by her. Dr. Yun, you came back so early? Lu Xiangbo was surprised when he saw Yunjiji at the clinic. Hadn't she gone home for the new year? Today is only the third day of the Lunar New Year, and she's already back. Happy New Year, Dr. Lu. Yunjiji greeted with a smile. Happy New Year. Lu Xiangbo replied quickly. Seeing his curiosity, Yunjiji smiled and said, My parents are no longer here. I have no relatives at home. The Qin family has many members, so our family of 4 was very crowded. After the new year, there wasn't much to do, and since Qin has work in the army, he left first. Lu Xiangbo nodded understandingly. That's just how rural life is, very poor, but with many children. Thinking back to when Yunjiji first came to their clinic, she was so thin that it was probably because her family had too many people and not enough food. Dr. Lu, I want to check on Commander Shin first, Yunjiji said. She didn't want to talk too much about her family matters. It wasn't something to be proud of, and there was no need to let others laugh at her. Go ahead. Lu Xiangbo responded immediately. Yunjiji didn't stay long. After changing into her white coat in her office, she went to Xin Feng's hospital room. When Xin Feng saw Yunjiji, he was slightly surprised. Sister-in-law, you're back? Xin Feng asked, a bit surprised. Yes. I finished my work and came back, Yunjiji replied with a smile. Xin Feng thought for a moment and agreed. That kind of home was too painful to stay in even for a moment, and since it had nothing to do with Qin Shiyu, Yunjiji and the others didn't need to stay there. Give me your hand, and I'll check your pulse, Yunjiji said with a smile. Xin Feng quickly held out his hand. He felt he had recovered very well recently. Although the medicine Yunjiji gave him didn't taste good, his injuries healed quickly. Besides, as a grown man, he wasn't afraid of hardship. Watching his injuries heal every day, Xin Feng thought that no matter how bitter the medicine was, it was worth it. You're recovering well, Yunjiji said as she withdrew her hand, joking. Tang Wan is taking good care of you. When she mentioned Tang Wan, Xin Feng's expression softened. Yes, Wan has been working too hard lately. She has lost a lot of weight just to take care of me, Xin Feng said with concern. Thinking about how Tang Wan had become thinner to care for him, he felt very sad. Seeing this, Yunjiji nodded. It's good that you understand her hardships. Take good care of her in the future. Sister-in-law, I will. Xin Feng hurriedly replied. Yunjiji also looked at the injuries on his face. The wounds had been treated by Tang Wan, which showed she was very careful. Some shallow cuts had already grown pink flesh, and in a few days, they would fully heal. She talked with him for a while, confirming that Xin Feng had completely recovered from his previous condition and was mentally doing well. This made Yunjiji very happy. She then checked on the other injured soldiers. They were also recovering very well and could return to their dorms. However, knowing their personalities, they would immediately return to training once they got back. Since that might strain their wounds, the hospital usually insisted that injured soldiers rest there until they fully recovered before returning to training. But they wouldn't just lie around all day. While resting in the hospital, they would still do some light activities within their ability. After about an hour of checking, Yun Jiji finished her rounds. Jiji, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Everyone, let's keep the love flowing. Yun Jiji just came out of Old Hua's office with the medicinal herbs she needed to prepare for Xiaoman. She saw Tang Wan rushing over excitedly. Got the medicine? Yun Jiji reminded her. Tang Wan blinked and stopped in her tracks. I just heard Shen Feng say you're back. I thought he was joking with me.
Why would he joke about that?
Yun Jiji said with a smile. Have all the family matters been settled? Yun Jiji nodded. Too bad I didn't go with you. I really wanted to help you teach those people a lesson. Tang Wan also learned about these things from Shen Feng. When she heard, Tang Wan was almost furious. How could there be such terrible family members in this world? They won't have a good ending, so don't worry. They're all in trouble now, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Wan was instantly happy. Good. Aren't you supposed to be off work today? To keep Shen Feng company? Then go ahead and spend time with him. I still need to make medicine for a kid in the family compound, Yun Jiji said. She wanted to finish early and go back to spend time with her 2 children. She didn't want to spend all her energy working after hours and preferred to have more time to be with her kids. Go ahead and do your work. I just heard you're back and I'm happy. Yun Jiji chuckled softly. She didn't have much time to stay with Tang Wan and carried the medicine to her office. Soon, a strong herbal smell wafted from her office. It feels like the most familiar scent of the clinic, 2 young nurses said when they saw Yun Jiji. Dr. Yun hasn't been here for a few days, and I felt like something was missing. Now I smell it again. Yun Jiji heard their conversation clearly from inside her office and twitched her lips. Could herbal medicine really smell that good? She was just used to this scent. They hadn't been around it long enough to get used to it. Some people really couldn't stand the smell of traditional Chinese medicine and found it unpleasant or even foul. In her past life, she was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. She had been smelling herbs even so she was used to the scent from an early age. Unexpectedly, after coming here, she had made everyone else get used to it too. After 3 hours, she finally finished kneading the last pill for Xiaoman. Next, she needed to dry it, which she could do at the family compound, so she didn't stay at the clinic any longer. When she left the clinic, she checked the time. It was almost noon. There isn't much food at home. She remembered that her space shop recently updated some ingredients, so she didn't want to neglect herself. Instead of returning to the family compound immediately, she made sure no one was around and went into the mountains to stay for a while. Suddenly, she saw a large patch of buplurum, which made her very happy. Recently, cold air has been intense, and the weather is getting colder. When she left the family compound in the morning, she noticed fewer children playing outside. She learned that some children had caught colds because of the cold. She needed to use buplurum, so she took her tools from her space and started collecting a small piece of it, some of which she planted along with the roots in her medicinal garden. After finishing, she checked the time, decided she had stayed long enough, and once sure no one was around, she took out 3 pounds of eggs, 2 pounds of pork, a pound of fresh shrimp, and 2 from her space. She also packed some vegetables into her basket, covering everything with a little buplurum to hide it. Once she was confident it wouldn't be seen, she headed back toward the family compound. However, halfway there, she ran into Qin Shiyu, who had just returned from the army. Wife, Qin Shiyu called out. From afar, he saw Yun Jiji and hurried over. When he saw her carrying a full basket of herbs, he quickly took it from her. Did you go pick herbs? Qin Shiyu asked. Yes. I passed a hillside on the way back and saw some buplurum, so I picked a bit, she replied. After looking around to make sure no one was nearby, she lowered her voice and said, Inside, I swapped some eggs and other things. When you're carrying it, be gentle so you don't break the eggs. Qin Shiyu was a little surprised. Thanks for your hard work, wife. Yun Jiji shook her head gently. Let's go. We'll make a good meal for lunch. These past few days, she had been traveling and dealing with the people from Manhwa village. Aside from 2 good meals on New Year's Eve, she had just eaten casually on the first and second days of the new year. Now that she had managed to bring back some good ingredients, she wanted to enjoy a proper meal. She looked around again, confirmed no one was nearby, and lowered her voice. I also swapped some and shrimp. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu felt a bit touched. Wife, you've worked hard. It's nothing. Let's go. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan haven't seen us in a long time.
They must be missing us, she said.
Okay. Qin Shiyu responded and hurried with Yun Jiji toward the family compound. Fortunately, it was mealtime here as well. There weren't many people in the family compound. Most were at home cooking. Passing by the row of small houses, I happened to see Kai Tanhua at the door of the first floor.
Kai Tanhua was cooking outside the door.
When she saw Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu, she snorted coldly, turned around, and directly faced them with her back. Qin Shiyu frowned slightly, but didn't ask right away. After walking a short distance with Yun Jiji, he asked with some concern, Wife, what is she doing? This morning, after I finished seeing Xiaoman, she came to find me. The news about the pharmaceutical factory spread, and they want to get in through the back door. I didn't agree. Yun Jiji explained. Qin Shiyu slightly furrowed his brows. The construction of the pharmaceutical factory had already begun, so this matter couldn't be hidden for long. Everyone would find out sooner or later.
But
he didn't expect these people to find Yun Jiji so quickly, trying to use her to get in through the back door. I'll talk to the political commissar about this later, and I'll make sure they don't bother you, Qin Shiyu said. She was already busy enough. Once the herbs arrived, she'd also need to prepare 1,000 doses of the hemostatic powder for the main hospital. She probably wouldn't have a moment to rest each day. Yet, these people kept coming to trouble Yun Jiji over this. Wasn't that just adding to her workload? No need to worry. Even if they come to me, I have no way. Kai Tanhua is naturally a gossip. If she can't get in through the back door here, she'll probably talk about it in the compound, and it will spread. I can't go through the back door. Even if more come, I'll just refuse. Eventually, they'll stop coming. If they go to the political commissar, they might think we're abusing our power. Yun Jiji shook her head. If they want to look for trouble, let them. Refusing is the same either way. Once they realize it's not working here, they'll stop coming. Qin Shiyu, who had just been promoted to deputy regimental commander, was the youngest deputy regimental officer in their military district. If any bad rumors spread about him because of this, it could affect his chances of promotion in the future. I'll listen to my wife, Qin Shiyu thought carefully. Once he was sure she could handle it, he stopped interfering too much. She had her own way of doing things. Although he was her husband, he respected her wishes. As long as she could handle it, he didn't want to interfere too much, as it might make Yun Jiji uncomfortable. Are you about to start getting busy? Is the work at the pharmaceutical factory your responsibility? Yun Jiji wasn't entirely sure. Whether it was Hu Jianjun or Gu Wenbin, they all valued Qin Shiyu highly. The military hospital's pharmacy was now a top priority and one of their most important projects. Additionally, the pharmacy's approval for establishment was partly due to her hemostatic powder and soft skin ointment, which were achievements of their team. She could see that Zhao Chongzheng and others also valued Qin Shiyu, and since this matter was connected to her, it naturally leaned in Qin Shiyu's favor. If Qin Shiyu had a mission outside recently, the responsibility wouldn't fall on him. But since Qin Shiyu had no missions, the pharmacy's affairs would be under his charge. Yes, the battalion commander mentioned this to me this morning. I am indeed responsible for the pharmacy's construction, Qin Shiyu nodded. It's not a secret task, so he could talk about it. Yun Jiji understood and nodded. The couple then walked back home. When the 2 children saw them return, they excitedly ran over, holding their hands. Their small faces were full of smiles, and seeing their parents back made the little ones very happy. Honey, you play with the kids first. I'll take the herbs to the backyard and then start cooking, Qin Shiyu said. I'll cook lunch, she replied. After finally bringing back some good dishes, Qin Shiyu's cooking was quite good, but she also wanted to give the family a change of taste. Okay. The man reached out and ruffled the 2 little ones' heads. Mommy is tired from work, so don't let her carry you, okay? Got it, the two kids obediently responded. Seeing this, Yunjiji's lips curved into a slight smile. She took the children inside, then playfully took out 2 pieces of fruit candy, giving them to the little ones. Wow, just 1 piece, okay? We'll have lunch soon. Mom made crab, shrimp, and meat. If you eat too much candy now, you won't have room for all the delicious food later. Yunjiji said cheerfully. Qin Shiyu happened to pass by and heard her words, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sometimes, his wife was playful like a little girl. Knowing they'd eat soon, she still gave the children candy. However, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were very obedient. When they heard there would be so many dishes for lunch, the candies in their hands suddenly didn't seem so tempting. Yunjiji chuckled softly. After Qin Shiyu finished washing the vegetables, she also went into the kitchen. Later, when Qin Shiyu wasn't paying attention, she opened the cabinet and took out a bunch of rice noodles, soaking them in water. At noon, she prepared twice-cooked pork, garlic vermicelli shrimp, crispy fried crab, and stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms. She also cooked a pot of corn and pork rib soup. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were playing in the yard. When they smelled the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen, they quickly ran out. Now, with big, bright black eyes, they sat around the table, salivating. Until Yunjiji served the last bowl of soup, she smiled and said, "Dinner time." Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan exclaimed happily and then went to wash their hands. Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu exchanged a glance, both smiling and shaking their heads. Just as she was about to carry the soup to the main hall, Qin Shiyu came over and said, "Let me do it." The big bowl of soup was very hot. The man didn't say much, but sometimes he was very thoughtful. Yang Linxiang had already set the table with bowls and chopsticks. The family then sat down to eat. The 2 little ones looked eagerly at the dishes and the bowls, watching Yunjiji with anticipation. "Eat your meal, I'll peel the shrimp for them," Qin Shiyu said. The shrimp were already deveined, so it was easy. The crab was still in its shell, but Qin Shiyu carefully and diligently removed the meat from the shell for the children. Yunjiji watched the scene with a slight smile. Though he looked rough and strong, she thought he might not be good at delicate tasks, but surprisingly, he did very well. Some crab meat was even peeled quite neatly. With him taking care of the children, Yunjiji didn't need to worry much. She was already quite tired from the busy morning, so she was really hungry. The lunch dishes suited her taste perfectly, and she ate happily. "Gigi, these vermicelli are so delicious. I think they taste better than the shrimp," Yang Linxiang said after taking a bite of the noodles, falling in love with the flavor. "Auntie, the noodles are flavorful because they've absorbed the taste, but you should also eat some shrimp. Just a few bites of noodles won't fill you up," Yunjiji said with a smile, using her chopsticks to serve Yang Linxiang some shrimp and crab. Okay. Yang Linxiang was not picky. Yunjiji's cooking was truly excellent. Every dish was delicious. If she tried to cook, she probably couldn't make such good flavors. Qin Shiyu peeled a small plate of crab meat and placed it in front of Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan sweetly thanked him. After washing his hands, Qin Shiyu returned to join the meal. When the man saw the shrimp in the bowl, he smiled widely at Yunjiji and said, "Wife, thank you. Eat quickly." The food had already cooled a bit. Yunjiji was thinking about whether to find time for hot pot in the next few days. Since the weather was cold now, the dishes cooled quickly after cooking. But if she had hot pot, she could cook and eat at the same time, which would be warm and nice. The medicinal herbs from the main hospital would probably take a few more days to arrive. She wasn't very busy these days, so she could find a chance to go to the city. Thinking this, Yunjiji made up her mind. "Second aunt, I need to go to the city tomorrow," Yunjiji said. "Okay, go ahead. Leave the house to me," Yang Linxiang replied immediately. Qin Shiyu was slightly surprised and asked Yunjiji, "Are you going to buy something?" Yunjiji nodded and said, "Yes, I do need to buy some things." Hearing this, Qin Shiyu didn't ask more. He seemed to remember something and took an envelope from his pocket, handing it to her. "This is this month's allowance and tickets. I just received it this morning." When he returned earlier, he had actually forgotten about this. Yun Jiji was a little surprised but didn't refuse. Although the family had brought back quite a few things from the Yun and Qin families, she and Qin Shiu had discussed last night that they would save this money first. If they had a chance to buy a yard later, this money could be used to buy a house. Their combined monthly allowance was over 100 yuan, enough for daily expenses, so they didn't need to use that money. Thinking of something, Yun Jiji took out 2 large bundles from the envelope and handed them to Yang Linxiang, saying, "Second aunt, you keep this money. Jiji, you don't need to give me money. I stay at home every day for food and shelter, so I don't need money," Yang Linxiang said, recalling what they had said earlier. She had already forgotten about it, and she didn't expect that they had been thinking about paying her wages all along. Yang Linxiang felt very embarrassed. Since she started living with Yun Jiji and the others, she had been eating well, living comfortably, and hadn't suffered much from the cold and winter. In her heart, she had already considered herself a nanny brought in by Yun Jiji's family. But in fact, they truly treated her like family. She felt very lucky. Because of this, Yang Linxiang clearly knew she shouldn't take their money anymore. Auntie Heir, we agreed before that even if you don't consider the present, you should think about the future. When you grow old and have no money, how will you live then? She thought more practically and knew that Yang Linxiang wouldn't stay forever in the family compound. Or maybe she didn't want to stay with them forever. People get old, and she was worried she might become a burden. Although they weren't afraid and were willing to care for Yang Linxiang in her old age, she had always taken good care of Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. So, Yun Jiji was happy to take care of her until the end. Also, no matter the time, a person must have money. Money is always useful, and having some is always good. Auntie Heir, listen to Jiji, Qin Shiu said. Yang Linxiang was touched and looked at them gratefully. She opened her mouth and said, "Jiji, Shiu, if I hadn't met you two, I wouldn't know what to do with my life." Thinking about those days of begging, Yang Linxiang felt scared again. "All right, I'll listen to you too," Yang Linxiang said, no longer insisting. She took the money from Yun Jiji, but was thinking of saving it. When Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan grew up, she planned to leave this money for them. Her first half of life was full of difficulties, but her later years were getting better and better. She knew that Yun Jiji and Qin Shiu had brought her this happiness. She felt grateful and decided to pay more attention to the children's future. In the afternoon, they had to go back to work after a simple rest. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had already gotten used to their parents working. "Shiu, when the nursery school in our big yard opens this year, let's send Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan there," Yun Jiji said. The children would turn 3 after the new year, so they could go to the nursery school in the family compound. The teachers would teach them basic skills like recognizing words and singing. Although simple, it was better than staying at home all day. While playing happily at home under Yang Linxiang's watch, children still needed to play with other kids. Going to nursery school would also help them learn new things. Yun Jiji was looking forward to sending her children to school. When they got older, their army and the elementary school nearby would take care of their education, so it wouldn't be a problem. "All right, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan can go to school now." Qin Shiu thought Yun Jiji's concerns were all correct, and since the children were already this old, it was time for them to start school. The children couldn't stay at home every day doing nothing. Right then, the two of them parted outside the residential compound. Yun Jiji went to the health clinic, while Qin Shiu returned to the army to attend to his work. In the evening, when she came back, she also delivered medicine for Xiao Man to Lu Chuntao and collected 10 yuan for the herbs. The 3-month supply wasn't expensive. However, Yun Jiji clearly felt that when she returned to the residential compound, people looked at her with strange eyes. When she left Lu Chuantao's house, she saw Yang Shuqin hurrying over. "Jiji, you're here," Yang Shuqin said. "Shuqin's sister," Yun Jiji greeted her. Their houses were a bit far apart, and she usually had to work, so they didn't see each other often like Lu Chuntao. Yang Shuqin looked around, and then lowered her voice to ask, "Jiji, are you okay?" Yun Jiji was a little surprised and asked confusedly, "Shuqin's sister, is something wrong?" Lu Chuntao was also curious. Chuntao, let's go to your house to talk, Yang Shuqin said. The three of them went into Lu Chuntao's house and directly into the main room. After Lu Chuntao poured her a glass of water, she asked curiously, Shuqin, what's going on? You're acting so secretive. Yang Shuqin was also a bit thirsty. After taking a sip of water, she said, Gigi, I wanted to talk about that training thing. Today, Kai Chahua was in the courtyard all day, acting strange and gossiping about you behind your back. That woman again. She came to ask Gigi to help her get ahead, but Gigi didn't agree. Now she's holding a grudge. Lu Chuantao's face darkened, and she was very annoyed with what Kai Chahua had done. Fortunately, Gigi didn't agree. Otherwise, she might have tried to use connections to get ahead, and who knows, she might even have arranged her brothers to come in, Yang Shuqin said sarcastically. She had also been trying to figure out what was really happening in the courtyard today. She was curious earlier and eavesdropped a little. She didn't expect Kai Chahua to be so mean-hearted. What did she say about me in the courtyard? Yun Jiji asked curiously. Yang Shuqin heard this and said angrily, her main point is that you're just making empty promises to everyone. In this big courtyard, only a few sisters-in-law can read or recognize herbs. The training is just to fool everyone, making them think they have a chance at work and feel happy for a while. Whether they can pass later or get accepted depends on you. Why don't you stop encouraging everyone and tell them not to sign up for the training? Yang Shuqin got angry when she mentioned this. Is this interfering with their future work? Yang Shuqin also heard from her husband about the pharmaceutical factory. It said that because Yun Jiji made excellent medicine, the hospital director took notice, which gave their military district a chance to open a pharmacy. When Yang Shuqin learned about this, she was curious and asked about the medicine. It said that this medicine is much better than the blood-stopping powders they used before. Yang Shuqin felt happy about it. She is also a military family member. Her husband has missions and can get injured. If there's better medicine to use when they are hurt, their husbands won't suffer as much. Yang Shuqin understood this very well. Shuqin sister, don't worry. Yun Jiji smiled. How can I not worry? If no one signs up. Shuqin, do you really think Kai Chahua is unaware of what's happening? Everyone in the big courtyard knows her tricks, Lu Chuntao asked with a smile. Yang Shuqin was surprised at first, then she realized what was meant. That's right. Shuqin sister, Kai Chahua is clearly doing this on purpose. Think about it, maybe some people supported her at first, but do you think they won't think about this again after they go back? Yun Jiji asked with a smile. It's easy to guess that Kai Chahua is deliberately doing this. She probably wants to stop everyone from signing up. If fewer people sign up, her chances will be better. But can't everyone see through her little tricks? Yun Jiji said with a meaningful smile, thinking that Kai Chahua isn't really scary. Yes. I never thought of that, Yang Shuqin said, patting her head. Her tense mood eased now. She was worried that Kai Chahua's actions might delay Yun Jiji's work, so she had been very anxious. But now, hearing Yun Jiji say this, her worries finally eased. Shuqin's sister, do you want to try? Your son Qiangzi and the others are grown up now. Should you consider going back to work? Yun Jiji lowered her voice and asked, Jiji, are you planning to give me a way in? Yang Shuqin blinked curiously and asked, Jiji, are you trying to help me secretly? Yun Jiji glared at her irritably. Of course not.
Hee.
Yang Shuqin chuckled happily and wasn't upset. She was just joking, she didn't mean it seriously. The pharmaceutical factory is a place for making medicine. All medicines are meant to save lives and treat illnesses. So, we can't think about sneaking in through Gigi's back door. When the training starts, I plan to sign up. It's over a month long. If we participate well and pass the exam, we can also work at the factory, Lu Chuntao added. They all knew Yang Shuqin was joking. Then I'll go too. Qiangzi and the others are all grown up now. Relying only on our family's allowance isn't enough. Also, if he can't get promoted in these 2 years, he might have to change careers. If I get into the factory, maybe he can also transfer from the army. The factory needs delivery sometimes, and he could be a driver there, Yang Shuqin said optimistically. She felt good about her family and her husband. As long as he had a job to support the family, life wouldn't be too bad. Shuqin, you know my little man was sick for a long time. I still know some medicines. If you want, come visit me more often. We can go up the mountain and I can teach you some things, Lu Chuntao said with a smile. They had a good relationship and Lu Chuntao wasn't a nosy person. She was happy to help Yang Shuqin. If Yang Shuqin were like Kai Chahua, she wouldn't want to get involved at all. Chuntao, thank you so much, Yang Shuqin said gratefully. Yunjiji saw them chatting happily and didn't say anything. Chuntao, Shuqin, I'll head back now, she said.
All right.
Yunjiji stood up, then seemed to remember something. Oh, the training isn't just for the military wives in our courtyard. People from nearby battalions will join too, so you all need to work hard. When they heard this, Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin were surprised. Yang Shuqin suddenly smiled, that Kai Chahua is always worried about this, and that, afraid others will compete with her. I want to see what her face will look like when she finds out the training isn't only for our family's courtyard. At that moment, thinking about Kai Chahua's ugly face made Yang Shuqin feel more amused. Yunjiji smiled at them and then stood up to go home. After arranging to go up the mountain tomorrow, Yang Shuqin and Lu Chuntao parted ways. Passing under a big tree, she saw Kai Chahua still talking to someone about those matters. Yang Shuqin was no longer angry at this moment. She just looked at Kai Chahua with a teasing gaze and turned to leave. Yang Shuqin just went to Lu Chuntao's place, probably to discuss this matter. Someone noticed that Yang Shuqin had come out of Lu Chuntao's house and said, Dr. Yun is also here, right? Who knows if they arranged everything for Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin in advance, claiming no favoritism, Kai Chahua said sourly. Yunjiji also said that favoritism shouldn't happen, but look, isn't that giving opportunities to people like Yang Shuqin and Lu Chuntao? Some people just talk nicely but don't mean it. Kai Chahua, don't talk nonsense without proof. Are you afraid everyone will compete with you? You're here spreading rumors. Do you want everyone to not sign up for the training so that only you can go and they have to accept you? Yang Shuqin had already walked some distance when she overheard their conversation and immediately turned back.
What are you talking about?
Kai Chahua, feeling exposed, immediately frowned and looked at Yang Shuqin unhappily. Yang Shuqin chuckled softly. What are you doing this for? You've been talking badly about Gigi all day. Isn't it because Gigi doesn't want to use favoritism for you? When that doesn't work out, and you think you can't compete with the sisters in the courtyard, you come here to gossip and scare everyone from signing up. You're really quite mean. At this moment, many people's gazes also fell on Kai Chahua's face, looking at her with suspicion. They felt that it was unlikely everyone was talking about her without reason. Hearing Yang Shuqin's words, they suddenly found her explanation very reasonable. Don't listen to Yang Shuqin's nonsense. What I said is the truth. Among us, how many can read and write? You think recognizing herbs is easy? You have to remember which herbs are effective. Do you think you can remember all that? I think even if they are recruiting, they will only choose some who can read and write. It has nothing to do with us, Kai Chahua sneered. She felt that the pharmacy probably had nothing to do with her. But deep down, Kai Chahua was also thinking that if everyone didn't go, her chances might be better. Isn't it said that there will be training? There are many sisters-in-law in the big courtyard. Last year, they all attended literacy classes. They are not completely illiterate. When the training starts, the teachers will still teach us. If you don't want everyone to sign up, then you can just go work at the pharmaceutical factory. Yang Shuqin is not at all lenient. Kai Chahua is almost furious, thinking Yang Shuqin is deliberately doing this. She angrily stares at Yang Shuqin, wishing she could rush up and tear her apart. She has already convinced some people, and some are starting to hesitate. Now she's coming here to talk nonsense. This must be intentional. Yang Shuqin, you're doing this on purpose, right?
Kai Chahu shouts angrily.
Yang Shuqin just crosses her arms, calmly watching Kai Chahua with a smile, and says, Why are you so angry? If I hadn't pointed out your thoughts, you wouldn't be so upset. Hearing Yang Shuqin's words, Kai Chahua can't hold back anymore. She's about to rush forward to confront Yang Shuqin. What are you doing? No one is cooking anymore. Everyone's gathered here. It's quite lively. Zheng Guizhi's voice calls out from outside the crowd. The crowd begins to disperse. She is the director of the residence committee, and her husband is Hu Jianjun. People still respect Zheng Guizhi a lot. Seeing the situation, if they really start fighting, should they step in or not? When Zheng Guizhi arrives, she believes they won't fight anymore. She looks at the scene and asks, "What's all this fuss about?" Director Zheng, "It's just Kai Chahua talking nonsense in the courtyard." Yang Shuqin quickly explains clearly, without exaggeration or adding extra details. A few others also speak up in agreement, telling Zheng Guizhi what Kai Chahua said. After hearing everything, Zheng Guizhi feels a bit displeased with Kai Chahua. Isn't this interfering with the work in the unit? All right, the pharmaceutical factory's matter is true. As for recruiting people, the military will handle it. Whether there will be training or recruitment in the residence courtyard, the military will set a clear plan. Why are we worrying so much? Furthermore, such a big matter. Will the recruitment only be for the residence courtyard? Of course not. If there is training, everyone can sign up. Whether you pass depends on your effort and learning. If anyone is deliberately spreading false rumors, it's interfering with the military's work. If that happens, your husbands might get into trouble. Don't come crying to us then. Recent weather has been unpredictable, with sudden cold and heat. Everyone should take care. When Zheng Guizhi spoke, everyone's faces turned pale. They knew this could affect their husbands' punishments, so no one dared to speak further. Kai Chahua didn't realize how serious this matter was. She felt embarrassed and started to step back, hoping to escape quickly, afraid of being seen again. Girl Chahua. Zheng Guizhi's sharp gaze fixed on Kai Chahua's face, her expression serious. Kai Chahua turned around and forced a smile. Director Zheng. Had she just arrived? Could everyone already know what she said outside? Or was someone deliberately telling Zheng Guizhi bad things about her? Otherwise, how would she know? Many of the sisters-in-law came to tell me that you asked everyone not to sign up later? Zheng Guizhi asked. Kai Chahua forced a couple of laughs. No, that's not true. I just meant that everyone can't read, so they wouldn't know many medicines. I didn't mean anything bad. Even if she had those thoughts, Kai Chahua wouldn't say it aloud. She was worried that if so many people signed up, she might miss out. She just wanted to discourage them so she could have a better chance to enter the medicine factory. She didn't want to cause trouble for Zheng Guizhi and the others. Most people really can't read, but do they not recognize vegetables like greens and radishes? We've seen those often, so we know them. We haven't dealt with medicinal herbs before, so it's normal not to recognize them. When the medicine factory opens, they will hold training and invite experts to teach everyone about herbs. It will be like recognizing vegetables, just a few words and everyone will understand, Zheng Guizhi explained, looking at everyone. No one was born knowing vegetables. They learned gradually. Director Zheng, will we be taught during the training? A sister-in-law asked curiously. We're busy at home every day, so we don't have much time for training, someone else added. Zheng Guizhi waited quietly until they finished talking, then spoke. The training will include lessons on herbs. Once the schedule is set and the training is confirmed, everyone will be notified. Just wait for the news. Hu Jianjun had already told her about this. However, the registration and training preparations still needed time. It couldn't start immediately just because they said so. Everyone asked Zheng Guizhi some questions. After getting the answers they wanted, some people looked at Kai Camellia with displeasure. At first, they hadn't thought much and truly believed that not being able to read meant they had no chance. Even if they signed up for training, it would be a waste of time. In the end, only a few would pass, and they probably wouldn't be chosen. Thinking this way, they more or less believed Kai Camellia's words and felt they had no chance at all. Because of this, their eyes toward Kai Camellia showed some dislike. Some people are really simple-minded. Just to get a job at the medicine factory, they talk nonsense. Exactly. I see some people like that thinking they can get into the factory. With all these little schemes, even if they do get in, they might just end up harming others. Better stay away from certain people in the future, or you might get hurt. Many people looked at Kai Camellia with growing dislike and even disgust. They didn't have jobs, and if they could get into the factory, it would mean more income. But Kai Camelia's actions made everyone uneasy. Fortunately, Zheng Guizhi just came out and spoke. Now everyone understood the real situation and wouldn't listen to Kai Camelia's nonsense anymore. Because of this, the few who had been friendly with Kai Camelia now kept their distance. Kai Camelia had a bad character, and they were afraid that on the day of the factory assessment, if they passed, Kai Camelia might hold a grudge because she didn't pass. With her personality, she might blame them for her failure. Since such a possibility existed, it was better to stay away early to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yun Jiji didn't know what was happening in the courtyard. When she returned home after preparing a hearty dinner and came out of the kitchen, she asked, Yuan, hasn't Dad come back yet? Yun Jiji frowned slightly. Usually, Qin Shi would have returned by this time. Today, was there something at the military that caused a delay? Nope. Yuan shook her head. Yun Jiji looked at the time on her watch. It was almost 6 o'clock, and outside was already getting dark. Wash your hands and eat first, she said, then went into the kitchen. She set aside a portion of food to heat up and then ate with Tuan and Yuan. In the south, it gets dark early. By the time they finished dinner, it was completely dark outside. Fortunately, tonight there is a moon, so it is not completely dark and difficult to see. She and her 2 children washed up briefly, then took a walk in the yard. Only after that did she bring them back inside to rest. Seeing that Qin Shiyu had not returned, Yun Jiji first locked the yard and went back to her room. After closing the door, she slipped into her space. She washed up again before heading to the medicinal field. The seeds of the precious herbs she planted earlier have now sprouted. Although only a small sprout has emerged, it is already a big gain. They are growing much faster than outside. She had thought about transplanting these herbs out of the space once they sprouted, but the recent cold air made her give up that idea. Some herbs are very sensitive to cold, and frost could damage them, which would be a loss. So, she decided to keep these herbs inside the space to grow until she has a better chance to use them later. She might also cultivate more seeds, which would increase their chances of survival. As for the herbs grown inside the space, thinking about Qin Shiyu's hidden injuries, she turned to the medicine room nearby to prepare some medicine for him. Since she has developed feelings for him and even hopes for a future together, she doesn't want to become a widow who lost her husband early. She also doesn't want the 2 children, who have just started enjoying their father's love, to lose him again. Especially after Yin Wanrong's reminder, Yun Jiji decided to start preparing early. She took out a medical book and carefully looked through it. She remembered an old record about a special pill called the soul-keeping pill. It can keep someone alive for up to 96 hours when they are close to death. If someone is brought to her within that time, she can save them. Yun Jiji had considered strengthening the pill's effect to extend its life-saving time, but she had already spent a lot of time studying this medicine in her current world. She could only improve it from 48 hours to 96 hours. That was already a big leap. Making it last even longer was impossible. Shiyu, you're back. Jiji left some food for you in the pot. Hearing the voice, Yun Jiji quickly put the medical book away. The man hurriedly left the space. When she came out, the door was also pushed open. Inside, a faint floral fragrance drifted into Qin Shiyu's nose. He was slightly surprised and thought Yun Jiji, who loved cleanliness, must have just finished washing up. You're back? Yun Jiji asked. Did I wake you? Qin Shiyu had already come to the bedside. Remembering he had just returned from outside and his hands were a bit cold, he didn't reach out to touch the little woman's face. I'm not asleep, she said. Rest first. I'll go eat, Qin Shiyu said. Is there something important at the army unit? You came back so late? Yun Jiji asked curiously. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu smiled and said, I had a meeting, so I was a bit late. Oh, Yun Jiji responded, not asking further. Qin Shiyu helped her straighten the quilt and whispered, I'll be back quickly after I finish eating. He still felt a bit cold and saw she was already lying on the bed. Worried she might catch a chill again, he hurried to leave. After he closed the door, Yun Jiji entered her space again. This time, she didn't stay long inside. She just took out the pills she had prepared earlier and looked at a book for a while before rushing out. Qin Shiyu moved quickly. When he returned to the room, the couple talked for a while. Qin Shiyu had heard some things from the family compound and was a bit worried about Yun Jiji. But seeing her normal expression and that she wasn't affected, he felt a little relieved. Maybe because she had slept on a bed many times before, Yun Jiji no longer felt awkward. The next day, after breakfast, Yun Jiji went into the city with the army's shopping truck. After agreeing on a time, she started wandering around the city. Her main goal today was to get some items from her space and to visit a department store. She wanted to see what fabrics were popular this year so she could copy some using her space. This new feature of her space allowed her to scan items from this era and then reproduce them inside her space. Fabrics produced in the 1970s weren't as soft as those in later years. She considered buying some directly, but after looking at them, she decided against it. Some fabrics still had to be taken from her space. For example, the fabrics worn close to the body, which she bought from supply and marketing cooperatives or department stores, weren't as soft as those made in her space. She wandered through the department store, scanned all the fabrics and other items into her space, and then casually bought 2 boxes of pastries. Just as Yun Jiji had just left the store, she unexpectedly ran into someone she didn't expect. Yun Jiji. Zhao Zhenju was initially hesitant to recognize her when she saw Yun Jiji. Compared to when she first arrived, Yun Jiji looked much more beautiful now. But once she confirmed it was her, she angrily shouted at Yun Jiji and glared with hatred. If it weren't for this woman, Li Jiamin wouldn't have changed careers, and she wouldn't have missed out on marrying Qin Shiyu. Since being expelled from the family compound, Zhao Zhenju's life has not been as easy and carefree as it was before. Li Jiamin used to receive a monthly allowance of 45 yuan in the army, but after he changed careers and became a regular worker in a factory, his monthly salary dropped to only 15 yuan. That's 30 yuan less than before, which adds up to 360 yuan less in a year. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhenju often felt some regret, but mostly she blamed Yun Jiji for everything. If it weren't for Yun Jiji, she wouldn't have become like this. Zhao Zhenju? Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow. Compared to her time in the family compound, Zhao Zhenju had changed quite a bit. Back then, Zhao Zhenju still looked somewhat glamorous, but now she looked much older and her clothes were no longer as stylish. When Zhao Zhenju was in the family compound, her clothes were decent, not brand new, but clean. Now, her clothes were patched repeatedly. Her hair, once neat and shiny, was now messy and unkempt. She looked malnourished. Yun Jiji stared at her for a moment and said, "You've changed a lot." Hearing this, Zhao Zhenju's face darkened. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I'd still be living in the family compound." Zhao Zhenju snapped, her expression like she was looking at an enemy. In her view, all of this was Yun Jiji's fault. Otherwise, why would she be like this? Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow, still unaware of her own problems, and thought Li Jiamin's career change was her fault. Really? She had no self-awareness at all. Zhao Zhenju, you are already a military wife, married to someone, yet you keep staring at my husband and trying to him. Where do you think your husband stands? My husband and I haven't even accused you of misconduct. We've been quite polite. Li Jiamin was transferred to a different position, and it was also because you forced him. He was ashamed to stay in the residential area, so he applied for a transfer. He did some bad things but refused to admit his mistakes, always blaming others. Do you think this makes you feel better inside? Yun Jiji mockingly looked at Zhao Zhenju. She just didn't want to admit that it was her fault that Li Jiamin was transferred. Zhao Zhenju's face turned pale and then blue. She didn't want to admit that she was involved, but Yun Jiji's first words made it seem like she was right. "You're talking nonsense," Zhao Zhenju shouted. Yun Jiji was not angry. She looked at the angry woman with a faint smile. Zhao Zhenju really wanted to rush forward and tear Yun Jiji's calm face apart. Before, Yun Jiji looked very thin, almost just skin and bones, with high cheekbones that made her look like she was just a thin layer of flesh over bones. But after some time apart, Yun Jiji's skin became whiter, and she looked more lively and beautiful. Zhao Zhenju was confident before, but now, seeing Yun Jiji like this, her confidence suddenly disappeared. If she kept growing, Yun Jiji might become even more beautiful. She could see that Yun Jiji had a good foundation. She used to think she was prettier than Yun Jiji and more suitable for Qin Shiyu, but now she lost that confidence. Zhao Zhenju, does Li Jiamin know you still miss my husband? When Yun Jiji saw someone standing nearby, she suddenly crossed her arms and looked at Zhao Zhenju with a half-smile. Zhao Zhenju was slightly stunned. A man as excellent as Captain Qin should be with a more outstanding woman. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her idea of wanting to marry a better man. Are you talking about yourself? Yun Jiji asked back. Of course, I am more suitable for Captain Qin than you are. Clearly, Zhao Zhenju didn't know that Qin Shiyu had already been promoted to deputy battalion commander. Seeing Li Jiamin approaching with a grim face, Yun Jiji crossed her arms and looked at Zhao Zhenju with a smile in her eyes. Zhao Zhenju felt uneasy under her gaze, but didn't want to be outdone by Yun Jiji, nor did she want others to think her life now was worse than before. Zhao Zhenju, I want to divorce you. Hearing the voice, Zhao Zhenju was startled. It seemed that only then did she remember she had come out with Li Jiamin today. When she looked into Li Jiamin's eyes, Zhao Zhenju was very surprised. Jiamin. Yun Jiji saw this, shrugged, gave Zhao Zhenju a look of good luck, and then slowly turned around and walked away. Since she had come right in front of her, Zhao Zhenju wouldn't be polite. As for what would happen next, that had nothing to do with her. She was in a good mood, wandered around the city for a while, and when the time was right, she found a quiet alley and slipped into her space. When she came out again, her basket was full of various vegetables. There were layered cakes, beef tripe, beef, lamb, and even some fish balls, essential for hot pot. In addition, she was carrying fabric and needles she had copied and cut from her space. After the nursery school reopened, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan would go to school, and Yang Linxiang, who was at home idling, could use these fabrics to make clothes. Every time she bought ready-made clothes, Yang Linxiang said she could sew. Since that was the case, she decided to take some back. But she was also thinking about when she could bring a sewing machine back. Today wasn't convenient, so she could only take her time, slowly bringing things back little by little. When she reached the agreed meeting point with the shopping cart, the cart hadn't arrived yet, but she only waited a little while before it stopped right in front of her. The little soldier who was driving got out of the car to help Yun Jiji load her things into the back of the vehicle, then took her along as they headed back. When they reached the unit, the other person helped Yun Jiji unload her things again. Yun Jiji handed the other person some milk candies, not giving them a chance to refuse, and then carried her basket back to the residential area. Many people saw Yun Jiji and, seeing her carrying a lot of packages, couldn't help but look her way. Dr. Yun, are you going to the city? Someone asked curiously. The shopping cart from the military unit had just stopped outside, and seeing Yun Jiji carrying so many packages, it was probably because she went shopping in the city. Yes. I bought some rice and flour, and also some fabric for my second aunt to make a few spring outfits for the kids. Otherwise, once the weather warms up, the two children will have no clothes to wear, Yun Jiji explained with a smile. Everyone thought it made sense. When Yun Jiji and her group arrived, they didn't bring much clothing. Everyone usually buys fabric to make their own clothes, so they didn't find anything unusual. Dr. Yun, your fabric looks very soft. Someone stared at the cloth in her hand for a while, feeling it was much softer than what they usually bought. Someone couldn't resist touching it. Yes, it really is soft. Coincidentally, I heard this fabric was newly made in Yangqing. It's much softer than the old ones. I thought softer would be better for children, so I bought some, Yun Jiji explained with a smile. These sisters-in-law didn't often go to the city, and she said it was just a coincidence. If they didn't find anything that time, it just meant they were unlucky. Dr. Yun, could you share some of your fabric with me? One sister-in-law asked shamelessly. Yun Jiji was surprised for a moment and apologized. Sister-in-law, I didn't buy much, just enough for 2 children to each make 2 sets of clothes. I really can't share. If you want some, you can go to the city tomorrow to look. You should still be able to buy some then. She couldn't guarantee it. All her fabrics came from her space, which didn't exist in this era. Even if her space could produce more, she wouldn't share it. It didn't matter much to her family, but when others saw it, suspicion might arise. Lu's sister-in-law, how can you say that? Dr. Yin didn't buy much either. If you want some, just go to the city yourself. Someone said immediately. They all wanted the soft fabric, and Yunjiji said it was just a coincidence she found it. Who knew if she would find it again, next time? So, they didn't really support her asking Yunjiji to share some. I'm just asking if you don't want to, forget it. Lu's sister-in-law pouted, thinking Yunjiji was a bit stingy. Everyone, I'll head back first. My grain and flour are heavy, so I won't stay to chat. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit embarrassed and quickly made space for Yunjiji to leave. When Yunjiji got home, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurried into the kitchen with her things. Gigi, what did you buy? Why so much? Yang Linxiang was a bit surprised. Annie, I bought some rice and flour. I looked at home this morning and saw there wasn't much, so I brought some back, Yunjiji said. Yang Linxiang wanted to help and called out to Yuan, who was in the outhouse, Andy, Grandma coming. Seeing the situation, Yunjiji quickly used her body to block and took out 10 jin of rice from the space, pouring it into the rice jar. She also took out 10 jin of flour and 10 jin of pork, planning to make soy sauce pork later. Then she added a bit more of the remaining supplies. When Yang Linxiang came in, she saw the table was fully stocked and was quite surprised. Gigi, did you bring all these back yourself? The basket didn't look very big, so how could it hold so much? But if Yunjiji didn't carry it back, it couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. I came back with the troop shopping cart, so I didn't put in much effort. I might be busy later, so I bought extra, Yunjiji explained. Yang Linxiang understood immediately because she knew about the pharmacy. Auntie, these fabrics are what I bought today. I plan to make a few spring outfits for Tuan and Yuan. I usually don't have much time, Yunjiji said to Yang Linxiang. No problem. It will still be cold for a while. Once Tuan and Yuan start kindergarten, I'll begin making them, Yang Linxiang replied. Hearing this, Yunjiji quickly agreed. Gigi, why did you buy so much meat? Yang Linxiang looked at several types of meat on the table, curious. These are beef and lamb. This one is beef tripe and layered beef. I plan to use this pork for soy sauce pork. When the weather is good, I'll hang it out to dry. It can last a long time, Yunjiji explained, especially since she was about to start making hemostatic powder for the main hospital, which would keep her busy. What about this beef? Yunjiji chuckled. We're having hot pot tonight. Dear children, happy Women's Day. My goddess, I'll spoil you sending love. With so many dishes, she planned to make a yin-yang hot pot, spicy on one side and bone broth on the other. Eating and dipping at the same time, she could already feel her saliva starting to flow. Which vegetables should I wash? I'll help, Yang Linxiang said without hesitation. Both she and her husband earn money, and sometimes it was nice to enjoy good food and nourish their bodies. Auntie, please wash all these vegetables. Also, wash the beef tripe and cut it into strips later. I'll start boiling the bone broth, Yunjiji said after thinking. She took out all the vegetables. Then she washed the bones, blanched them, and put them in the pot to make soup. With Yang Linxiang's help, all the vegetables were washed quickly. At noon, they prepared 2 simple dishes to eat. In the afternoon, she still had to go to the health clinic. After explaining things to Yang Linxiang, she took the 2 children and headed there together. As soon as they entered the clinic, they saw Xiong Lia had also returned. Lia, you're back? She was a bit surprised to see Xiong Lia. She had already gone back to Beijing for the New Year before, and she thought Lia wouldn't return until after the Lantern Festival. She didn't expect her to come back so early. Uncle Xiong Yuan cheerfully called out. Such a good boy. Hearing Yuan's voice, Xiong Lia immediately stepped forward, hugged Yuan, and kissed her on the face. Yuan was clever and quickly responded with a hug. Yuan is so cute. Xiong Lia missed these little ones a lot. After returning to Beijing, she had many things to deal with and felt really overwhelmed. Didn't you say you would only come back after the Lantern Festival? Yun Jiji asked curiously as they walked inside together. Hearing this, Xiong Lia sighed helplessly and said, "My mom keeps pressuring me to find a partner. It's so annoying. Every morning I wake up to questions about dating, and before bed, she tells me to keep looking. I can't take it anymore." So I packed my things, made an excuse, and went back to the army. Xiong Lia never thought that family could be so scary. She was tired of being pressured to find a partner every day. If only the other person was just a little bit better, maybe she wouldn't be so frustrated. But they seemed to dislike her family being happy, always introducing her to unsuitable matches, some old, lonely men, even an 80-year-old widower. "You're in the army, with so many good comrades. Why are they in such a rush?" Yun Jiji said with a mix of amusement and sympathy. "I'm seen as an old maid by them," Xiong Lia sighed. "Forget it, I won't talk about this anymore. I brought some specialties from Beijing for you and Tangwan. When you finish work, take one home. Then I won't be polite. Since you're back, come over tonight for hot pot. I bought some beef and lamb in town this morning, and we'll enjoy it tonight." "Sounds great." Xiong Lia didn't refuse. She still remembered the delicious hot pot she had at Yun Jiji's place during the New Year. She was eager to have it again. Hearing about the hot pot tonight, she was more than happy to accept. "Just busy now, I have a lot to do this afternoon," Yun Jiji said. "I don't have much planned this afternoon. Let Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan come with me," Xiong Lia said. She had just returned and didn't have many tasks. She only needed to tidy up her office a bit. "Okay." Yu Lia is helping to watch over Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, while Yun Jiji goes busy with her work. She wants to make more medicine during this time. Once the medicine factory opens, they can initially rely on hemostatic powders. But if they don't develop stronger and more effective medicines later, support for their factory will gradually decrease. Since she wants to succeed, Yun Jiji hopes to develop the factory better and produce more helpful medicines for the people and the country. There are limits to what Yun Jiji can do in other areas, so now her only option is to use her skills and come up with more excellent formulas. When Yun Jiji is busy in her office, she usually isn't disturbed. If someone has a minor injury, Su Guanghui will assign other doctors to treat them first. Only serious injuries or uncontrollable bleeding will be handed over to Yun Jiji. After finishing her work and coming out of the office, she looks at the rain falling outside and pauses for a moment. "Jiji, the rain is quite heavy. Did you bring an umbrella?" someone asks. It's almost time to leave work, and everyone is hiding under the eaves. Seeing the rain getting heavier, going home now might not be easy. "I'll check the office." Yun Jiji begins. Suddenly, Yuan Yuan's voice calls out, "Mom." She looks up and sees Qin Shiyu dressed in a raincoat walking over quickly. "Son-in-law, we're coming to pick you up," Qin Shiyu says hurriedly. Qin Shiyu saw how heavy the rain was and rushed home to get clothes, only to find them trapped here. "It's raining so hard now. Let's wait a little longer and see if it eases up. If the rain gets lighter, we can go back," Qin Shiyu suggests. His pants are already soaked halfway from the journey. If they try to walk home in such heavy rain, they'll be completely wet by the time they arrive. "Okay," Yun Jiji nods. She then notices Qin Shiyu's wet pants and says, "Your pants are wet. Go inside and dry your legs by the fire." The cold air has been coming in the past few days, making the weather very cold. Being soaked in the rain must be uncomfortable. Qin Shiyu doesn't refuse and lets her pull him inside. For Qin Shiyu, a little water doesn't matter much. They often go on missions and even soak in icy water for stealth. The rain isn't cold enough to bother him, but he enjoys his wife's concern and naturally listens to her. When Hu Jianjun arrived, Qin Shiyu had already changed clothes and come out of the house. "Commissar, you really know how to pick the right time." Hu Jianjun glared at him irritably. "I'm here to deliver something for your wife. If you don't want it, I'll just leave." Hu Jianjun waved the envelope in his hand and turned to go outside. Seeing this, Yun Jiji quickly smiled and said, "Commissar, don't mind him. We're having hot pot tonight. Would you like to join us? Your wife is so thoughtful." Hu Jianjun replied happily. She wasn't really angry with Qin Shiyu. He could smell the delicious food and was genuinely tempted. Even if they didn't invite him, he planned to stay here and not leave with a shameless attitude. "Commissar, please sit down." Yang Linxiang also brought in a pot and set it down. Seeing her, she immediately said, Hu Jianjun glared at Qin Shiyu with a good-natured smile and sat down happily. Then he handed the envelope to Yun Jiji and said, "This is your bonus from the organization." Yun Jiji was a bit surprised. "There's still a bonus?" She was quite surprised. "You have made great contributions to our military district, so of course there will be a bonus." Hu Jianjun smiled and said, "If it weren't for Yun Jiji's prescription, our military district's power audit probably wouldn't pass. With such a treasure present, giving some sweet rewards at the right time helps us feel more at ease to make better use of the situation. Thank you, organization. Thank you, leaders," she said confidently, accepting the reward. At this moment, Qin Shiyu had already gone to the kitchen to get the dishes. When he saw the food laid out on the table, Hu Jianjun was slightly stunned. "Such a variety of meats. What's the difference?" Hu Jianjun asked curiously. "Aren't they all just meat? What difference could there be? This is beef, and this is mutton." "There's quite a big difference," Yun Jiji smiled.
Oh,
"These are all good things. Can we buy them here?" Hu Jianjun asked, a bit curious. The supply and marketing cooperative probably couldn't get these. Jiji brought them back when she went to town this morning, Yang Linxiang said with a smile. "It was just good luck," Yun Jiji added. They didn't doubt it. Some things only appear occasionally, and whether you can find them depends entirely on luck. Since they already had beef, there was no doubt about the tripe and layered meat. "We had it once on New Year's Day and couldn't forget it. Finally, I got to eat it again, which cheered up my recently upset stomach from the cafeteria." Tang Wan sat at the table, waiting for the pot to boil, with her prepared dipping sauce. "Is the cafeteria that bad?" Hu Jianjun said, feeling a bit speechless. Xiong Lia and Tang Wan looked at Hu Jianjun almost simultaneously and asked, "Is it tasty?" "At most, it's just cooked thoroughly. The taste isn't bad, but it's definitely not delicious." Hu Jianjun was stunned for a moment. "It seems it's not that good. Once our pharmaceutical factory is established and we have money, we'll improve it properly. Currently, there's no other way. Resources are limited." Sometimes he worries about whether everyone can eat enough. "Since we've started a pharmaceutical factory, maybe we can consider farming in the future?" Hu Jianjun suddenly thought of something and asked aloud. He did have this idea, but he also knew it would require manpower to achieve. "Actually, China has the most people, but so what? It's worth considering, but right now, the harvest from farming would be too small," Hu Jianjun sighed. "Is it for weight gain?" Yun Jiji asked.
how to do that?
"Maybe we shouldn't talk about these things during meals," Yun Jiji suggested with a wink, as if she had an idea. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. At this moment, the soup in the pot was boiling. Several people hurriedly added their favorite vegetables into the pot. Once the vegetables were cooked, there was no time to talk. They were so delicious that they almost swallowed their tongues. Today's spicy hot pot is really flavorful. After one bite, I'm sweating all over. It feels so good. Especially outside, it was still drizzling lightly, and the cold wind was blowing. But with a hot bowl of food, everyone started to feel warm. "Gigi, where did you get this hot pot seasoning? It smells so good. Next time I go to town, I'll buy some too. Usually I just cook some vegetables in boiling water, and it's so tasty." Tang Wan asked curiously. "It really does smell amazing. I'm afraid if I tell you, you'll keep teasing me." Yun Jiji giggled, not wanting to say. "Why tease you? Where did you buy it?" Hu Jianjun also looked at Yun Jiji. "Tell us, no one will tease you." "From the black market." Yun Jiji immediately replied when she heard Hu Jianjun's words. Hu Jianjun's mouth twitched, speechless. But just moments ago, he had said something similar. If he now started teasing Yun Jiji, it would seem like he was the one at fault. She felt very annoyed at this moment. Ahem. Tang Wan was also taken aback, choking on the vegetables in her mouth, then silently lowered her head. The others secretly watched Hu Jianjun, seeing him want to speak but holding back, making the food in their mouths taste even better. Gigi, next time you go, remember to bring some back for me, Tang Wan whispered softly, sitting beside Yun Gigi. Yun Gigi winked at her. Okay, I want some too, Xiong Lia quickly declared. Hu Jianjun.
He was still here.
But deep down, he understood that when everyone went to the black market, it was because they had no other options. When ration tickets were tight, people wanted to exchange food or make some money. When there was nowhere else to go, they had to go to the black market. That's why the black market existed. I actually know how to make this hot pot base myself. It just uses a lot of spices and oil. If I get the chance, I can cook some for you all, Yunjiji said quickly when she saw Hu Jianjun's unhappy face. It was quite bold of her to say this openly in front of him, and Hu Jianjun probably felt frustrated. Sure enough, after she spoke, Hu Jianjun's expression improved a bit. Tell me what ingredients you need, and I'll buy them later, Xiong Lia asked eagerly. Wuxiang, Bajiao, Doukou. Yunjiji listed them one by one. All these are medicinal herbs. These are also spices. Adding some when cooking meat can make it taste better. Hu Jianjun wrote all of this down. Maybe later, the cafeteria can add some spices, which might improve the taste of the food and make it less unpleasant. Everyone enjoyed the hot pot very much. After eating, they felt warm all over, which helped chase away the cold and made them feel very comfortable. After helping to clean up, Yunjiji didn't let them continue helping. It's starting to rain again. Since the rain is light now, you should go back quickly. If it gets heavier later, the roads will be hard to walk on, Yunjiji said quickly. It's already very dark now, and if the rain gets heavier, the roads will be even more difficult. Okay, Tang Wan and the others looked outside and decided not to insist further. Since it was already very dark, Yunjiji and the others planned to put the bowls in the pot to soak and wash them in the morning. Although hot pot is tasty, it also has a lot of oil, so they need to boil water again to wash everything. After seeing them off, they tidied up the main room a bit. After washing the two children, Yang Linxiang took them back to rest. Yun Jiji and Qin Xiu also went back to their room. As soon as she entered, she saw a bucket of hot water by the bed, which Qin Xiu had just brought. Take a foot soak before sleeping, Qin Xiu said. Why don't you soak your feet too? You've already soaked them so long earlier. To prevent cold from entering your body, Yunjiji said kindly. Hearing this, Qin Xiu immediately smiled broadly. I'll listen to my wife. After soaking their feet, they went to bed to rest. But lying in bed, listening to the rain outside, Yunjiji couldn't help but frown. Why is the rain so heavy today? She wondered. It felt strange. She hadn't been here long, but she had experienced rainy days before, and the rain wasn't usually this heavy. Today's rain kept falling non-stop, mostly very heavy. Now the rain had gotten even heavier, pounding on the roof tiles with a loud splattering sound. That's how it is in the south. After spring begins, the rain will come more often, Qin Xiu explained. During the rainy season, it can rain for 2 months straight. Since the end of last year until now, there hadn't been much rain. The days before the new year were all clear, so this rain was bound to come eventually. Although the rain was quite heavy, I have experienced even bigger storms before, so Qin Xiu thought this was normal. But it keeps raining. Is the house on a high ground? Will it flood? Yun Jiji was a bit worried. It won't. Just go to sleep peacefully. Hearing his words, Yun Jiji was still worried, but didn't say anything more. Maybe she was overthinking. Qin Xiu had lived here much longer than her and knew more about the weather. She should trust him. However, the rain was so loud that it made Yun Jiji a little insomnia. Lying in bed, she dared not move much. The weather was cold, and if she moved slightly, cold wind would into the quilt. Just as she was about to turn over again, the man's large hand reached under her neck and pulled her into his arms. A warm kiss was placed on her forehead. Wife, sleep well. His big hand gently patted her shoulder, as if soothing a child. She felt a bit helpless and secretly looked at the man. In the dark, she could only see his outline, not his expression. Maybe because his embrace was too warm and he was comforting her, she soon felt sleepy and fell asleep in his arms. The rain has stopped. The next morning, the rain outside had ceased, and Yunjiji finally relaxed. She didn't know exactly what time the rain stopped last night. Looks like today will be a good day, Yang Linxiang said, looking at the sky. Yunjiji raised her head and looked up. It was already bright, and after the rain washed everything, the sky seemed bluer than usual. After a simple breakfast, Yunjiji returned to the clinic. She checked on the patients, including Shinfeng and others, then took the keys and went to Old Hua's office to prepare the spirit preservation pills. Old Hua. When a nurse saw Old Hua, she greeted him immediately. Yunjiji had just taken some herbs from the shelf when she saw Old Hua come in with his hands behind his back. Old Hua. She also greeted him with a smile. Old Hua responded and came over. When he saw the herbs Yunjiji had brought out, he paused for a moment, looking at her with some confusion. He asked, "Are you planning to make some medicine with these herbs?" "This is a formula I saw in an ancient book. After studying it, I found I could make a medicine that helps seriously injured people. After taking it, their vital signs can stay stable for up to 96 hours, allowing them to get medical help in time," Yunjiji explained. Old Hua was slightly surprised when he heard Yunjiji's words. "Have you tested it?" "Not yet. I need to prepare it first, then conduct clinical trials. If it really works, we can start production," Yunjiji replied. Good. You go ahead and prepare it. Once it's ready, let me see it too." Old Hua had seen Yunjiji's skills before, especially the medicines she made, like the hemostatic powder and the soft skin ointment. He also saw the scar-removing and healing medicines she prepared for Shinfeng and others. Each one was very effective and excellent. Although Old Hua didn't visit the clinic often, every time he heard Yunjiji had made a new medicine, he would come here. After seeing how well those medicines worked, he naturally trusted Yunjiji's abilities more and more. Okay, if they were to start making it, they would eventually need to share it with the public. Old Hua's medical skills were quite good, so if Yunjiji didn't understand something, he could give better advice. "Go ahead with your work. I came today mainly to discuss training matters." Old Hua thought since it was still early, he would come here for a walk. He didn't expect to find such a valuable opportunity. "Okay, you work on your things." Old Hua nodded and waved goodbye before leaving. After Yunjiji finished preparing the medicines, she returned to her office to make more. Just as she was about to start boiling herbs, she saw Li Jia rushing over. "Sister-in-law." Li Jia called from outside the office. Hearing the voice, Yunjiji turned around and was a bit surprised to see Li Jia. "Comradely, is there something you need?" "Yes, the political commissar asked me to call you. The leaders of several large teams nearby are here, and he asked me to invite you to a meeting," Li Jia explained quickly. Yunjiji understood immediately. "All right, wait a moment. I'll put away these medicines and come right away." "Okay." Li Jia waited outside, not going in. He waited until Yunjiji finished tidying up, then they left together for the military camp. When they arrived, they saw Zhao Changzheng, Gu Wenbin, Hu Jianjun, Qin Shiyu, and Old Hua. The other middle-aged men Yunjiji didn't recognize. If she guessed correctly, they were probably the leaders of the large teams. "Dr. Yun, come sit over here," Hu Jianjun hurriedly said. Qin Shiyu had already reached out and pulled the seat beside him, saying, "Wife, sit here." Seeing Qin Shiyu's nonchalant expression, the others were speechless and rolled their eyes. But since there were others present, they didn't say anything. Yunjiji did not hesitate much. Although there were other seats in the meeting room, they were a bit far from Zhao Changzheng and the others. So she simply sat down next to Qin Shiyu. "Leader, why did you call us here suddenly? Is there something important?" The leaders of several battalions had already been sitting here for a while. To be honest, they were quite curious. But since some people hadn't arrived yet, they had waited until now. When they saw Yunjiji coming over, they guessed she was the reason they were gathered. Although they were surprised that someone so young was being given such importance, it didn't matter to them. So, everyone eagerly asked, Even though it was the new year, it wasn't the busy farming season. Their families still had matters to attend to, so they wanted to clarify things quickly and go back to their own work. Seeing their impatience, Zhao Chongzeng didn't beat around the bush. He said, "Today, I called you all here to discuss something. Our unit is building a medicine factory, and when it's ready to hire workers, we will need to recruit not only military personnel from our family compound, but also from several battalion units. That's why I asked you to come, to discuss this matter." Happy Women's Day on March 8th. Wishing for some free little flowers and love. When they heard this, everyone was momentarily stunned. They were a bit surprised. Medicine factory? Our battalion has many other tasks. If we assign people there, what will happen to our battalion's work? Leader, how will the work points be calculated? The grain will also be divided among our battalion later. It can't be that workers in the army earn work points, and those points are still counted in our battalion. When it's time to distribute grain, it wouldn't be fair to others. A few battalion leaders immediately voiced their concerns. Villagers or educated youths from rural areas who worked in the village earned their grain through work points. If they went to work at the medicine factory in the unit, they would have to stay in their battalion's area. Where would they get their grain then? It couldn't be that they worked in the military district and the grain still had to be supplied by their battalion. They naturally wanted to clarify these issues. Work will be arranged according to the standard of commercial grain, Zhao Chongjing said. Hearing this, everyone secretly relaxed. In fact, a battalion's workload wasn't that much. Each village had many people, and their annual grain was often not enough to distribute. Moreover, if there was a factory where people could work, who wouldn't want to have this stable job? Not only could they get regular food supplies, but they would also receive a monthly salary. At this point, a few team leaders also felt interested. If possible, they all wanted to participate themselves. "How much is the monthly salary?" asked Team Leader Mao. Team Leader Mao, the salary will definitely depend on the work done. Before that, you need to pass our assessment. Since it's a pharmaceutical factory, safety will be very strict. Only those who pass the assessment can work there. Also, the jobs at the factory cannot be transferred or traded. If someone doesn't want to do it anymore, they can resign or be dismissed, Zhao Chongjing said after hearing their questions, sharing his own requirements. The pharmaceutical factory is different from other factories. It has stricter rules for workers. Isn't it all secure jobs? Why can't they be transferred? Asked Team Leader Li, frowning. He wanted his son to join the training. If he couldn't pass, he thought about paying for it. Since it's a military district factory, the benefits should be good. But learning that transfers are not allowed made him a little annoyed. Yes. During the assessment, we will carefully check everyone. If we find any cheating, such as using someone else's name, their qualification will be cancelled, Yun Jiji said first. If people really want to cheat, they might use lower-level tricks, like Li Si taking the exam under Zhang San's name, and then Zhang San working in his place afterward. Before modern ID systems, such situations could definitely happen. That's natural. Since it's medicine, the rules are indeed stricter. Team Leader Mao nodded understandingly. He thought the strict rules were normal. Since the medicine is used on the human body, it's important to be very careful. Mao also knew that many medicinal herbs look similar, such as Cotinopsis and Fongfong, Asarum and Su Chongqing, Astragalus and licorice, or raspberries and marchberries. They look alike, but have very different effects. A formula meant to save lives could accidentally turn into poison because of a mistaken ingredient. So, stricter rules are definitely necessary. The others noticed that Team Leader Li looked unhappy, as if he was somewhat dissatisfied. They noticed Captain Li's expression at this moment. Although he didn't say anything, they remembered him. When the Mountain Green team members come for the assessment, they will need to be more careful to avoid giving them any advantage. When does registration start? Captain Mao asked. In 2 days, there will be a registration point outside the unit. After the captains return to their villages, they can participate first. Those willing to join the training can come to register in 2 days. Since Hu Jianjun was organizing this, he was the one to speak. How many people can each team take? If everyone hears they can eat government grain, they'll all come. Who will do the work then? Captain Li asked, raising a common concern. How long is the training? Not everyone who joins will pass the assessment. If they only train and don't work during the day, that won't do, Captain Lee continued. When they heard this, everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed an important issue. Training lasts 1 hour each day, from 4 to 5 in the afternoon, after work, Hu Jianjun explained. Since winter days are short, and on cloudy days, it gets dark around 4:30. Therefore, nearby teams start work at dawn and finish by 4. Seeing this, Zhao Chongjing added, if you have any questions, you can ask today. We will answer them all. The pharmaceutical factory concerns everyone's medication needs, so the assessment will be stricter. Also, after passing the assessment, workers at the factory will sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure the formulas are not leaked. This is related to the country's development and progress. When you go back and explain, make sure to clarify this point, so no one feels they were tricked when they hear the news later. Zhao Chongjing quickly explained these details to give everyone a clear understanding. The hemostatic powder is very precious. If they hadn't been lucky enough to meet such an excellent doctor like Yun Jiji, injured soldiers wouldn't recover so well. Therefore, higher authorities have issued a secret order. The formula for the hemostatic powder will be a national secret. Only a few key personnel will know the true formula. The ingredients will be distributed to different workshops, and only at the end will they be combined. Each workshop will only handle one step until the final workshop can produce the complete hemostatic powder. Perhaps this method is more troublesome, but it is also the safest way. Although it is a clumsy method right now, this is the only option they can think of. Okay, after we go back, we will explain this to everyone clearly. Captain Mao was the first to show his stance. Captain Lee, though somewhat dissatisfied with their previous arrangements, ultimately said nothing more. Leader, if there's nothing else, we will head back now. Captain Mao glanced at the time. Since most of the discussion was done, there was no need to stay any longer. Wait a moment. Yun Jiji spoke up when she saw this. The others looked at Yun Jiji with some confusion. After we set up the pharmacy, we will need a lot of herbs. So, today, I asked you all here for another reason, to ask if you are willing to switch from grain planting to medicinal herb cultivation. The herbs you grow will be purchased by our military. Yun Jiji finished speaking and looked at them, waiting for their discussion. Our team mainly focuses on growing food. People need to eat, and we don't plan to change that. Captain Lee was the first to speak after some thought. He was not optimistic about switching from grain to herbs. In his view, small illnesses don't require herbs. They can be managed without them. Some team members got sick, but most of the time, they just endured it and recovered on their own. In short, they didn't have many ideas or plans to grow herbs. Who wants to grow herbs? Anyway, they wouldn't do it. Okay, Yun Jiji nodded, then looked at the others. Dr. Yun, right? Can I go back and discuss this with our team members first? Since switching from grain to herbs is a big decision, I can't give you an answer right now. Captain Mao thought for a moment and shared his idea. This wasn't a good thing, so they needed to sit down with the villagers and discuss it carefully. Leader, if we switch to growing herbs, how will we handle the grain in our team later? So many people are waiting to eat. It will still be distributed based on work points. Rest assured, the country won't let you go hungry, Zhao Chongjing said with a smile. Captain Lee remained silent, sitting calmly, without saying a word. Cloud Weave and the others only glanced at each other and did not ask much about Captain Lee's opinion. Everyone had their own ideas about what to do, and it was their own decision. Since they were discussing and deciding whether the other side agreed or not, they would follow their wishes. I still need to go back and discuss it. Can I give you an answer by the day after tomorrow at the latest? Captain Mao asked. Yes. We don't know how to grow medicinal herbs. Will you send someone to teach us? Captain Liu, who is usually quiet, quickly asked. Experts will be arranged to come and help you with planting. If you have any questions later, experts will answer them. Rest assured. We will do our best to support and help you, Zhao Chongjing said. After they finished talking, they whispered among themselves for a while and decided to go back and discuss with the villagers before making a final decision. After seeing them off, Cloudweave planned to return to the health clinic first. Dr. Yun, what medicinal herbs are suitable for planting here? Gu Wenbin, feeling curious, asked. We can't grow every kind of herb, right? We need a list of herbs. Our province has a unique geography and climate, so many herbs are suitable for planting. Common ones include baizhu, baishao, zhibeimu, hangbaiju, yanhusua, xianshen, jianmaidong, and some rare ones like taipaisher, hulingji, and others. On the back mountain of our unit, many people also have medicinal herbs. We can transplant and cultivate them. If we grow herbs on a large scale, we won't run out of medicinal plants here. Although these herbs can be supplied by the main hospital, having more herbal farmers wouldn't be a bad thing. They can ensure the basic supply of herbs here. The herbs from the main hospital are also supplied by herbal farmers. Since we get them from the main hospital, we have to pay extra for transportation. Why not grow our own? In nearby teams, we can also go and check ourselves. It will definitely be better than the current situation, Yunweave said with a smile. If they weren't in the army and soldiers didn't need to train all the time, she would have already used the land. But soldiers have their tasks and missions. If they can really help in this area, the army also has its own land where they grow vegetables to supply the troops. When they are not on missions, they still have to work in the fields. That's true. Let's wait and see how the different teams are doing. If they're unwilling, we'll go further away. If they want to grow crops, at most we'll just drive to pick them up, Zhao Chongjing said. Okay. After discussing, Yun Jiji didn't stay any longer. If there was anything, they could talk about it later. The health clinic still had work to do, so she left. As for the training, they would discuss it directly with Old Hua later. At least the staffing arrangements would be handled by the military. She was only responsible for providing prescriptions and some advice. How to carry out the plans was their own matter. Meanwhile, at the military district hospital, in the director's office, several doctors in white coats sat there, all looking a bit unhappy. Director, what's going on with the provincial military district opening a drug factory? We haven't heard anything about it, said Gao Yongqing, the head of surgery. His face looked bad. Such a big thing, and they only found out now. If it weren't for the recent news about the first drug factory in Haishur City's provincial military district recruiting staff for training, they wouldn't have known. That was approved by the main hospital. Apparently, a doctor in the provincial military district developed a very effective hemostatic powder and submitted it directly to the main hospital. After clinical trials, they started building the factory, said Director Wang. The others looked at Director Wang's calm face and couldn't tell if he was upset. He seemed completely unbothered. Director, this isn't right. They bypassed our hospital and contacted the main hospital directly. The doctors at the military district health clinic are also transferred from our hospital. Logically, if they have this medicine, it should be reported to our hospital first, then to the main hospital. If they're going to produce it, shouldn't it be under our hospital's name? Gao Yongqing felt that the military district was acting unfairly. It should have started with them, but now they just applied directly. Aren't they ignoring their own hospital and looking down on the military district hospital? Director Gao is right. Also, another thing is that the wounded soldiers from previous missions in the military district have been treated at the military district health clinic. Since last year, fewer soldiers have come to our hospital for injuries. Especially the medicine for wounds, sales have dropped by more than half compared to previous months, said Zhou Guangxin, the logistics officer in charge of hospital supplies and medicines. Because the hospital's medicine supplies have decreased, the money he manages has also gone down. I found out that the military hospital no longer sends injured soldiers there, which caused them to lose some patients. Now, they want to set up a pharmaceutical factory. Once they do, it could cause problems for their hospital. It's good that the health clinic can treat patients, but I was surprised that they want to open a pharmaceutical factory. I will find time to check with the military district about this, said Director Wang after glancing at the two men. Zhou Guangxin's eyes turned, and he said, Director, I want to go with you. Dear friends, your recent support has been wonderful. Please keep encouraging, leave free flowers, and give 5-star reviews. Heartfelt thanks. Zhou Guangxin looked at Director Wang. Wang is very honest. Usually, in this situation, the military hospital should send the hemostatic powder to the military hospital and apply in their name. How skilled can a small doctor be? Did she really develop the hemostatic powder alone? Maybe their military district hired many people to make this medicine for the factory. If so, it should be applied for in the name of their military hospital, not by the troops themselves. What are the troops for? Training soldiers for the country. Even if they can do it, they don't understand this area well. So, naturally, it should be handled by their hospital. All right, Director Wang agreed, without much thought. He was also very curious about how effective the hemostatic powder developed by the military hospital really was. If it wasn't truly effective, the main hospital wouldn't approve building the factory. That's why Wang wanted to see it for himself. Director, we'll go out first. When you go, please remind me, Zhou Guangxin said after getting the answer he wanted. Director Wang nodded and didn't stop them. Zhou Guangxin and Gao Yongqing exchanged looks and then stood up to leave. After leaving the director's office, they went to the rooftop terrace. Cousin, how should we handle this? The military district applied directly, and if the factory really opens, it should be in our hospital's name. But they beat us to it, which isn't right. Zhou Guangxin felt more and more upset. If this isn't handled well, it could cause trouble. This made Zhou Guangxin even more unhappy. Follow the director and see what he finds out. We'll discuss it after he comes back, Gao Yongqing said. Zhou Guangxin nodded and said, this is all we can do now. When you go this time, first find out who made that hemostatic powder. If you can get some of the powder back, that would be best, Gao Yongqing said suddenly, as if he thought of something. Hearing this, Zhou Guangxin nodded and replied, all right, I understand. Yun Jiji didn't know that her hemostatic powder had attracted attention. She was very busy every day. The main hospital was quick, and yesterday they had already sent all the medicinal ingredients needed for the powder. The military district specially prepared a dedicated office for Yun Jiji to research formulas. She had an office at the clinic, but it was too small. Making thousands of doses of the powder needed a bigger space. The military district also arranged a few people to help Yun Jiji, so she wouldn't be overwhelmed alone. However, Yun Jiji initially chose to stay alone in the pharmacy without help. But today, Yun Jiji felt a bit uneasy, and her eyelids kept twitching. Recently, she had been sleeping well, especially at night when Qin Xiu hugged her like a warm stove, making her sleep even more peacefully. But this morning, after entering the pharmacy, she noticed something was off. She even took the wrong medicines twice. If she hadn't reacted quickly, the hemostatic powder would have been ruined today. She took a deep breath, put down her work, and thought about going into her space to read medical books and calm down. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Her face darkened. Could something really have happened? Without thinking much, Yun Jiji quickly ran to open the door. As soon as she did, she saw Li Jie running in, panting heavily, with a very worried look on his face. Comradely, what happened? Yun Jiji asked quickly. Sister-in-law, there was an accident at the factory. One building collapsed, and Deputy Commander Qin was trapped underneath while saving people. Li Jie said hurriedly, still catching his breath. Yun Jiji's face darkened. She quickly asked, why did the factory suddenly collapse? She had visited it yesterday and saw that it was very solid. It shouldn't have collapsed. Probably because of the heavy rain the day before yesterday. It washed down large rocks from the mountain. At first, there were trees supporting them, so they didn't fall, but the rocks are too heavy. Today, they finally rolled down, Li Jie guessed, though he wasn't sure if his guess was correct. Go to the clinic and bring my medicine box. I want to go see for myself, Yun Jiji said without waiting for Li Jie's response and hurried toward the factory. No wonder she had been so restless today. This was clearly the reason. Her face was very pale right now, and her mind was full of thoughts about Qin Xiu being trapped underneath while trying to save someone. When Yun Jiji arrived, Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun had also come, directing everyone to quickly clear the scene. Political Commissar, where is Qin Xiu? Yun Jiji ran up to Hu Jianjun, grabbing his arm anxiously. Still haven't found him. Hu Jianjun's face also looked very grim. They never expected such an accident to happen suddenly. Thinking about Qin Xiu being trapped below, with their lives uncertain, they were all very worried. Some injured people had already been carried out, all with various wounds, But what she saw was a huge boulder crushing the factory building, even creating a large pit on the ground. She couldn't bear to think that Qin Shiyu might be underneath. Seeing that they hadn't found Qin Shiyu yet, Yun Jiji quickly ran to the collapsed factory. She wanted to see where Qin Shiyu was first. She seemed so worried that she almost couldn't stand steadily, holding onto a nearby tree for support and leaning her body against a willow tree. Mu Ling entered the ground through the roots of the willow tree, communicating with the intertwined underground plants. She could sense the vitality underground, initially thinking that Qin Shiyu and her Mu Ling might be connected, but besides sensing life energy, she couldn't determine which direction Qin Shiyu was in. Just as she was about to explore further, Li Jie ran over with her medical kit. "Sister-in-law, your medical kit." Yun Jiji closed her eyes briefly, believing that Qin Shiyu wouldn't die. Seeing so many injured people, she didn't think much longer and grabbed her medical kit to join in treating the wounded. Most of them had bruises, abrasions, or fractures. Tang Wan and others had already brought all the hemostatic powders stored in the clinic to treat the injured. "Jiji, his bleeding won't stop." "I'll do it," Yun Jiji responded, handing the bandaged injured person to the nurse before standing up and taking a silver needle to stop the bleeding. One by one, she treated the injured, sweating profusely, but refusing to stop. "Vice Commander Qin hasn't been found yet. He might already." Two wounded people whispered in low voices. Yun Jiji paused her actions, looked up, and said firmly, "He will be fine." The two didn't dare say anything more, only lowering their heads. Yun Jiji took a deep breath, her face looking even more grim than before. She occasionally looked towards the collapsing area. Everyone else was still working, but now no more injured people were being carried out. Only Qin Shiyu was left. "Jiji, Vice Commander Qin will be fine. We found Vice Commander Qin." Yun Jiji was now stopping the bleeding of the injured. When she heard that Qin Shiyu had been found, she looked up and couldn't help but glance in that direction. She couldn't leave at this moment. She clenched her teeth and continued to use a silver needle to stop the bleeding. "His bleeding has stopped. Jiji, you should go check on Vice Commander Qin. I'll handle the bandaging." After finishing with the injured in her hands, Xiong Liu quickly came out. It was clear she was worried, but she couldn't ignore the injured, so she kept waiting there. "Okay." Yun Jiji was very worried. She quickly put away the silver needle and headed toward Qin Shiyu. At this moment, Qin Shiyu was covered in mud, with mud and blood mixed all over his body, making it impossible to tell his condition. "Sister-in-law." Li Jie saw Yun Jiji coming and quickly moved aside. Yun Jiji didn't think much and squatted beside him, quickly checking Qin Shiyu's pulse. He was covered with wounds of various sizes, blood constantly seeping from them, mixing with the mud around him. He was lying in a pool of muddy, bloody water that emitted a foul smell. His breathing was weak, each breath seeming to take all his strength, his chest rising and falling slightly. Yun Jiji's face darkened. "Go get a bucket of water." "Okay." Li Jie was the first to react, quickly getting up to fetch water. Yun Jiji took a deep breath, reached into her medical box, and took out a pill from her space. "Qin Shiyu, I'll give you a pill first. Open your mouth." She didn't know if Qin Shiyu could hear her, but she wanted to try. The man's remaining consciousness slightly parted his lips when he heard Yun Jiji's words. Seeing this, Yun Jiji quickly placed the pill into his mouth and carefully fed him some spiritual spring water. She whispered, "I will save you. Don't be afraid." The man moved his lips twice but didn't make a sound. Watching him swallow the pill, Yun Jiji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Jie returned with water. "Sister-in-law, water." Yun Jiji responded and reached into her medical box again. When she took it out, she held a bottle of powder. She poured the powder into the water bucket and mixed it until the powder dissolved into the water. Then she carefully began to clean the mud from his body. The more she cleaned, the more shocking it was to see. Qin Shiyu's body was covered in large patches of bruises and cuts, with no part of his back untouched. The most bleeding was from his lower back, where a broken piece of wood was embedded. Yun Jiji kept a calm face as she cleaned his wounds and applied medicine. The wound could only be removed once they returned to the clinic. The conditions here were poor, so she needed to find a way to bring him into the space for treatment. Therefore, they had to hurry back to the clinic. Only after his bleeding stopped completely did they place him on a stretcher and carry him to the ward for further care.
But,
oh my, so many injured people. When they were carrying Qin Shiyu toward the clinic, a middle-aged man ran over with a surprised look. Director Gao, why are you here? Hu Jianjun recognized Gao Yongqing and was quite surprised to see him calling out. Deputy Hu, what happened? How did such a serious accident occur? Gao Yongqing thought for a long time after returning home. He believed that if the director came, the matter might be ignored. Since he was off today, he decided to come and check the situation himself. If he could handle it, that would be his achievement. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene. When he saw that all the wounded had their wounds properly treated, he was quite surprised. He checked the injured again and was amazed to find they had been treated very well, even quite skillfully. At this moment, he also saw Qin Shiyu's condition. Such serious injuries. Why isn't there a vehicle to take him to the hospital? If we delay any longer, he might lose his life. Gao Yongqing hurried over to Qin Shiyu. Although his wounds had been bandaged, seeing his condition made him frown. Almost every part of his body was damaged, but his back wound had been taken care of. However, the wooden piece stuck in his waist was shocking. Director Gao, the clinic's doctors are already treating him. There's no need to send him to the hospital right now, Hu Jianjun said. If this had happened before, he would have immediately arranged a vehicle to take Qin Shiyu to the hospital as soon as they moved him. Since Yun Jiji arrived, the doctors at the clinic had improved rapidly. In the past, they were helpless with slightly serious injuries, but now they seemed capable of handling even the most severe wounds easily. Ridiculous. Gao Yongqing listened and looked at Hu Jianjun with disapproval. You are treating soldiers' lives like a game. Look at how badly he's hurt. If we don't get him to the hospital soon, he might not make it. Yun Jiji took a deep breath. Take him to the clinic. Okay. Several young soldiers, mostly under Qin Shiyu's command, nodded. They had been here before. If Qin Shiyu hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have come out. Qin Shiyu was injured trying to save his comrades. Luckily, he wasn't crushed by a big stone, or his life would have been in danger. What are you doing? Can he move around easily with that injury? Gao Yongqing stepped forward to stop him. Yun Jiji's face was cold. Political Commissar. Director Gao, we can really handle Deputy Regiment Leader Qin's injury. Is there something urgent? If so, we might need to wait a bit, as we're busy right now, Hu Jianjun said, pulling Gao Yongqing aside. Although Hu Jianjun was only a political commissar, he trained hard. Gao Yongqing looked tall and strong, but he was actually quite weak. Plus, as a doctor, he mostly stood or sat all day. He wasn't Hu Jianjun's match. With just a gentle push, Hu Jianjun easily moved him aside. Then he signaled Yun Jiji and the others to leave quickly. Yun Jiji grabbed the medical kit and hurried after them. Seeing this, Gao Yongqing's face turned dark.
Commissar, what do you mean?
Isn't a soldier's life important? His injury is serious, and your clinic can't handle it. He's a deputy regiment leader. Are you joking about his life? This is just terrible. Gao Yongqing was so angry he forcefully pulled away Hu Jianjun's hand and ran after Yun Jiji and the others. Yun Jiji brought the injured man back to the clinic and had him placed on a hospital bed. This is so reckless. How can you do such a thing? How good do you think your medical skills are? Such a serious injury, and you just keep him here? What kind of heart do you have? Is saving lives more important or showing off your skills? Hearing the loud complaints, Yun Jiji's face darkened. He didn't know who was shouting, but he definitely didn't like it. Stay outside and guard well.
No one gets in.
I need to treat Qin Shiyu's abdominal wound. If you disturb us, Deputy Regiment Leader might lose his life. If the higher-ups blame us later, I'll take responsibility. Okay, sister-in-law. Several people quickly responded. Su Ching'en was among them, also promising, sister-in-law, don't worry. I won't let anyone come in to disturb you. Good. After saying that, Yun Jiji went straight into the house, locked the door, and pulled all the curtains shut inside. Once everything was set, she went to Qin Shiyu's side and took him into the space. Qin Shiyu was now completely unconscious, so she didn't have to worry about him noticing anything. She looked at the injuries on his body, frowned, and quickly began to treat them. The wood was inserted at a very tricky angle, and if she was careless, it could hit vital organs. Yunjiji was very careful with each move. She kept checking Qin Shiyu's condition from time to time. After finally removing the broken wood, she was already sweating heavily. She wiped her forehead quickly, then started sewing up his wounds and treating the other injuries. Luckily, aside from the one on his abdomen, the rest were minor. Once everything was fully bandaged, she took the man out of the space and also brought out some blood-stained cloth and other items from inside. After finishing, her face was very pale. She didn't care about the noise outside. Sitting down, she drank some spiritual spring water to restore her strength before leaving the infirmary. Are you trying to get your deputy captain killed? Do you think sister-in-law won't let her man get into trouble? Is it so reckless? Gao Yongqing was still arguing. Yun Jiji frowned slightly. After calming down, she stood up and headed outside.
Too noisy.
Yun Jiji opened the door to the treatment room with a cold look and spoke sharply, glancing at Gao Yongqing. When everyone saw Yun Jiji come out, they hurried over and asked anxiously, "Sister-in-law, how is the deputy captain?" "All the wounds have been treated, but his condition is serious. He needs to rest well for a while," Yun Jiji replied. Hearing this, everyone relaxed a bit. Gao Yongqing immediately tried to rush inside when he saw Yun Jiji come out, but he was stopped at the door. "What's wrong with you? Let me in to see how the patient is doing." "This is reckless. His injuries are so serious, and you're his wife. Do you have a grudge against him?" Gao Yongqing said, as he tried to push past. Yun Jiji's face grew cold. She reached out and pushed him back. "Sir, may I ask who you are? While I was treating the patient's wound inside, you were outside shouting nonstop. If we are not confident in our medical skills, can we just keep the patient here without proper care?" "I am Gao Yongqing, the chief surgeon at the military hospital," Gao said calmly. "Director Gao, our health clinic can really handle this. Dr. Yun is very skilled, and the hemostatic powder and soothing ointment we use are all developed by Dr. Yun. You can trust us. She can definitely handle it," Hu Jianjun said. He was so distracted that he ran off quickly, really too fast, almost headache-inducing. "I need to see the patient's condition." Gao knew arguing here wouldn't help. The best thing to do now was to go inside and check on the patient so everyone could feel at ease. "Dr. Yun, may I go in and check Vice Commander Qin's condition?" Hu Jianjun realized that arguing endlessly was pointless. It was better to see Qin Shiyu's situation with his own eyes. So he wouldn't keep arguing here. "You can go in to see him, but you can't look at Qin Shiyu's wound," Yun Jiji said. "I'm only reassured if I see that his injuries are truly well treated," Hu Jianjun replied. Seeing this, Yun Jiji still took him inside to check, and Hu Jianjun was also worried about Qin Shiyu's condition, so he went in together. Qin Shiyu was almost entirely wrapped in bandages, looking quite frightening. Gao looked at him for a while, wanting to tear open the bandages to see the situation, but based on Qin Shiyu's appearance, he seemed to be sleeping peacefully. The wound dressing looked very professional. "How is Qin Shiyu?" Hu Jianjun asked Yun Jiji, with some confusion. He wasn't a doctor, so he could tell that Qin Shiyu's injuries were handled fairly well, but he couldn't see much else. "He's still unconscious. Besides the injury, it's also a normal reaction to the medication, but his injuries are serious. He needs good rest during this time," Yun Jiji explained. "Then let him rest well. We will handle the rest," Hu Jianjun said. Seeing Gao still staring at him, Hu Jianjun took the others and left, not wanting him to stay inside and disturb Qin Shiyu's rest. Yun Jiji also came out. Gao, however, said to Hu Jianjun, since the injuries are treated, he still needs to be taken to the hospital. The hospital has better equipment to monitor the patient. "No need. Dr. Yun can take good care of Vice Commander Qin. Dr. Gao, please don't disturb our patient's rest any further." After speaking, they pulled the people and headed outside. No matter how Gao Yongqing shouted, no one paid attention. Gigi, how is Deputy Qin doing? Tang Wan had already treated other patients' wounds and hurried back. Seeing Yun Gigi, her face was full of worry. From Qin Shiyu's earlier condition, it looked very serious, like he might pass away at any moment. This made Tang Wan very anxious. But they still had other patients to care for, so Tang Wan couldn't stay here. The injuries are quite serious and need some time to recover. I will stay here tonight. Once tonight passes, and he wakes up tomorrow morning, he should be fine. She used all the medicines produced by the space for Qin Shiyu and also fed him spiritual spring water. Even the Grim Reaper wouldn't dare take his life. Still, his injuries were severe, and someone needed to watch over him to prevent any other problems. Okay, I'll tell Aunt Yang about the situation here and ask her to watch the two children, Tang Wan said quickly. Yun Jiji looked at Tang Wan with gratitude. She scolded her gently. If it weren't for you, Shin Feng wouldn't have survived his serious injuries. Now, with Deputy Qin hurt, you just focus on taking care of him. The other patients are not badly hurt. They've all used your hemostatic powder, so they'll be fine. We can take good care of them. You just need to focus on caring for Deputy Qin. This plan was discussed with Su Guanghui and others when Tang Wan returned. Qin Shiyu was injured trying to save someone, otherwise, with his skills, he wouldn't have been hurt.
Thank you.
After comforting her, Tang Wan went to handle their affairs. Yun Jiji turned and entered the ward. Sitting down now, she realized her hands were trembling badly. Her mind flashed back to the scene when Qin Shiyu, covered in blood, was carried out. She was scared, afraid that Qin Shiyu might really die, especially after Yin Wanrong's reminder. She had prepared medicine in advance and stored it in the space. Otherwise, given Qin Shiyu's condition today, even if he was saved, he would need at least half a year to recover fully. But she knew that today was probably not Qin Shiyu's final danger. In Yun Wanrong's previous life, she was not involved, so the military district did not establish a pharmaceutical factory. This life's course changed a lot, absolutely. Even if this time wasn't Qin Shiyu's final crisis, Yun Jiji wouldn't let him come to harm. Recalling how he lay in a pool of blood, lifeless, her heart suddenly clenched tightly like an invisible hand. It felt as if a sharp needle was piercing her deeply. Just this morning, he was smiling and talking to her, saying he would pick her up after work at noon. But soon after, she saw the man lying there with his eyes closed, as if he could no longer see his gentle, smiling eyes, and she could no longer hear his soft voice calling her wife. That terrifying wave of fear seemed to threaten to drown her completely. She closed her eyes briefly, sat down to the side, and looked at his handsome face, which was covered with scratches. Although he had been treated with medicine, he still looked very hurt. His hair was also stained with dirt. She fetched a basin of water, used a towel to carefully clean the dirt from his hair. Qin Shiyu, you must not die. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are still waiting for you at home. If you still have a heart, please get better soon. Doesn't he care about them? You saw them being born, heard them call you Dad and Mom for the first time. You didn't participate in their first moments. They are happy because their dad is with them. Are you really going to leave them? If you can hear me, please wake up quickly. As she helped wipe the dirt from his hair, she kept talking. Seeing that he didn't respond, she felt even worse inside. She turned her head away and wiped her tears. Qin Shiyu, I warn you. If you dare to die, I will remarry with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Anyway, my goal when I came to the military district was to divorce you. If you're going to die, then there's no need for the divorce. I won't stay single for you all my life. If you dare to die, I will remarry immediately. Let your son and daughter call someone else Dad. After she finished cleaning him up, Yun Jiji sat aside, staring at his pale face. Knowing he wouldn't wake up, she still couldn't help but provoke him. His condition was too serious. Time passed second by second, but he showed no sign of waking. She was genuinely worried. Tomorrow, if Qin Shiyu still didn't wake up, she would have no choice but to give him a crystal of spiritual spring water. No matter how powerful it was, she couldn't care less. She stayed in the ward, watching over Qin Shiyu, occasionally checking his condition to make sure he didn't have a fever. Then she quietly relaxed a little. Gigi. When she heard the voice, Yun Gigi looked up and saw Yang Linxiang with 2 children standing at the door of the ward. Yun Gigi took a deep breath, got up, and walked to the door. Auntie, why did you come here? Cloud, we've asked. Shiryu was hurt. I was worried, and when the 2 children found out Shiryu was injured, they wanted to come see him. So I brought them along. Yang Linxiang said. Tang Wan didn't say much at the time, only that Qin Shiyu was hurt by something falling on him, and that Cloud Weave would stay at the clinic to take care of him tonight and couldn't go home. Yang Linxiang felt more and more worried. How serious was the injury to keep her staying all night? Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also knew about Qin Shiyu's injury. They kept walking back and forth there, occasionally giving her pitiful looks. Yang Linxiang couldn't bear it, so she hurriedly brought the 2 children to the clinic. But when she saw Qin Shiyu's condition, Yang Linxiang regretted bringing the children. How could the injury be so serious? Is he going to be okay? Yang Linxiang was shocked to see Qin Shiyu wrapped in bandages almost all over his body, with a pale face. Auntie, he will be fine. It's just some scratches and bruises, so it looks worse than it is, Cloud Weave said, trying not to make them worry too much. Mom, Dad hurts a lot. Yuan Yuan didn't speak after arriving. She just stared at Qin Shiyu on the hospital bed, then looked at Cloud Weave with teary eyes. Although Tuan Tuan didn't speak, it was clear he was very uneasy, standing there with furrowed brows. Cloud Weave crouched in front of them, gently holding the 2 children in her arms, and softly said, Dad will be fine. Mom has given him medicine, but he needs to rest well because he's hurt. You 2 should go back with Auntie and Grandma. When Dad wakes up, Aunt Tang will come to get you, okay? It was almost dark, and walking home later wouldn't be safe. Okay. The children were very sensible and trusted Cloud Weave. If she said Dad would be fine, then he definitely would be. Mom always told the truth. Auntie, you should take them home first. I'll stay here and watch over him. Yang Linxiang sighed softly, looked at Qin Shiyu on the bed for a while, then said, I brought you some food. No matter what, don't go hungry. Okay. Cloud Weave replied obediently. Yang Linxiang then took the children and left the clinic. When Cloud Weave saw the lunchbox she was holding, it was still warm. She looked at Qin Shiyu, then started eating her meal. Since she had to stay overnight, after finishing her food, she went to light a charcoal basin and brought it into the ward. She used smokeless charcoal from the space. After leaving a gap in the window, she sat by the bed and checked his condition from time to time. Once she confirmed he had no fever, she leaned on the bed and closed her eyes for a while. Because she was worried, she woke up almost every hour. Fortunately, with the space's spiritual spring water and medicinal herbs, Qin Shiyu did not develop a fever, which made her feel much more at ease. This time, she slept more peacefully until she felt her face itch. Yun Gigi was startled awake, opening her eyes suddenly to see Qin Shiyu looking at her with concern. You're awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Yun Gigi asked anxiously, quickly getting up to check his body. After a thorough check, she saw he was in good condition. Her worried heart felt a lot calmer. Seeing her face look pale, Qin Shiyu had not spoken much before, but now, as she sat down, he said, Wife, how about I just kill you now? She said irritably.
Pain.
Yun Gigi sighed and looked at him worriedly. She hurriedly asked, Where does it hurt? The wound. How can it not hurt? Your whole body is injured. Don't talk now. If you mention the wound again later, it will be worse. Yun Gigi glared at him helplessly. She knew his body was full of injuries and that he had lost a lot of blood. Talking now was difficult for him, especially since he hadn't eaten anything since yesterday, making him extremely weak. Qin Shiyu gently moved his hand, holding Yun Gigi's hand, and said, Wife, you must not remarry. Yun Gigi's mouth twitched in disbelief. You're not dead, so who would I remarry? Qin Shiyu smiled foolishly, like a simpleton. Yun Gigi sighed helplessly.
Lie down for a while.
I'll get you something to eat. Okay. Qin Shiyu was very obedient. Yun Jiji left the ward, and as she closed the door, she could still see his eyes following her. While she was unconscious, she only heard him say he didn't want her to remarry. That bad man. She went straight to her office. It was still before the clinic opened, so although there were on-duty doctors and nurses, it was very quiet, and everyone was resting their eyes. She entered her office and quickly stepped into the space. Qin Shiyu could only eat some light food. She went to the mall, ordered a medicinal porridge, and arranged for it to be prepared. Worried about suspicion, she still made some aroma to cover the smell. She stayed in the office for about 10 minutes before bringing out the porridge. Dr. Yun, you're making porridge so early. Last night, Lu Xianghua was on duty. He was sleeping soundly until the tempting smell of food woke him up. When he saw Yun Jiji coming out of the office carrying the porridge, he leaned his head to look. The porridge was very thick, made entirely from rice, with a little rice oil floating on top. Just looking at it made him hungry. Smells so good, Lu Xianghua said. This is herbal medicine added to the dish, Yun Jiji said apologetically, looking at Lu Xianghua. But I also cooked century egg and shredded pork congee in my office. You can serve yourself. Hearing this, Lu Xianghua felt a bit embarrassed. Dr. Yun, have you tried it? Yun Jiji shook her head. I'll eat it later. I'll go buy some steamed buns from the cafeteria, and we can eat together then, Lu Xianghua said with a smile. This congee had century eggs, shredded pork, and was cooked with rice. She must have put a lot of effort into it. He was really hungry, especially after working all night, and waking up early was the best time for his stomach to rumble. But Yun Jiji had stayed with Qin Shiyu all night and got up so early to make the porridge, so he definitely wouldn't let it go to waste. There were also many injured patients in the clinic today. The 3 nurses who stayed on duty last night still needed to rest, so just drinking porridge wouldn't be enough. Yun Jiji didn't stop him. She simply nodded.
All right.
Lu Xianghua responded and turned to leave. Thinking of something, he returned to his ward, took out a basket lined with cotton cloth, placed the prepared steamed buns inside, covered them with a cloth to keep warm for a while. Yun Jiji didn't expect Lu Xianghua to be so thoughtful. She didn't look again and hurriedly carried the porridge to find Qin Shiyu. He was injured all over and couldn't get up, so Yun Jiji fed him small bites of the porridge. Wife, have you eaten? Qin Shiyu asked after eating a little, feeling a bit stronger. The porridge is ready. I'll eat after you finish, she replied. Thank you for your hard work, wife, Qin Shiyu said with some guilt. He knew Yun Jiji had been very busy lately, making hemostatic powder for the main hospital, and he was injured at this time. Just rest and take care of yourself, she said. Qin Shiyu didn't dare move recklessly. He knew his injuries were serious. Probably only a few parts of his body were still okay. You have large bruises on your back with the most serious injury on your waist. It's almost pierced by broken wood. You also have scrapes on your legs and body. They have been treated with medicine. Rest well, and don't move around for now. Once your scrapes heal, you can start moving again, Cloud Weaver explained, worried that the man might act recklessly later. Since the injuries are so serious, if you don't rest carefully, more problems could happen. Also, you had some hidden injuries before. While you're recovering now, I've taken care of those too. I knew that Qin Shiyu spent half of his 3-year mission in the hospital recovering from injuries. I've wanted to treat this man properly for a while. Now is a good chance to fix all his wounds, so he won't need medicine later. I'll listen to my wife, Qin Shiyu said obediently. Cloud Weaver glared at him. Does it not hurt? It hurts, Qin Shiyu said, looking wronged. Cloud Weaver felt a bit helpless, but didn't say anything. Instead, she checked him again, gave him a pill to swallow, then fed him some medicine water. She said, rest for a bit. I'll go eat something and then check on the other injured people before coming back.
Okay.
Many people are hurt, but luckily no one died. Rest assured and heal your wounds. Hearing his words, Cloud Weaver guessed what he wanted to ask. She rolled her eyes at him and said sharply. Qin Shiyu felt relieved. As long as no one died, that was the best outcome. Neither of them expected that, because of the heavy rain a few days ago, a large boulder was washed down the mountain. It broke some branches and rolled down together with fallen trees, smashing the house they were building halfway. It was a disaster from the sky. At that moment, Qin Shiyu remembered how Cloud Weaver had been very uneasy that night during the rain. Maybe she sensed something, but she couldn't be sure, plus his comfort. The next morning it was a clear day, so they thought it was just their imagination. That's normal. Neither of them thought such a thing could happen. Rest for a while. I'll go out first, Cloud Weaver said. Okay. When she left Qin Shiyu's room, she saw a table set up in the resting area nearby. When the others saw Cloud Weaver, they hurriedly called out, Dr. Yun, come eat breakfast. When she arrived, she saw several dishes already on the table. Dr. Yun, this is my mom's pickled sour cucumbers. They taste pretty good and go well with rice. This is my own pickled spicy and sour radish, sweet and crunchy. It goes well with porridge. I stir-fried some greens, which also pairs nicely with porridge. Everyone brought out their own prepared dishes because they usually have to work on duty. They kept some at the health clinic. Sometimes in the morning, they buy 2 steamed buns from the cafeteria to go with the pickled cucumbers and radish. It's just right. When Lu Xiangbo returned, he brought back some steamed buns. He called everyone to eat together. They quickly took out their own dishes. Although simple, it was a small gesture of kindness. Let me bring the porridge, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Hearing Yun Jiji, Shaoli hurried to get some bowls and chopsticks. Yun Jiji was worried there wouldn't be enough food, so when she went to serve the porridge, she took out some more from her space. The originally half-full clay pot was now nearly full. She placed the bowls in a wooden basin and then carried them over. Shaoli also brought bowls, and Yun Jiji served each of them a large bowl. Dr. Yun, I can't eat so much. Just give me half a bowl, Shaoli said shyly. The porridge was made from rice, with century eggs and lean meat inside. They only brought some pickled vegetables and radish, so Shaoli felt quite embarrassed. Eat comfortably. You also brought dishes, right? I cooked a lot. If you don't eat it all, it will just be wasted, Yun Jiji reassured them. Yun Jiji felt very lucky to have met such lovely and easygoing colleagues. In the workplace, if you encounter colleagues who cause trouble often, work becomes not only frustrating but also full of obstacles. Except when she first arrived, when everyone thought she was too young and doubted her medical skills. But Yun Jiji thought that was normal. In their view, a good traditional Chinese doctor should be older. After all, experienced traditional Chinese doctors are respected for a reason. However, after she demonstrated her silver needle hemostasis technique, their trust in her increased greatly. When she showed her hemostatic powder, Su Guanghui was cautious, but when Su Cheng'en suggested testing her medicine, he never stopped her and told Su Cheng'en that he would bear all the consequences himself. Because it was his own son. Tang Wan also mentioned that Xiong Lia was difficult to get along with, but after actually interacting with her, she realized that Xiong Lia just seemed cold and aloof on the surface. She was truly happy to have met such lovely colleagues. Because of that, she didn't mind the chaos at all. Moreover, they shared their prepared dishes with everyone.
Wow.
It's so delicious, Shaoli said after taking a bowl and thanking everyone. She only took a sip, but her eyes widened in surprise. The porridge was soft and sticky, with smooth rice grains sliding down her throat. The preserved egg and tender meat added a chewy texture, blending with the rice aroma. Every bite was full of rich, fresh flavor, making her want to keep eating. It was so tasty. Just drinking porridge makes me hungry. I went to the cafeteria and bought some steamed buns, Lu Xiangbo said, surprised at how good the porridge was. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Everyone was now more relaxed, as they had brought food. They thought next time they would bring more delicious dishes, so everyone could share together. Sister-in-law, what delicious food did you make this time? It smells so good, Shen Feng said as he smelled the aroma and saw Yun Jiji through the window, then came outside. In the early morning, the tempting smell was hard to resist. Captain Shen, want to come and have some porridge? Yun Jiji asked. Seeing this, Shaoli quickly put down her bowl and ran to get utensils. Since they all worked at the health clinic, they knew Shinfeng and Qin Shi were very close, and Shinfeng was Dr. Tang's fiancé, so their relationship was very close.
Sure.
Just smelling this aroma, I know it must be her cooking, sister-in-law. Shinfeng had also tasted Yun Jiji's dishes before. Dr. Tang often praised Yun Jiji's cooking skills. She had been to Hot Pot twice, but Shinfeng never went. But when Tang Wan returned, she kept talking about Yun Jiji's cooking in front of him. Shinfeng was really craving it, but had no way to taste the delicious food himself. This is so good. Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are truly amazing. Shinfeng was not shy. He served himself a bowl of porridge and started eating on the side. This pickled cucumber is so flavorful, so tasty. And the pickled radish is also delicious, sweet and sour with a bit of spice, crunchy with every bite. This dish is also well cooked. Yes, the steamed buns are also tasty. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. She wondered why she hadn't noticed before how good Shinfeng was at talking. But seeing Shinfeng like this made her feel more at ease. After being captured earlier, Shinfeng hadn't been in a good state. Now, after a month and a half of rest, he had fully recovered. Everyone praised him, but it was all with a mix of helplessness and amusement. Brother-in-law, how is Lao Qin doing? Are his injuries serious? At this moment, Shinfeng seemed to realize something and looked at Yun Jiji with concern. When Qin Shiyu was carried in yesterday, his condition was really frightening. Shinfeng was very worried. When that Director Gao was shouting outside, he stood at the door for a while. But he didn't see Qin Shiyu's condition directly. It was clear he was badly hurt, and it was a time when he needed rest. So, Shinfeng didn't want to disturb him. Now, he just wanted to relax the atmosphere and was nervously watching Yun Jiji. He has woken up. I fed him some porridge earlier, and he didn't have a fever last night. Overall, he's recovering well. But he has several cuts and bruises, an abdominal wound, and some old injuries from before, so he needs a long rest, Yun Jiji explained. Shinfeng frowned as he listened. He pushed himself too hard earlier, so it's normal to have some old injuries.
He sighed.
Actually, most of them had some degree of hidden injuries, depending on how serious they were. But no one wanted to compare these injuries openly. Once your injuries are fully healed, I will give you some medicine to help heal your hidden injuries, Yun Jiji said. Hearing this, Shinfeng's face scrunched up. Honestly, he's most afraid of taking medicine. If sister-in-law is willing to prescribe medicine for you, that's your good fortune. If you dare not take it, I will force it into you. Tang Wan, who had just come to work, said. The clinic was busy with many patients, and she came early to help out. She also wanted to help and let her colleagues who were on night duty get some rest earlier. But as soon as she arrived, she heard Yun Jiji say Shinfeng still had hidden injuries. In that case, he definitely needed to take medicine. Only by taking good care of his body could he recover fully. He should listen to Yun Jiji, take the medicine properly, and heal all his hidden injuries. Tang Wan is a doctor herself. She knew very well that if the body isn't properly cared for now, it might not feel different, but when they grow old, they might start feeling pain everywhere. So, if there's a chance to improve health when young, it must be taken.
Hey.
Shinfeng chuckled. I'll listen to you. Tang Wan rolled her eyes at him. Jiji, how is Deputy Qin doing?
He's awake.
Yun Jiji nodded. But his injuries are quite serious, so he needs some time to recover. As long as the person wakes up, that's good. When they wake, they can be fed medicine, and they will tell you where they feel uncomfortable. Don't worry too much. Vice Commander Qin is so capable that even the Grim Reaper wouldn't dare take him. Tang wanted to know how to comfort Yun Jiji. Yes. I've been treating him recently, he will be fine, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Seeing Yun Jiji's condition, Tang Wan knew that Qin Shi wouldn't have serious problems. Although Yun Jiji looks young, her medical skills are well known among them. From her state, it's clear that Qin Shiyu's condition isn't too worrying. Wan, have you eaten? Would you like some more? The porridge is enough. Even if Tang Wan eats more alone, it's sufficient. Tang Wan chuckled. Then I won't be polite. The others couldn't help but smile, thinking she was just waiting for them to say that. She quickly took a bowl and was about to eat when a troublesome person arrived at the clinic. "Commander, look at these people. So many injured, yet they're still smiling and chatting. Maybe Vice Commander Qin has already been cured by them." Thinking about the terrible scene from yesterday, Gao Yongqing couldn't understand how these people could still be smiling and eating. He thought these people were unreliable. "Dr. Yun, is this your skill?" Hu Jianjun directly bypassed Gao Yongqing and approached Yun Jiji, staring at the preserved egg and pork porridge in the clay pot. It was obvious it was Yun Jiji's cooking. Who else could make such fragrant porridge besides her? Just smelling the rich aroma, Hu Jianjun felt his breakfast was wasted. "Commander, would you like some more?" Yun Jiji asked. They couldn't finish such a large pot of porridge, but Hu Jianjun was happy to share the load. "That's great." Hu Jianjun immediately smiled, took a bowl from Yun Jiji, filled it himself, and started eating beside her. Gao Yongqing was stunned and didn't react for a long time. What were they doing? "Hu Commander!" Gao Yongqing shouted angrily. Hu Jianjun looked back. He was really annoyed by this person. Yesterday, he sent someone away and thought the matter was over. But who knew this person would come back again? Early in the morning, as he left the family compound, he bumped straight into Gao Yongqing. Or perhaps he was genuinely kind-hearted, seeing so many injured people and wanting to help. But did he really understand what was going on? What was the situation? Everyone said the patient could be treated and that there would be no problems, but this person refused to believe it. He kept talking as if they were joking about people's lives and kept criticizing them unfairly. Hu Jianjun chose not to argue with him. He wanted to keep some dignity for everyone. But if Gao Yongqing kept arguing, Hu Jianjun would have someone throw him out. "Director Gao, would you like to eat some too?" Hu Jianjun asked politely. Gao Yongqing paced back and forth, eager to check on the patient. But every ward had guards and Gao Yongqing couldn't even handle Hu Jianjun. Thinking about how Hu Jianjun had pulled him up yesterday, Gao Yongqing still felt very embarrassed. He was actually taller and stronger than Hu Jianjun. "I've finished eating. I need to check the wards now. You can clean up the table later," Yun Jiji said after finishing her last bite of rice, then looked at the others. "Dr. Yun, go ahead and do your work. We'll clean up later," Little Li immediately agreed. "Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, Yun Jiji prepared to leave. Hu Jianjun quickly asked, "Dr. Yun, how is Qin Xiu doing?" "She's awake now. After checking the wards, I'll go change her medicine. Later, the political commissar can visit her," Yun Jiji replied. Hu Jianjun's face lit up with happiness. "It's good that she's awake. Let her rest well. The most important thing is for her to recover from her injuries." Then Hu Jianjun looked at Shenfeng. "How are you feeling? Are you recovering?" "Almost. As soon as my sister-in-law says I can leave the hospital, I'll go," Shenfeng said immediately. "You can't leave yet. Your injuries aren't fully healed. You need at least a week to rest," Yun Jiji said, without looking up. Shenfeng thought he was already fine, but when he heard Yun Jiji's words, he didn't dare to argue. If he argued, Tang Wenli's sharp gaze would instantly fall on him. He didn't want to say anything more. Gao Yongqing was still a bit stunned. Did they say the patient was awake? Who woke up? He was a little confused and saw a nurse following Yun Jiji, carrying a tray into a ward. Gao Yongqing wanted to go see for himself. At this moment, he also realized that something seemed very different from what he had thought. Their orderly appearance and confident attitude towards patients clearly show they are sure of what they are doing and can manage the patients well. This is just a military hospital. The doctors here are sent from the main hospital. Although they are mostly surgeons, they are not necessarily very skilled in this area. Yet, from their current attitude, it seems they are very confident. How can this be? Hu Jianjun has finished the last bite of porridge in his bowl. After washing the bowl in a nearby basin, he looks at Gao Yongqing. "Director Gao, let's go." Gao Yongqing feels confused and puzzled but follows Hu Jianjun. Hu Jianjun does not take him into the ward but walks outside the room where Yun Jiji is working. She is carefully treating a patient's injuries. The patient only has minor scratches, which just need medication. Yun Jiji is very meticulous, First cleaning the wound with medicine, then applying medicine and bandaging, and carefully asking about the patient's condition. After confirming the patient is fine and giving a few instructions, she moves on to the next room. The next patient has a more serious injury, a broken lower leg with some dislocation. The bone needs to be realigned and then fixed. Yoon Jiji gently touches the patient, uses a silver needle to give an injection, and quickly realigns the bone before fixing it with a splint. If conditions allow, they could consider putting on a cast for faster recovery, but their hospital doesn't have casts available. For now, they just need to stabilize the injury and keep the patient from moving around, which will help recovery. Gao Yongqing is led by Hu Jianjun, watching Yoon Jiji examine and change dressings for each patient. Later, Tang Wen arrives, and she helps Yoon Jiji. They work very smoothly, as if they have done this many times before. Their actions are just repetitions of past experiences. No matter how serious the injuries are, they seem unshaken and never show fear or hesitation. They focus entirely on treating the patients. They all listen to Yoon Jiji and follow her instructions to treat the wounds. Finally, they arrive at Qin Shiyu's ward. Seeing the man yesterday with such weak breath that he seemed about to stop breathing, today his face is mostly pale but very calm, as if nothing happened. It looks like he's mostly recovered. How can this be? Gao Yongqing simply couldn't believe it. How could this happen? The young female doctor named Yoon Jiji looked so young. How could she have such great medical skills? At this moment, Gao Yongqing was completely stunned. Yoon Jiji had already untied the bandage around Qin Shiyu's waist and started cleaning his wound with medicine. Gao Yongqing couldn't stay still anymore. Seeing Hu Jianjun's gaze fixed on Qin Shiyu's injury, he ran straight into the ward. His eyes also fell on the wound at Qin Shiyu's waist. The stitches were very neat, even better than his own work. Director Gao, please don't delay Dr. Yun from changing Vice Regiment Commander Qin's dressing. Hu Jianjun was momentarily distracted and, unexpectedly, ran in directly. Gao Yongqing was surprised to see Yoon Jiji applying medicine. Gao Yongqing was a conflicted person. On one hand, he hoped the health clinic's abilities were not very good. On the other hand, he hoped they could handle it. After all, it was about saving lives. If the man really died, it would be such a pity. Everyone is born and raised by their parents. They sent their children to join the army, knowing soldiers must be ready to sacrifice for the country at any moment. But who really wants their child to die on the battlefield? Seeing Yoon Jiji's impressive medical skills, Gao Yongqing was quite surprised. When he saw Qin Shiyu's wound, he perhaps understood why the health clinic insisted on not sending him to the hospital. Director Gao, please step aside. Yoon Jiji didn't have a good impression of Gao Yongqing. And as a director, given Qin Shiyu's condition yesterday, it was impossible to send him directly to the hospital. His wound kept bleeding, and if they sent him to the hospital, he might have died en route. As a director, couldn't he see the situation clearly? Hu Jianjun saw this and reached out to pull the person out. Director Gao, do you have any other matters? Hu Jianjun looked at Gao Yongqing with a serious face. He had been running around for 2 days straight and hadn't mentioned any issues. This was quite frustrating. Moreover, they had already disturbed their normal work. Political Commissar, where did you find this doctor? Are the hemostatic powder and soft skin ointment she used developed by her? Which medical school did she graduate from? Who is her mentor? Let her come work at our hospital. There's not much potential in the health center, Gao Yongqing quickly said. Her weaving ability is so good. If she goes to their hospital, he can personally guide her and she will gain more recognition. Moreover, she has developed hemostatic powder and soft skin ointment. With such skills, if properly nurtured, she will surely achieve great success in the future. If he becomes her teacher, everyone will remember him when they mention Yoon Jiji. Thinking this way, Gao Yongqing felt even more that he must recruit Yoon Jiji to the military hospital and personally train her. Hu Jianjun heard his question and looked serious. He said, Director Gao, Dr. Yun cannot go to the military hospital. She is the wife of Vice Regiment Qin from our unit and also the main person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory. She is responsible for drug research, and all of this has been reported to the main hospital, which has approved our application. I know you mean well, but some things are Yun's private matters and are not convenient to share. Hu Jianjun has been in the military for so long, calling him a crafty old fox is not an exaggeration. Gao Yongqing's intentions are obvious. He can see right through them. He just admired Yun Jiji's medical skills and developed some thoughts. He is the chief physician at the military hospital, and if Yun Jiji works there, she might be officially under Gao Yongqing's name. He might even claim to be her mentor, and with Yun Jiji's talent and ability, her fame is bound to grow sooner or later. Gao Yongqing really knows how to flatter himself. Once everyone knows Yun Jiji is his student, he could benefit from it and perhaps gain a more prominent reputation in the medical community. She can't fully develop her talents in this small health center. Talented people should work in hospitals to see more patients, not be buried in this tiny place. Gao Yongqing looked unhappy when he was rejected. Hu Jianjun thought, isn't he just wasting everyone's time? Then, Director Gao, you should ask Dr. Yun yourself. If she agrees, you can apply to the main hospital. As soon as they approve, we'll release her, Hu Jianjun said calmly, giving Gao Yongqing a sidelong glance. If you have nothing else, please leave, he added. This is the military, not a place for you to stay long. After speaking, Hu Jianjun looked at Li Jie and said, Li Jie, see Director Gao out. Understood, Commissar, Li Jie replied. Li Jie listened and immediately agreed. He followed and arrived in front of Gao Yongqing, saying, Director Gao, please come this way. I need to wait for Dr. Yun to come out. You can't decide that. I want to ask Dr. Yun personally, Gao Yongqing insisted, unwilling to leave. No matter what, he had to ask Yun Jiji about her wishes. He didn't believe Yun Jiji would want to stay at such a small clinic in the military. If there was a better opportunity elsewhere, who would want to stay here? Li Jie, you stay with Director Gao, Hu Jianjun said confidently. He believed Yun Jiji wouldn't leave the military hospital. After all, her husband was here, and their 2 children were still very young. Plus, the pharmaceutical factory approval had just come through. Although Hu Jianjun hadn't worked with Yun Jiji for long, he could tell she was a very responsible person. She wouldn't abandon her duties at the hospital. Also, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had been living with her since they were young and had never left her side. So, he was sure Yun Jiji wouldn't want to leave her children either. Thinking this way, Hu Jianjun felt very reassured. He had other matters in the military, and with Li Jie watching over Gao Yongqing, he turned and left without lingering. Gao Yongqing snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the ward, watching eagerly. He really wanted to go inside and see, but because of his previous intrusion, the 2 soldiers at the door were now very alert. Their eyes were fixed on him, as if daring him to rush in. If they had guns, they might shoot him on the spot. When Gao Yongqing reached the window, wanting to look inside again, someone had already pulled the curtain shut, blocking his view. Gao Yongqing was about to get furious. He could only sit down with a dark face, waiting for Yun Jiji to come out of the ward. Qin Shiyu was the most seriously injured among this group, so her treatment took longer. Gao Yongqing sat outside, glancing at his watch from time to time. He felt he had been waiting for hours. Finally, he saw the ward door open. When Yun Jiji came out, Gao Yongqing immediately stood up and blocked her path. Dr. Yun, hello. I am Gao Yongqing, the director of surgery at the Provincial Military District Hospital. I have some things I'd like to discuss with you. Do you have time now? He was very polite now, eager to recruit her. If he could persuade her to join him, his career would improve even more. Hello, Director Gao. I am available now. Is there something you need to discuss? She has already taken care of all the injured, so she indeed has free time now. Gao Yongqing took a deep breath and said, Dr. Yun, on behalf of Haisher Provincial Military Hospital, I sincerely invite you to join us. We would be very happy to have you here. What do you think? Everyone, the daily update times are at midnight and 1 a.m. If there's extra content, it will be at 2 a.m. as long as the review process isn't delayed. Sending love. Gao Yongqing looked at Yun Jiji with anticipation, seeming a bit worried, and continued, Comrade Yun, our hospital's monthly salary is 70 yuan. Plus, there are various vouchers, and the hospital will also arrange a company apartment for you. Gao Yongqing thought this offer was very attractive, much better than working at the military district clinic. It all depended on Yun Jiji's choice. Although the military district clinic is good, its conditions are definitely not as good as those in the military hospital, Gao Yongqing said. Young people all want to move up, and he believed Yun Jiji was thinking the same. No one doesn't want to improve their situation. Only at the provincial military hospital could she truly showcase her skills. Moreover, once you join the hospital, I will personally mentor you, and I will ensure you are not bullied or treated unfairly. Gao Yongqing, as a director, thought that since he was offering such good conditions, Yun Jiji would surely see the value and not refuse. With such great benefits, what more could she want? In his opinion, he wouldn't refuse such an offer either. Now, it all depends on what Yun Jiji truly thinks. Yun Jiji looked up at Gao Yongqing and refused. Thank you for your kind offer, Director Gao, but I have no plans to leave my current job at the clinic. I like it here, and I cherish my current work. When Gao Yongqing heard her directly refuse, his face darkened with displeasure. He was quite upset and thought Yun Jiji was ungrateful. Dr. Yun, you should know how many people want to join our provincial military hospital. Working there is a dream for many. I hope you will think carefully rather than reject so hastily. He thought she was being foolish. What's so good about staying at the military district clinic? He spends all his time dealing with these big men, and he can't even get close to other illnesses. If that's the case, there's nothing more to say, and progress seems impossible. I really don't understand what Yun Jiji is thinking. Normal people wouldn't make such foolish mistakes as Yun Jiji did, but she doesn't seem to realize there's anything wrong with her. Yun Jiji frowns and asks, Director Gao, I have thought this through carefully. The health clinic is good, and I value my current job very much. I believe you've already asked our political commissar and gathered some information. Although the provincial military hospital is excellent, everyone has their own goals. I am very satisfied with my current situation. Yun Jiji stops speaking and looks at Li Jie, saying, Comradely, please accompany Director Gao. I need to give medication to the injured and also handle tasks assigned by the main hospital. Okay. Dr. Yun, you go ahead, Li Jie replies. Then he looks at Gao Yongqing and says, Director Gao, please go ahead. Gao Yongqing didn't expect her to refuse so directly. His face turned pale and then flushed, clearly upset by the rejection. He glared at Yun Jiji's back, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Yun Jiji just glanced at him and pouted. She really had nothing to say about such a person. Although Gao Yongqing's offer seemed good, Yun Jiji could tell he had conditions. If she worked at the provincial military hospital, her name would be registered under Gao Yongqing's. New doctors usually work with senior doctors for a while, and she knew this well. Gao Yongqing was just trying to boost his reputation by recognizing her abilities. Mom Yun Jiji had only taken a few steps when she heard Yuan's voice. She stopped and saw the two little ones running over. Gao Yongqing also stopped. When he saw the children run up to Yun Jiji and hug her legs, he understood what was going on. Sometimes, you really can't overestimate women like them. They mostly put family first. No matter how capable they are, what good does it do? Their hearts are probably full of family troubles, and they can't focus on work at the hospital. Women are really troublesome, Gao Yongqing muttered and turned to leave. Yang Linxiang just came in and heard this. Her face darkened. When Gao Yongqing looked at her, she glared at him angrily.
Who cares who he is?
After he said women are trouble, he no longer deserved a good attitude. Gao Yongqing was confused by the glare. When she turned around, Yang Linxiang had already gone to Yun Jiji's side. Jiji, I brought you breakfast. Has you woken up? Would you like to eat something first? Yang Linxiang originally wanted to come earlier, but Tuan and Yuan hadn't woken up yet. No one was at home, and Lu Chuntao next door was also away. If Lu Chuntao had been home, she could have asked her to watch the children, so she could bring the food first. But since Lu Chuntao wasn't there, she didn't dare lock the children inside the house. So she waited until Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan woke up, washed up, ate breakfast, and then hurried to the clinic. Second aunt, we've already eaten, Yun Jiji said. I came too late, Yang Linxiang sighed. Second aunt, you don't need to bring food. I left rice and ingredients at the clinic. When I cooked medicinal porridge for Shiryu this morning, I also cooked my own breakfast. You don't need to bring food anymore. Taking care of Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan already makes us tired enough. We can take care of ourselves here, Yun Jiji quickly explained, reaching out to take the bag with the food box from Yang Linxiang's hand, planning to reheat it at noon before eating. All right, I trust you. Just make sure to take good care of yourself and don't overexert, Yang Linxiang said. After such a big event, Yang Linxiang was really worried. She was also concerned that Yun Jiji might not be able to take good care of herself while caring for the injured. If that happened, she would have to handle everything herself. In short, Yang Linxiang was very anxious. Okay, Mom, Dad. Yuan Yuan tugged Yun Jiji's hand, constantly looking toward the ward where Qin Shiyu was. Yun Jiji understood. She squatted in front of the two children and said, Baby, Dad is injured. It's a bit serious, but he's awake now. Mom can take you to see Dad, but you can't climb onto him or touch his wounds because it will hurt. Just look at Dad from the bed, okay? She had to make it clear to the children. Qin Shiyu looked like that now, covered in wounds all over his body, and needed proper rest. They couldn't touch his injuries easily. Okay. Both children nodded obediently. Yun Jiji then took them to Qin Shiyu's ward. Seeing that he was awake, Yang Linxiang also relaxed. She knew the children must be very worried about Qin Shiyu now. Yang Linxiang didn't say anything else. She quietly stood aside and kept company. Dad, does it hurt? Yuan Yuan looked at her dad with red eyes, looking very upset, as if she might cry at any moment. Tuan Tuan didn't speak but kept frowning tightly. His face looked very unhappy, clearly worried about Qin Shiryu. Seeing the two children like this, Qin Shiryu sighed softly. Dad, it's okay. Don't worry, baby, Qin Shiryu said, sounding a bit strained. With such serious injuries, it's impossible that he's fine. Dad, you rest well. I will take care of Mom and sister, Tuan Tuan suddenly said, usually quiet and not good at showing feelings. His expression was serious, showing that he was also scared because his father was hurt. It was like he had grown up suddenly. Qin Shiryu wanted to reach out and touch the children, but his hand was bandaged and injured. When he tried to lift his hand, Yun Jiji shot him a warning look. Qin Shiryu looked a bit embarrassed, but didn't dare to move again.
Okay then.
Tuan Tuan, thank you for taking care of Mom and sister, Qin Shiryu said, sounding tired. The anesthesia had worn off, and moving slightly caused pain, so he was trying to endure it. Wah. Dad, don't talk anymore, it hurts. Baby is calling for sleep. Yuan Yuan saw her dad struggling to speak and thought Qin Shiryu must be in a lot of pain. Her eyes turned red, and she felt even more sorry for him. She remembered falling and scraping her knee, which made her cry loudly. Seeing her dad with so many injuries now made her very sad. Yuan, be good. Dad will get better after resting for a while. Don't be sad. If you cry, Dad will feel even more pain. Dad's injuries already hurt enough. Do you want Dad to hurt more? Yun Jiji gently comforted her. Hearing her mom's words, Yuan blinked and reached out her little hand to wipe her tears.
Wah.
Baby won't cry. Dad won't be in pain. Qin Shiryu felt warm inside. During those 3 years when he was on a mission and seriously injured, she stayed in the hospital the whole time, lying there alone. Although there are guards and caregivers nearby to take care of him, and occasionally the leaders come to check on his injuries, none of them are his family. Being with family feels completely different from being with others. Now, his own family is right here, watching over him and caring for his injuries, which shows how worried they truly are. Despite the pain, he feels warm inside. The two children are standing nearby, occasionally looking up at Qin Shiyu. When they see he's tired, they quietly stay by his side. Yun Jiji is also making medicine. Seeing Yang Linxiang and the children watching over him, She tells Yang Linxiang something and then goes to handle her own work. She didn't rest well last night and is very tired, but since she has many tasks, she drinks some spiritual spring water to regain her strength and then gets busy in her office again. Fortunately, the injured people's conditions are stable, and the damage to the army's position is beginning to be repaired. With Gu Wenbin and others leading the effort, Qin Shiyu can rest assured and focus on healing. Yun Jiji uses the best medicine for him, so his recovery is faster than others. On the first day, he felt strong pain from his wounds, but by the second day, it was much less. By the fourth day, the scratches on his back had scabbed over completely, and he no longer needed to lie on his side like before. He could lie flat. Every night, Yun Jiji stays at the health clinic, setting up a small bed in his ward and checking on him several times during the night. Qin Shiyu is a soldier, so in the first few days, he slept very deeply every time he lay down. He knew this was because of his condition, otherwise, he would usually sleep with alertness. By the fourth night, his energy and spirit had improved a lot, and he realized Yun Jiji had to get up several times each night, not only to check on him, but also to monitor other injured soldiers. Even though there are others in the clinic, Yun Jiji is busy every day. Besides caring for the injured, she also makes hemostatic powder. She has visibly lost weight, which makes Qin Shiyu feel very distressed. He also feels guilty. He had finally helped her gain some weight, but once again, after getting injured, Yun Jiji has become thinner. Wife, Qin Shiyu calls out softly when Yun Jiji returns after checking the ward. Are you feeling unwell? Yun Jiji asks. Qin Shiyu shakes his head gently. No, I'm not unwell. I just feel sad for you. Yun Jiji was slightly stunned, then simply checked the man. It seemed she thought of something and asked, Do you need to? During the day, there are soldiers on duty, and after she finishes checking them, she is busy with stopping bleeding and other tasks. So, during the day, Qin Shiyu is usually helped by soldiers when he needs to go to the bathroom. But now, the soldiers are not here. If Qin Shiyu wants to, she probably can't help him get off the bed. Thinking of this, Yun Jiji immediately said, Hold on a moment, I'll get you a bedpan. It is quite convenient for men to take care of such needs. She took off his pants and placed him in the bedpan, which was enough to solve the problem. Sometimes, she even envied how easy it was for men. Before Qin Shiyu could react, Yun Jiji had already turned and run out, not giving him any chance to explain. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word for a while. Yun Jiji hurried back with the bedpan, asking, Can you move your hand? Take off your pants? Then she seemed to think of something else. No, your hand is still injured. Let me help you take them off. Yun Jiji thought that since men's bodies are similar, and they even have a child together, it shouldn't be a big deal to check. Plus, with this dim oil lamp, it probably wasn't very clear anyway.
Honey, I didn't.
No need to be shy. I'm a doctor. I've seen everything. Yun Jiji felt he was shy and reached out to carefully pull down his pants. Qin Shiyu looked utterly hopeless. How could his wife be so bold? He hadn't realized she had such a bold side before. After removing his pants, Yun Jiji glanced and couldn't help but exclaim. While realizing she looked like a pervert, her face suddenly turned bright red. She quickly looked away and pushed the bedpan forward, saying, You can do it yourself. Kids, please give a little free flour. Heart's Qin Shiyu felt that there was no moment more tormenting than this. This little woman really had no self-awareness at all. Does she even know what she's doing?
And here she is.
Even if he really needed to, how could he do it with his injury? Yun Jiji stood aside, full of admiration for the grandeur just now. She is a doctor, and in this era, she might not have seen many such scenes, but in her previous life, she had seen plenty. So, Qin Shiyu must be number one. No wonder he was so vigorous that night. Quick, urinate. Yun Jiji urged impatiently when she saw he hadn't moved for a while. Honey, maybe you should go out first? Qin Shiyu said helplessly. Seeing this, Yun Jiji replied, All right then. She quickly handed him and stepped out of the room. Honestly, she was quite shy too. Although in a doctor's eyes it's all the same, but he is her husband, so it feels a bit different. She waited outside for a while, making sure he was done, then went back inside. Honey, seeing Yunjiji come to take the Qin still felt shy. It's okay, she said, then took the out to empty and wash it before returning to the room. When she went to fetch water to wash Qin hands, his hot gaze stayed on her face. After a moment, he finally spoke. Honey, what's up? Yunjiji looked at Qin with some confusion. Qin took a deep breath and said, Honey, you need to take responsibility for me. When she heard this, Yunjiji paused her actions and looked at him strangely. But he blushed and said, You saw everything. Yunjiji. She didn't believe there was no one else who saw him. When you were hospitalized with your injury, didn't other doctors see you? Are you planning to let them take responsibility? Yunjiji put down the towel, crossed her arms, and looked at him with a half-smile, wanting to see how Qin would respond.
They didn't see,
Qin said seriously. How can you be sure? Didn't you say you had a gunshot wound on your chest, and your back was cut? How can you be sure they didn't see anything during the time you were recovering? I was shot in the chest and had a cut on my back. Why would they need to take off my pants? Qin replied earnestly. Her lips twitched, and she suddenly felt like teasing him. After all, this man was injured now and couldn't move much, so she could do whatever she wanted later. Yunjiji was quite eager to see what he was really thinking. So, how do you want me to take responsibility? She sat by the bed, leaning forward slightly, supporting her chin with a bright smile as she looked at the man. Qin didn't expect her to suddenly come closer. The woman carried a faint herbal scent. They had been sharing the bed for several days. Qin was very familiar with her scent and also missed the days when he could sleep holding his wife. When she suddenly leaned in, Qin heart tightened and he looked at Yunjiji with increasing nervousness. She was too close. He really wanted to hug her, but he was afraid of scaring her. Seeing the man's face turn red, Yunjiji found it a bit funny. Because of her injury, Qin was only wearing a loose hospital gown. Her hand slipped under the blanket, and her cool fingertips touched his chest.
They slowly moved down along his chest. Wife.
The man's voice was hoarse, and a spark seemed to ignite at her fingertips. His gaze fixed on her face. The oil lamp's light was limited and flickered now and then. She was smiling, but her expression flickered between bright and dim. A teasing smile played on her lips, clearly on purpose. She responded, elongating the tone at the end. Don't mess around, the man said hoarsely. He didn't think he had much control over himself in front of her. She was too bold. Did she realize that teasing him like this would make him lose control? I'm not messing around. She blinked her bright eyes innocently, looking at the man.
Wife.
Seeing her hands moving without stopping, Qin suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. She was slightly startled, her big eyes wide open. Who told you to move around randomly? His hand still bore a wound. Did he even realize that? He wasn't afraid it might involve his injury. The man's eyes turned red as he looked at Yunjiji, grinding his teeth. Wife, you're playing with fire, do you know that? It was as if he was on fire himself. If she kept acting like this, he wasn't sure what he might do next. He never thought he had much patience. When they shared a bed before, he had used all his willpower to avoid doing anything disrespectful. But her deliberate teasing, Qin didn't think he could hold back. He was injured, but not immobile. Yunjiji's gaze instinctively flicked downward, then quickly withdrew. She was anxious to pull her hand back, but was tightly held by the man. She knew she had really gone too far this time. I didn't mean to. Please stay calm and don't be impulsive. Qin sighed helplessly and closed his eyes, saying, When I recover, I will deal with you. Yunjiji didn't dare to answer and turned away, feeling shy to look again. She really was reckless tonight, thinking Qin was injured and powerless. But in fact, a strong man is always strong, no matter when. Come here, Qin said. She turned back, eyes fixed straight ahead, not daring to look at anything she shouldn't. What are you doing? Come closer, he said. Yunjiji did move closer, clearly feeling guilty. Lean your head closer.
I want to tell you something, he said.
Hearing his words, she was confused but still moved a little closer. She looked up and met his gaze. He, with his uninjured hand, gently held her neck. Just as she was puzzled, he used a little more force, and their foreheads touched. His lips softened, and he kissed her. She blinked repeatedly, and his thoughts seemed focused entirely on this kiss. Seeing she didn't resist, his courage grew. His tongue gently traced her lips like a feather brushing over them, and when she showed no objection, he deepened the kiss. His kiss was gentle but also carried a hint of dominance, as if he wanted to convey all his feelings through this kiss. She was momentarily stunned, her hands unconsciously clutching the blanket. Under his lead, she naturally responded to his kiss. When she responded, Qin Shiyu felt a surge of happiness. The kiss grew more intense, as if he wanted to melt her into his bones and blood. Their figures intertwined under the dim yellow oil lamp, and after a long while, he reluctantly released her, voice hoarse. "Sweetheart, do you already have some feelings for me?" Qin Shi looked at Yun Jiji seriously, his eyes full of expectation. She really wanted to know if it was truly as she thought. In their recent interactions, she could feel that he was no longer as resistant as before towards their closeness and their relationship. And just now, in that kiss, she clearly responded to him. "I admit, during this time together, you have been very outstanding. Whether in caring for family and children or in work, you are responsible and dedicated. I will also face our relationship honestly. Since I have no plans to divorce, I will try to accept you." Yun Jiji looked at the man and didn't hide her feelings, as their relationship was indeed changing. She could also feel her heart beating faster for him. Husband. Qin Shiyu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yun Jiji. If he weren't injured, he would have already stood up and hugged her tightly. He longed to hold her close and feel her warmth. Right now, he was a bit frustrated, wishing his injury would heal sooner. Yun Jiji watched the man and felt a little helpless inside. "What are you doing?" She sat on the edge of the bed, feeling a bit awkward and tilting her head, not daring to look directly at him. Qin Shiyu's hand rested on hers, looking a bit silly and innocent. She didn't pull her hand away and let him hold it. Qin Shiyu was in a very good mood, as if his injury didn't hurt at all. He stared at Yun Jiji intently, as if he wanted to remember her face forever. Seeing him like this, Yun Jiji felt a little uncomfortable.
"Don't stare at me like that," she said.
"My wife is so pretty. I can't get enough of looking at you." Yun Jiji rolled her eyes and said annoyed, "You should rest well. I need to go and do some work." "Husband, don't tire yourself out. There are many doctors at the clinic who can change dressings and check on patients. You shouldn't push yourself too hard," Qin Shiyu said with concern. Over the past few days, she had visibly lost weight, and the little bit of flesh she had managed to gain was now gone. How could he not feel distressed? "The rest of the work will be handled by other doctors, but I need to prepare the hemostatic powder and deliver it to the main hospital as soon as possible," Yun Jiji explained. "I wish I wasn't injured," Qin Shiyu sighed. Seeing the guilt in his eyes, she felt a bit helpless. She leaned down and kissed his forehead. "No one can predict the future, and no one knows what will happen next. As long as you're alive, that's the greatest luck. Don't worry too much. Rest well and recover quickly. That's the most important thing." Qin Shiyu looked at the serious little woman and felt that he was the luckiest man in the world to marry such a kind and capable wife. "Okay," he said, and truly did not move anymore, lying quietly and obediently. Yun Jiji went to give him a bottle of hot water. After secretly adding some spiritual spring water into it, she placed it on the ground beside the bed. She said, "If you get thirsty later and want some water, remember to call someone. I will tell Comrade Wang to stay here and watch over you." Comrade Wang is the soldier responsible for taking care of Qin Shiyu recently. Her full name is Wang Taisheng. When she was in the hospital ward, he usually didn't come in, allowing the couple to be alone. When she had things to do, Wang Taisheng would stay in the ward to watch over Qin Shiyu. Because he was seriously injured, many things were inconvenient for him, so the soldier had to help. Qin Shiyu responded, "Okay. Go ahead and do your work. After confirming she hadn't forgotten anything, Yun Jiji left to talk to Wang Taixing and also informed Su Guanghui of her whereabouts. Then she went to the special pharmacy room arranged for her by the military. Making a hemostatic powder requires grinding the medicinal herbs into powder first, then mixing them in proportion. Currently, these herbs had only been sliced into pieces and strips. She could directly put them into her space to grind into powder and then take them out, but that would be too fast. So Yun Jiji could only make a limited amount each day, and then process some herbs and make yuan pills inside her space. When Qin Shiyu was injured, she had already finished giving him the yuan pills she made at that time. Since she still had free time while making the hemostatic powder, she decided to stay longer in her space to make other medicines to avoid suspicion. She divided her time between making the hemostatic powder and preparing other medicines. She also made some other pills such as scar removal ointment, yuan pills, and soft skin cream. Seeing so many herbs, Yun Jiji felt satisfied. With fewer pills in her space, she felt insecure, worried about encountering emergencies again. At noon, Li Jie brought her lunch. For the first time, Yun Jiji tasted what Tang Wan and others had said. The food from the cafeteria was hard to swallow. Indeed, it was very unappetizing. How did they manage to survive all these years? Qin Shiyu was a good cook after all. Wasn't he originally in the kitchen squad? But thinking about it carefully, now with limited supplies, just adding a little salt to the dishes was good enough. No need to expect more. After this busy period, she planned to go to the seaside. If she could bring back some oysters, she could make oyster sauce for them. Usually, adding oyster sauce to dishes could enhance the flavor so the food wouldn't be so hard to eat. She directly threw the meal from the cafeteria into the space, washed the empty aluminum lunchbox, and placed it on the windowsill nearby. Later, Li Jie would come to collect it. After entering the medicine room, she didn't busy herself, but slipped into the space. She took a walk around the mall and finally ordered a spicy soup for herself, enjoying a hearty meal. As for Qin Shiyu, she had already prepared his lunch in the morning. Since he could only drink some broth now, she also prepared a medicinal porridge, changing the flavors every day so he wouldn't get tired of it. In the afternoon, she stayed in the pharmacy for another half day and made 100 packets of hemostatic powder before leaving the room. Dr. Yun. Just after leaving the pharmacy, Yun Jiji saw Hu Jianjun, which surprised her a little. "Commissaire, why are you here?" Seeing her tired look, Hu Jianjun felt a bit sorry for her. Not only did he need to take care of the injured Qin Shiyu, but he also spent the whole day busy making medicine in the pharmacy. "Above asked me to check how many packets of hemostatic powder we have," Hu Jianjun said awkwardly. He only came here because he was suddenly asked to do so. "There's already 678 packets. Should we send them early?" Yun Jiji asked. Hu Jianjun didn't expect her to have made so many under such circumstances. He felt even more distressed and quickly said, "Send 400 first. It's urgent from above." "Not all of them?" Yun Jiji asked. Hu Jianjun suddenly smiled like a sly fox. "If we give them all, they'll think making this hemostatic powder is easy. Only by letting them see how difficult it is to make the hemostatic powder can they understand its value." Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. Actually, if they had machines, they could produce thousands of packets a day. If she didn't worry about space exposure, she could make 2,000 packets in a day. "Follow your plan," she said without interfering. Originally, the communication with the main hospital was handled by them, so she didn't need to bother. "Should I ask Li Jie to help you get the hemostatic powder?" "Okay." The powder wasn't stored with the herbs, so it didn't matter.
Go back early and rest.
The hospital has doctors like Tang Wan and others on duty, and someone is always there. You should go home and rest well. The kids are probably worried seeing you away all the time, Hu Jianjun said. During the Qin period, you recovered quite well, but he still needed some time to rest and recover. However, Yun Jiji couldn't stay at the clinic every day because she had 2 children at home. "I plan to go back tonight, but I need to stop by the clinic first." Even when going home, Yun Jiji wanted to tell Qin Shiyu, so he wouldn't worry. "Okay." Hu Jianjun also needed to arrange for someone to deliver the hemostatic powder to the main hospital so he didn't stay long and left directly after turning around with the medicine. Yun Jiji only took a quick glance, locked the pharmacy door, and then headed toward the clinic. She went straight to Qin Shiyu's ward. He had been lying in bed all day and was very bored. When he saw Yun Jiji coming, his eyes lit up, and he happily called out, "Wife, you're here." Yun Jiji sat down beside the bed. "How do you feel today?" "Much better. As long as I don't move around or pull at the wound." Qin Shiyu knew she checked his pulse every day to monitor his recovery. He usually answered obediently, so she could better judge his condition. After checking Qin Shiyu's wound, Yun Jiji saw it was healing well. She relaxed and said, "The wound is healing nicely. You can get out of bed and move a little, but be careful. Avoid big movements so you don't tear the wound again." "Okay," Qin Shiyu agreed. Seeing Yun Jiji so tired these days, Qin Shiyu wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If he tore the wound again, she would have to suffer more. He felt very sorry to see her getting thinner and didn't want to get hurt himself. "I'll bring you food later. It's been a few days since I went home, so Yuan won't worry. Is it okay for you to stay alone at the clinic tonight?" Yun Jiji asked. His injuries meant he shouldn't be alone. "Older sister-in-law, I'll stay here tonight with Vice Captain," Wang Taixing said from the door, standing guard. "I can do that," Qin Shiyu nodded. He also wanted Yun Jiji to rest well. If she stayed at the clinic, she might wake up several times during the night. If she went home, she could rest more peacefully for a while. "Okay," Yun Jiji nodded. "I'll go back first and bring you food later." "Good." Yun Jiji tidied up a bit and then left the clinic. Considering recent days, Qin Shiyu has been drinking porridge. In the evening, she will prepare something else, which is also good for her health. Thinking this way, Yun Jiji understood her situation. After leaving the clinic, she didn't go straight home but turned around and went into the mountains. When she came out, she was carrying a black fish and some vegetables. Then she headed toward the residential area. Everyone saw Yun Jiji return after several days and couldn't help but feel concerned, especially about Qin Shiyu's condition. They learned she was injured, but as long as she rested well for a few days, she would be fine. Some people sighed in relief, thinking that if Qin Shiyu had an accident, her position might be vacant, and perhaps their husband would have a chance. After all, Qin Shiyu hadn't returned for many days, and Yun Jiji also hadn't come back. Although they didn't know how dangerous things had been at the time, they felt sure it wasn't good. Naturally, they assumed Qin Shiyu was badly hurt, maybe even close to death. Now that Yun Jiji was back and looked relaxed, some guessed they might have been overthinking. Yun Jiji noticed their expressions and felt a bit speechless. She simply went home. Lu Chuntao saw her return and asked with concern. After confirming Qin Shiyu was okay, Lu Chuntao finally relaxed. They had planned to visit the clinic in the past few days to check on Qin Shiyu, since she was injured. They were neighbors, and her husband was a colleague in the army, so they couldn't just ignore her. However, Wang Cheng had said Qin Shiyu's injury was serious, and the leaders didn't want them to disturb her rest, so they didn't go. Seeing Yun Jiji hadn't returned for days, Lu Chuntao felt uneasy, worried that Qin Shiyu might be badly hurt. But now, seeing her condition, they realized they had worried too much. "Chuntao, I'll head back first. I still need to cook and take some food to Shiyu," Yun Jiji said. "Hurry back, you're busy," Lu Chuntao replied. Yun Jiji nodded and then turned to walk inside. Lu Chuntao sighed softly. Yun Jiji must have been very tired these days. She had finally gained some weight, but after so much hardship, she looked visibly thinner. Thinking about Wang Cheng's injury during his mission, Lu Chuntao also worried and lost her appetite. Seeing Yun Jiji like this made her feel even more sympathetic. She was mainly concerned about Wang Cheng and the children, while Yun Jiji had to take care of many patients at the clinic. Recently, she was even making medicine for the main hospital. One person doing the work of many, which was truly heartbreaking to see. However, they couldn't help with these things, or else Lu Chuntao would also want to help with some tasks. Yun Jiji returned, and Tuan Tuan and Yuan were naturally happy, but when they saw that Qin Shiyu was not there, their little mouths pouted. When Yun Jiji learned that Qin Shiyu was much better and would return home soon, the little ones became happy again. Yang Linxiang had already prepared dinner, but when she saw Yun Jiji come back, she was thinking about whether to make something else. She then saw Yun Jiji carrying vegetables into the kitchen. "Jiji, you should rest first. I'll finish packing these vegetables and call you later," she said, worried about how thin Yun Jiji looked. "Second auntie, thank you for your hard work." Yang Linxiang scolded her gently, took the fish from her hand, and said, "Go rest. I'll call you when everything is ready." Yun Jiji was indeed tired and wanted to spend more time with the children. Over the past few days, the two little ones had been with Yang Linxiang, but since their parents weren't around, they felt sad. Although Yun Jiji was caring for her father at the health clinic, she still missed her mother very much. "Mommy, rest well," Yuan said as she moved a small stool to sit beside Yun Jiji, pressing her little face against her mom's arm. Just being close to her mom made her very happy. Yun Jiji reached out and hugged the two children, saying, "Baby, Dad's injury is much better now. From now on, I will come home every day to stay with you." Hearing Yun Jiji's words, the children were naturally happy. Although Auntie was also very nice, they still missed their parents more. "Does Dad hurt?" the little one asked curiously. Yun Jiji gently rubbed her head and said, "Dad's injury is much better, but it still hurts a little. But in a few days, he can come home. When that happens, I'll take you to see Dad, okay?" "Okay. Okay." Tuan and Yuan obediently agreed. Seeing this, Yun Jiji hugged them again, giving kisses and cuddles. They stayed like that for a while until Yang Linxiang finished preparing the ingredients and called her. Yun Jiji then rubbed their heads and said, "Play for a while. I'll go cook fish soup and take it to Dad later." Okay, the two little ones responded obediently. Yun Jiji was a bit surprised that Tuan responded when never asked today. She guessed it was because she hadn't seen them for several days, so they missed her very much too. Thinking this way, Yun Jiji's mood improved a lot. However, she didn't plan to use this method to make Tuan talk more. His personality was more like Qin Shiyu's. Qin Shiyu also spoke very little, probably only now does he talk a bit more. Tuan has no psychological problems, he just doesn't like to talk. After some time getting to know him, Yun Jiji could tell that Tuan's personality was the main reason. Yang Linxiang watched the two children, while Yun Jiji turned and went into the kitchen. The fish soup is rich in high-quality protein, which is very important for healing wounds and helping the body repair and regenerate. Now, drinking more fish soup is definitely good for Qin Shiyu's health. The yam in the fish soup can help reduce inflammation, so drinking more is definitely beneficial. She also added a little spiritual spring water, which helps maximize the benefits of all the ingredients. She prepared 2 dinners, one for Qin Shiyu and another for Wang Taixing. Tonight, he has to stay up all night to watch over Qin Shiyu and can't rest properly. Although caring for Qin Shiyu was a task assigned by the army, Wang Taixing was very attentive. If a meal could earn his full dedication, it was worth it. Everyone has their own motives, and Yun Jiji was no exception. She secretly hoped Wang Taixing would pay more attention. "Second aunt, you can take Tuan and Yuan to eat first. I'll deliver the food to the clinic." After giving this instruction, Yun Jiji carried the food box and headed to the clinic. With Wang Taixing there, she didn't stay to wait. Qin Shi looked at the milky white fish soup in his bowl and watched Yun Jiji's back as she left. Except for the first 2 days when his wound hadn't healed and Yun Jiji fed him, he had mostly recovered and could now eat by himself. Wang Taixing helped him up, placing a pillow behind him. When he took a sip of fish soup, Qin Shiyu felt extremely satisfied. His body felt warm all over, a feeling that had been quite noticeable in recent days. It was as if a warm current was passing through his limbs, slowly healing his internal injuries. At first, Qin Shiyu didn't think much about it. He believed it was because Yun Jiji added some medicine to the porridge to help his injury. But as it happened more often, and the feeling became more frequent even when he just drank hot water, he started to notice something was unusual. He wondered what exactly had been added to the food. This time, his wound healed much faster than usual. Although the injury wasn't large, it was deep. As Yunjiji said, as long as he didn't make big movements or pull at the wound, he felt no pain. This was probably the most comfortable recovery he had experienced since joining the army, despite multiple injuries. Thinking about Yunjiji's ability to control plants, Qin Shiyu felt that any secrets she might have were perfectly normal. Vice Squad Leader, Dr. Yun's cooking is really delicious. Wang Taixing said, his first time eating Yunjiji's food. He almost cried from how good it was. It was 10,000 times better than his mother's cooking. Her cooking skills are indeed very good. Qin Shiyu said proudly. When I get married in the future, I also want to marry a wife who can cook like that, Wang Taixing said longingly. Qin Shiyu gave him a faint look and asked, why don't you learn to cook well yourself so you can cook for your future wife? Wang Taixing was stunned for a while and didn't respond immediately. Shouldn't it be women who take care of the house? Men should be out working hard, he thought subconsciously. A family is made up of a wife and husband. If everything depends on your wife, don't you think she would be unhappy? Over time, disagreements between spouses are inevitable. In this world, nothing is taken for granted. Maybe your military duties are very busy, but is it really easy to keep the house clean? Giving and receiving should be mutual. You can't expect only your wife to do everything. Sure, you might get by this way, but can you really avoid complaints? It was the first time Wang Taixing heard Qin Shiyu speak so much. He was surprised but also reflected on what Qin Shiyu said. His parents had always told him that men shouldn't handle household chores. In their family, everything was done by his mother. When his father wasn't working, he would walk around the village with a cigarette in hand. His mother was busy all day, but he never helped. This was the first time someone had told him these things. Vice Squad Leader, do you help out at home? Yes. We're all human, and everyone gets tired sometimes. Vice Squad Leader, can you cook too? Wang Taixing asked again. Yes, I can. When I first joined the army, I spent about half a year in the kitchen squad. Wang Taixing was truly learning about these things for the first time. When he heard Qin Shiyu had worked in the kitchen, he thought about Yunjiji's cooking and couldn't help but ask, Vice Regiment, is your cooking delicious? Honestly, the food in the cafeteria isn't very good now. Not as good as your sister-in-law's. When he heard this, Wang Taixing agreed. He remembered how delicious her dishes tasted. Since the cafeteria food wasn't tasty, he thought Qin Shiyu's cooking probably wasn't much better. However, Wang Taixing listened carefully to Qin Shiyu's words. It seemed that if more family members helped out, life would be easier for everyone. After thinking seriously about Qin Shiyu's advice, he said sincerely, Vice Regiment, you're amazing. I trust you. When I get married, I will also help share the housework. Some things Wang Taixing didn't understand. But recently, when he took care of Qin Shiyu, he could see that their relationship was very good. He was truly jealous of their love. At least, he hadn't seen such a strong bond between his own parents. Now, after hearing Qin Shiyu speak, Wang Taixing thought maybe it was because they both contributed to the family. That's why their relationship was so good and enviable. So, he believed that listening to Qin Shiyu was the right choice. After half a month of rest, Qin Shiyu's condition had improved a lot. He no longer lay in bed all day like before and could go outside to enjoy the sunshine on nice days. Sometimes, he even helped Yunjiji with drying herbs. Yunjiji cooked delicious meals every day to nourish him, and Qin Shiyu looked healthier and rounder than before. Everyone was very happy to see this. The main reason was that the aroma from Qin Shiyu's ward drifted out every day, making people feel dizzy from the smell. But these were medicinal dishes made specifically for Qin Shiyu's health. They wanted to taste some, but couldn't get close. Some brave people had tried to sneak a bite before, but after eating, they started nosebleeding. The bleeding wouldn't stop, which scared everyone a lot. Later, Yunjiji was called in to give him a few acupuncture treatments, which stopped the bleeding and helped him recover after taking some medicine. Everyone was worried he might bleed to death. After that, no one dared to be reckless or try to sneak Qin Shiyu's food again. Wife, when can I leave the hospital? Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji eagerly. His body was recovering well, and he could actually go home to rest. I'll check you first. If everything is fine, you can go home, Yunjiji said. She had planned to finish the checkup quickly so he could leave directly, but she didn't expect Qin Shiyu to start feeling anxious. Let's go for the checkup. Seeing his impatient look, Yunjiji's lips twitched, but she understood he really wanted to go home. Recently, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had been coming to keep him company for a while, often sitting there for 10 minutes or more. But children can't really sit still for long, and spending 10 minutes with Qin Shiyu was already a lot for them. Okay. After this period of treatment and rest, Qin Shiyu had recovered very well. From now on, it seemed his internal injuries had healed as much as possible. She knew this was because she had prepared medicinal meals suited to his condition, using spiritual spring water in the meals and in his drinking water. This gave his body better care, so he recovered faster than usual. Wife, how is it? Qin Shiyu asked nervously. She had been silent, which confused him. He wondered what was going on. Was his recovery good? Or was he not fully healed and still needed to stay in the clinic? You're fully recovered. You can go home, she said. His eyes lit up with hope, and those words sounded like music to him. That's great. Seeing his happiness, Yunjiji couldn't help but smile and laugh. Wait here for a moment. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan said they want to come pick you up when you leave the hospital. I'll go get them, she said. Qin Shiyu nodded quickly. Okay, wife. As long as he could leave the hospital, Yunjiji's words didn't matter. He agreed happily. Yunjiji rolled her eyes at him in good humor and then turned to leave. Wang Taixing, hearing he could leave, hurried in to help pack up. Yunjiji returned home with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Seeing Wang Taixing had already tidied everything, and after Yunjiji got the discharge papers, she thanked him properly. The family of four then headed home together. Mom, can Dad hold the baby? Yuan Yuan asked excitedly. It had been a long time since Dad last held the baby, and she was looking forward to it. In the children's understanding, Dad can come home now, which means everything is okay.
Not yet.
Dad can come home, but his injuries still need some time to heal. The baby and Gurga can't climb on Dad for now, understood? Yunjiji was also worried that the two little ones might get hurt if they weren't careful and might jump into their dad's arms. Tuan Tuan was quite reassuring, but Yuan Yuan still made people uneasy. In her excitement, she rushed straight into Qin Shiyu's arms. Oh, Yuan Yuan felt a little disappointed, but she still obediently agreed. Yunjiji reached out and gently rubbed her head. When Dad gets better, he can hold Yuan Yuan every day. Even if he can't carry her around, he can still hold her gently. Seeing the little one's sad face, Qin Shiyu felt a bit sorry. He bent down and hugged both children into his arms, kissed their foreheads, and said seriously, "Sorry, babies, for making you worry about Dad." Qin Shiyu really felt guilty about this. He realized he shouldn't keep risking his life like he did before. He needs to think more about his family waiting at home. If he gets hurt again, they will worry and feel sad, and they will have to take care of him all the time. Although Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are still small, they have been very quiet and well-behaved when they visited the clinic recently. They didn't make trouble or play around. Even though they are young, they understand a lot. The two little ones were obedient in his arms, not daring to move around, but from their expressions, it was clear they were very happy at this moment. Yunjiji didn't disturb them and just watched quietly. Only after the father and sons finished their warm moment did the family of four head toward the residential area.
Wow.
Deputy Qin has returned. Are you feeling better? Much better now. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your concern. On the way back, Qin Shiyu received many cares from others, and he sincerely thanked everyone. Everyone thought that today, Qin Shiyu was really the most approachable. Finally back, Yang Linxiang saw their return and felt much more relieved. She had been worried during this time. Second aunt, thank you for worrying about me. As long as you're safe and sound, coming back healthy is the most important thing. Yang Linxiang looked at him now, feeling relieved after her worries. Come inside quickly. I have already prepared hot water with mugwort to help you relax and remove bad luck. After a while, you can wash yourself. This is a traditional method from our village. When Yun Jiji came back to pick up the children, Yang Linxiang learned he was able to leave the hospital, so she went to prepare the water. She had already prepared mugwort leaves earlier, waiting for Qin Shiyu to be discharged, so she could make him some mugwort water to clear away bad luck. Okay, Qin Shiyu replied. What are you doing? Yun Jiji's face darkened when she saw Qin Shiyu go to the kitchen. Qin Shiyu was slightly surprised and said, I'm going to fetch water. Your injury just healed. Why fetch water now? Rest here. I'll go get it for you, Yang Linxiang said impatiently, giving Qin Shiyu a stern look. She knew he was worried about them, but she also didn't want to think about her current situation. All right, I'll listen to you. Yang Linxiang went to fetch hot water for him to use in the bathroom. Yun Jiji entered the room with clean clothes and said, Be careful not to touch the wound. If you can't reach the back, I'll help you clean it. Okay, Qin Shiyu answered honestly. He was really looking forward to Yun Jiji helping him wash his back. During this time, she had been the one taking care of his wounds and she had seen everything that needed to be seen, but it still felt a bit different when she offered to help. I'll call you later. Yun Jiji thought about his expectant look and, recalling his back injury, didn't say anything more.
Got it, he replied.
Seeing her husband's hopeful expression, Yun Jiji's lips twitched, but she didn't mention his injury on the waist. Yang Linxiang watched their interaction and secretly smiled. It was clear that their relationship had improved a lot recently, even more than when they first returned from Yunhe village. She felt very happy about this. Recently, Qin Shiyu had only been wiping himself casually. Although he kept himself dry every day, he felt that his washing wasn't thorough enough. Now, he was washing himself again, but he didn't dare use too much force. He couldn't reach his back properly, and with his waist injury, he didn't dare move too much. Sweetheart, Qin Shiyu finished washing and put on his pants before speaking. Sometimes he wanted to tease his wife, but given his current condition, he knew it would only make himself more uncomfortable. When Yun Jiji heard the sound, she took a deep breath and then stood up to go inside. Seeing Qin Shiyu obediently put on his pants made her feel more at ease. The hot water was still a bit too hot. Qin Shiyu wrung out a towel and handed it to her. Wife, it's a bit hot.
Got it.
The scratches on his back have fully healed and scabbed over. When I wiped with a towel, quite a few scabs fell off. Just looking at it, the towel is covered with fallen scabs. Seeing his injuries heal really eased my mind. As long as he doesn't do anything reckless, they won't open again. All right, it's cold outside. Hurry up and put on your clothes, Yun Jiji said after putting the towel back in the water. Qin Shiyu didn't move. When she tried to leave, he reached out and pulled her back. Yun Jiji plopped down onto his lap. She was really startled and said annoyed, Are you trying to die? Don't you know you're hurt? Wife, I'm not hurt on my leg, Qin Shiyu said carefully, so he wouldn't accidentally touch his injuries. She glared at him and checked his wounds. After making sure he was fine, she felt a bit relieved. What are you doing? She asked irritably. Want to hug you? He replied. Yun Jiji. The man started acting playful again, but she didn't dare to struggle hard. She just let him hold her, and looking at him, her eyes showed a bit of helplessness. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu leaned in and kissed her lips once, then quickly pulled away. Yun Jiji was startled and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, glaring at him. What are you doing? Just kissing my wife. His voice was very low. Since they were in the bathroom during the day, he was worried someone might hear. Stop messing around. I'm just wiping your back. Can't you do it faster? Let me go,
she said.
Wiping a back doesn't take long. If they stay inside too long, people might start to suspect something. She was also curious about what they were doing inside. Even at night, that's fine, but in broad daylight? Then when night comes, can I kiss you openly? She glared at him. Ever since he realized she wasn't so resistant to their relationship, he'd become bolder. If he weren't injured, he'd want to stay close to her every day.
Dream on.
Then we won't go out, Qin Shiyu said stubbornly. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. She never expected this man to be so shameless. She took a deep breath and said, Let's talk about it tonight. For now, let go of me. When she relaxed her grip, The man took a step closer and softly whispered in her ear, deliberately lowering his voice so that her body trembled slightly.
So,
Then When Yun Jiji came out of the bathroom, her eyes darted around nervously, afraid of running into Yang Linxiang and the others. However, Qin Shiyu appeared from the bathroom looking refreshed and very satisfied. Yun Jiji couldn't help but curse softly that man. "Mom, your lips are so red," Yuan said, making her face turn bright red. She turned around and glared at Qin Shiyu with annoyance. "I still need to go back to the pharmacy. You stay home and behave." "Listen to your wife," Qin Shiyu replied, sounding very obedient. At this moment, Qin Shiyu was especially well-behaved. Yang Linxiang, being experienced, could tell what had just happened in the bathroom from their expressions. Her smile couldn't be hidden, and she felt genuinely happy for them. As long as the couple was happy, Yang Linxiang felt at ease. After kissing her two children, Yun Jiji quickly left the house. "Shiyu, Tuan, and Yuan are playing here. Watch over them for me." "I'll go wash the clothes," Yang Linxiang said as she stood up. "Thank you, Auntie," Qin Shiyu said politely. "It's no trouble at all." Life now was incredibly enjoyable. Thinking back to her days in Yunhe village, she had been like a beast of burden, doing all the chores for the big family alone. Every day, after finishing household work, she had to go to the fields to earn work points. She was exhausted every day, yet still criticized by the family for everything that went wrong. Every small mistake was her fault. Yang Linxiang once thought her life would always be like that, like a beast working tirelessly. But unexpectedly, as she got older, she started to enjoy some happiness. Now, she only needed to look after Tuan and Yuan, cook meals, or occasionally tidy up the vegetable garden behind the house. Besides that, she did only a little housework. She used to wash clothes for the whole family, but now it was just for her and her husband. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu, whenever they had free time, would help share the chores. They never let her work alone. Tuan and Yuan didn't require her to worry too much. There was nothing more relaxing than this moment. Moreover, Yun Jiji gave her 20 yuan every month. She felt no dissatisfaction with her life now. She truly enjoyed and cherished her current life. "Commissar, everything is here." A total of 1,600 packets of hemostatic powder. Yun Jiji finished counting and then looked at Hu Jianjun. "Good work." Hu Jianjun also relaxed and felt glad to have finished this matter. "Political Commissar, have you found someone to make the drawings Qin Shiyu gave you before?" Yun Jiji suddenly remembered this and quickly looked at Hu Jianjun. "The pharmaceutical factory is almost finished, and it will be completed in about a week. Once the machines arrive, they can start testing the candidates. Those who pass can begin working. Good thing you brought it up, or I might have forgotten about this. Once these vehicles are assembled, I'll take you to see something."